16-year-old Fu Junlin, a high IQ prodigy, had to settle for being a low-ranked battle banner master due to his timid nature. However, he never expected to be possessed by an extraterrestrial being during a hunting mission. The air within the hunting ground shattered as a minotaur minotaur let out a deafening roar. Its massive axe, as large as a door, swept through the air, creating destructive shockwaves that sent several warriors flying over 10 meters away. Healers, plant the battle flags. Fu Junlin, what are you doing? The captain, his abdomen pierced by a sharp wooden stake, gripped his greatsword tightly and roared furiously toward the corner. At this critical moment, Fu Junlin, curled up in the corner of the enclosure, suddenly snapped to attention. His lean figure darted forward as he grabbed one of the 4 battle flags strapped to his back. Green light surged through his hands as he planted the flag into the ground. Instantly, a dark green halo spread outward with a powerful burst. The deep, bone-revealing wounds on his 4 gravely injured teammates began to heal visibly under the halo's glow. A second deep green wave, followed by a lighter green one, and finally a white glow, swept over them. Though the energy weakened with each wave, the teammates' injuries were mostly restored. Retrieving the flag, Fu Junlin dashed to another corner. The moment he planted the second flag, a red halo erupted, boosting his teammates' strength dramatically. Under the captain's command, the mage unleashed a devastating barrage of firepower from a ruby-embedded staff, keeping the swarm of giant spiders at bay. A nimble young martial artist seized the opportunity to slip under the minotaur, preparing for a sneak attack, while the towering mech warrior unleashed a torrent of bullets from a Gatling gun powered by a flashing blue energy core. Victory seemed within reach as the great shield-wielding captain leapt high into the air, his blade glowing even brighter under the battle flag's enhancement. But at this life-or-death moment, the spider swarm launched a frenzied suicide charge. The first spider exploded just a meter away from the mage, engulfing him in a green blood mist and reducing him to a flash of white light. One after another, over a dozen spiders detonated in quick succession, taking the martial artist, the warrior, and the mech warrior with them, leaving only the mech warrior's belt behind amidst the chaos. The vast hunting ground was now littered with shattered remains and bloodstains. Only the minotaur and a distant, trembling Fu Junlin were left. He stood frozen, swallowing hard as his teammates vanished like a storm sweeping through. Outside the hunting ground, dozens of students and instructors gathered around the teleportation array, watching the live feed on a large screen. The 4 fallen teammates reappeared at the teleportation station one after another. The enraged, enchanted sword warrior slammed the ground in frustration before collapsing in defeat. Just as the stunning instructor Shihong Yu was about to order a retreat, a sudden anomaly appeared in the sky. A fireball exploded high above, and a beam of white light pierced through the clouds, electromagnetic interference zones, and virus-contaminated areas, heading straight for Fu Junlin. The light struck him forcefully, slamming him into the enclosure wall and shattering the bricks. "Don't be afraid, kid. I'm just borrowing your body for a bit." A gleeful voice echoed in his mind as his body began to move against his will. While Fu Junlin panicked and demanded answers, the minotaur charged at him, swinging its colossal axe. Dodging the deadly strike, Fu Junlin realized his teleportation badge was missing, leaving him no choice but to flee desperately while being pursued by the giant beast. The voice in his head, however, taunted him leisurely. "Is this how people on your planet exercise? Getting chased around by wild animals?" Enraged, Fu Junlin snapped, "If you're so great, why don't you do it yourself?" As soon as the words left his mouth, control of his body was abruptly taken over. The voice, brimming with excitement, made his body leap onto a 7 or 8 meter tall tree. To Fu Junlin's disbelief, it then picked up a Gatling gun weighing several hundred pounds and hurled it at the minotaur like a dart. It even considered throwing a sniper rifle next. Unable to contain his frustration, Fu Junlin shouted, "What kind of creature are you? Is that how you're supposed to use these things? Who throws guns at people?" The voice in his mind paused, allowing Fu Junlin to relax his control over his body slightly. He sighed and decided to give it a try, thinking it was worth a shot. Cooperating with the voice, he raised the sniper rifle, aligned his eye with the scope, and placed his finger on the trigger. The moment he pulled the trigger, a burst of blinding blue energy erupted from the weapon. Bang! The expected massive recoil threw him off the tree. The fiery red bullet veered wildly off course, disappearing into the unknown. To his surprise, a hearty laugh echoed in his mind. "Ha ha ha, this thing is actually pretty fun." Meanwhile, the classmates watching the live broadcast on the big screen were stunned. From the moment Fu Junlin perched on the tree and pulled out a Gatling gun, they had held their breath, anticipating the spectacle. When he hurled the Gatling gun directly at the minotaur's face, the classroom erupted in laughter. And when the sniper rifle's recoil sent him tumbling to the ground, some were laughing so hard they doubled over. Is Fu Junlin planning to change careers and become a comedian? A cold and aloof boy smirked mockingly. Sigh. What was I even expecting? A girl, who had been full of hope, shook her head in disappointment. Standing among the crowd, Miao Ningxue, the deputy class monitor of Class 3, narrowed her eyes, a glint of frost flashing in them. Her grudge against Fu Junlin had a history. Previously, when she was forming a team for a mission, Fu Junlin had asked to join, only to be mocked and rejected by her. This had left Fu Junlin seething though timid. He was a top-performing support player in the battle flag class. Later, during an urgent mission, Miao Ningxue couldn't find a battle flag master and had no choice but to ask Fu Junlin for help. However, he outright refused, leaving her no options. That mission ultimately ended in failure. Although success wasn't guaranteed even with his help, Miao Ningxue blamed Fu Junlin for the loss and had targeted him ever since. Miao Ningxue strode quickly to the teacher's side, speaking with a self-righteous tone. Teacher, I suggest we have him return immediately, even if it means his death. This isn't targeting Fu Junlin personally, it's for the greater good. We've already wasted too much energy, and the teleportation array is continuing to drain resources. The mission has failed, and there's no need to incur further losses. This will only make the administration view the subspecies class more unfavorably. Shi Hongyu frowned slightly at her words. Forcing a student to willingly face death over a small amount of teleportation energy seemed excessively harsh. After all, no one wanted to die. It was always a last resort. At that moment, the mage in the team stepped forward. They'll cover the energy costs. Miao Ningxue, you've never experienced the agony of death, so where do you get the right to demand someone else to sacrifice themselves? Besides, we fought hard to get this minotaur boss, battling for an hour and a half and clearing 12 arenas. How can we give up so easily? The mecha engineer also stepped forward to express support. However, the captain of the heavy blade warriors merely sneered and shook his head. His heart was filled with frustration and resentment, which he even redirected toward the still-living Fu Junlin. What else can he do besides running for his life? Do you really think the minotaur would just trip and kill itself? What's the point of wasting more energy? He said with a face full of disdain. Faced with his questioning, Miao Ningxue's tone brimmed with exasperation and disappointment. Meanwhile, more and more people began to voice their support for her perspective. Teacher, let him come back. At the very least, it'll leave a better impression of our school. Exactly, this is getting embarrassing. Everyone else is watching. Fu Junlin is just trying to show off to the crowd. Enough. All of you, shut up. Shi Hongyu finally snapped, silencing the crowd with her sharp reprimand. At that moment, a statistician holding a clipboard approached. After glancing at the screen, the statistician began jotting down notes while saying, Teacher Hongyu, the total score tally for Zone 1 is only missing your Class 3. Are you done yet? Shi Hongyu replied stiffly. We still have one person left. The statistician looked up at the screen and almost laughed, but managed to maintain a basic level of politeness. After all, school regulations prohibited discrimination against classes composed of subspecies individuals. By the way, just a heads up, every other class is finished, and the live broadcast is about to switch to your group. With that, the statistician shook their head and walked away, continuing to jot down results. Shi Hongyu clenched her fists tightly and slowly pulled out her walkie-talkie, yet she couldn't bring herself to utter the words that would summon Fu Junlin back to face certain death. However, if she didn't, their class would lose all credibility in front of the administration. This subspecies class, already teetering on the edge of elimination, might not survive. In order to establish a new elite class of 20 students, the school had plans to cut 6 subspecies classes, each with over 40 students. If they failed this battle against the Minotaur, they would undoubtedly fall below the elimination line. At this critical moment, a girl suddenly pointed at the screen and shouted excitedly, Look, everyone, look! All eyes turned to the screen. There, Fu Junlin was crouched steadily on a protruding brick of the perimeter wall, his expression focused and grave. He held his breath, calmly pulling the trigger. Bang! A fiery red bullet tore through the air, piercing the Minotaur's left cheek with precision. The bullet's sheer force was astonishing, blasting a basketball-sized bloodied hole through the back of its ear. Roar! A deafening roar erupted as the Minotaur went completely berserk. It had already been on the verge of fury from its inability to catch Fu Junlin earlier. Now, with its face blown apart by a single shot, it plunged into an uncontrollable state of rage. What is Fu Junlin doing? A gasp erupted from the crowd. He just enraged the Minotaur. Complaints and curses quickly followed. Damn it! It'll be even easier for the Minotaur to go berserk here in the future. What a rotten apple. Wait, how is his aim so accurate? Someone asked in confusion. Did he take a mecha engineering course? Pure luck. You really think he can pull off anything impressive? He'll probably burn out after this one shot. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Fu Junlin leapt off the wall with fluid grace. In one swift motion, He pulled a gray battle flag from his back and planted it firmly into the ground. The flag shimmered, and a speed-enhancing aura spread instantly. A massive axe descended from above with unstoppable force. Yet, with the battle flag's boost, Junlin darted nimbly past the Minotaur's feet like a fish in water. He followed up with an impressively stylish slide, though it was accompanied by a trembling, panicked shout. No, 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 not this way. Coming out of the slide, Junlin spun sharply, raising his long rifle in one fluid motion. Striking a pose as dramatic as a moon-gazing rhino, he fired. Bang! The bullet pierced clean through the Minotaur's femoral artery. But he kept yelling, "Don't stay here. Get away from it." The enraged Minotaur turned and swung its colossal axe in a wide arc. With the speed aura aiding him, Junlin narrowly evaded with a backflip, then retreated 20 meters in a flash. Dropping to one knee, he steadied his rifle and fired coolly, the bullet lodging directly in the Minotaur's left eye. With the speed-enhancing flag supporting him, Junlin continued to widen the gap, sniping as he moved. 1 shot, 2 shots, 4 shots, 9 shots. Each bullet hit a critical spot with surgical precision. Yet his panicked, self-deprecating cries made people wonder if there was some hidden method to his madness. Finally, the massive Minotaur collapsed with a thunderous crash. Junlin, striking a cocky pose, blew on the barrel of his rifle only to burn himself on the hot metal. Wincing, he quickly stowed the rifle and picked up a giant Gatling gun from the ground. Without hesitation, he unleashed a storm of bullets into the Minotaur's head. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat, he shouted, even mocking himself mid-action. Don't resurrect. People are watching. What's wrong with you? The crowd of students and teachers stood frozen, dumbfounded by the scene. One collective thought crossed their minds. Is this the legendary move where someone acts so ridiculously over the top that no one else even knows how to criticize them? After the relentless burst of action, the soul within his body seemed to grow weary. Taking advantage of the moment, Junlin finally regained control of his body. However, just as he did, a wave of searing pain surged through him, as if his entire body was rebelling. His muscles screamed in protest, causing him to stagger and collapse to the ground. Your body is ridiculously weak. Just a little exertion, and you've already torn your muscles all over. You're nothing but a pathetic waste, the soul within mocked him. Junlin trembled with fury, but chose to suppress his anger, refusing to argue. The priority now was to conserve his strength. After resting briefly, he forced himself to his feet. Every movement contorted his face in pain. Gritting his teeth, he retrieved the Gatling gun and sniper rifle from the mech belt, then pulled out a dagger to begin processing the Minotaur's corpse. What should have been a simple task ended up taking him 20 grueling minutes. Finally, he extracted an organ from the Minotaur's neck, a piece of tissue glowing faint blue with 2 spherical nodes attached. Yes, the mages and mech warriors outside erupted into cheers. Even the heavy sword captain looked on in disbelief, clearly unable to fathom how a battle standard bearer could accomplish such a feat. Junlin found his badge and pressed the recall button. In a flash of light, he appeared within the teleportation array. His hunched figure, labored breathing, and blood-streaked appearance rendered the crowd momentarily silent. Without a word, he tossed the energy tissue to the heavy sword captain and the mech belt to the mech warrior. Then, shuffling with small, deliberate steps, he headed toward the lounge. Suddenly, applause thundered around him. A pretty girl stepped forward to help him, but the moment she touched him, he recoiled as if burned. Ow, ow, ow. No need to help, thank you. The crowd parted, forming a path for him to the lounge. What he needed most now was to plant a healing battle standard no matter the cost. It would be worth it. Meanwhile, his classmates erupted into celebration, cheering, "Class 3 is safe." Shi Hongyu and others watched his retreating figure, lost in thought. Once in the lounge, Junlin took out a healing battle standard and placed his hand on it. As energy surged within him, the standard emitted a soothing white glow, gradually easing his aching body. What exactly are you? Junlin asked the voice inside him, irritation evident in his tone. You can think of me as a life form from another civilization. My spaceship crashed, and I was lost in space for who knows how long. An alien? Are you kidding me? And you speak Mandarin too? I picked up your language, of course. Our language sounds like this. A piercing wave of sound erupted, making Junlin feel like his brain was boiling. Stop, he yelled, shaking his head frantically to drown out the noise. Convinced now? The voice asked mockingly. Junlin was exasperated, but could only accept this absurd explanation. After all, even ghosts were just the stuff of legends. This might be the only plausible answer. So, when are you leaving? I'll leave when I figure out how to. Relax, I'm not here to harm you. I'm a powerhouse with 37 of my gene lock unlocked. Why would I want to stay in the body of someone as useless as you? Junlin frowned. This peculiar introduction made him ponder. It seemed to be the customary way of addressing oneself in the other civilization. However, since the other party had promised not to harm him, it gave him a slight sense of relief. So, what should I call you? Fu Junlin asked. My name is Lubulavacatus Telepin Bit de Blinken I fake. I fake? Fu Junlin muttered under his breath with a raised eyebrow. That name's quite something. Mind your manners. Don't be so vulgar. The other's voice was filled with indignation. That name's too long. How about I call you Wongkai instead? Don't try to trick me. Do you think I don't know that only dogs in your world are called that? Alright then, how about Dahe? I like that. Names starting with Da have a certain earth-shattering vibe to them. Could you stop using idioms if you don't know how to use them properly? Fu Junlin said helplessly. No way. Idioms are the most fun part of your world. Are you jealous of my linguistic talent? Dahe let out a cold laugh. Fu Junlin gritted his teeth, resisting the urge to strangle him. By the way, what's this gene lock you mentioned earlier? Do we have it too? You? Your gene lock is only at 3 pft. Ha. That's practically congenital paralysis where I come from. Congenital your SS. Fu Junlin snapped through clenched teeth. Dahe explained. The gene lock unlocks a body code every time it increases by 5. For you, it's like gaining a new superpower. Body code? So, at 5, 10, 15, 20, it unlocks a new body code each time? Fu Junlin blinked, intrigued by this entirely new concept. Exactly. Just then, there was a knock at the door, and 2 of his teammates, a mech engineer and a mage, rushed in. Junlin, time to head back to class, they said, brimming with excitement. Not only had they upheld Class 3's honor, but they'd also earned 20,000 credits from 2 rare boss energy cores. Fu Junlin nodded, packed away his battle flag, and followed the 2 out of the lounge. Shi Hongyu was already leading the group back to their classroom, and the 3 quickly caught up with the team. Feinting Academy, one of the top 10 universities in the Edge Federation, was undeniably prestigious. Fu Junlin had earned his place here entirely through his own efforts. At that moment, all the classes from the various testing zones were lining up under their teacher's guidance, marching toward the teaching building. Yet, all the teams couldn't help but glance toward the subhuman Class 3, trying to spot the standout figure who had amazed everyone during the live broadcast. Since Class 3 had been the last to finish, their performance had become the highlight of the broadcast for the entire grade. Countless curious gazes fell on Fu Junlin, some filled with shock, confusion, envy, and even disdain. They couldn't comprehend how a subhuman, especially one classified as a battle flag, had managed to pull off such an extraordinary feat. In this society, humanity was divided into 3 tiers. At birth, genetic evaluation determined their classification, marked by lifelong gene particles on their foreheads. The 3 tiers included subhumans, optimal humans, and strong humans, with an exceedingly rare category of ultra-strong humans. Subhumans made up 60 of the population, optimal humans 30, strong humans 9.9, and ultra-strong humans less than 0.1. This was more than just a social hierarchy, it was a fundamental division of species. Subhumans had only 1 gene particle, optimal humans had 2, and strong humans had 3. Each additional particle granted a new basic ability and allowed for a higher proportion of energy manipulation. Subhumans possessed only enhanced physical attributes, optimal humans had energy shields in addition, and strong humans could wield unparalleled energy manipulation. The discrimination against subhumans was as severe as racial prejudice in ancient times. They were denied access to education, barred from high-power and high-income jobs, and excluded from social resources. This perpetuated a vicious cycle of poverty, ignorance, and violence among subhumans. Although the situation had improved slightly in recent years, educational opportunities remained extremely limited, and Fu Junlin was one of those subhumans with only a single gene particle. As one of the 5 major professions, the Battle Banner Master is the weakest in terms of attack capabilities, yet it is the most popular combat role among subspecies. At this moment, Fu Junlin lowered his head, his fists clenched tightly, silently enduring the mocking gazes from the elite class as he followed his team back to the teaching building. The teaching building of Feiyun Vine Academy, though small in footprint, towered into the sky at over 200 meters tall, with more than 40 floors. This architectural design was no coincidence. It was a necessity of the post-apocalyptic era of 2296. Over 2 centuries ago, the world underwent a cataclysmic transformation. Enormous walls, over 200 meters tall, inexplicably appeared and divided the earth into rectangular enclosures of varying sizes, forming a colossal maze. The material of these walls remains a mystery, as they are indestructible. Even more terrifying, the creatures within these enclosures began to mutate uncontrollably. Insects and beasts devoured one another, producing grotesque and monstrous offspring. Humanity was forced to retreat to areas comprising only 5 of Earth's surface, establishing fortress-like city-states. In the case of Feiyun City, where Fu Junlin resided, Every building exceeded 100 meters in height, as people had to make full use of vertical space. Flying cars and mechs became the primary modes of transportation. The 200-meter mark became a line between life and death. Anything that entered the airspace above 200 meters would be rapidly destroyed by electromagnetic interference clouds and hypermetal pollution. Returning to the classroom on the 27th floor, Shi Hongyu stood at the podium, unable to hide her excitement. Good news! Thanks to everyone's joint efforts in the trial tournament, our Class 3 has been saved. The classroom erupted in cheers. Students celebrated with wild enthusiasm, books flying through the air, and some hugging each other in tears of relief. If Fei Yun Vine Academy had expelled them, years of hard study would have been in vain. Once the students calmed down, Shi Hongyu tapped the desk to regain their attention. Today marks the last day of the short semester. You'll have a 3-day break. After the break, 2 elective courses will be offered, so think carefully about which ones you'll choose. Class dismissed. The students scrambled to pack up their books and dashed out of the classroom, eager to share the good news with their families. Fu Junlin, stay behind for a moment, Shi Hongyu's voice called out amid the chaos. Although many classmates were curious and wanted to speak with Fu Junlin, they wisely left when they saw the teacher summon him. Fu Junlin followed Shi Hongyu into her private office. Take a seat. Shi Hongyu closed the door and casually crossed one leg over the other as she sat down, her snow-white legs exuding both authority and a hint of rebellious allure. Fu Junlin glanced at the sofa opposite her, unsure where to focus his gaze. I'll just stand, teacher. I fell on my hip earlier, and it still hurts a little, Fu Junlin said. Standing in the office and using this flimsy excuse to cover up, Shi Hongyu elegantly took a cigarette from her drawer, placing it between her lips and lighting it. First of all, I need to commend you, she said, exhaling a wisp of smoke that carried a faint fragrance as it drifted toward Fu Junlin. But your behavior in the arena earlier was off. She glanced at him sideways, her sharp gaze making him squirm uncomfortably. I don't know, maybe I was just too scared. My mind went blank in the heat of the moment. Fu Junlin scratched his head, feigning innocence. Then why were you rambling nonsense? Shi Hongyu asked, taking another deep drag from her cigarette. I wasn't. I think I was just scared. Rubbish. Shi Hongyu shot him a glare before switching her tone. Have you been secretly studying mecha engineering? Every mecha has unique designs for its armor and weapons, and some even come with self-destruct mechanisms. They're not something just anyone can use. As Fu Junlin scrambled to come up with an excuse about knowing Huazi, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. I spoke up from within him. Your teacher has a health problem? Nonsense. Our teacher lives a perfectly healthy and disciplined life. Fu Junlin retorted internally. I'm serious. There's an issue with her stomach. Move closer. I can't sense it clearly, Dahei urged. Hesitant but curious, Fu Junlin took a step forward. Suddenly, his hand moved uncontrollably and landed squarely on Shi Hongyu's chest. The room instantly froze. Shi Hongyu's cigarette trembled slightly in her hand. She slowly looked down at Fu Junlin's hand, her expression shifting from shock to disbelief. Teacher, let me explain. Fu Junlin stammered in a trembling voice. But things only got worse. Under Dahei's control, not only did his hand refuse to pull back, but it began wandering further. To make matters worse, it soon became both hands. For the next 3 minutes, the office echoed with Fu Junlin's agonized screams. When the chaos finally subsided, Shi Hongyu sat on the desk with her hair disheveled, still smoking, her eyes brimming with fury. Meanwhile, Fu Junlin, battered and bruised, clung desperately to a healing flag for support. Teacher. Fu Junlin clutched his chest and said weakly, You've misunderstood me. I sense that you've been infected with secondary energy. Shi Hongyu, who had been ready to strike again, froze in shock. She tossed her cigarette aside and grabbed Fu Junlin by the collar. You little pervert, how do you know that? She demanded. This was a secret she'd never told anyone. I detected it using the feedback from the fluctuations of the battle flag. Fu Junlin quickly fabricated an explanation, his eyes darting around. What feedback? Shi Hongyu frowned, pressing him for details. Let's just call it a little secret of mine. Something like X-rays, Fu Junlin said, locking eyes with Shi Hongyu. His tone grew serious. Teacher, have you accidentally ingested secondary energy? There's a lesion in your stomach caused by secondary energy burns. I don't know how you've managed to suppress it, but it's spreading. If left unchecked, the consequences could be severe. These insights were all provided by Dahei, but as he spoke, Fu Junlin couldn't help but feel deeply concerned for his teacher's condition. Shi Hongyu's expression changed dramatically. She released her grip on Fu Junlin's collar, her face pale. His words seemed to hit the mark exactly. Don't tell anyone about this, she warned sternly. Fu Junlin clenched his teeth, his mind a storm of complex emotions. As a battle flag master, he understood the limits of his profession. They could heal traumatic injuries, broken bones, severed limb so long as a capable master was present. Even life-threatening wounds could be reversed. But when it came to diseases caused by mutations, especially internal damage from secondary energy, battle flag masters were helpless. In this era, energy was classified into three types: primary energy, external energy, and secondary energy. Primary energy was the innate energy within the human body, which could be enhanced through training. External energy referred to resources that could be harnessed from the environment. Secondary energy, however, was an immensely powerful but highly unstable form of energy like the energy contained within the blue tissue Junlin had extracted from the minotaur. Refined secondary energy could be converted into external energy at magnitudes of tens or even thousands of times its original potency and stored in energy crystals. These crystals, functioning like the batteries of this era, had become indispensable in daily life and could even be carried into battle to amplify combat capabilities. "There's got to be a way to cure it," Junlin said softly, trying to comfort her. Have you ever heard of anyone recovering from secondary energy-related lesions?" Yu let out a bitter laugh. "Centuries ago, cancer was a death sentence too. Now, it's just a matter of taking a few pills like Anlucin. Who's to say that one day, I won't find a cure for it?" Junlin replied with unwavering determination. Yu looked at him and smiled brightly, but then lowered her head, lost in thought. The room fell into silence. "Let's go. They'll take you home," Yu said, patting his wrinkled shirt before turning to grab her coat. "I can walk home myself." Junlin mumbled awkwardly. Yu spun around and shot him a sharp glare. Junlin immediately shrank back, his posture screaming surrender as he let her take charge. Yu's vehicle was a sleek, brand-new Parakra 3000 model. Its streamlined body shimmered with a gradient of soft pink and green, catching the light in dazzling flashes. But the sight of the car made Junlin's heart ache unexpectedly. It seemed that Yu had completely given up on saving money. This woman, who had never been one to spend frivolously, now sat confidently in the driver's seat of a brand-new luxury car, a self-assured smile on her face. Junlin reluctantly got into the passenger seat, glancing around the leather seats amid a fresh, rich scent. The dashboard glimmered with futuristic technology, and the panoramic radar displayed real-time visuals of the car's surroundings. Watching Yu crack her neck and flex her fingers, producing sharp popping sounds, Junlin silently fastened his seatbelt, inwardly wishing this car had an extra one. Feiyun City was vast, and as they drove southward, the presence of law enforcement on the streets became increasingly dense. This was because the southern part of the city was known as the Red Carpet Zone, a perilous area named for its history of bloodshed. It was predominantly inhabited by subspecies and notorious for frequent acts of violence. At a red light, just as Yu stopped the car, knocking sounds came from both sides of the vehicle. Two police officers were standing outside, prompting her to reluctantly lower the window. The officer on the driver's side, a plump man, immediately broke into a sycophantic smile upon seeing Yu, a strikingly attractive prime species woman. "May your energy be boundless. Please show me your license." However, his expression darkened the moment his gaze shifted to Junlin in the passenger seat. His right hand instinctively moved to rest on the gun holstered at his waist. "Ma'am, why are you heading to the Red Carpet Zone? Are you being coerced?" the officer asked while inspecting her license, his wary eyes fixed on Junlin. "He's my student. I'm just giving him a ride home," Yu replied coldly. "Can I go now?" The officer was unfazed by her tone, instead pressing further. "A student? Doesn't look like it. Ma'am, if you're under any threat, you can tell us right now." His gaze remained glued to Junlin, clearly displeased by the sight of a prime species woman having any association with a subspecies lowlife. "I'll say it one more time, he's my student. Not a terrorist." Yu's voice turned icy. At that moment, Junlin raised his head and looked at the officer. Though his gaze bore no hostility, it still managed to provoke the man. The officer immediately drew his gun, aiming it into the car, and his partner followed suit. "Out of the car. Get out right now," the officer bellowed hysterically. Taking a deep breath, Junlin slowly opened the door and stepped out, raising his hands in surrender while maintaining a deliberate calmness in his expression. Inside his mind, the dark force within him stirred and questioned. "What are you doing?" "Shut up," Junlin snapped internally. He had neither the time nor the patience to explain. After all, this was simply because he was a subspecies. Bang! The tall, thin officer on the other side of the car quickly glanced at the genetic particle on Junlin's forehead. With just one look, he recognized it as a subvariant of the single genetic particle. Without a word, he slammed Junlin forcefully onto the scorching car hood. Yu stepped out of the driver's seat, her eyes blazing with anger but restrained from acting rashly. She knew all too well that any impulsive action could worsen Junlin's situation. Pinned firmly against the burning metal surface, Junlin felt the searing pain on his cheek, but it was nothing compared to the humiliation in his heart. He pressed his lips tightly together, enduring what was called a routine inspection. The stocky officer holstered his gun and began conducting a rough search of Fu Junlin, each motion deliberate and forceful, both a search and a form of disguised assault. Soon, the stocky officer fished out a student ID from Fu Junlin's pocket. When he caught sight of the key words Amo Rin Federation Feiyan Vine School Subvariant Class 3 Fu Junlin, his expression froze for a moment. Students from such a prestigious school were not to be dealt with carelessly. He suppressed his anger and refrained from escalating. The thin officer, who had been about to cuff Fu Junlin, also wisely put away the handcuffs after seeing the student ID handed over by his partner. Shi Hongyu watched the entire scene unfold, her clenched fists trembling with anger. She knew that in this world, futile resistance would only lead to even worse outcomes. Get up. The thin officer jabbed Fu Junlin maliciously in the small of his back. The stocky officer shoved the student ID back into Fu Junlin's chest pocket and sneered, "Watch yourself next time." The two officers swaggered back to their patrol car, throwing one last malicious glance at Fu Junlin before getting in. Fu Junlin stood still, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles cracked, his entire arm shaking. This time, it wasn't Dahe causing trouble, but he quickly forced himself to calm down, straightened his appearance, and shrugged at Shi Hongyu as if nothing had happened, then got back into the passenger seat. Shi Hongyu felt a sharp pang in her chest as she watched him feign composure. She sighed, started the car, and continued driving toward the red carpet district. Even Dahe, who usually loved to quip, remained silent, clearly understanding the harsh reality of a subvariant's status in this world. "I'm sorry. If I'd known, I wouldn't have offered to drive you," Shi Hongyu said apologetically. "Getting pinned down happens more often when I'm walking. At least being pressed against a car hood is better than a dirty wall." Fu Junlin gave a wry smile and turned to look out the window. "In 3 days, school starts, and we'll have to choose our elective courses. Have you thought about which secondary profession you want to pick?" Shi Hongyu asked, trying to change the subject. "Mecha engineer." Fu Junlin blurted out without hesitation, his tone unusually firm. "Battle Banner Master. Mech Master. Ha, if I'm not mistaken, you're in this for the money, aren't you?" Shi Hongyu said with a teasing smile. Fu Junlin chuckled awkwardly. He knew she was right. Among the 5 major professions, Blade Enchanter, Mage, Martial Artist, Battle Banner Master, and Mech Master, the first 3 leaned more toward combat. Meanwhile, the latter 2 offered practical applications and opened up broader opportunities beyond battle. "Take this car, for example," Fu Junlin said, pointing to the luxurious sports car beside him. "It's the work of a top-tier mech master. The use of mech matrices and robotics has completely transformed this era's production methods. Even the medical system relies heavily on us Battle Banner Masters." Although the post-apocalyptic era had only arrived a few centuries ago, humanity was still navigating its way forward. The car, parked near the red carpet zone at Shantytown Passage number 13, stood out sharply. A few hybrid hooligans on the street whistled at the fair-skinned Shi Hongyu sitting inside, but she seemed used to it and paid no attention. This was Fu Junlin's homey shantytown that resembled a beehive. After climbing up a dozen ladders, he opened the door to their modest 19-square-meter living space, which he shared with his younger brother and mother. "Thanks, teacher. I also substitute for some mech master classes, so feel free to call me if you have any questions," Shi Hongyu reminded him. "Got it. Here, take this." Fu Junlin handed her 2 cube-shaped Battle Banner energy crystals, their silver-white glow shimmering faintly. Shi Hongyu paused for a moment. "These are slow-healing crystals I crafted during my part-time job at the factory," Fu Junlin said proudly, giving a thumbs up. "They won't cure your infection, but they can ease the pain and they're quite special." Shi Hongyu was amused by his confidence and glanced at him deeply. Although she didn't lack such items, she carefully accepted them nonetheless. Each of the 5 major professions boasted a myriad of skills. Take the Battle Banner Master's basic healing techniques, for instance. There was the white glow of slow healing, which strengthened the treated area over time, and the dark green instant healing, which prioritized rapid recovery for combat readiness. Additionally, Battle Banner Masters were required to master various enhancement spells to significantly boost team combat efficiency. "I'm heading out. Stay safe from infections," Shi Hongyu said gently before driving away. Instead of going back home, Fu Junlin adjusted the Battle Banner belt around his waist and headed straight for the Battle Banner factory. Using his Group C work ID, he entered through the back door, changed into his uniform, and made his way to the C6 production line. "Junlin, done with school?" Uncle One, a middle-aged man with a balding head, greeted him while skillfully operating the mechanical arm to inject energy into the Battle Banner crystals. "Yeah, Uncle One. How many have you made today?" Fu Junlin asked as he stretched and got into position at his workstation. 17 so far." Uncle Wen took a sip of tea and leaned back on a high stool to rest. Watching Fu Junlin deftly craft crystals, he couldn't help but praise. "You're a level 1 master working on a level 2 production line, truly a star student." Not like my useless son who spends all day playing around. Fu Junlin merely responded with a polite chuckle. At that moment, Dehay's consciousness suddenly emerged within him. Wow, 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 turns out you're a top student, Dehay said sarcastically, his tone dripping with mockery. So what? Got a problem with that? Fu Junlin asked. Why would I have a problem? Dehay replied, though there was an unmistakable hint of bitterness in his voice. Fu Junlin keenly sensed that this guy seemed to harbor some inexplicable bias against top students. As for the top student label, Fu Junlin didn't quite identify with it. In his mind, he was just someone who had put in more effort and delved deeper into certain subjects than others. Even so, it hadn't improved his family's living conditions. To him, the title of top student was utterly meaningless. While he was focused on his work, Fu Junlin suddenly felt a peculiar current pulse through his palm and seep into the battle flag crystal. The sensation reminded him of when he diagnosed teacher Shi Hongyud, was exactly what Dehay had referred to as the biological visual field. Hey, top student, explain this to me, Dehay suddenly interrupted. Why are there so many messy circuits in this battle flag crystal? It's giving me a headache, like a tangled web, an absolute mess. You're an alien life form. It's perfectly normal for you not to understand our stuff, Fu Junlin retorted impatiently. Just shut up and stop misusing idioms. Let me work in peace. After venting his frustration, Uncle Wen also got back to work. They carried on like this, alternating between working and resting, as over half an hour slipped by unnoticed. Suddenly, the door of a nearby operations room swung open. Boss Zhang Qing entered, flanked by the heads of 9 production lines, a group of over a dozen imposing individuals. The production lines came to a halt immediately. Everyone, stop what you're doing and gather around, Zhang Cheng called out loudly. Soon, 300 to 400 workers from the 9 production lines assembled, while employees from the neighboring workshop watched the commotion through a broadcast screen. Zhang Cheng, a middle-aged man with a neatly trimmed mustache, was a self-made entrepreneur known for his bold and generous demeanor. He treated his employees exceptionally well, earning their heartfelt respect. At this moment, his face was lit with joy, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. First, let me introduce a new technical director, Pai Yan, Zhang Cheng announced, gesturing toward a refined man in glasses and a sharp suit standing beside him. Director Pai has brought us a groundbreaking technological advancement. As he spoke, he held up 2 tiny, shiny components, one red and one blue, each smaller than a fingernail. These are expansion modules. They can increase the capacity of our battle flag crystals by 20 and boost output power by over 16 at the same energy level, Zhang Cheng declared, clenching his fist with enthusiasm. The news sent the factory into an uproar. Workers cheered and celebrated. The factory's improved performance meant no layoffs, and their wages might even increase. They were thrilled for the factory's success and optimistic about their own futures. After giving a few brief instructions and rallying everyone's enthusiasm, Zhang Qing announced that the production lines would pause for the night to retrofit the existing blank battle flag crystals. The new technology would be put into production the very next day. The announcement that workers would still be paid despite the temporary halt in operations left everyone grinning from ear to ear, as though they were celebrating an early new year. At the end of the shift, the supervisor of each assembly line handed out hundreds of blueprints to the workers. Wang Kai, the supervisor of assembly line C6, stood at the door and half-jokingly reminded everyone, make sure to study the blueprints carefully tonight. When we test the robotic arms tomorrow, be extra cautious. These 2 expansion units are ridiculously expensive. If you break them, don't come asking me for your wages. As a subspecies manufacturing plant, the workshop usually had a harmonious atmosphere. Workers exchanged banter with Wang Kai, laughter filling the air. However, amidst the cheerful environment, Fu Junlin was flipping through the blueprint in his hands, his smile gradually fading. Something feels off, he muttered to himself, his brow furrowed. Though his intuition told him there was a problem, he couldn't immediately pinpoint what it was. Just then, Dehay's voice sounded in his ear. If you use this thing like this, it might explode. Fu Junlin's eyes lit up. That's it, an explosion. He analyzed the blueprint carefully. The blue expansion unit is responsible for capacity increase, while the red one stabilizes and cools. But the stability factor of this circuit is completely insufficient. By the 3rd or 4th wave of crystal blocks, cracks will start to appear. Once the stability circuit fractures, his voice grew quieter. This kind of flaw would be discovered after just a few tests. Why would? He even began to doubt his own calculations. Junlin, still here? Wang Kai, draping a jacket over his shoulders, approached and patted him on the back. Uncle Kai, there's an issue with this blueprint. Fu Junlin hesitated for a moment before speaking up. He explained in detail the instability issue caused by the circuit's capacity expansion and the potential risk of an explosion. Wang Kai took the blueprint and studied it carefully, attempting to calculate something but seemingly unable to draw a conclusion. However, he had always valued Fu Junlin's judgment. Are you sure? When Fu Junlin gave a firm nod, Wang Kai immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. These two expensive expansion units were introduced by Chen Changming, the new technical director, and Boss Zhang had invested a significant amount of money in them. Come with me to see the boss, Wang Kai said, grabbing Fu Junlin and preparing to leave. However, Fu Junlin hesitated, looking troubled. Uncle Kai, maybe you could say you discovered it. Before he could finish, Wang Kai understood his concern. As an ordinary worker, offending the deputy factory director, Chen Changming, could have severe consequences. Seeing Fu Junlin's slightly timid demeanor, Wang Kai didn't get upset. Instead, he felt a pang of compassion. This job was too important to this young man. All right, I understand. You head home first. If there's truly an issue, I'll credit you for it. If it turns out to be a mistake, no one will know you were involved. Fu Junlin bowed deeply in gratitude and turned to leave. However, he suddenly stopped, turned back, and said, Uncle Kai, I may not dare to take responsibility, but the data doesn't lie. There's definitely a problem. With that, he pressed his lips together tightly and walked away without looking back. Wang Kai watched as Fu Junlin's figure disappeared into the distance. His brows furrowed slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, he strode purposefully toward the boss's office. Before pushing the door open, he heard bursts of laughter from inside. Deputy Factory Director Chen Changming was chatting and laughing with the newly hired technical director, Pai Yan. Knock, knock. Come in. Wang Kai stepped inside, and Zhang Cheng immediately greeted him warmly. Perfect timing. I just brewed some goji berry and chrysanthemum tea, good stuff. He gestured for Wang Kai to sit beside him. A flicker of displeasure crossed Chen Changming's eyes. That seat should have been Wang Kai's. If it weren't for Chen Changming's wife recommending him, Zhang Cheng would have promoted Wang Kai to deputy factory director long ago. Now, Wang Kai could only manage the C6 production line and double as a deputy workshop supervisor. While overseeing the financials gave him real power, in Chen Changming's eyes, Wang Kai was nothing but a thorn in his side. Mr. Zhang, I need to talk. Wang Kai hesitated, then glanced meaningfully at Zhang Cheng. Chen Changming and Pai Yan's expressions immediately darkened, especially Pai Yan, who let out a cold snort and picked up his teacup, clearly unwilling to leave. Zhang Cheng glanced at the two men, forced a smile and said, It's fine, speak your mind. I want to run another expansion module test on the crystal block. There might be an issue with the circuit, Wang Kai said, bracing himself. Bang! Chen Changming slammed the table and shouted angrily. What's that supposed to mean? Are you trying to nitpick over and over again? The tests are done. What more do you want? Do you have to ruin the project I brought in to feel satisfied? A flicker of panic and darkness flashed in Pai Yan's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it and spoke with a threatening tone. Mr. Zhang, it seems your deputy supervisor has some prejudice against me. I don't appreciate being questioned. I can take this expansion module project elsewhere. Zhang Cheng's brows knitted tightly as he suppressed his anger. He turned to Wang Kai and said, Apologize to Mr. Pai. He'll apologize, but the test must be done. Wang Kai stubbornly insisted. Enough. Zhang Cheng finally exploded. He had been involved in the crystal block test from the start, observed the technician's operations, and even conducted an additional test at Wang Kai's request. Everything had checked out. Now Wang Kai was causing trouble again. Was this jealousy over Chen Changming's potential success? Wang Kai hadn't expected Zhang Cheng to lose his temper and realized his tone had been too forceful. Didn't you hear him? Apologize. Chen Changming seized the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. Pai Yan was already standing, pretending to leave in a huff. Wang Kai took a deep breath. I'm sorry. Get out, Zhang Cheng ordered immediately. Wang Kai left the office, shaking his head as he walked away quickly. Inside, Zhang Cheng was already apologizing to Pai Yan. Mr. Pai, please sit. He's been with me for a long time and has the factory's best interests at heart. Don't take it personally. Zhang Cheng quickly poured tea for Pai Yan himself, sincerely apologizing. Pai Yan wasn't truly upset to begin with, and seeing Zhang Cheng offer a way to smooth things over, he graciously took his seat again. Damn it, I've had enough of that scumbag. Chen Changming grumbled, tugging at his shirt in frustration. He turned to Zhang Cheng and complained, brother-in-law, I have to say, why would you let someone like him handle the funding? Do you even think of me as family? Zhang Cheng immediately frowned and shot him a stern glare. Sit down and stop talking nonsense. He snapped, secretly annoyed. This idiot was discussing funding management in front of Pai Yan. Besides, Zhang Cheng knew his brother-in-law's character all too well to trust anyone else with money before handing it to him. Just then, Zhang Cheng's wife, Chen Rong, swayed her way into the room. Sis. Chen Changming jumped up immediately. Zhang Cheng felt a headache coming on the moment he saw the plump woman. Why are you here again? Ever since she had caught him alone in the office with the female accountant, she had been coming to the factory incessantly, like a full-time inspector. What? You're not happy to see me? Chen Rong glared at him. Zhang Cheng helplessly glanced at Pai Yan, hinting at the presence of an outsider. Pai Yan, already looking for an excuse to leave, seized the opportunity and stood up. Haha, since your wife's here, I'm guessing she's upset you've been too busy at work to be home. I won't intrude on your family time. I should be heading off for dinner anyway. With that, he politely bid everyone goodbye. As soon as Pai Yan left, Junlin lowered her voice and asked, "That's the technical director my brother brought in, right?" "Yeah," Zhang Cheng nodded. "Ha, he's always badmouthing my brother. Let's see what nonsense he can come up with now. If it weren't for my brother's big contribution this time, your factory would still be dreaming of a comeback," Junlin said smugly, her tone full of scorn. Zhang Cheng could only respond with a forced smile. Yes, this time we owe a big debt to Changming. He deserves major credit." "Credit? What's the point of just giving him credit?" Junlin snapped, cutting him off. "Sis, brother-in-law only talks big. The financial control is still in the hands of outsiders." Qin Changming chimed in at the perfect moment. Just now, that deputy director Wang Kai came over and, right in front of Mr. Pai, insisted there was an issue with the wiring and demanded another test. He nearly ruined everything. Zhang Cheng glared at him, trying to stop him from talking, but it was too late. Chunrong's face darkened immediately. "Zhang, are you out of your mind? You leave the finances to outsiders instead of family? And that Wang Kai, can't you see he's just sabotaging my brother? He's jealous that Changming became deputy director and feels threatened. Letting outsiders mess with your factory, are you stupid? Fire him." Though Chunrong didn't physically act out, her imposing demeanor completely overwhelmed Zhang Cheng. He sighed in resignation. "Wang Kai has been with me since the beginning. If I fire him, what will others think of me? What will they think of you? What do you think they think of you now?" Chunrong sneered coldly. Zhang Cheng knew this wasn't the first time something like this had happened, and he had his own way of handling it. He decided to let Wang Kai take a few days off and wait until the storm blew over. Later, he'd smooth things out with some kind words. To diffuse the tension, he suggested taking Chunrong and Changming out for dinner, finally managing to placate them. With the extra bonus he received today, Fu Junlin ran home excitedly. He climbed up the tall ladder to their small, hive-like home. The door was open, and the aroma of food wafted out clearly. His mom was already back. "Mom, I'm home," Fu Junlin shouted energetically. Stepping into the small house, his mother, Yao Jinying, was warming up some food on a tiny gas stove. In this era when genetic drugs could grant eternal youth, Yao Jinying, in her early 40s, looked weathered and worn, with fine lines etched around her eyes. It seemed as if the hardships of raising 2 sons alone had been carved into her face. Especially in this district populated by subspecies, maintaining her current state of spirit was already no small feat. At a small round table, a round-faced, handsome boy sat cross-legged, doing his homework. This was Fu Junlin's younger brother, Fu Junting. The 13-year-old bore a strong resemblance to Fu Junlin, sharing about 70% of his features, but with an added touch of youthful mischief. "You're home early today?" Yao Jinying turned around and asked, her tone laced with curiosity. A new technical director joined the factory and improved the product. "So production was halted for the day," Fu Junlin replied, then lunged at Fu Junting, ruffling his hair vigorously. Fu Junting retaliated immediately, biting his brother in return, and the two broke into a playful scuffle. Yao Jinying placed a large plate of reheated leftovers on the table. These were remnants she had brought back from her job at a restaurant. Getting relatively clean leftovers was no easy task, but this job allowed her to ensure her sons were well fed while also saving up a little for Fu Junlin's college tuition. The brothers had grown up eating like this and were long accustomed to it. At the dining table, Fu Junlin pulled out 86 yuan in small bills and coins from his pocket. Yao Jinying's eyes lit up as she wiped her hands clean of grease and eagerly took the money. She then pulled out 40 some yuan from her own pocket and began stacking and counting the bills with excitement. "I always said education is important. My son makes in a part-time job what I earn in 2 days. Humph, just wait till I rub this in those old hags' faces tomorrow," she muttered proudly while counting. Fu Junting hesitated, his young face filled with conflict. He was about to bring up the topic of high school but was subtly nudged by Fu Junlin. Having been through it himself, Fu Junlin knew exactly what his brother wanted to ask, what kind of high school he should choose with the semester coming to an end. But with their current financial situation, Fu Junlin understood it wasn't the right time to bring it up. Fu Junting got the hint, pursed his lips, and silently focused on eating. Yao Jinying, beaming, affectionately touched Fu Junlin's face and gave him a thumbs up. Then, she pulled out a small iron box tucked beneath the bedding by the wall. Carefully, she placed the money inside and hid the box again. Through the gap in the box, Fu Junlin caught a glimpse of the contents, a thick stack of bills, but with very few large denomination notes. He estimated the total to be no more than 4 or 5,000 yuan. This amount wouldn't even cover the first semester's tuition at the lowest tier high school, let alone the regular expenses for energy crystals. Watching his mother's strained smile and thinking about his brother's upcoming high school entrance exams, Fu Junlin felt a deep pang in his heart. At night, their mother was sleeping inside, while Fu Junlin and Fu Junting continued studying under the dim red light seeping through the door crack. Fu Junting was engrossed in reading, while Fu Junlin, with paper and pen in hand, was intensely focused on sketching a schematic diagram of a battle flag crystal block. Suddenly, Fu Junlin's thigh muscle convulsed violently, as if it had been sharply tugged and released, causing him to gasp in pain. Hearing the noise, Fu Junting looked up suspiciously. What happened? Did a snake bite you? Get lost. Are you wishing for my death? Fu Junlin snapped back irritably. Fu Junting rolled his eyes and muttered as he returned to his book. In his mind, Fu Junlin demanded of Dahei, "What are you doing?" "I'm helping you train your muscles." Dahei replied matter-of-factly. "Your body is too weak. It'll be a hassle for me to use it later." "What do you mean, use it?" "This is my body. You're lucky I let you stay and even think about taking control." Fu Junlin retorted angrily. "Come on. Otherwise, it's like I'm in prison here. You're treating me like a caged beauty. I need some freedom to move." "Shut your nonsense. Forget it." Fu Junlin snapped. Unfazed, Dahei responded, "It's fine. While I can't fully control you, I can still give your muscles regular workouts. You'll be begging for my help sooner or later. Just wait." With that, he abruptly contracted Fu Junlin's chest muscles, causing him to clench his fists in pain. For the next hour or so, Dahei rigorously trained Fu Junlin's entire body, muscle by muscle: chest, lats, delts, abs, quads, glutes, calves, and then biceps and triceps, cycling every 3 minutes with increasing intensity. "Are you done yet? I need to sleep." Fu Junlin finally snapped, his whole body sore and aching. "You sleep your way, and I'll train my way. We're splitting the territory evenly," Dahei replied nonchalantly. "Territory, my ass. If you keep misusing idioms, they'll fight you." Fu Junlin growled. Eventually, exhaustion overcame him, and he fell asleep amidst the relentless muscle spasms. Before going to bed, Fu Junting noticed his brother's strange, sleeping posture and murmured worriedly, "He's not going to die, is he?" Then he closed the small window at the bottom of the door and went asleep. The next morning, Fu Junlin was unexpectedly the last to wake up and found himself completely immobilized. His muscles felt as though they had been shredded and pulverized, making even the act of lifting a finger excruciatingly difficult. "Good grief. Am I paralyzed?" he exclaimed. "Paralyzed? Where would I go if you were?" Dahei responded lazily. "Muscles grow through destruction and rebuilding. Look at the masterpiece I've made, absolute destruction, like burning the bridge behind us. Now, you just need to consume more protein to maximize my efforts." Fu Junlin's eyes welled up with tears. "Your so-called masterpiece. Damn you and your efforts." Fu Junlin didn't have time to curse Dahei. The paralysis that engulfed his entire body was driving him to the brink of madness, his muscles seemingly completely out of his control. Clenching his teeth, he mustered all his strength to try and move his right hand. It took him a full 6 or 7 minutes, with beads of sweat dripping down his forehead and rolling along his cheeks, before he finally managed to touch the battle flag pouch at his waist. This advanced storage tech was as practical as wallets from centuries ago. Not only could it store various items, but it could even record, break down, and reassemble human beings through genetic sequencing, enabling them to be transported to external fields via teleportation arrays. Each profession's storage space had its own unique characteristics. For a mech pilot, the mech belt extension space could only store mechs, while for a battle flag master, the battle flag pouch extension could only store battle flags and battle flag-related crystal blocks. Only the original storage space could hold general items. Fu Junlin's fingers finally found a battle flag crystal block. As a white light enveloped his body, a refreshing, soothing sensation coursed through him, repairing his damaged muscle tissues. About 10 minutes later, he felt completely restored. "You've been tormenting me all night?" he asked Dahei irritably. "Yeah. Are you even human?" "Nope." Fu Junlin was speechless. Although Dahei wasn't human, the excruciating pain of repeatedly having his meridians severed was almost unbearable. "Ugh, I'm exhausted. I need some sleep," Dahei said weakly. "Oh, so you actually know what exhaustion feels like." Fu Junlin wanted nothing more than to drag it up and give it a good scolding, but he was powerless to do so. Although it was a rest day, he decided to head to the factory for some overtime and to check on the outcome of Wang Kai and Zhang Cheng's negotiations. If things didn't work out, he'd need to start scouting for the next factory in advance. Descending the ladder, Fu Junlin clearly felt a significant boost in his strength. The change wasn't subtle, it was a tangible enhancement. Passing by the gym area, he decided to test himself on a rust-covered pull-up bar. One pull-up after another, he kept going until he reached 117, stopping only when his muscles were too sore to continue. He stood there in shock. His best record yesterday had been 79. An overnight improvement of nearly 40 pull-ups was nothing short of astonishing. To put it into perspective, Reaching 100 pull-ups was the benchmark for a level 1 master sword and enchantment specialist, while 120 pull-ups indicated the level of a level 1 master martial artist. For subspecies like him, physical enhancement was especially crucial, as they didn't have the energy shields that superior species possessed for protection. With this in mind, Junlin exhaled deeply, and a trace of gratitude toward Dehay's torment began to emerge in his heart. Perhaps that painful night had been worth it after all. By the time he arrived at the Battle Flag factory, it was already bustling with activity. All the production lines had been running at full capacity and had been operating non-stop since late last night. In order to launch the product to the market before the high school entrance exam, Zhang Cheng even skipped dinner and decided to work through the night. He called all the full-time workers, asking them to return to the factory immediately and start production. However, the temporary worker, Fu Junlin, naturally didn't receive the notice. Wang Kai, the supervisor of the C6 line, didn't show up either due to a disagreement with Zhang Cheng, and both were holding grudges against each other. Despite these setbacks, over 6,000 upgraded Zhanqi energy crystals were successfully produced overnight. Zhang Cheng calculated in his mind that once this batch of products hit the market, recovering just 1/6 of the payment would be enough to initiate the next round of production. He and Chen Changming stood in the loading area, watching the Zhanqi energy crystals being loaded onto trucks, as though they could see money flying before their eyes. At that moment, a group of people wearing gray trench coats with shield emblems strode over. Leading them was a man with slicked back hair and gold-rimmed glasses. Although his appearance was refined, every step he took exuded an undeniable authority. Zhang Cheng's heart sank. Officials from the Quality Supervision Bureau had arrived. Zhang Cheng? The man in the trench coat asked coldly. Yes. Section Chief Song. What brings you here personally? Zhang Cheng responded nervously, recognizing the official even though the latter didn't know him. Are these the sample Zhanqi crystals you submitted for overnight testing yesterday? The man handed over a stack of documents. Yes. Zhang Cheng stammered as he took the documents and looked down to examine them. The quality inspection failed. All products from this batch number are prohibited from entering the market. The photos on the inspection report were alarming. The testing platform was scorched black. The Zhanqi energy crystals were twisted and deformed, with only a broken fragment remaining. Humph. You should be thankful our testing platform is sturdy. We won't pursue a fine this time, the man remarked pointedly, glancing at the crystals being loaded onto the trucks before turning and walking away. Zhang Cheng's hands trembled, and his vision darkened. If this entire batch was defective, it wasn't just about losing money, it would mean total financial ruin. He had poured all his savings into purchasing the expansion modules, along with the labor and raw material costs. Let me see. Chen Changming snatched the report and examined it closely. Zhang Cheng was too shaken to react. He rushed to the loading area, grabbed 2 crystals, and ran to the testing machine. Workers and supervisors nearby noticed and quickly gathered around. The first test, 3 rings of white healing light waves dispersed perfectly, with power output and effects exceeding expectations. The second test, the light waves remained normal, but ominous electric arcs flickered across the crystal. The third test, a deafening explosion. Everyone instinctively stepped back as the testing machine's mechanical arm was twisted and mangled. Thick smoke billowed, and the Zhanqi energy crystal continued spitting flames until its energy was completely depleted. With a thud, Zhang Cheng collapsed to the ground. It's over. Everything's ruined. As a small business that had just escaped the brink of survival, Zhang Cheng's Zhanqi factory had absolutely no ability to withstand risks. He suddenly grabbed his phone, his trembling fingers quickly dialing Pai Yan's number. A robotic female voice responded. The number you dialed is not in service. Zhang Cheng felt as if he had been struck by lightning, instantly realizing he had become just another victim in a long line of deceived individuals. Brother-in-law, how could this happen? Did you make a mistake? Chen Changming rushed over in a panic after seeing the crystal block explode. Zhang Cheng's eyes were bloodshot, rage boiling within him, and he wished he could tear the man in front of him to pieces. But he held back, knowing it would do no good. The urgent priority was to find a way out of this desperate situation. Otherwise, only ruin awaited him. Zhang Cheng slowly sank to his knees, ignoring the murmurs of the workers around him. Suddenly, a familiar voice rose from the crowd. Boss Zhang. Upon seeing Zhang Cheng's miserable state, the voice softened and called him by another name. Brother Cheng? Looking up, Zhang Cheng saw that it was Wang Kai, and he could no longer hold back. Tears streamed down his face as he grabbed Wang Kai's shoulders. Wang Kai, I deserve this. I should have listened to you. I brought this on myself, he cried, then started to pound his head with his fists in a frenzy. Wang Kai grabbed his wrists with all his might, enduring a few stray punches in the chaos. Gesturing to the surrounding workers, a few of them immediately stepped forward to help, working together to escort Zhang Cheng into the general manager's office. Soon, the office was packed with production line supervisors, all exchanging uneasy glances, unsure of what to do. Under Wang Kai and the others' efforts to console him, Zhang Cheng gradually calmed down, though his eyes remained hollow. Wang Kai, what on earth happened? I still don't understand. Wang Kai hesitated, letting out a heavy sigh instead of responding. The supervisors around them pressed him for answers. Kai, what's going on? Yeah, at this point, what's there to hide? Exactly. We're all in this mess together. Overwhelmed by their questioning, Wang Kai finally snapped, shouting, "Stop asking. I don't know what's going on either. This is something one of the workers on our production line told me." A worker? At this revelation, everyone, including Zhang Cheng, widened their eyes in disbelief, their gazes filled with confusion. I should have stood my ground and firmly stopped you all, Wang Kai said regretfully, raising his hand and slapping himself hard. Zhang Cheng slowly stood up from his chair, disbelief written all over his face. Are you saying he just glanced at the blueprint and immediately identified a problem? The surrounding workers also looked shocked. As seasoned professionals, none of them had spotted any issues during the review, and previous tests had all been successful. Yes, Wang Kai sighed heavily. He pointed out that the stability value for the feedback line in the stabilizing expander was insufficient. This concerns the offset during the energy weakening of the first expander. I thought the calculations were fine. I double-checked them 10 times. But this value needs precision to the 17th decimal place, far beyond my computational ability. Yet, he simply looked at the blueprint and mentally calculated where the problem was. Can I meet this person? Zhang Cheng asked, his eyes brimming with tears, almost pleading. He couldn't blame Wang Kai for not bringing the person to him earlier, as he himself had been blinded by overconfidence in their success at the time. Even if they had met, he likely wouldn't have made a wise decision. Wang Kai took out his phone and dialed Fu Junlin's number. Just then, Fu Junlin entered the workshop, his phone ringing amidst the crowd. Wang Kai and Zhang Cheng quickly stepped out of the office. Puzzled by the early morning gathering, Fu Junlin heard Wang Kai call out, "Junlin, come here." Seeing Zhang Cheng's tear-streaked face, Fu Junlin's heart sank, sensing something was seriously wrong. Under everyone's gaze, Fu Junlin was led into the office. Zhang Cheng wiped his face and tried to calm himself before speaking. Fu Junlin, I remember you. It's me, Uncle Kai, this. Fu Junlin glanced at Wang Kai, hesitating to continue. The crystal blocks were processed overnight, and the goods have already been shipped. Wang Kai hadn't finished when Fu Junlin's expression revealed he understood. He lowered his gaze and fell silent. Seeing Fu Junlin's reaction, Zhang Cheng felt even more anguish. It was clear that Fu Junlin had anticipated this outcome, and Zhang Cheng had missed his chance to turn things around. Junlin, I know this is incredibly difficult, maybe even impossible, but is there any way you can salvage the situation? On behalf of the entire factory, I'm willing to kneel before you, Zhang Cheng said, beginning to kneel, but fortunately, the others and Fu Junlin quickly stopped him. Zhang Cheng was utterly desperate, and Fu Junlin had become his last hope. Perhaps this young man, who could spot issues at a glance, might truly find a solution, no matter how slim the chances seemed. Mr. Zhang, isn't this putting Junlin in a tough spot? Someone in the crowd spoke up as a few people helped the visibly distressed Zhang Cheng to his feet. The entire batch is already finished, and the expansion units have been installed. To dismantle it, we'd have to take apart the crystal blocks, which is simply impossible, an employee explained. The crystal blocks are supplied by an upstream manufacturer, and their production methods are a trade secret. It's like a car manufacturer buying engines. You can build the car, but asking you to disassemble and reassemble the engine? That's pure fantasy. This isn't something a few people can handle in a short time. Fang Junlin listened to the explanation but didn't immediately refuse. Instead, a strange glint flashed in his eye. She genuinely needed this opportunity, as he was desperately short of money. Dahe, Fang Junlin called out in his mind. What's with disturbing my peaceful nap? Dahe lazily responded. Cut it out. I need to borrow your biological vision field. Is that okay? Fang Junlin recalled Dahe's previously demonstrated ability. As a life form with numerous unlocked genes, Dahe could, with just a touch, see through Shi Hongyu's internal infection and even probe the internal circuitry of the crystal blocks. Ha ha ha. Dahe suddenly perked up. I never thought there'd be a day when you'd come begging. After a round of negotiation, the two reached an agreement. Junlin would grant Dahe 40 minutes of control over his body each day, with the specific timing decided by Junlin. Dahe secretly felt triumphant, thinking that since there was a first time, there would surely be more opportunities in the future. At this moment, Wang Kai patted Zhang Cheng on the shoulder. Zhang Cheng buried his face in his hands, trembling with anguish. Wang Kai gave Fang Junlin a look, signaling that he could leave. We'll give it a shot. Fang Junlin unexpectedly raised his hand, flashing a smile at Wang Kai. Given the situation, why not? Really? Zhang Cheng's head shot up, tears streaming down his cheeks. I can't guarantee success, but I can try. At this point, it's worth a shot. Junlin reiterated. Anyone with a keen ear could tell that this young man was paving a way out for himself, subtly hinting to everyone that if he were to fail and cause damage to the crystal block, they shouldn't blame him. Wang Kai knew Fu Junlin's personality very well. Although he saw through his little scheme, he couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. At least he was willing to try, which meant there was still a glimmer of hope. I understand. Don't worry, I absolutely won't blame you, Zhang Cheng exclaimed, tears streaming down his face as he vigorously wiped them away with his sleeve, leaving his face red from the effort. All right, I need an old-fashioned 10-arm semi-automatic precision assembly console and 10-parameter locking devices, Fu Junlin declared with determination. Old-fashioned, Wang Kai frowned. Our factory doesn't have a 10-arm semi-automatic console, but we do have a new 6-arm fully automatic one with an AI panel. Isn't that better? Fu Junlin shook his head and explained, Uncle Kai, think of it this way. A calculator might be faster than the human brain, but it can only calculate up to 15 decimal places. With pen and paper, you could fill an entire page with calculations because the human brain is more intricate. Wang Kai understood what Fu Junlin meant, but he couldn't help but feel a bit awkward filling an entire page of calculations. That was something only someone like Fu Junlin could manage. After all, he himself had spent half the night trying and still couldn't figure it out. Hearing this, Zhang Cheng felt a renewed sense of hope. Though the young man spoke calmly, every word carried an air of confidence. In less than 50 minutes, Zhang Cheng personally made 2 trips and managed to bring back an old-fashioned 10-arm semi-automatic console. This type of equipment required the operator to simultaneously control 10 mechanical arms, demanding a clear mind, nimble fingers, and significant skill. Due to insufficient power in the office, they had to connect the machine to the production line's power source. Soon, half the factory had gathered around to watch. Zhang Cheng directed Wang Kai and others to help Fu Junlin assemble the machine while trying to maintain order and push the crowd back. Fu Junlin stretched his body briefly, then began assembling the parameter locking devices with a serious expression. These devices were crucial, allowing the semi-automatic equipment to nearly achieve full automation by recording all the movements of the mechanical arms. Junlin, do you think you can pull this off? Wang Kai asked quietly, glancing at Zhang Cheng, who was busy dispersing the crowd nearby, and let out a sigh. At this moment, Zhang Cheng and several other supervisors gathered around, bombarding him with questions. Junlin, are you ready to start? Junlin, do you know how to use this thing? I'll try my best. Fu Junlin smiled faintly, took a deep breath, and placed both hands on the 10 precision control joysticks of the console. An arc of energy enveloped the central area of the console, where a second-stage crystal block already sparking and on the verge of exploding was placed. Fu Junlin had deliberately chosen a damaged crystal block because its exposed faulty circuits made it easier to identify the critical points. 10 slender mechanical arms began to move simultaneously, and the onlookers' eyes widened in astonishment. Fu Junlin controlled the mechanical arms with the grace of a butterfly weaving through flowers. His fingers danced, and each arm performed its assigned task flawlessly. In just 6 seconds, 6 of the arms had precisely secured the disassembled crystal block and orderly decomposed it completely. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the scene before them. Fu Junlin's mastery of this skill was no accident. As the representative for his high school lab classes in the final 2 years, he spent countless hours in the laboratory, working closely with the 10-armed semi-automated mechanical arm. No one in the entire grade was more adept at operating this state-of-the-art equipment, and no one treated the lab as their second home the way he did. While his classmates were out socializing, exercising, or gaining combat experience through missions, Fu Junlin remained immersed in the world of precision instruments. As a result, during his first field mission in his freshman year, he froze in shock at the bloodshed of the battlefield. At this moment, he was fully focused on controlling the 10 mechanical arms, carefully disassembling the crystal block. The next step was to separate the energy plate layers. These intricate components resembled chocolate wafers. The energy plates were like the wafer layers, and the energy gel in between was akin to the creamy filling. When he opened the energy plate, the dense web of circuits and nodes within was dazzling. Even with the highest magnification of a lens, these intricate structures were barely visible, let alone manageable using mechanical arms. Fu Junlin took a deep breath, preparing to proceed. The hundreds of people on site felt utterly silent, the atmosphere as still as a winter's crypt. Zhang Cheng raised his hands to signal for quiet, though his own trembled with nervousness. It's your turn, Fu Junlin said internally to Dahe. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, a mysterious energy surged from within him to his brain. A peculiar current flowed through his palms to the mechanical arms, connected to the crystal block, and then returned to his mind. In his consciousness, a vast and intricate schematic of circuits unfolded clearly, as though he had transformed into a microorganism floating within a microscopic city of towering skyscrapers and massive cables. Fu Junlin's eyes lit up. Was this the ability unlocked by the genetic lock? Was this the extraordinary perspective granted by biological vision? He began to envision the possibilities. Dahe had mentioned the potential to break through the genetic lock and gain such extraordinary powers. Suppressing his excitement, Junlin refocused on the repair task. His objective was to remove 6 lines connected to the output expander to reduce output power, thereby lowering the return power below the stability threshold of the explosive circuit. These lines were as interwoven as strands of dragon beard candy. To complete the task without damaging other circuits, he needed to first dismantle the upper layers, remove the target lines, and then restore the remaining components. Over the course of 20 minutes, Junlin pushed the mechanical arms precision tools needles, tweezers, blades, and welding devichesto their limits. He was so absorbed in his work that beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, quickly soaking a small patch of the floor. At last, when the crystal block was reassembled and placed back on the operating table intact, Junlin lowered his sore hands and let out an exhausted sigh. Junlin, did it work? Zhang Cheng's voice trembled with anxiety. Junlin smiled and skillfully retrieved a crystal block from within, handing it to Wang Kai. Then, he walked over to the vehicle and grabbed 3 damaged Jiangxi crystal blocks, placing one on the control panel. One success isn't enough. We're saving an entire batch. Let's check if the recorded parameters are usable first, Junlin said, flashing Zhang Cheng a confident smile as his fingers swiftly operated the parameter locking device. With the switch flipped, 10 mechanical arms began to operate automatically, executing the disassembly and reassembly process with precision. Since the machines eliminated any hesitation inherent in manual operation, the entire process took only 9 minutes to complete. Half an hour later, all 3 Jiangxi crystal blocks were fully repaired. Wang Kai eagerly moved the blocks to another control station for testing. Once energy was injected, waves of pure healing light burst forth. Drawn closer by curiosity, Junlin felt the soreness in his arm instantly ease as the light passed over him, and after a few more waves, his arm was completely restored. Wang Kai tested each block one by one. The first, flawless. The second, normal. The third, successful. When the 4th crystal block also tested as functional, the factory erupted in celebration. A thunderous cheer broke out as workers hugged their colleagues in excitement, their faces filled with the joy of survival. The heavens have mercy, Zhang Cheng exclaimed, tears streaming down his face as he repeated the phrase over and over, his knuckles white from clenching his fists so tightly. Wang Kai gave Zhang Cheng a comforting embrace, allowing him to release his pent-up emotions. Junlin let out a deep breath. When he noticed Wang Kai's admiring gaze, he seemed a bit uneasy. Scratching his head shyly, he quietly slipped into the office. The workers' cheers followed him, with Zhang Cheng and the others trailing closely behind. Inside the office, Zhang Cheng grabbed Junlin's hand with excitement. Junlin, you're my savior. Whatever you want, just say the word. Factory shares, money, whatever you ask. I'll do my best to make it happen. Junlin glanced at Wang Kai and noticed his slightly awkward expression, already forming a plan in his mind. He understood clearly that even though he had contributed greatly, he couldn't make excessive demands. After all, businessmen prioritize profit, and greed often backfires. Mr. Zhang, I don't need shares, but there are 2 things I do need, Junlin said, raising 2 fingers. Zhang Cheng's expression remained unchanged as he waved his hand decisively. Junlin, rest assured, I'm not someone who forgets a debt of gratitude. Whatever you ask, as long as it's within my power, I'll make it happen. Mr. Zhang, I'd like a bonus, 8,000 yuan. Junlin cautiously extended his fingers, making a gesture for 8. Zhang Cheng and Wang Kai both let out a long sigh of relief, their tense nerves finally relaxing. The amount wasn't large considering Junlin's part-time income here. He earned just over 1,000 yuan a month. After deducting living expenses, it barely helped support his household. 8,000 yuan in the battle crystal market, after deducting the deposit, could only buy 10 pieces. But Junlin had saved the factory's entire production. I'll give you double 16,000. It's what you deserve, so don't feel any burden, Zhang Cheng said solemnly. Although the number still seemed a bit stingy to him, he understood why Junlin hadn't asked for more. Giving too much might put undue pressure on the young man, which would be counterproductive. Seeing Zhang's firm attitude, Junlin didn't refuse further and added, also, I'd like a key to a laboratory. After work, I hope to use one of the labs. That's all? Zhang Cheng asked incredulously. Wang Kai, standing nearby, couldn't help but smile wryly. That's all, Junlin replied calmly. He understood the wisdom of, those who climb the altar are always wary of making great claims. Expressing modest and harmless requests could ease the other party's guard. Demanding too much based on merit could lead to trouble. Zhang Cheng chuckled bitterly, his smile tinged with both guilt and self-mockery. He knew all too well what the 8,000 yuan meant. It was precisely the admission fee for a mid-tier high school. If his own son's grades weren't so poor, he could easily afford to pay 20,000 for a top school. And Junlin? Didn't he have a younger brother about to enter high school? As for the laboratory request, it revealed the young man's dedication to knowledge. Without this determination, today's crisis could never have been resolved. You silly boy. Zhang Cheng sighed. Our factory has 4 storage warehouses that have been sitting empty for years. From now on, Warehouse A1 is your laboratory. The back door leads directly to the rear street, so you won't need to go through the factory. I'll equip it with basic research equipment. If you need anything extra, give me a list. You pay for it, and I'll purchase it under the factory's name. It'll save you quite a bit. As long as I'm here, as long as this battle flag factory exists, that lab is yours. No one else is allowed to use it. With that, he pulled a key from the ring on his belt and placed it solemnly in Fu Junlin's hand. Fu Junlin accepted the key and carefully tucked it away, saying sincerely, "Thank you, Mr. Zhang." To Wang Kai and the others, this gratitude might have sounded understated. After all, the reward seemed insignificant to them. But to Fu Junlin, being able to address his family's urgent needs was already an immense favor. Having access to a private laboratory was something Fu Junlin could have never dreamed of. A surge of uncontrollable excitement bubbled within him, though he maintained a humble smile on his face. "All right, I'll leave the rest of the grunt work to you guys. I'm taking the pride of our production line out for a fancy meal." As soon as Fu Junlin finished speaking, Wang Kai stepped forward, draping an arm around his shoulder. Sensing that Fu Junlin was eager to leave the scene, Wang Kai seized the moment to escort him out. "I'm coming too." Zhang Cheng quickly wiped the tears from his face and stood up. "Oh no, you're not." Wang Kai pressed his hand downward in a commanding gesture, speaking in a tone of authority. "You're being punished to stay and get to work. And make sure to tidy up Junlin's lab while you're at it." His words sparked a round of laughter from the crowd. Someone joked, "Punishing the boss to work? This might be a first." Zhang Cheng could only point at Wang Kai in exasperation before reluctantly nodding. "All right, fine. I'll do as you say. Let's get to work." The workers cheered enthusiastically, rushing out of the room and heading to the production line to start repairing the crystal blocks according to Fu Junlin's specifications. As the crowd dispersed, only Zhang Cheng and the other 2 remained in the room. Zhang Cheng retrieved 16,000 yuan in cash from the safe and solemnly handed it to Fu Junlin, patting him on the shoulder. "May your energy be boundless. And may you stay immune to infection," Fu Junlin replied, bowing deeply as he accepted the money. In this era, immune to infection had become the most common blessing. Whether it was the deadly secondary energy infections, this virus and virus in water sources, the parasitic huagu, or the X6 pathogen, infections were everywhere. While not all of them were as lethal as secondary energy infections, they were enough to make life unbearable. In high-risk areas like the subhuman district, most people contracted 1 or 2 viruses by the time they reached their 30s or 40s. Zhang Cheng also handed a few hundred yuan to Wang Kai, instructing him to make sure Fu Junlin had a good meal. As the 2 left, Chen Rong barged in aggressively with Chen Changming in tow. "Zhang Cheng, have you lost your mind?" Chen Rong stormed in, pointing a finger at Zhang Cheng and yelling angrily. The muscles on Zhang Cheng's face twitched 3 times as he glared back with a fierce expression. "What are you glaring at me for? You think you can rebel? Changming has done so much for you, and you dare to glare at him? Are you looking to die?" Furious that Zhang Cheng dared to look at her that way, Chen Rong raised her hand to strike him. But Zhang Cheng acted first, delivering a slap that sent Chen Rong staggering backward, her eyeball nearly knocked out of place, leaving only the whites visible. Chen Changming quickly caught her and shouted at Zhang Cheng. "Zhang Cheng, are you out of your mind? You ungrateful fool. Your idiot brother got tricked by Pai Yan. The rush orders we worked on overnight were all faulty and ready to blow up. I almost lost everything because of it. Pai Yan and his people ran off ages ago. If I hadn't met someone who helped me recover the losses, you'd all be out begging on the streets by now. And you still dare to give me attitude? Get out. If you don't like it, divorce me." Zhang Cheng roared furiously, kicking Chen Rong once more. He didn't hate Chen Changming but loathed the woman who had spoiled him into being reckless and uncontrollable. The surrounding workers quickly stepped in to separate the 2 fighting men. Chen Rong was initially stunned by the unexpected blow, and then further shocked by Zhang Cheng's harsh words. Although she usually spoiled her younger brother and didn't treat Zhang Cheng well, she wasn't an unreasonable person. If what Zhang Cheng said was true, then she indeed was in the wrong. She abruptly turned to look at Chen Changming, only to see her brother stammering, unable to provide an explanation. In that instant, she realized the truth: she had been deceived. Chen Changming had only involved her to play the victim, so he could keep his position as deputy factory director. She hadn't expected Zhang Cheng to retaliate so decisively, potentially causing her heavy losses. Her anger quickly shifted targets. Without saying a word, Chen Rong rolled up her sleeves and started beating Chen Changming. His anguished cries echoed throughout the workshop. That afternoon, Fu Junlin enjoyed his lunch with unusual satisfaction, not because the food was particularly delicious, but because he felt an overwhelming sense of excitement. After lunch, He returned to the factory and worked diligently for the rest of the day. It wasn't until the batch of crystal blocks passed inspection that he finally felt relieved. Around 6 p.m., Fu Junlin hurried home, eager to return. When he arrived, Yao Jinying and Fu Junting were already there, and the familiar aroma of home-cooked food filled the air. Yao Jinying was sitting on a small stool by the stove, focused on cooking, her mood visibly cheerful. "Brother, come see the food Mom brought back," Fu Junting exclaimed excitedly, his tone like that of a child, craning his neck to peek into the pot. Curious, Fu Junlin leaned over, and his eyes lit up. A whole piece of pork rib was simmering in the pot, covered in rich sauce and emitting a mouth-watering fragrance. Yao Jinying waved her spatula triumphantly. "Huh. If it weren't for your mom acting fast, those guests had just left, and it was my turn to clean up. You wouldn't believe it, but that old Sao Luli thing tried to snatch the meat. I grabbed it before she could." She looked at her two sons with a smug grin. But Fu Junlin noticed the faint scratch marks near his mother's eyes, and his heart clenched. He knew that for her sons to have this meat, his mother had endured far more than she let on. Soon, the dishes were served. Yao Jinying even saved part of the meat broth separately to use as seasoning for the coming days. Fu Junting made sure to pick a few pieces of meat for their mother first before adding a piece to his own bowl. As he looked at the meat in his bowl, his eyes sparkled with joy. However, as the meal was nearing its end, Fu Junting's expression became hesitant. After a long pause, he finally spoke timidly. "Mom, I need 400 yuan. It's because exams are coming up, and without energy crystals, it'll be a disadvantage. I was hoping to bring a few with me." After Fu Junting finished speaking, the room fell into a brief silence. He quickly added, 200 would work too. I've made some money selling CDs, so I can buy 2 pieces. If you give me another 200, 1 piece would be enough." He forced an awkward smile, fully aware that 3 energy crystals were nothing compared to the dozen or more his classmates were preparing. But he also understood his family's financial situation, wouldn't even bring it up unless absolutely necessary. Yao Jinying slowly put down her chopsticks and blinked. "Oh, okay. This isn't something we can skimp on. 400 it is. The more crystals, the better the chances." She took a deep breath, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear as she walked toward the hidden compartment in the wall. "You don't have to get top grades, but you must stay safe, understand?" At that moment, a large hand rested gently on Yao Jinying's. "Mom." Fu Junlin looked at her with a warm smile, patting her hand lightly to reassure her. He returned to his seat and placed a stack of 100 yuan bills and another thick roll of cash on the table. Fu Junting's jaw dropped in an O shape, and his eyes widened like saucers. Yao Jinying, on the other hand, collapsed onto the floor, her trembling finger pointing at the money. "Fu Junlin, what is this?" Seeing his mother's reaction, Fu Junlin immediately knew she had misunderstood. Sure enough, Yao Jinying, breathing heavily, her eyes flashing with fear and anger, exclaimed, "I'm warning you. You're in college now, capable and independent. But if you've done anything illegal, I won't forgive you. I didn't raise you and send you to school for that." Fu Junlin didn't argue right away. Instead, he smiled at her through teary eyes. In this impoverished neighborhood, where even having enough to eat was a challenge, people with any skill often resorted to crime, even glorifying it as robbing the rich to help the poor. Yet his mother had always held on to her principles of kindness, a nearly impossible feat. "What are you smiling at?" Yao Jinying scolded harshly. "Mom, do you really think your son is the type to lose his way just because he's gained some ability?" "I'm your son," Fu Junlin replied with a grin. Fu Junting leaned in close to study his brother's face, then nodded seriously. "You do look like that kind of person." Fu Junlin immediately shoved him away with a slap. Yao Jinying calmed down, realizing she might have overreacted. Fu Junlin then explained everything in detail, including the situation at the lab and how it all unfolded. Yao Jinying was stunned. Her son had saved an entire factory in just 3 days of vacation. "My brother. Amazing." Fu Junting threw his arms wide and let out a high-pitched scream. His voice echoed through the cramped room, drawing a chorus of complaints and pounding on the walls from the neighbors. Smack! Yao Jinying delivered a firm slap to the back of Fu Junting's head, nearly sending him face-first into his bowl. "Keep your voice down, for crying out loud," she hissed angrily in a low voice. "All right," Yao Jinying responded while quickly reaching out to grab the money on the table, clutching it tightly in her palm. Even with the cash firmly in her grasp, she seemed dazed, her fingers subconsciously tightening around it. "Mom, can I touch it? I've never seen so much money before," Fu Junting pleaded with a hopeful smile, swallowing hard. "Get lost." Yao Jinying shot her son a glare and swiftly placed the money into a small metal box, hugging it tightly as if trying to absorb it into her body. Such an attachment to money could only be fully understood by someone who had experienced true poverty. "Brother, you saved the factory. Why didn't you ask for more?" Fu Junting gestured with his little finger. Even just a tiny bit more would have been good. Don't talk nonsense. Yao Jinying sternly scolded him. Your brother did the right thing. Remember this. Greed for money leads to danger, and greed for power leads to ruin. Neither is a good thing. Understand? Fu Junting immediately straightened up, nodding obediently. Got it. Mom, Fu Junlin interjected with another important suggestion. Once the lab is tidied up, how about we all move there? It's so spacious. That's great. Fu Junting nearly jumped up in excitement. Great? What's so great about it? Yao Jinying shot her younger son another glare and shook her head repeatedly. No way. That's your brother's workspace for his experiments. He needs to focus on his work. I'm fine living here, and you should stop bothering your brother. What's so good about here? Fu Junting ignored his mother's expression and spoke anxiously. You're always complaining about noisy neighbors, and every time you come home, you have to climb that tall ladder. It's terrifying to watch. Last time, you burned your hand, got scratched by a splinter, and almost fell. Understanding his mother's hesitation, Fu Junlin continued, Mom, the lab is really big. We can partition it into 2 bedrooms, and it even has a private bathroom. The chopsticks in Yao Jinying's hand froze midair. The word bathroom was incredibly tempting to her, more alluring than jewelry or fancy clothes. It had been ages since she'd had a proper bath. Normally, she just bribed the chef at the restaurant after work to let her use the kitchen, wiping herself down with a damp towel. Wouldn't that disrupt your experiments? Yao Jinying hesitated. I'm not doing experiments all the time, and you're not someone who causes a fuss. How could it possibly disrupt anything? Fu Junlin chuckled helplessly. All right then, we'll move. Yao Jinying finally smiled. Fu Junting's grin was even brighter than his mother's, and Fu Junlin couldn't help but join in. The 3 of them burst into laughter together. Hey, don't just sit there laughing. What about the 40-minute experience you promised me? Dahei protested in Fu Junlin's mind. Fu Junlin set down his chopsticks and stood up. Mom, I'm going out to exercise for a bit. Remember, no intense exercise right after eating. Yao Jinying reminded him. Got it. Fu Junlin replied as he deftly climbed down the ladder. How do you want to play? Standing in the empty square, Fu Junlin stuffed his hands into his pockets and looked around helplessly. It was mealtime, and the fitness area was completely deserted. The thought of handing over control of his body to someone else made Fu Junlin uneasy, as if he were about to be forced into something. Why do you care? Once I take over your body, I'll do whatever I want. Dahei said smugly. All right, but not for another half an hour. Fu Junlin sighed and found a bench to sit on. Huh. Why? Is it because your mom told you not to exercise? Ha ha ha. Dahei teased mercilessly. Unexpectedly, Fu Junlin nodded seriously. Yes. For the next half an hour, Fu Junlin waited patiently, occasionally getting up to walk a few steps. Once he felt he had digested his meal enough, he said to Dahei, All right, go ahead. The words felt strange even to him, as if he were complicit in his own coercion. Got it. In an instant, Fu Junlin felt his body no longer obeying his commands. His movements became rigid and awkward. Hey, don't resist so much. Relax. You're making this no fun for me. Dahei complained. Hearing this, Fu Junlin grew even more uneasy but tried his best to relax. Gradually, he became an observer, watching his own body as if it were on autopilot. Though he wasn't in control, his body felt more energetic than ever. Dahei began running wildly across the square, leaping and flipping occasionally. Passers-by shot him strange looks, and a few people who had planned to rest in the square quickly left after witnessing the scene. Please tell me you don't have some kind of mental illness, Fu Junlin said helplessly. I'm warming up. Dahei retorted indignantly. Do you think this is easy for me? I'm using your body and even helping you exercise. Can't you do it yourself? With that, he started throwing exaggerated punches into the air. That's called being self-reliant, thank you. I'm a battle banner operator. I only need to train for short sprints. When monsters show up, I just have to outrun my teammates. Wow, what an inspiration you are. Dahei sneered and immediately dropped to the ground, launching into a series of push-ups, wide arm, close grip, diamond, explosive, one arm each style 100 reps. At first, Fu Junlin could still chat and keep track of the time, but he soon realized that Dahei had been going at it for over 10 minutes, completing at least 700 or 800 push-ups. When tired, Dahei switched to planks, then resumed push-ups once recovered. Although Fu Junlin didn't feel fatigue or pain while Dahei was in control, he knew he could reclaim control of his body at any moment, as Dahei's possession came with a fatigue limit. Once Dahei's fatigue reached its threshold, it could no longer control its impulses. Normally, unless authorized, it could only manipulate a few muscles at most, and once exhausted, it had to rest. Only 40 minutes today. Exercising other parts is pointless. We focus on one area each day, Dahei said irritably. By the way, Fu Junlin pondered for a moment. How exactly can the gene lock be unlocked? Ever since experiencing the biological field of vision, this question has been on my mind. I'm helping you unlock it right now. Dahe snapped angrily. Through working out? Fu Junlin was momentarily confused. What do you think? Dahe replied, its tone filled with exasperation. This answer left Fu Junlin perplexed. Among subspecies humans, fitness was the most basic and essential discipline because it was their only option. Yet, he had never heard of anyone unlocking the gene lock like Dahe claimed. Sensing Fu Junlin's confusion, Dahe explained in detail, this isn't ordinary exercise. The gene lock is called a lock because it imposes multiple restrictions on living organisms. Breaking these restrictions unlocks the gene lock, allowing you to delve into deeper genetic mysteries. The most basic gene lock resides in muscle cells. While regular exercise also damages muscle cells and promotes their reconstruction, the intensity is far from sufficient. What we need is not simple damage but total destruction. The muscles must undergo repeated annihilation and reconstruction. Only through this cycle can you break through the first layer of the gene lock and gain extraordinary muscle strength. As for how to break the second layer, you'll understand when the time comes. 40 minutes flew by. Fu Junlin lost count of how many sets or types of push-ups he had completed. All he knew was that the moment Dahe returned control of his body, he collapsed to the ground, his arms completely numb, his chest and triceps were swollen, and the searing pain felt like his muscles were ablaze, causing his entire body to tremble. This time, he didn't complain about Dahe's harsh methods. If breaking through required being broken, then he would accept the pain. Dahe, I have a request, Fu Junlin said, struggling to kneel upright, his forehead pressed to the ground. Before you give me back control next time, can you help me take out a battle flag first? At this moment, he was so weak that even a child with a lollipop could knock him down. Got it. I'm too tired, going to sleep now. Dahe's exhausted voice gradually faded. If only I had telekinesis to retrieve objects from a distance, Fu Junlin muttered to himself. Even staying still made his arms feel like they were on fire, and any slight movement brought unimaginable pain. But he had no choice. Clenching his teeth, Fu Junlin endured the agony, his hands trembling as he reached for the battle flag. In the dim dusk, the deserted square echoed with his stifled cries of pain. On the morning of the second day of the holiday, Fu Junlin once again endured the excruciating pain of every muscle in his body feeling as though it had been shattered. This was, once again, Dahe's doing. However, this time, Fu Junlin was prepared. He had gone to sleep clutching the battle flag. Upon waking, he immediately activated the flag, allowing himself to recover from the paralyzed state. By the afternoon, the laboratory had been completely transformed. By the time Yao Jinying returned from work, Fu Junlin had already neatly moved all of his mother and younger brother's belongings into the lab. This laboratory came as part of the factory lease and was previously used as storage by Zhang Cheng. However, the original interior remained intact. Though the 3 bedrooms weren't large, they were more than enough for one person each. Additionally, the space included a shared storage room, a spacious walk-in closet, and a large bathroom complete with a bathtub. Most importantly, the water and electricity were directly connected to the factory's system. While Zhang Cheng's factory wasn't massive, it was highly profitable, making the added utility costs negligible. For Fu Junlin's family, this arrangement saved them from paying for rent and utilities, which was a significant relief. For Zhang Cheng, it was a win-win situation. The crystal block that Fu Junlin repaired retained its expander, maximizing its functionality and nearly doubling its value, more than enough to recoup the investment. Furthermore, since Chen Changming had been fired after causing trouble, Wang Kai had smoothly taken over as deputy director. Zhang Cheng's restless wife had also become much more restrained, bringing some balance to their marriage. That evening, Yao Jinying indulged in a rare, comfortable bath. The factory used sub-zero level contaminated water, which was of the same grade as their daily drinking water. In the city, purified water was the most precious, followed by zero-level contaminated water, then sub-zero level contaminated water. Beyond that were first-level contaminated water and sub-first level contaminated water. By the time it reached sub-first level, the water was murky and teeming with visible parasites under a microscope. Fu Junlin had once been forced to drink first-level contaminated water. Fortunately, those days were short-lived, and thanks to Yao Jinying's meticulous care, her 2 sons had never suffered from severe infections. After the family finished washing up, the 3 of them began to carefully explore the laboratory. Zhang Cheng had kept his word, equipping the space with all the essential tools and even bringing in 2 unused machines from the factory. He firmly believed that Fu Junlin's research would eventually benefit the factory. Junting, look at this, Fu Junlin said mysteriously, pulling a crystal block from behind a shelf. A battle flag crystal block? Fu Junting exclaimed, grabbing the crystal block with delight and examining it closely. This is what they asked me to study. I've already charged it. You can borrow it for your exams, but remember to return it when you're done, Fu Junlin said, gently ruffling his younger brother's hair with a smile. Really? Fu Junting exclaimed with delight. The news that middle school exams would allow the use of battle flag crystals and magic crystals had him unusually excited. After all, in this world, economic strength was an important aspect of power, which explained why poverty often equated to weakness. Yao Jinying watched her son's joyful reaction. Though she was happy for him, she couldn't help but worry about him misusing the resources provided by the factory. Sensing his mother's concern, Fu Junlin gave her a reassuring look. Brother, Mom, my exam is in 10 days. Can you come? Fu Junting asked excitedly. Of course, I'll definitely be there. I want to see my son in all his glory. Yao Jinying replied, playfully ruffling Fu Junting's hair. If I don't have a mission, I'll definitely be there too, Fu Junlin added with a smile. On the third day of the holiday, Fu Junlin endured grueling training sessions with Dahe. By the fourth morning, as the holiday ended, students of Feiyun Vine Academy began returning to school. Fu Junlin arrived at the classroom early. Over the past 3 days, he and Dahe had developed a consistent training rhythm. Whenever Dahe had the energy, it would stimulate his muscles. The process was excruciatingly painful, but Fu Junlin gritted his teeth and persevered. When he couldn't take it anymore, he would use a battle flag crystal to recover before continuing. Nearly half of each day was spent with his muscles enduring Dahe's relentless stimulation. Junlin, a girl with baby face features and curtain bangs Ling Xiaobing rushed to Fu Junlin's desk. Her delicate face lit up with admiration, her sparkling eyes revealing her unhidden fondness. The dashing figure Fu Junlin had cut during the hunting ground battle 3 days ago had left a lasting impression on the girls in the class, many of whom had been tempted to visit his home in the past few days. Faced with Ling Xiaobing's enthusiasm, Fu Junlin offered a polite yet slightly awkward smile. This baby-faced girl had always been a fan of his looks, but because no one wanted to associate with a coward, she had gradually drifted away. Things were different now. Fu Junlin had shown his strength, and some even speculated he might be a hidden expert. Of course, most believed it was just a lucky burst of potential, as the minotaur he faced might not have been as strong as it appeared. Junlin, I made these sponge cakes for you to have at lunch, Ling Xiaobing said happily, handing him a beautifully wrapped box. Fu Junlin initially wanted to decline but felt it might be inappropriate to refuse someone's kindness on the first day back. Just as he was about to take the box, Dahe unexpectedly controlled his hand, preventing him from closing his fingers. What was meant to be an accepting gesture turned into a polite refusal. Oh, I couldn't possibly accept. Your thoughtfulness means a lot, but you should keep it for yourself, Fu Junlin said, adjusting his response. However, before Ling Xiaobing's crestfallen expression could fully form, Dahe abruptly took control again, snatching the lunchbox from her hands. Ling Xiaobing's face lit up with surprise and joy. Junlin, which secondary specialization are you planning to choose? Ling Xiaobing asked. Mecha engineer, Fu Junlin replied cautiously, carefully tucking the lunchbox away. I knew it, Ling Xiaobing exclaimed, bouncing on the spot with excitement. I'm going to study mecha engineering too. Aren't you a mage? Fu Junlin asked, puzzled. Yes, but I want to create magical mechas. As more students arrived in the classroom, Fu Junlin gestured for Ling Xiaobing to return to her seat. Within 5 minutes, all 56 students in the class had arrived. At that moment, Shi Hongyu strode into the classroom. Dressed in tight black athletic leggings that accentuated her long legs, she exuded a commanding presence. Judging by her attire, it seemed there was a combat mission today. Have you all decided on your secondary specializations? Shi Hongyu asked from the podium. Yes, the class responded in unison. Good. At 8:20, head to the specialization registration window to sign up. Afterward, collect your specialization belts and books, then gather at the backfield. Our class has a combat mission today taking down a death loop hunting ground. If we succeed, we'll earn a significant bonus. The equipment list for the Mecha Engineer program included only a mech belt and a stack of advanced professional textbooks. These books were far beyond the foundational knowledge Fu Junlin had encountered during high school. Back then, in order to improve team coordination, he had already delved into the basics of other professions. But now, these texts had become increasingly complex, with more specialized and segmented content. After collecting the books, Fu Junlin headed to the backfield. On the open space ahead, nearly 1,000 students had already gathered. Most of them were freshmen in the second semester of their first year, with a few others rushing to join. For teleportation arrays stood prominently on the field, capable of transporting people to corresponding nodes within the enclosed zones. The enclosed zones were mysterious and unpredictable worlds. Their size and terrain varied greatly. They could be vast and boundless or narrow and confined. However, one thing was certain. All enclosed zones were bordered by towering walls. Since their discovery, humanity had never encountered a truly infinite enclosed zone. Enclosed zones were divided into 2 types, dead cycle and living cycle. In living cycle zones, monsters that were defeated would mysteriously respawn the next day, a phenomenon that remained an unsolved mystery. When monsters appeared, all observation methods would fail, and after a brief moment of darkness, the creatures would suddenly manifest. In contrast, dead cycle zones offered humanity a glimmer of hope. Monsters in these zones would not respawn once they were eliminated. For years, humanity had been striving to locate and clear dead cycle zones. These cleared areas served various purposes depending on their size. Small zones could house teleportation arrays, medium zones could be turned into outposts, large zones could develop into supply stations, and the largest could even be transformed into cities. At this moment, Shi Hongyu stood before one of the teleportation arrays as the students from Class 3 gradually gathered. Students from other classes cast sympathetic glances their way. This was the well-known cannon fodder treatment. Whenever a new type of enclosed zone was discovered, it was always the subclass students who were sent in first to explore. While they received some monetary compensation, their primary role was to pave the way for those who came later. However, Fu Junlin and his classmates had long grown accustomed to this treatment. It was an unchangeable reality of society. I need 2 mecha warriors, one for melee combat and one for precision strikes, a sword and blade enchanter, preferably dual-wielding, and 2 banner masters. The mission is challenging. Assess your abilities carefully. Raise your hand if you're in. Shi Hongyu stood at the front of the classroom, hands clasped behind her back, her sharp gaze sweeping across the room. The classroom fell into silence. For seconds passed before someone hesitantly raised their hand. While this mission promised higher rewards, the risks were equally steep. The new hunting grounds had generally low transmission levels, especially in the deadly circular grounds, where transmission levels often fell below 50. This number was a matter of life and death. The higher the transmission level, the better the restoration after death. At most, you'd return with some injuries. But if the level dropped below 30, all that would return was a cold, lifeless body. Attempting transmission while critically injured was even more dangerous, often resulting in death. Full recovery within the grounds was necessary for safe transmission, and even then, injuries would typically worsen upon return, requiring immediate medical attention. 7 students raised their hands, all of them among the top 10 in the class. However, Fu Junlin kept his head down, staring at his desk, pretending to be invisible. Shi Hongyu selected a few students but realized she still needed one more banner master. Her gaze landed on Fu Junlin, and she sighed inwardly. Though the banner master she'd already chosen was a level 1 master, Fu Junlin was undeniably the strongest banner master in the class. It would be a shame for him to sit this one out. Apart from the newly promoted level 2 novice sword enchanter, the others were all level 1 masters. As Shi Hongyu debated, Fu Junlin suddenly shot both hands into the air, only to lower them just as quickly. He glanced at Shi Hongyu awkwardly, hoping she hadn't noticed. He didn't want to take the risk. He'd rather stay home, focus on his research, and care for his mother and younger brother. But the black beast inside him was itching for action, eager to take on the mission. What followed was a comical scene. Fu Junlin's hands repeatedly shot up and dropped down, as though he were silently battling himself. Finally, when he managed to restrain his arms, he couldn't stop himself from jumping in place, each leap propelling him over a meter into the air. Junlin, come here. Shi Hongyu snapped, glaring at him. What are you doing, miming a trampoline act for us? Fu Junlin had no response. Resigned, he shuffled to the front. Inside him, the triumphant black beast roared with laughter, reveling in its victory. At this moment, the 6-member team of subspecies Class 3 had fully assembled. In addition to Shi Hongyu, the team included a level 2 master boxer, 2 level 1 master mech pilots, a level 2 junior sword and blade enchanter, and 2 level 1 master battle banner bearers. The team size was just right because energy allocation in the target arena was often limited. Having too many members could pose a critical risk of insufficient energy supply at crucial moments. Shi Hongyu retrieved 20 energy crystals from her backpack and distributed 4 to each member. When she handed the crystals to Fu Junlin, her gaze lingered on his face for a moment, carrying a subtle meaning. The other team members looked visibly surprised as they received the crystals. This batch was worth 8,000 credits, and Shi Hongyu's generosity was astonishing. On both sides of the teleportation array, a crowd had already gathered. A teacher stepped forward, inserted a red energy crystal into the detector, and activated the teleportation array. The giant screen overhead lit up, displaying footage transmitted by drones. The area surrounding the receiving teleportation array was clear and safe, with no anomalies detected. Standing before the teleportation array, the teacher began reading the data aloud. Transmission status: 90 complete, safety confirmed, microbial index normal, energy level stable, terrain unchanged. After verifying all parameters, he nodded at Shi Hongyu. Another teacher handed Shi Hongyu a silver briefcase. This contained the monitoring equipment used to validate the dead arena. Shi Hongyu stepped onto the teleportation array first, turning to face the crowd. Modern technology had fully mastered this basic form of interdimensional teleportation. It simply required reorganizing human molecules and atoms in a matrix structure, a process far simpler than cross-dimensional or time-space travel. This method of teleportation had been proven to be 100% safe, with no accidents reported to date. While more advanced matrix-wide teleportation technology had already been developed, its use remained limited to major cities. The teachers and students present clenched their fists and saluted in unison, shouting, "May your energy be infinite." Shi Hongyu and her team placed their hands over their hearts in return, their voices resounding, "Infinite energy." As the echoes of the blessing lingered, the teleportation array flared with light, and the 6 members vanished into the glow, reappearing in the arena displayed on the large screen. Although it wasn't his first time entering the enclosure, Junlin couldn't help but feel a wave of tension every time he stepped into this lawless zone. This was the domain of mutated creatures, a battlefield where life and death intertwined. The small enclosure ahead served as a newly established teleportation point, equipped with only 2 teleportation arrays. Most of the surrounding area remained unexplored. What stood out the most were the glowing, translucent doors embedded in the walls on all 4 sides. These doors exhibited a peculiar preference for humans. They allowed only humans to pass through, creating an impenetrable barrier for monsters. This mysterious selectivity was one of many unsolved enigmas surrounding the enclosure. To this day, its origin and true nature remained a riddle no one had fully unraveled. "Prepare for battle," Shi Hongyu called out, loosening her neck and shoulders as she issued the command. Junlin and another banner master swiftly pulled out 4 battle flags from their backs. These flags couldn't be stored in ordinary belts. They required a continuous energy supply and needed to remain visible for the captain to monitor their status at all times. When Junlin donned his waist armor, the 4 flags billowed behind him, giving him a commanding presence, almost like that of a general. However, as the rest of the team shifted into their combat forms, the imposing aura of the banner master seemed somewhat overshadowed. Shi Hongyu, a martial artist, gave her wrist a sharp flick, activating the device in her hand. With a crisp sequence of mechanical sounds, a sleek, compact red gauntlet instantly encased her right fist and forearm. The matte texture of the gauntlet's surface hinted at its robust construction, while the glowing blue energy core radiated a menacing power. As the low-frequency hum of the gauntlet gradually subsided, it exuded an aura of restrained but formidable strength. The 2 Mecha Masters also summoned their respective mechs. The Mecha Master discipline encompassed a wide range of styles, from turret-based combat to close-quarters melee and precision strikes, each further divided into countless subcategories, forming a highly intricate system. Xiao Zishu was an exceptional figure among them. With her cascading black hair and icy demeanor, this stunning beauty not only possessed extraordinary looks but consistently ranked at the top of her class with stellar grades. Despite the attention of numerous male elites in the advanced class, she remained indifferent to romance. Rumors suggested she despised genetically enhanced individuals, which fueled resentment among some arrogant elite males who occasionally made disparaging remarks. In response, Xiao Zishu's attitude towards them became even frostier. As a precision strike mecha master, Xiao Zishu specialized in sniper rifles, heavy artillery, armor-piercing rounds, and implosive ammunition, boasting unparalleled offensive capabilities. At this moment, she retrieved her signature heavy sniper rifle from her belt, a massive black weapon adorned with intricate silver engravings. The gun's length, nearly matching her height of about 1.7 meters, was nothing short of awe-inspiring. When she noticed Junlin glancing at her, her sharp eyes shot him a warning glare. Junlin quickly averted his gaze, well aware that this was one of the rare, gentle gestures from Miss Qiao. After all, she usually wouldn't even spare a man a glance. Interestingly, as Junlin turned away, Xiao Zishu allowed her gaze to linger on him for a moment longer. As a sniper, she clearly remembered the remarkable skills Junlin had displayed that day, and she couldn't help but feel a flicker of curiosity about this unusual man. The second mecha operator, Duo Sinyu, stood in the center of the arena. He was slightly chubby and short, with an honest and cheerful smile on his face. In his hands, he held a device resembling a game controller, while a massive mechanical army surrounded him. A heavily armed robot, twice his size, moved with surprising agility despite its somewhat rough exterior, its body bristling with various weapons. Flanking him were mechanical beasts shaped like giant scorpions, along with a mechanical dog and over a dozen robots, each designed for different functions. These robots were color-coded based on their abilities. Blue ones could deliver electric shocks, red ones could deploy bombs, and even self-detonate when necessary. Duo Sinyu removed several chips from the controller and attached them to his arm and temple. With a slight movement of his fingers, all the robots began to operate simultaneously. This was the hallmark of the chaotic combat style, multitasking, controlling multiple mechas simultaneously through sheer mental focus. The third participant was the sword enchanter Chen Kaiyu, the same one who had previously teamed up with Junlin to fight the Minotaur. Known for his irritable temperament and arrogant demeanor, Chen Kaiyu was undoubtedly talented. By the latter half of his senior year, He had already advanced to a level 1 master and reached the early stages of level 2. His achievements were credited not only to his innate talent, but also to his relentless dedication. He carried a massive sword as wide as a door, its blade faintly glowing with a reddish hue. As a sword enchanter, his abilities extended beyond wielding blade. She could infuse weapons with energy-converted elements, enabling both physical and elemental attacks. His versatility allowed him to switch weapons as needed, excelling in both heavy assaults and swift strikes, making him a formidable expert in close-quarters combat. Unlike elemental warriors, brawlers were pure physical destroyers. They specialized in harnessing energy-induced vibrations to break through armor. No one dared to take a full-force punch from a brawler heathen. After checking everyone's condition, Shi Hongyu was the first to step through the light gate. Fu Junlin and another slightly chubby battle standard bearer, Chun Zhangfeng, followed closely behind. As soon as they entered the new arena, Fu Junlin was met with the sound of dozens of roars echoing simultaneously. The space, roughly the size of a soccer field, was filled with over 30 monsters. The most striking among them were more than 20 massive gray lizards, each about 2 meters in length. Their claws and fangs had evolved to extreme sharpness, with talons as pointed as knives, seemingly built solely for slaughter. Since the emergence of the arenas, it appeared that all living creatures, including humans, had been evolving toward a more lethal nature. Fortunately, judging by the color of the lizards' unnervingly piercing eyes, they were identified as level 2 blue blood beasts. Notable behind them were 3 massive wolves with mangy, patchy fur. Each measured nearly 4 meters in length, their blood-red eyes glinting with a menacing glow in the shadows. These enormous beasts were charging toward the group, their deafening roars mingling with a nauseating, metallic stench in the air. Transmission strength at 68. Shi Hongyu swiftly pulled a small device from her waist and pressed a button midair, causing a display to flash the corresponding number. As she stowed the device away, she called out to her team. The most important thing in any field is understanding the rules, especially the transmission strength. This determines what combat tactics we can use and what level of injury will trigger a teleportation. Kuyu and Xianyu handle the small creatures. The 3 elite ones are mine. Zishu. Back me up. Before she even finished speaking, Shi Hongyu had already propelled herself forward with a swift leap. Her powerful punch struck a leaping lizard squarely, shattering its seemingly indestructible stone-like skin on impact. A flash of blue energy rippled through the creature before it exploded into fragments with a thunderous boom. This was Fu Junlin's second time witnessing a monster explode right before his eyes. Unlike the self-destructing spiders he'd encountered before, this was a creature obliterated purely by raw force. For someone with his still limited experience, the sight was nothing short of astonishing. Shi Hongyu's attacks were relentless, flowing like an unstoppable tide. With a graceful spin, her long leg arced through the air, sending a lizard flying several meters away. In the next instant, she darted through the swarm of lizards like a streak of lightning, alternately striking and dodging with seamless precision. Just then, a thunderous shout erupted from behind. A blazing greatsword of fire descended from above, its blade scorching the air with a searing sizzle. It cleaved through a lizard in an instant, splitting it in two and spraying blue blood in all directions. On the other side of the battlefield, a mechanical dog with a maw full of whirring saw blades was locked in a fierce struggle with another lizard. Though the lizard's fangs were shattered, it was soon pummeled by a colossal robot's successive punches, its head driven deep into the ground. Amid the chaos of the battlefield, a small blue four-wheeled robot was doggedly pursuing the lizards. It was knocked over on its first attempt, but quickly righted itself and resumed its determined chase, seeking the perfect moment to unleash arcs of purple lightning. Although the small blue robot moved sluggishly, its strike landed with precision. The electric current instantly hit the lizard, paralyzing half of its body and causing it to convulse violently on the ground. The mechanical scorpion seized this fleeting opportunity and, with lightning speed, drove its mechanical tail into the lizard's unguarded temple. The spinning tail blades whirred furiously, churning the lizard's brain matter into mush like a blender. "Speed is yours, power is mine," Fu Junlin shouted to Qin Zhengfeng, who was evidently unfamiliar with the battlefield. He pulled out a red battle flag from his back and drove it forcefully into the ground. As energy surged into it, a burst of red light erupted, quickly spreading across the battlefield. Chun Zhengfeng followed suit, planting his own battle flag into the ground, releasing a gray glow that expanded outward. The two enhancement effects combined, instantly boosting the combat effectiveness of the mecha beasts and Chen Qiyu. The reason the battle flags had to be planted into the ground was simple. Energy released directly would dissipate in a spherical shape, covering only a small area. By using the ground as a baseline, the energy could spread parallelly, maximizing its coverage. At the same time, Shi Hongyu had already confronted 3 giant wolves heathen. She resembled a beast even fiercer than the wolves themselves. With a sharp cry, she met the lunging wolf claws with a heavy punch. Upon impact, the energy erupting from her armored fist pulverized the wolf's claws into fragments. A piercing wolf howl echoed as the other two wolves, initially poised to pounce, abruptly halted, leaving Shi Hongyu's follow-up strike to hit nothing but air. These highly intelligent elite monsters quickly shifted tactics, abandoning a frontal assault in favor of a triangular formation to encircle her. Shi Hongyu saw through their intentions. Feigning to pursue the injured wolf, she remained acutely aware of the other two's movements. This second-layer pull tactic was an effective strategy against elite monsters. Sure enough, when the wolf on the left attempted to ambush her left shoulder, Shi Hongyu executed a graceful backspin. Her right leg carved a perfect arc through the air, shattering the wolf's nasal bone with precision. At that moment, a bullet crackling with purple lightning streaked through the air, leaving a brief trail of light as it pierced the shoulder of the wolf attacking from the right. Purple electric arcs surged through the wolf's left leg muscles, instantly paralyzing half of its body. Shi Hongyu capitalized on the opportunity, delivering a devastating punch that shattered the incapacitated wolf's skull. In just a brief moment, 3 level 2 elite monsters were swiftly taken down by Shi Hongyu's attacks, 1 dead and 2 severely injured. Coward! Hurry up! I want to fight too! Dehei roared furiously from within Fu Junlin. You can just fart and chase it around for fun, Fu Junlin replied with a calm tone, completely unfazed. Arg! Arg! Dehei screamed in frustration, nearly losing his mind. On the battlefield, Shi Hongyu efficiently finished off the remaining lizard-like monsters, leaving the area eerily quiet. The ground was littered with the corpses of the creatures, while several damaged mechanical beasts emitted plumes of smoke. Duo Sinew immediately stepped forward to begin repairing his mechanical companions. One distinctive feature of the Banner Master profession was that their buffing skills, such as speed and strength boosts, could enhance mechanical beasts, but their healing skills were ineffective. This was because the Banner Master's abilities amplified kinetic energy, which both machines and humans possessed. However, healing skills targeted cellular repair, a trait mechanical beasts currently lacked. The advantages of being a Banner Master were clear. With strong teammates, they could safely stay in the rear and provide support, potentially escaping unscathed. Even with weaker teammates, they could always choose to retreat to the city if necessary. Upon inspecting the loot, they discovered that these blue blood monsters did not contain energy cores. Only readied elite monsters and higher-level creatures could produce energy cores, and the higher the level, the more valuable the core. Monsters were categorized into 5 tiers based on their strength: blue blood monsters, elite monsters, mutated elite monsters, boss monsters, and mutated boss monsters. Each tier was further divided into 10 levels. Except for blue blood monsters, all other types could yield energy cores. Blue blood monsters were characterized by colorless eyes and blue blood. Elite monsters were identified by their red eyes and significantly higher intelligence. Mutated elite monsters not only exhibited even greater intelligence, but also had specialized abilities to counter specific professions. Boss monsters began to take on humanoid forms and wield weapons, while mutated boss monsters were exceedingly rare. As a general rule, the closer monsters were to human cities, the lower their levels. Conversely, in remote and uninhabited areas, monsters were stronger and rarer. Humanity had only begun expanding outward from their cities in the past century. The level 2 boss monster Fu Junlin had previously defeated was indeed exceptional for its rank, explaining why it had caused such a stir. Are you all ready? Shi Hongyu asked the group after storing the energy core of the giant wolf and taking a 6-minute break. Ready. After receiving confirmation from everyone, Shi Hongyu raised her hand and led the team toward the light gate of the next arena. After successfully conquering 6 encampments, the team only encountered a slight struggle at the third one due to the appearance of a mutated elite creature and 3 regular elite creatures. The rest were cleared smoothly under Shi Hongyu's guidance. By this point, they had already consumed 2 energy crystal blocks, and their energy reserves were running dangerously low. Upon inspection, Fu Junlin found that only 30 of his energy remained. The target encampment was now within sight. Shi Hongyu glanced at the transmission intensity detector, which displayed 42. She frowned deeply and put the device away. Everyone, stay on high alert, she said gravely. If this really is a death cycle encampment, the transmission intensity will drop below 30. If you're injured, call the banner healer immediately. She gave specific instructions to Fu Junlin and Zheng Feng, emphasizing, if you suffer severe injuries such as limb loss, ruptured blood vessels, or heavy bleeding, you are absolutely forbidden from attempting a retreat. Understood, the team replied in unison, their nerves tightening in response to Shi Hongyu's caution. If anything feels off, retreat immediately while you're still uninjured. Shi Hongyu stressed one last time before leading the group through the light gate. The moment they stepped through the gate, a suffocating pressure engulfed them. Shi Hongyu immediately checked the detector. Attention! Transmission intensity is at 27, she announced. As expected, it had dropped to a critical level, and everyone felt a wave of tension. At such low transmission intensity, any severely injured individual attempting to retreat would face a 98% chance of dying from blood loss unless treated promptly by a banner healer. What lay before them was a colossal and awe-inspiring encampment. It wasn't a flat plain but a vast sunken space spanning several square miles, large enough to accommodate a small trade city. The team stood at the edge of a massive pit approximately 6 meters deep. Inside the pit were enormous square stone blocks, each 6 meters on each side. Their surfaces were rough, some overgrown with moss. These blocks were arranged in rows or scattered in small clusters, forming a sprawling, labyrinth-like structure. The nearest block was 10 meters away from their position, a distance that even Chen Qiyu, despite his agility, couldn't clear without a running start except for Shi Hongyu. Gazing at the shadowy passages between the stone blocks, an unsettling sense of danger seemed to lurk in the darkness. Shi Hongyu retrieved a silver briefcase entrusted to her by another instructor. Opening it, several small drones automatically launched into the air, commencing their surveillance mission. Let's move. Shi Hongyu packed up her equipment and stretched her stiff neck and shoulders, the crisp sound of joints cracking echoing in the air. She was the first to leap into the 6-meter deep pit, with the others following close behind. For their enhanced physical abilities, such a height was hardly a challenge. Duo Xinyu was the last to act. Before jumping down, he directed the mechanical dog and robot to leap onto the massive boulder on the opposite side, positioning them as mobile sentry points. Then, he descended into the pit with 2 mechanical scorpions, joining Fu Junlin and the rest of the team. An unsettling tension filled the pit, as if every corner concealed an unknown threat. The team advanced in a single-file formation, with Shi Hongyu leading the way and Chen Qiyu, skilled in close combat, guarding the rear. Above them, faint sounds of loose stones falling could occasionally be heard, caused by the movements of the mechanical dog and robot. Suddenly, a faint, hiss-hiss noise broke the silence. Apart from their footsteps, it was the first unusual sound they had encountered. Shi Hongyu raised her hand, signaling the team to stop. Everyone halted immediately. The sound was incredibly subtle, resembling the rustling of insect wings, and seemed to be coming from the forked path behind them. Shi Hongyu gestured to Chen Qiyu, who nodded in understanding. He sheathed his greatsword and drew 2 short daggers that glimmered with an eerie blue glow. Moving with deliberate care, he approached one of the forks. Peeking cautiously around the corner, he exhaled in relief and signaled to Shi Hongyu that the danger was clear. It was just a dragonfly, about the size of a fist, rapidly beating its wings. Though it was a mutated creature, its small size posed little threat. The team began to relax, but just as they let their guard down, Chen Qiyu casually glanced toward the other fork and froze as if struck by lightning there. A dark silhouette was slowly coming into view. A massive dragonfly suddenly appeared in front of Chen Qiyu. Its blood-red compound eyes were twice the size of a human head, looming dangerously close. Hey! Chen Qiyu's loud shout startled his teammates, who were still recovering from his earlier false alarm. In his anger, Chen Qiyu swiftly brandished his dual daggers, aiming straight for the dragonfly's eyes. However, the giant insect had already taken the initiative. In the moment he turned, its 2 forelimbs moved like lightning, gripping his legs tightly. A powerful force yanked him upward, and Chen Qiyu was instantly lifted off the ground. Accompanied by the deafening buzz of its wings, the enormous dragonfly shot into the sky with Chen Qiyu in tow. Its blood-red compound eyes indicated that this was no ordinary creature. It was a mutated elite monster. Great sword! Shi Hongyu's urgent warning jolted Chen Qiyu into action. He realized he was now hanging upside down, and the daggers in his hands were useless in reaching his target. Without hesitation, he sheathed his daggers and drew his greatsword. With a fiery, blazing arc, he swung a powerful spinning slash aimed at the dragonfly's forelimbs. Yet, something strange occurred. The menacing flames, which should have been devastating, fizzled out the moment they neared the dragonfly's limbs, as if extinguished by a sudden dousing of cold water. As an enchantment swordsman, Chen Qiyu's combat strength relied on a combination of physical attacks and energy-converted elemental attacks. This energy, known as source energy, was entirely controlled by the wielder's mastery of it. Its strength depended on the user's proficiency and could be converted into elemental effects or used to amplify physical force. However, switching between elements required significant skill. Prolonged use of a single element often led to ingrained habits, and abruptly changing elements could drastically reduce effectiveness. In battle, such wasteful use of source energy was highly risky. Without the fire element's enhancement, the slash lost 70% of its power, leaving only a shallow white mark on the dragonfly's forelimb. Captain, my element isn't working, Chen Qiyu shouted in alarm. The giant dragonfly continued to ascend rapidly, heading toward a deadly zone filled with electromagnetic interference clouds and heavy metal pollution. The air itself was hazardous to breathe, and even skin contact could result in corrosive injuries. Zishu, Shi Hongyu's voice called out again, and Xiao Zishu was already prepared. A muffled gunshot rang out as a bullet, devoid of elemental energy but packed with a powerful shockwave, struck one of the dragonfly's forelimbs with pinpoint accuracy. A sharp cracking sound followed as the limb broke cleanly. Now dozens of meters in the air, Chun Qiu immediately swung his greatsword in a defensive arc around himself, ensuring the dragonfly couldn't grab hold of him again. In theory, very few creatures could withstand the corrosive effects of heavy metals, even among mutated monsters. Falling from midair, Chun Qiu shouted urgently, "Captain, a large number of monsters are approaching ahead." From his vantage point, he could clearly see dozens of creatures surging down the passage towards Shi Hongyu and the others. Before his words could even settle, the ground suddenly erupted as a thick tentacle burst through the soil, aiming directly at Xiao Zishu, who was targeting a dragonfly in the sky. In a split second, Fu Junlin dashed forward and tackled Xiao Zishu to the ground. The tentacle whizzed past their ears, narrowly missing them. Immediately after, a massive centipede emerged from the ground. Its enormous maw, lined with jagged, blade-like teeth, emitted a grating sound that sent shivers down the spine. Just as the centipede prepared for a second strike, a robot leapt down from above, landing squarely on its head. The robot's arms transformed instantly into drills, targeting the centipede's brain. Although the attack failed to deal significant damage, the robot was violently flung against a nearby boulder. Still, it managed to momentarily distract the monstrous creature. Around the corner, the ground began to quake. With a resounding clang, a 2-meter-tall giant mantis crashed into the stone wall, unable to make the sharp turn. Its body gleamed with an eerie black and crimson sheen, and each limb resembled a deadly scythe. Hot on its heels, a second, third, and fourth mantis collided in succession, their exoskeletons clashing with an unsettling crack that chilled the air. The mantises quickly recovered, some even scaling the walls as they pressed forward. Within the dense swarm, their razor-sharp, scythe-like limbs flashed and intertwined, making it nearly impossible to distinguish their heads from their limbs. "I'll hold them off. Go, climb up," Shi Hongyu shouted decisively. In the narrow passage, they had no advantage against the swarm of insects. Their only chance of survival was to retreat upwards. Chun Qiu immediately threw a rope down from a large boulder. Duo Sinew was the first to grab hold, but before he could climb, Chun Qiu gave the rope 3 forceful tugs, pulling him up the 6-meter-high rock in one swift motion. "Teacher," Fu Junlin called out, concern etched on his face as he glanced toward Shi Hongyu, who was confronting the mantis swarm. "Don't forget, your teacher is an elite." Shi Hongyu replied with a determined smirk. Twisting his neck, a second genetic particle on his forehead began to glow faintly red. In an instant, a translucent, eggshell-like shield expanded outward from his waist, enveloping his entire body. This was the unique ability of Elites the Shield. Although Shi Hongyu specialized in physical enhancement rather than shielding, there was no denying that a shield was inherently a level above mere physical augmentation. While it consumed more energy, the shield's advantage in combat against sub-elites of the same level was indisputable. Shi Hongyu swept her long leg in a powerful arc, snapping the scythe-like limbs of the mantis as if they were brittle bamboo sticks. Her shield effortlessly deflected the sharp attacks, and with each punch, she smashed an oncoming mantis into fragments. Meanwhile, the others had already climbed onto the massive boulder. Gritting his teeth, Fu Junlin planted a red battle flag into the ground before grabbing the rope and leaping to the higher ground. However, the top of the boulder was far from safe. Dozens of mutated insects, at least 40 or 50, were swarming toward them, crawling up the rock face in dense clusters. This was Fu Junlin's first encounter with a battlefield entirely dominated by mutated insects. It was not a good sign. Unlike the ferocious beasts they had faced before, insects often possess strange and unpredictable abilities. Take the giant dragonfly they had encountered earlier. For example, its element sealing ability rendered both enchanted blade users and mages powerless. Only martial artists and purely physical mecha warriors could handle such a foe. "Move with me." Shi Hongyu arrived just in time, her commanding shout snapping the team out of their scattered thoughts. She climbed onto the boulder, stepping over mantis corpses, and immediately organized a defensive formation. Staying in one spot was not an option. They would be surrounded in no time. Thus began a grueling battle. Shi Hongyu led the charge, cutting a path through the ordinary blue-blood creatures with ease. Du Sinew pulled grenade straps from his mecha belt and slung them over his shoulders, hurling ice grenades one after another. Each explosion unleashed a freezing mist, drastically slowing the mantises and even shattering their limbs into icy shards. Watching his expensive ice grenades deplete one by one, Du Sinew couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his eyes. Xiao Zishu had also put away his sniper rifle, switching to a massive cannon nearly a meter long. The weapon, capable of holding ammunition the size of a basketball, was cumbersome even with both hands gripping it. With a deafening roar, The air cannon unleashed a blast, creating a fan-shaped shockwave that sent the creatures ahead flying. The recoil was so intense that even Xiao Zishu himself struggled to maintain his balance. The firepower support from the two mecha warriors bought the team some precious breathing room. Shi Hongyu and Chen Qiyu fought back-to-back, cutting down enemies in a relentless onslaught. But as more and more insects swarmed in, Shi Hongyu scanned their surroundings, her heart sinking with dread. This won't work. Look for an opening to retreat. Fall back. Not far away, a giant dragonfly and an enormous wasp hovered midair, like two cold, detached observers silently watching the battlefield, as if waiting for the perfect moment to strike when their prey was utterly exhausted. Their cunning demeanor sent a shiver of unease through Shi Hongyu's heart. No matter what, even if they returned empty-handed today, she would not allow anyone to fall here. Upon hearing Shi Hongyu's warning, the group immediately intensified their offensive. Fu Junlin and Chen Zhengfeng simultaneously gripped their battle flags with both hands, driving the four banners heavily into the ground. With a resonant hum, four glowing rings erupted, instantly doubling everyone's combat strength. The flaming greatsword in Chen Qiyu's hands flared with tongues of fire more than half a meter long, forcing back a swarm of encroaching monsters. At that moment, the enormous wasp overhead, which had been gathering energy for some time, suddenly released a transparent orb of light. Though it appeared harmless, like a delicate bubble, every monster in sight recoiled in a frenzy. By the time the group realized the danger, the orb had already descended to their level. With a soft pop, the bubble burst. A devastating wave of energy rippled outward in a circular shockwave, obliterating everything in its path. Blue blood creatures and mechanized beasts alike were shredded to nothingness, like paper in a storm. The explosion's force drowned out all sound. Facing away from the light, Fu Junlin could only see Shi Hongyu turning back in terror, shouting something inaudible. Chen Zhengfeng, facing the explosion, reacted instantly, pressing his return button and vanishing on the spot, leaving behind the costly battle flags. By the time Fu Junlin realized the danger, it was too late. His hand barely brushed the return button before the immense force hurled him away. When the deafening explosion subsided, the battlefield fell into an eerie silence, broken only by a gut-wrenching scream. Chen Qiyu was trembling violently, emitting suppressed but uncontrollable cries of pain. Deep within the labyrinth's stone corridors, Shi Hongyu was dragging him and an injured Xiao Zishu into a deadened alcove. A trail of blood stretched behind them, vivid and horrifying. The tattered duo's sinew stood guard, scanning their surroundings while hurriedly wiping away traces that might reveal their position. Shi Hongyu covered Chen Qiyu's mouth with one hand, while lifting the shredded fabric on his leg with the other. The sight was horrifying. His leg was barely attached, held together by a thin layer of flesh, with blood gushing uncontrollably. Xiao Zishu's condition was equally dire. One arm was completely obliterated, his eyes unfocused, teetering on the edge of unconsciousness. "Teacher, you're hurt too," Duan Xinyu said shakily, pointing out the two gaping wounds on Shi Hongyu's back and lower waist, one of which still had a shard of metal embedded in it. "I'm fine. Get the battle flag crystals out," Shi Hongyu commanded calmly, pulling out her own crystal. Duan Xinyu quickly handed over two more. While the crystals could temporarily staunch bleeding, only a battle flag master could properly heal injuries as severe as Chen Qiyu's. "Where are the battle flag masters? Have you seen them?" Shi Hongyu asked, her fists clenched tightly. Duan Xinyu swallowed hard. Zhang Feng he returned to the city. And Junlin? Junlin was blasted away, but it looked like he was reaching for the return button. SSS. As Shi Hongyu gritted her teeth to endure the pain, an eerie and chilling sound of insects chirping echoed from the distance. She knew all too well that the danger was far from over. Although the earlier explosion had wiped out a large number of the blue blood creatures, it was merely a chain reaction triggered by the mutated elite monster. The true cunning hunters were only now revealing their fangs. Clang! Shi Hongyu swiftly pulled out the steel shard lodged in her waist, and used the glow from the battle flag crystal to stop the bleeding with precision. "Captain, what do we do now?" Duo Xinyu asked, his voice shaky as he stared at his nearly obliterated mechanical beasts. He was utterly at a loss, torn between an intense desire to initiate an emergency teleportation retreat and the grim reality before him. Chen Qiyu and Xiao Zishu were gravely injured, and teleporting now would be tantamount to a death sentence. Without the presence of a battle flag master, they wouldn't last until reinforcements arrived. "Keep trying to contact Junlin," Shi Hongyu said firmly while tending to the wounded. "If the situation becomes critical, prioritize your own safety and teleport out." Duo Xinyu nodded and immediately activated his radio, calling out, "Junlin, Junlin, do you copy? Please respond." But the radio returned only static silence. Just then, a rumbling vibration began to resonate from the ground. Shi Hongyu turned her head sharply, her senses heightened, and saw a massive boulder rolling toward the deadened alley where they were trapped. The area was surrounded by neatly stacked 6 cubic meter stone blocks. If the passage was sealed off, they would be crushed to death. It was a classic tactic employed by the mutated elite monsters. Though Shi Hongyu had the ability to climb out and escape, she would never abandon her 3 teammates. Without hesitation, she sprang into action, ignoring her injuries, and used her shoulder to brace against the advancing boulder. Duo Sinew, seeing her efforts, rushed to assist, adding his strength despite being far weaker. At this moment, every ounce of effort counted. Behind the boulder, a massive longhorned beetle-like creature was exerting its force to push it forward. Shi Hongyu's leg muscles bulged with strain, her feet carving deep grooves into the hardened ground. Although the boulder's advance slowed, it continued to inch closer. Suddenly, a burst of static crackled through Duo Sinew's radio, followed by a familiar, hushed voice. "Hello? Duo Sinew? It's Fu Junlin. I'm up here." The voice was tinged with panic, as if the speaker was evading some imminent threat. "Junlin! Junlin!" Duo Sinew shouted, his tone a mix of shock and elation, his pitch rising uncontrollably. "Hurry! We have critically injured teammates who need treatment, and there's a monster trying to crush us." The boulder was now less than 5 meters from the rear wall. Hearing Fu Junlin's voice, a spark of hope ignited in Shi Hongyu's eyes. A surge of energy erupted from deep within her, spreading through her limbs. With a thunderous roar, she summoned an incredible burst of raw power, managing to halt the massive boulder's relentless advance in its tracks. At that moment, all the strength was concentrated on Shi Hongyu. Her blood seemed to stagnate, leaving her too weak to even speak. She could only urge Duo Sinew with an urgent, pleading gaze. Duo Sinew immediately grabbed the radio and called out to Fu Junlin. "Junlin, hurry!" His voice trembled with anxiety. The situation was growing increasingly dire. Xiao Zishu was on the verge of unconsciousness, and Chen Qiyu's face was contorted in agony, his wounds threatening to rupture at any moment. Fu Junlin was now their only hope. Only he, from above, could pull them out and save them from being crushed to death. But the radio remained silent. "Junlin!" Duo Sinew shouted hoarsely, again and again. By the 10th call, there was still no response. Just then, the massive boulder began to shift again. Shi Hongyu's arms were trembling, her eyes bloodshot, but she could no longer hold back the advancing stone. "Fu Junlin, answer me. Have you run away again?" Tears suddenly streamed down Duo Sinew's face. As a rookie experiencing the life-and-death intensity of a 28 transmission field for the first time, he had never faced such a harrowing ordeal. A chilling thought crossed his mind. Fu Junlin had always been a coward. How could he suddenly transform in the heat of battle? He must have already fled back to safety the moment he sensed danger. The space was now compressed to less than 3 meters. Veins bulged on Shi Hongyu's neck as she pushed herself to the limit. "Duo Sinew, return to base." Shi Hongyu forced the words out through clenched teeth. "Teacher." Duo Sinew stared at her in shock, momentarily forgetting to address her as captain. "That's an order." Shi Hongyu barked sharply. Duo Sinew trembled all over as he reached hesitantly for the return button. But when his eyes fell on the desperate figures of Xiao Zishu and Chen Qiyu lying on the ground, he hesitated, torn with anguish. "Go." Shi Hongyu's command was cut short by the chilling sound of her arm snapping. The space had been compressed to less than 2 meters. The giant stone, no longer supported, began to move faster. Duo Sinew shut his eyes and was about to press the return button when a sudden, loud clang echoed through the air. The boulder stopped, leaving a gap of about 1.7 meters between it and the stone behind it. Shi Hongyu and Duo Sinew looked up simultaneously, only to see a hand gripping a massive sniper rifle, its body wedged tightly between the 2 boulders, the very rifle that had been blasted away earlier, belonging to Xiao Zishu. The person holding the rifle was none other than Fu Junlin. "I'm here," Fu Junlin shouted as he leaned out, then leaped down. In his hand, he held a dazzling, dark green battle flag. Thud! The dark green war banner pierced into the ground, unleashing a dazzling burst of light. The radiance reflected off the surrounding boulders, ricocheting within the confined space and amplifying the healing spell to its fullest potential. Wounds on the injured stopped bleeding and eased in pain, with minor injuries even beginning to heal. However, Chen Qiyu's injuries were unique, and the banner's energy couldn't fully mend them. Fu Junlin gritted his teeth and plunged his trembling hands into Chen Qiyu's wound. "Hold on," he growled, followed by Chen Qiyu's heart-wrenching scream. Blood quickly coated Fu Junlin's hands. Shi Hongyu and Duo Sinew were overjoyed when they saw Fu Junlin leap down this time. He hadn't chosen to flee but to stay and save them. Above them, Xiao Zishu's sniper rifle groaned ominously under the pressure of the boulders. Although the healing spell provided Shi Hongyu with temporary relief, it was clear they couldn't remain in this place for long. Fu Junlin swiftly reconnected Chen Qiyu's artery and cast a slow healing spell before wiping the sweat from his forehead with his bloodied hands. How much longer until he can return to the city? Shi Hongyu asked through gritted teeth as she painfully reattached her fractured arm. 2 minutes. Fu Junlin replied with difficulty. His main reason for jumping down was that retreating to the city was an option if all else failed, and Chun Qiu's injuries required immediate attention. What about carrying him out? Duo Xinyu asked urgently. If we can't return to the city, at least we can get him out of here. It's better than waiting to die. At least a minute. Fu Junlin said, glancing anxiously at the sniper rifle above, which had already begun to warp. At this point, each of them had an escape option. They could return to the city or climb up the rope. But if the rifle's body broke, Chun Qiu would be doomed. Xiao Zishu, clutching his injured shoulder, barely managed to stand. Using his body to brace against the boulders, he weakly reminded them, my rifle is made of Nyx steel. It's not very sturdy. The group exchanged a glance and simultaneously pushed against the rocks with all their might. Almost at the same moment, the rifle above emitted a sharp crack and snapped in half, falling to the side. As the pressure intensified, the gap between the boulders suddenly shrank by over half a meter, leaving only about a meter of space. Everyone was forced to plant their feet on the front boulders while bracing their backs against the ones above. At this moment, Chun Qiu gradually regained consciousness. Seeing the four of them struggling on the edge of life and death to save him, tears streamed down his face. Go back to the city. Leave me behind, he sobbed. However, the others were straining with all their strength, faces flushed red, unable to respond. Dahei, it's your turn. If you don't want to die, help me. Fu Junlin shouted in his mind. You really have a knack for surviving deadly situations. Only now do you think of me. Dahei snorted in response. Hurry. Fu Junlin could only plead urgently, unable to say more. At that moment, Shi Hongyu barely turned her head and gave Fu Junlin a meaningful look. She wanted Fu Junlin to return to the city first, then have the others leave one by one. At this point, the boulder had shrunk to just 80 centimeters, and no one could hold it for more than a minute. She planned to bear it alone until the end, leaving her fate to chance. But the moment she turned her head, the sight before her left her wide-eyed in shock. Fu Junlin's state had undergone a terrifying transformation. Veins bulged prominently on his neck, and his temples throbbed at an alarming rate, like miniature beating hearts. His bloodshot eyes carried an unsettling, ferocious intensity. Bang, 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 bang. A series of muffled sounds echoed. Even Chen Qiu, who was lying on the ground, raised his head in astonishment to look at Fu Junlin's legs. His pants had suddenly burst apart at the thighs, revealing muscles swelling at a speed visible to the naked eye. Veins as thick as a pinky finger coiled around his legs like green serpents, seemingly ready to burst at any moment. His thighs had expanded to twice their normal size, causing his pants to tear under the strain. Junlin, Junlin, Chun Qiu called out weakly, his voice filled with dread. Fu Junlin's current state was utterly horrifying, and he feared the man might explode on the spot. The shape of those legs no longer resembled anything human, grotesquely distorted beyond recognition. But Fu Junlin could no longer hear any voices. In his mind, the only thing echoing was Dahei's words. This is what 5 of the gene lock's power feels like. It's called localized muscle strength enhancement. By channeling the body's full strength into one specific muscle group, you gain extreme functional boosts, but the drawbacks are just as severe. Shi Hongyu and the others witnessed this shocking scene unfold before their eyes. As Fu Junlin unleashed this terrifying yet silent surge of power, they felt the pressure on their backs suddenly lighten, and their legs began to gradually regain mobility. Ah! Fu Junlin let out a beastly roar, starting low and suppressed, then rising to a wild crescendo. Under everyone's incredulous gaze, the massive boulder was slowly pushed back by him. Accompanied by Fu Junlin's ear-splitting roar, the massive boulder began to shift backward under his astonishing strength. Shi Hongyu and the others stared in utter disbelief, their eyes wide and mouths agape. How was it possible for a first-level banner master to move a boulder that even a second-level grandmaster boxer couldn't budge? Their shock deepened as they noticed Fu Junlin's legs swelling in an almost surreal manner, his muscles bulging to a terrifying degree. While it was true that the physique of subspecies humans was superior to that of prime species humans, a difference that became more pronounced with higher levels, this kind of disparity was baffling. After all, even Du Xinyu, also a subspecies human, appeared frail and powerless in comparison. Meanwhile, on the rear playground of Feiyun Vine School, the astonishing scene unfolded before the eyes of all the teachers and students via footage transmitted by a drone. The fixed-angle view from the wall-mounted drone had proven inadequate, especially after the explosion, which left the ground conditions difficult to discern. After receiving Chun Zhengfeng's transmission and losing contact with the others, the school quickly dispatched a new drone. From the aerial perspective, the scene became clear. A colossal longhorn beetle stood on the other side of the boulder, facing Fu Junlin. On Fu Junlin's side, Shi Hongyu and the others were doing their utmost to support him. But the most striking sight was Fu Junlin's legs, which had expanded to an almost unimaginable size. With his fierce roar, he was actually forcing the boulder back. The playground fell into a dead silence. Ling Xiaobing, her eyes red, bit her lip tightly, silently cheering Fu Junlin on. Many other girls were moved to tears out of worry, which immediately provoked dissatisfaction among the boys, who cast even more hostile glances at Fu Junlin. The dean, observing keenly, noticed that while the longhorn beetle was being pushed to the point of tilting, its 6 legs remained firmly planted on the ground, enduring immense pressure. Grabbing Qin Zhengfeng's radio, he urgently called out to Shi Hongyu, "Hongyu, there's a giant longhorn beetle behind the boulder. Its legs are about to give out." Hearing this, Shi Hongyu instantly understood the dean's intent. "Junlin, save your strength and follow my lead." Shi Hongyu's urgent voice rang out sharply. Fu Junlin halted his surge of energy. On the surface, he appeared to have regained his composure, but in reality, Dahe was secretly controlling his body. "Sinew, Zishu, 8 units of primal force." Shi Hongyu continued to command. At this moment, her legs were nearly fully extended, and they were teetering on a dangerous threshold. Once her legs were completely straightened, they would have to plant their feet on the ground. That critical moment of relaxation could lead to a rebound, and Fu Junlin might not have the chance for a second burst of energy. 8 units of primal force was a standard term in their mission protocols. In energy manipulation, different species had varying efficiency ratios. Subspecies operated at a 1-to-1 ratio, meaning one energy source could power one energy user. Superior species operated at 1-to-2, and dominant species reached 1-to-3. To ensure precise coordination in team operations, 12 energy units were defined as 1 unit of primal force. This meant that to achieve 1 unit of primal force, subspecies required a 6-to-6 ratio, superior species needed 4-to-8, and dominant species only required 3-to-9. Such precise energy control was critical in high-level battles, where every fragment of energy was invaluable. This also explained why higher-tier species exhibited greater combat capability as an identical amount of energy could yield far greater results. 3, 2, 1, push. At Shi Hongyu's command, the trio simultaneously channeled 8 units of primal force into their effort. Fu Junlin let out a thunderous roar in unison with the surge. Shoo! The massive boulder was shoved back 15 centimeters. Crack! Immediately following was the crisp sound of the segmented limb of the celestial beetle snapping behind the boulder. Shi Hongyu instantly felt the pressure on her back lighten, and the resistance vanished in an instant. Just then, the head instructor's excited voice came through the radio. "Hongyu, the beetle's leg is broken. Seize the moment and finish it off." Shi Hongyu heard the sound and swiftly warned the 3 others. Then, with an agile move, she flipped onto a massive boulder. A muffled explosion followed the sound of the giant beetle being smashed into pieces with a single punch. "Junlin!" Duo Sinew and Xiao Zishu exclaimed in unison. As the boulder lost its support, Fu Junlin fell heavily to the ground like a collapsed sandbag. The 2 of them rushed forward to check on him. Although Fu Junlin had managed to pull his leg back, the sight of his knee was horrifying. Blood gushed out relentlessly, his bones were severely misaligned, and a jagged piece of bone had pierced through his flesh, creating a gruesome scene. Shi Hongyu pushed the boulder aside and jumped back to the ground after creating some distance. When she saw the state of Fu Junlin's leg, her pupils contracted sharply, and her breathing quickened as she crouched down. As the team's only banner warrior, Fu Junlin's injury left her momentarily panicked. "Teacher." Fu Junlin forced out 2 words through gritted teeth. "I'm here." With trembling arms, Fu Junlin painfully adjusted the angle of his legs and managed to utter a single word. "Stomp." "What?" Du Sinew's face turned deathly pale. Shi Hongyu immediately understood. Without hesitation, she raised her foot and stomped down on Fu Junlin's knee. She knew there was no time to waver, and known mutated wasps and dragonflies could attack at any moment. They had to leave this now compromised battlefield quickly. Xiao Zishu couldn't bear to watch and turned her head away abruptly. With a sickening crack, Fu Junlin's upper body convulsed violently. Shi Hongyu repeated the same action on his other leg, forcing the dislocated bones back into place. Although blood continued to flow, the bones were now realigned. Fu Junlin weakly retrieved a white battle banner crystal, but he no longer had the strength to activate it. Shi Hongyu took the crystal from him and initiated the healing process. A warm white light began to flow into his legs. "Clear the battlefield," Shi Hongyu ordered, while maintaining Fu Junlin's consciousness. By this time, Chen Qiyu had regained his mobility and joined Du Sinew and Xiao Zishu in cleaning up the area. They collected the energy core of the level 2 mutated elite beetle and recovered their mechas and mechanical beasts. "Teacher, can we go back now? I don't think I can keep going." As the healing took effect, Fu Junlin regained a bit of strength. His voice carried a pleading tone. clearly shaken by his near-death experience. Shi Hongyu gently wiped the blood from Fu Junlin's face and managed a reassuring smile. All right, we'll head back now. You did great. Teacher, has anyone ever told you that your smile looks unusual? Fu Junlin exhaled deeply and asked softly. Unusual? Shi Hongyu's heart tightened. She quickly suppressed her smile and instinctively touched her cheek. Unusually beautiful, Fu Junlin murmured, a faint smirk forming at the corner of his lips. Shi Hongyu was both amused and annoyed. She shot a sharp glare at the audacious student. How dare this boy flirt with his teacher? Without hesitation, she reached out and gave Fu Junlin's thigh a hard pinch. The sudden pain made him suck in a sharp breath, feeling as though his thigh muscles were about to crumble. Fortunately, the drone had already flown out of range, or his cheesy attempt at flirting with the teacher would have been broadcast across the entire school. 6 minutes later, the teleportation array on the rear field of Feiyun Vine School lit up with a flash of light. Fu Junlin and his group emerged one by one. Though they bore a few lingering scars and looked slightly worn out, all serious injuries had healed, and they had returned safely. The students erupted into loud applause as the dean, accompanied by several teachers, hurriedly approached them. The dean, an academic-looking man in his 50s, nodded solemnly at Shi Hongyu and gave Fu Junlin a meaningful glance. I'm sorry, Dean. We weren't able to complete the clearing task, Shi Hongyu said helplessly. You've already accomplished so much. Leave the rest to the exploration team, the dean replied with a smile. Though they hadn't fully cleared the area, they had mapped out the route, surveyed the terrain, and collected information on at least 5 different monsters. Most importantly, everyone had survived what could have been a fatal mission. All eyes instinctively turned to Fu Junlin, the one who had turned the tide in their favor. He simply looked down, appearing a bit embarrassed. Well, there you go again, stealing the spotlight. You really never learn, huh? Dahei said smugly. It's called consistent achievement, thank you, Fu Junlin corrected. Although they hadn't earned the bonus this time, the group had cleared 7 arenas, defeated 15 Tier 2 elite monsters, and 1 Tier 2 mutated elite monster. The energy cores alone sold for 70,000 yuan. Shi Hongyu, as the teacher, took only 10,000, while Chen Zhengfeng, Duo Xinyu, Qiao Zishu, and Cheng Qiyu each received 10,000. Fu Junlin was given 20,000. Despite Fu Junlin's repeated refusals, the others insisted, especially Qiao Zishu and Chen Qiyu, who were deeply grateful for the life-saving help he had provided. In the end, Fu Junlin reluctantly accepted the money, feeling a tinge of guilt. While much of the credit belonged to Dahei, he resolved to offer a few hours of his bonus usage as compensation. Although Fu Junlin had no intention of drawing attention to himself, circumstances seemed to conspire against him. The sudden mutation and explosive growth of his leg muscles caused a stir at school, especially since it came just days after he had single-handedly taken down a minotaur with a sniper rifle, a feat that already defied explanation. The dean led a series of thorough investigations, but Fu Junlin consistently claimed that he had simply unlocked his potential under extreme pressure and had no idea what caused the changes. All the test results came back normal, leaving this incident as yet another unsolved mystery. In an era marked by frequent mutations, such strange occurrences were not uncommon, like old Wang from a nearby neighborhood, whose previously blinded eyes mysteriously regained sight after a parasitic organism was removed. Both humans and monsters were evolving at a rapid pace, and the medical institute could only archive Fu Junlin's case for further study. The real truth, however, was something only Dahei revealed to Fu Junlin. The terrifying expansion of his legs was due to the incomplete unlocking of his genetic lock. While Dahei could perfectly enhance localized muscle strength, Fu Junlin's genetic lock was barely at 5, resulting in a flawed version of the ability, one that inflicted significant self-harm. If his genetic lock reached 5, the muscle expansion would stabilize, and there would be no risk of his muscles breaking down into pulp after use. What's my genetic lock level now? Fu Junlin asked as he sat on the edge of a flower bed outside the medical institute, watching students pass by. About 3.8, give or take, Dahei replied with a hint of pride. When I first arrived, you weren't even at 3.6. It was only after I worked hard every night to train you that it improved by a measly 0.2. And yet, you still refuse to let me take over your body more often for training. Honestly, all my efforts are for your sake. Fu Junlin's lips twitched at Dahei's words, knowing full well that Dahei simply wanted more control so he could fight. Still, he couldn't deny that he was the one benefiting the most. Despite his concerns about relinquishing control in battle and potentially being put in danger, Dahei had stepped in to save him twice already. Most importantly, the enhancements brought by unlocking the genetic lock, such as heightened biological perception and localized muscle strength, had given him a taste of real power. The ability to momentarily unleash strength comparable to a level 2 master as a mere level 1 was an advantage he couldn't ignore. Such a terrifying outburst can often turn the tide under specific circumstances. Fu Junlin looked at Dahei sincerely and said, "Thank you for all your efforts. I realize I was wrong. Starting today, your daily training control time will be upgraded to 1 hour, and at night, I'll give you half the control as well. Dehei couldn't help but let out a series of sly chuckles. Although the time gained wasn't much, he was confident that sooner or later, Fu Junlin would be completely conquered by him. For Dehei, having control for an hour was already a decent start. Can you stop laughing so obviously? Fu Junlin sighed helplessly. Ahem, fine. I won't laugh, Dehei replied, trying hard to suppress his amusement. Then, in a serious tone, he added, by the way, 1 hour isn't enough. If you want systematic training, you'll need workout supplements and a professional fitness environment, like a gym. With proper equipment, you could potentially break down muscle tissue 4 times in an hour. Is that really necessary? Fu Junlin instinctively touched his pocket after hearing that. The 20,000 yuan he had just earned hadn't even warmed up in his hands. He had planned to give it to his mother to save. Don't be stingy, Dehei said earnestly. Money is just a material possession. Investing in yourself is the most meaningful thing you can do. Fu Junlin ruffled his hair. He knew Dehei was right. Only by continuously improving himself could he earn more money in the future. However, the cost of a gym membership and workout supplements was undeniably steep. All right then, he reluctantly agreed. Well, what are you waiting for? Let's go right now. Dehei urged impatiently. Shaking his head, Fu Junlin headed toward the gym located on the campus of Feiyun Vine School. Although the school's gym was half the price of external facilities, it was still a significant expense for the average subspecies population. Typically, only elites or strong species would opt for such professional venues, while subspecies individuals often trained in makeshift neighborhood spaces or with homemade equipment. However, as a battle banner student, Fu Junlin could save a bit on certain supplements. When he arrived at the gym on the 29th floor of the school's multifunctional building, the elevator doors opened to reveal the reception desk. Behind it was a spacious training area filled with the heavy scent of sweat and rubber flooring. Inside, many people were training vigorously, their shouts breaking through the weights echoing occasionally, creating an atmosphere that got the blood pumping. The receptionist, a young woman, was engrossed in her phone. Seeing it was a subspecies student, she didn't even bother to lift her head. Here to train? She asked casually. I'd like to get a membership, Fu Junlin said, feeling slightly nervous as he glanced around. Do you have a student ID? Fu Junlin handed over his student ID. Reluctantly, the girl set her phone down, though her eyes kept drifting back to the screen. How long do you want the membership for? How much is a 1-year membership? He asked. The student price is 2,000. If you want access to the pool, it's 6,000 per year. The pool water is level 1 infection-free, she said, eyeing Fu Junlin with a hint of anticipation. Seeing him shake his head repeatedly, she smiled knowingly, as if she had expected his reaction. At that moment, the elevator doors opened again, and a graceful figure stepped out. Fu Junlin froze in place. What was Qiao Zishu doing here? The person approaching from behind was Qiao Zishu. As a hybrid with a mother of a secondary lineage and a father of a primary lineage, her family was considered quite well off. When she noticed Fu Junlin also there to apply for a membership card, her usually aloof face unexpectedly showed a hint of a smile. It was the first time she had ever smiled at a man. Hello, Fu Junlin greeted with a goofy grin. While handing her membership card to the receptionist, Qiao Zishu glanced thoughtfully at Fu Junlin's legs and teased, haven't they tried to slice you up for research? Almost. Fu Junlin nodded exaggeratedly in agreement. Qiao Zishu pressed her lips together in a faint smile before reverting to her usual calm demeanor. She gestured towards the gym area with her eyes and asked, want to join me? She not only felt grateful for Fu Junlin's life-saving help, but was also curious about his unique physique, particularly wondering if his muscles would swell during training. Of course. You go ahead. I'll be right there, Fu Junlin replied with a nod. After Qiao Zishu headed to the locker room with her bag, Fu Junlin turned to the receptionist. I'd like to sign up for a 1-year membership, the 2,000-unit plan. You're such a perv, Dehei's voice grumbled sarcastically from within him. Fu Junlin rolled his eyes in exasperation. He admitted he was clueless about romantic matters. Aside from having daydreams about his teacher, Shi Hongyu, his interest in other girls was mostly out of pure curiosity. After all, who doesn't like adorable creatures? Carefully tucking away his 2,000-unit membership card, Fu Junlin changed into his workout clothes and stepped out of the locker room, only to be greeted by a faint, pleasant fragrance. Qiao Zishu had already changed into a fitted workout outfit. She cast a quick glance at him before striding confidently towards the warm-up area. As Fu Junlin was about to join her for warm-ups, Dehei suddenly warned him from within, don't warm up, don't warm up, don't warm up. It was then that Fu Junlin realized while most people exercise to build muscle, he exercised to break it down, so he didn't need to protect it. Under Qiao Zishu's astonished gaze, Fu Junlin headed straight to the barbell area. He grabbed a barbell, placed it under the pull-up rack, then gripped the upper bar with both hands while hooking the barbell with his feet. He began doing pull-ups, alternating between both hands and one hand. occasionally sneaking glances in Xiao Zishu's direction. This blatant display of showing off made Xiao Zishu both amused and annoyed. She couldn't help but let out a chuckle and rolled her eyes at him. The surrounding men shot him irritated looks, as if to say, "Could you be any more obvious? Showing off in front of a girl like that?" Meanwhile, Fu Junlin was already so embarrassed that he wished he could disappear into a hole. His face burned with heat, and he felt like he was going to explode on the spot. He kept glancing over at Xiao Zishu, silently hoping she wouldn't notice. This deliberate behavior was utterly embarrassing, but right now it was Dahei in control of the body, and he was powerless to stop it. The surrounding boys cast disapproving looks his way, but they quickly fell silent, awestruck by Fu Junlin's incredible physical prowess. He had hooked his feet onto a barbell loaded with 120 kilograms of weight plates combined with the 20-kilogram barbell bar, totaling 140 kilograms, and yet he was still able to perform one-arm pull-ups. This was far beyond the realm of ordinary strength, requiring at least the capability of a level 2 master, particularly one specializing in strength. Even more astonishing was the fact that he didn't stop. Perched on the pull-up rack, he seamlessly transitioned from left-arm pull-ups to right-arm ones, then to two-arm pull-ups, and even performed Russian levers. His movements were varied and creative, continuing uninterrupted for over 10 minutes. When he finally jumped down, he was holding a battle flag in his hand. A streak of dark green light radiated outward, and his entire body trembled slightly as his muscles began repairing the completely torn fibers. From a distance came a voice of protest, filled with mock irritation. "Dude, could you treat yourself in the bathroom? I just managed to feel the satisfying ache of muscle soreness, and your healing spell made me so comfortable I feel like lying down." "My apologies." Fu Junlin quickly responded, retreating to the bathroom for subsequent treatments. Over the course of an hour, he treated himself 4 times. All of this was observed by Xiao Zishu. Initially, she thought Fu Junlin was simply showing off in front of her. However, an hour of intense, high-level training was clearly not something done for appearances. No wonder his strength was so astonishing, had been training himself to meet level 2 master standards all along. While those present were amazed, they didn't make a big deal out of it. Among subspecies like Fu Junlin, it wasn't uncommon to find individuals who worked tirelessly in silence, waiting for their chance to shine. Unlike superior species, who focused on shield mastery, or strong species, who excelled in advanced energy control, subspecies could only rely on their physical capabilities, often pushing themselves to the limit to maximize this lone advantage. Xiao Zishu couldn't help but see Fu Junlin in a new light. To possess such remarkable strength while remaining humble, and to step up when it truly mattered, this kind of character was indeed rare. After training concluded, Fu Junlin regained control of his body. Though his injuries had healed after multiple treatments, the fatigue lingered. He was drenched in sweat, and during a brief rest, the sweat pooled into a small puddle on the ground. Feeling bored, he looked up at the TV in the lounge area, where a news segment caught his attention. The news on television was reporting a major discovery. In the top left corner of the screen, footage showed that at 9:32 this morning, an exploration team had uncovered the wreckage of what appeared to be an extraterrestrial flying object in an enclosure southwest of S City. The host's voice was filled with excitement as they explained that this spacecraft might be linked to the true creators of the enclosure. In the footage, dozens of workers were busy around the massive wreckage of the spaceship. Some were meticulously taking photographs, while others were carefully collecting samples. The sheer size of the spacecraft was awe-inspiring, but the most striking feature was a series of wave-like symbols imprinted on the side of the hull. The host explained that scientists were currently attempting to decipher these symbols, which could potentially be the language of an alien civilization, in hopes of unraveling the mysteries of the enclosure. Fu Junlin had been watching the television absent-mindedly when his expression suddenly shifted. Those symbols looked strangely familiar to him. Just as he was about to take a closer look, Dahei, the entity within him, urgently shouted, "Stop looking." The outburst only sparked a realization in Fu Junlin. He leapt up from his seat, pointing at the television screen, and shouted in disbelief in his mind, "Dahei, could this be your spaceship?" "No, you've got it wrong." Dahei denied hastily. "There's no way I'm wrong. How else could I possibly understand those symbols?" Fu Junlin declared firmly. Due to his prolonged symbiosis with Dahei, he had gradually gained access to some of its abilities, including the ability to comprehend these strange characters. As Fu Junlin began deciphering the symbols, he couldn't help but laugh. Shurta Takwa Academy's most useless student one-way exile to Rickman Coal Mine Planet Solo Spaceship. With each word he read, his laughter grew louder until he collapsed onto the floor, pounding the ground while laughing uncontrollably. Inside him, Dahei let out beast-like breaths, clearly on the verge of losing its temper. "Is this you, the useless student?" Fu Junlin teased, wiping away tears of laughter. "Even a useless student is better than you, you low-level civilization weakling." Dahei retorted in frustration. Fu Junlin finally managed to stifle his laughter. All right, I want to say more. Wait, so you were exiled? You were sent off to be a miner? Humanity had long been mentally prepared for the existence of other civilizations, especially since the enclosure was evidently a product of a higher dimensional civilization. This broken spaceship is completely useless, DeHay said helplessly. I got halfway when I was disrupted by a white hole. The navigation system went haywire, and I veered off by 108,000 light years. I don't even know where I ended up. I just activated the ship's guidance system to locate the nearest planet with intelligent life. And that's how I got here. Fu Junlin couldn't help but ask curiously, were you really exiled for being too much of an academic failure? Just how bad could you have been for your civilization to give up on you? Do you even know what it means to be a waste of air? DeHay's voice suddenly turned low. In our civilization, air is incredibly precious. The pain of being abandoned by his own kind was painfully evident in his tone. It's all right. You still have me, Fu Junlin said with a faint smile, his gaze drifting toward the somber sky outside the floor-to-ceiling window. The clouds were heavy with electromagnetic interference and metallic pollution. Air here is pretty cheap, at least for now. Are you done yet? Xiao Zish's voice suddenly came from behind. Fu Junlin turned around to see her standing there, covered in a light sheen of sweat. Strands of her hair clung to her damp forehead, and her workout clothes stuck to her body. It was an ordinary enough sight. Yet Fu Junlin found himself momentarily stunned. Have you looked long enough? Xiao Zishu asked coldly. I didn't. Fu Junlin stammered awkwardly before finally covering his face with his hands and falling silent. His embarrassment nearly made Xiao Zishu laugh. Are we going? She asked, still feigning indifference. Let's go, Fu Junlin replied, taking a deep breath and following her. The two of them were in a spacious, well-equipped gym. Not only was there an impressive array of machines, but there was also a dedicated water resistance equipment area that was particularly popular with female members. As they walked and chatted, something caught Fu Junlin's attention: a room separated by large glass panels. The door bore the words Gravity Room in bold letters. This wasn't part of the standard gym facilities, but an advanced training area equipped with energy simulation technology. The space was divided into 3 sections, each allowing only 1 or 2 users at a time. In one of the sections, someone was currently training. He was performing what looked like push-ups, but his arms and legs were trembling violently, as if he could collapse at any moment. Large beads of sweat dripped from his body like a steady stream of water. Although the glass blocked any sound, they could see his mouth wide open as he shouted. What was even more astonishing was the visible distortion in the air around him, rippling like the heat waves rising above a flame. Fu Junlin was captivated, and Xiao Zishu couldn't help but stop in his tracks as well. Through the glass, they watched the trainee inside the gravity chamber. In less than 10 seconds, the person inside could no longer hold on, it simply collapsing. But as if crushed by an invisible force, his entire body seemed to be sinking into the ground, as though he might be pressed into the floor itself. The floor of the gravity chamber was made of a specially designed material, covered with tiny perforations. It could withstand immense pressure and deformation, while quickly returning to its original stadia, far cry from the typical flooring found in gyms. What is this thing? DeHay's voice echoed from within Fu Junlin, laced with barely concealed excitement. It's called a gravity chamber, Fu Junlin explained. It converts energy into gravity to exert pressure on the user. They say the results are incredible. Pores open instantly, bodily functions are pushed to their limits. The brain experiences a vacuum-like state, and it strengthens organs and muscles. They say. DeHay pressed further. Yeah, that's just what I've heard. I've never tried it myself, Fu Junlin admitted, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Idiot. DeHay suddenly burst out, his voice agitated. This thing is a treasure for you. Especially critical for growth in the gene lock range of 5 to 10. Even now, if you want to break through 5, this could be a huge help. Fu Junlin was taken aback. Really? Of course. DeHay replied firmly. No matter what it costs, even if it's 20,000, you have to try it. Without hesitation, Fu Junlin headed straight for the front desk, leaving Xiao Zishu staring after him with a puzzled expression at his suddenly mysterious companion. Excuse me, does using the gravity chamber require an additional fee? Fu Junlin asked the receptionist. The young woman at the desk glanced at the mark on his forehead, an awkward smile appearing on her face. I'm sorry, but the gravity chamber is not open to subhumans. It's a policy of our gym. Xiao Zishu discreetly tugged on Fu Junlin's sleeve from the side. This kind of discrimination was far too common, like the designated corner seats in coffee shops for subhumans, with even the decor deliberately differentiated. I can pay extra. Fu Junlin straightened up and declared, 18,000 in cash. The receptionist shook her head. I'm sorry, it's not about the money. The gym has its rules. Please don't make this difficult for me. Despite the tempting offer, she resolutely refused. She didn't dare accept the money. afraid that allowing a subhuman to use the gravity chamber might provoke complaints from superior or dominant humans, which could cost her the job. Fu Junlin's fists instinctively clenched, then slowly loosened. Sorry for the trouble. He murmured an apology to the receptionist. As he turned, he caught Xiao Zishu's puzzled gaze. At that moment, the elevator doors opened, and out walked a stylish young man dressed in black designer wear. Casually stretching his neck, he strolled over to the receptionist with an air of nonchalance. Young Master Chung. The receptionist immediately greeted him with a bright smile. Sister Xiaoli, open up a gravity chamber for me, Chung Xiao said with a grin. I've been working on mechs all night, me neck stiff. Need to work up a sweat. Without even showing a gym card, he headed straight for the gravity chamber. The receptionist quickly operated the panel to open a room for him, her smile growing even sweeter. Clearly, this Chung Xiao wasn't just a superior human, but someone with wealth and influence. Fu Junlin glanced helplessly at Xiao Zishu, and the two stepped into the elevator together. That guy's name is Cheng Xiaoyu, Xiao Zishu explained inside the elevator. He's the son of the owner of this gym. Their family owns 7 branches in Feiyun Citithire loaded. He's in the mech department's first-year class A. You'll probably run into him in class tomorrow. She continued, explaining the school system. To help students quickly adapt to combat and efficiently hunt energy entities, the first year is split into 2 semesters. In the first semester, you can only focus on one major, and in the second semester, you're allowed to take a secondary major. Classes are divided into 3 types. 2 days a week are dedicated to racial courses, like Subhuman Class 3 taught by Shihong Yu, which focuses on basic knowledge and teamwork strategies. Then there are major-specific courses, like your Battle Flag class. Those are mixed-race classes, but since students usually follow their preferred instructors, most of the classmates will be familiar faces. In the second semester, you'll also need to take additional courses for your secondary major. Of course, if you want to catch up, you can self-study first semester material, attend more classes, seek help from classmates and teachers, and participate in more practical training. Fu Junlin nodded, leaning against the elevator wall. No wonder the receptionist called him Young Master Chung. That title's mostly used jokingly these days. I bet she has a crush on that rich kid. Why did you want to use the gravity chamber? Xiao Zishu asked softly. Nothing much. I just wanted to try it. Fu Junlin shook his head, his tone dejected. I don't understand why even facilities like that discriminate against us. A flicker of sadness crossed Xiao Zishu's eyes, and she let out a self-deprecating laugh. Probably afraid we'd leave parasites on the floor. You know how expensive that kind of flooring is. Fu Junlin listened to Xiao Zishu's explanation and let out a self-deprecating laugh. This was no joke. He was well aware that subhumans were indeed prone to contracting viruses or parasites through drinking water and food, but such cases were not widespread. Young people like him and Xiao Zishu showed no symptoms of infection. More importantly, even if these viruses and parasites existed, they could not be transmitted through air or sweat. Science had long proven that they primarily resided in water, food, or within the human body, and once exposed to air, they quickly became inactive. There was absolutely no possibility of them jumping from one person's skin to another's. Research even suggested that subhumans had stronger resistance to viruses compared to superior and enhanced humans. However, most superior and enhanced humans stubbornly clung to their misconceptions. As long as someone was a subhuman, they were likely to carry viruses and could infect others. This prejudice was the reason they adamantly refused to allow subhumans into the gravity chambers, let alone tolerate them breathing heavily or sweating inside. The two exchanged a silent smile and quietly left the gym. Back home, Fu Junlin took 8,000 yuan from the 18,000 he had earned and handed the remaining 10,000 to his mother, Yao Jinying. The unexpected windfall startled Yao Jinying, who worried her son might have ventured into something dangerous. Fu Junlin casually attributed it to sheer luck, omitting the fact that he had indeed brushed with death. Although Dahei continued to urge him to find a way into the gravity chamber, Fu Junlin was at a loss for a solution. After dinner, he returned to his room. With the privacy of his own space, he could finally study late into the night with the lights on. Starting at 8 p.m., he sat motionless at his desk, poring over textbooks and diligently catching up on the first semester's mecha engineering coursework. Ugh, this is so boring. Can we go out and play for a bit? Dahei suddenly complained, and Fu Junlin could almost picture him pouting. Can you just shut up? Fu Junlin rubbed his temples in frustration. This guy interrupted him every half hour. Why are you so slow at learning? I'm faster than you. You? Fu Junlin's mouth twitched, feeling this was the harshest insult he'd ever received, being mocked by someone he considered a slacker. That tone. It's really hurtful, Dahei said, sounding aggrieved. Sorry for hurting your feelings, Fu Junlin said with exaggerated resignation, rolling his eyes. If you let me quietly read up to page 50, I'll give you half an hour of training time. Deal? Page 50, you said it. Easy. Before Fu Junlin could react, an incredible surge of energy erupted in his mind. In an instant, his consciousness felt tightly locked in place, completely cut off from the outside world. It was a strange sensation, as though every focal point of his attention had been magnified several times over. As Fu Junlin's gaze fell upon the book, he couldn't help but gasp. The words on the pages seemed to come alive, rising from the surface. Beneath each character, a dense array of keywords appeared, precisely reflecting the thoughts and associations he had while reading moments ago. The text was no longer static symbols, but transformed into three-dimensional knowledge nodes. The moment an idea flashed through his mind, the bottom of the page would instantly display dozens of related key points, each branching out into countless extensions. The diagrams in the textbook were all converted into three-dimensional models that could be freely deconstructed and reassembled, floating effortlessly in midair. His brain had never operated at such a high speed before. Within just a dozen minutes, Fu Junlin absorbed the content of 20 pages, far surpassing the amount he would normally cover in 2 hours. Even more astonishing was that this knowledge wasn't merely memorized but deeply understood, surpassing the insights he typically gained from classroom lectures. However, this extraordinary state didn't last long. After about 15 minutes, his thoughts began to blur, unable to process such an overwhelming amount of information simultaneously, like a computer slowly shutting down after running out of power. "Dehei! Dehei!" Fu Junlin called out in desperation, suspecting that this mischievous entity was deliberately teasing him to bargain for more control over his body. But this time, he was willing to pay any price. "Stop shouting." Dehei's voice sounded feeble. "This supercomputation consciousness skill can only be sustained for 15 minutes with my current mental strength. Otherwise, I'd exhaust myself to death. It'll take over 10 hours to recover this energy." "Fine. I'll give you half an hour of control time." Although slightly disappointed, Fu Junlin quickly accepted the reality. With this skill, he could save up difficult problems and tackle them all within 15 minutes, which was already a tremendous advantage. Dehei instantly regained his vigor, proving that his mental strength and energy were entirely separate things. He used physical exertion to train Fu Junlin's muscles and mental strength to maintain enhanced perception and supercomputation consciousness. Yet as long as he could control the body, he seemed to draw some mysterious energy from nowhere. Perhaps this was his unique ability as a scoundrel. After acquiring the supercomputation consciousness, Fu Junlin decided to reorganize his study plan. The next morning, he woke up with intense muscle pain throughout his body. Though he had grown accustomed to these nearly paralyzing mornings, the soreness was still hard to endure. He channeled energy into the battle flag, and as a soft white light illuminated the room, his body gradually regained its functionality. Today marked his first official lesson in mecha studies, and Fu Junlin could hardly wait to dive into this entirely new realm of knowledge. Although the mecha specialization encompasses numerous categories, its core foundational knowledge remains universal. At the heart of this foundation lies the firearm and ammunition systems. As the primary means of offense for a mecha pilot, whether one employs a precision strike approach, chaotic melee tactics, turret strategies, or trap-based techniques, these two essential tools are indispensable. Both firearms and bullets can carry active and passive energy, but once a bullet leaves the gun, it cannot undergo secondary acceleration. This characteristic highlights the advantages of sword enchanters and brawlers in combat. They can adjust energy consumption on the fly, making their tactics more flexible. In contrast, mecha pilots are often the profession most prone to energy depletion on the battlefield. This very trait has driven the development of the energy unit known as force intensity. For precision strike mecha pilots, it's crucial not only to calculate distances and identify optimal shooting positions, but also to quickly adjust firepower based on force intensity data provided by teammates to penetrate monster armor effectively. Passive energy can be transformed into 3 basic elemental effects and applied to bullets. Ice elements can slow targets and weaken their armor over time. Fire elements expand the explosive range, and lightning elements deliver instantaneous paralysis. Additionally, there's a physical shockwave effect that delivers powerful armor-piercing and destructive capabilities. The next level of advancement in ranged weaponry consists of missile and grenade systems. These 3 types of weapons form the foundation of long-range attacks, with specialized weaponry such as flamethrowers, electric dischargers, and radiation systems evolving from this base. Robot technology and remote control systems constitute the second major foundation of the mecha specialization. Modern remote control systems have achieved direct integration with brainwave signals, making them highly user-friendly. Meanwhile, robotics engineering extends beyond combat applications, driving progress across human society. Building a functional robot requires expertise in fields like dynamics, mechanical engineering, information transmission, and energy conversion. Each additional robot demands a proportional increase in energy reserves. While chaotic melee strategies boast formidable combat power, assembling a mecha army requires significant financial investment, as both production and operation are exceedingly costly. At 10:30 that morning, Fu Junlin arrived at the classroom early, ready for his first lecture after transferring into the mecha specialization. The instructor, a man in his 50s with a square-shaped face, came highly recommended by Qiao Zishu. As a student who had been enrolled in the mecha program since the first semester, Qiao Zishu spoke highly of the teacher's instructional quality. Indeed, finding the right teacher is essential, as every individual has unique ways of understanding, and each teacher has their distinct teaching style. Over the next hour and a half, Fu Junlin focused intently on the lecture, undistracted even by the comings and goings of other students in the classroom. Laughter filled the classroom, one wave after another. The teacher's witty and humorous teaching style, combined with playful interactions, created a relaxed and lively atmosphere. Fu Junlin found that this class not only lacked any sense of fatigue, but also allowed him to absorb a wealth of knowledge in an enjoyable and lighthearted way. Theories need to be tested through practice, the teacher said earnestly. This semester, we have many new students. Now, I'm assigning you all a group task. Within 15 days, each person must create a functional robot. There's no restriction on size or weapon type, but it must be capable of executing at least 2 attacks with a minimum force intensity. The students immediately burst into laughter. A robot that can't move? Isn't that just scrap metal? The teacher smiled and added, if you encounter any technical issues, feel free to consult me, any of the mecha course instructors, or even your classmates. Submit your assignments according to the roster in 15 days. As he spoke, he organized his teaching materials. This is a mandatory task for all new mecha students. No matter which teacher you have, it has to be done. In truth, 15 days was a generous amount of time. With a bit of focus, it would only take 2 or 3 days to grasp the basics and work through issues during practice. Plus, students could always seek guidance from teachers or peers. The senior mecha students from the previous semester were particularly eager. They saw this as a perfect opportunity to showcase their talents while earning the gratitude of the new students. It couldn't be more ideal. Even for those who were slower, 10 days would be more than enough to finish the task. After class, the students left the room one after another. Some discussed heading to the training field to test their machines, others planned to work out, and a few decided to check the school's task hall for afternoon assignments. Fu Junlin packed up his books and prepared to leave. He intended to find Qiao Zishu, but unexpectedly, he spotted someone else, Jing Xiaoyu, the young master he had encountered at the gym the day before. At the moment, the young master was surrounded by a group of new students. For subtypes, getting close to wealthy or elite individuals was a perfectly normal choice. Though it carried a hint of flattery, this was a survival strategy unique to subtypes. After all, who wouldn't want to improve their circumstances? Many new subtype students had already compiled lists of affluent peers in their program before even starting school, some even crafting detailed plans to connect with them. Today's assignment provided a perfect icebreaker. Under the enthusiastic compliments of 2 subtype girls, the young master proudly summoned his latest robot from his mecha belt. It was a sleek, silver humanoid mecha standing 2 meters tall, armed with dual blades and exuding an impressive aura. The robot's gleaming body was made of 2.0 grade or higher superalloy, its design resembling an armored warrior. Its glowing blue eyes emitted an eerie light, and it was undeniably stunning. The surrounding students, captivated, let out exclamations of admiration. Even passers-by were drawn to the sight of the robot. However, Fu Junlin couldn't shake the feeling that there was something off about it. Hey, can I borrow your biological vision for a moment? Fu Junlin asked silently in his mind. Add half an hour to my activity time today, Dehei replied with a sly grin. Deal. Fu Junlin agreed without hesitation. While he had gained access to the biological vision, this ability required physical contact or a conductive medium to work. At this moment, he noticed that the mech's leg was pressed against a row of interconnected curved chair backs, offering him the perfect opportunity. Casually, Fu Junlin walked to one end of the chair back and lightly placed his fingertip on it. Instantly, the biological vision transmitted through the chair's surface, extending into the mech's interior. A detailed schematic of the internal structure appeared vividly in his mind. The complexity of the design posed no challenge to Fu Junlin. Moments later, a subtle, meaningful smile curled his lips as he retracted the biological vision and began walking toward Cheng Xiaoyu. Meanwhile, the surrounding students were eagerly gathered around the humanoid mech, buzzing with excitement. Brother Yu, what material is this humanoid mech made of? It looks incredible, someone asked, barely able to resist the urge to touch it but hesitant to act rashly. 2.4 superalloy. It's nothing special, Cheng Xiaoyu replied with a modest wave. No way. 2.4. Gasps of amazement erupted around him. With weapons this sharp, they could probably slice through a level 1 blue blood beast, right? Level 1? Even level 2 beasts wouldn't stand a chance. This must have a force intensity of at least 2, right? One admirer speculated wildly. Everyone present understood that even the finest weapons rarely reached a force intensity of 1. However, the weapons in Cheng Xiaoyu's mech hands were undoubtedly on par with the enchanted giant sword wielded by Chen Qiyu, a master swordsmith specializing in weaponry, though Chen Qiyu's lack of funds often limited his creations. Is it true? brother you, that you'll be facing Wang Jintang in a mech duel in a few days? Are you using this mech? Someone asked curiously. Cheng Xiaoyu nodded in confirmation, prompting a chorus of pessimistic remarks about Wang Jintang. Some even mocked his mech, calling it a barrel warrior. Just then, Fu Junlin spoke up, his tone carrying a hint of provocation. 2.4 superloigriate material, but the design has some flaws. You're wasting its potential, classmate. The once lively flattery came to an abrupt halt as all eyes turned to Fu Junlin. Even Cheng Xiaoyu frowned and turned toward him. Inwardly, Fu Junlin thought to himself, if you want someone to remember you, the best way is to make them regret underestimating you. Approaching Cheng Xiaoyu when no one else was around might not have even gotten his attention. Fu Junlin shrugged, indicating it was indeed him. This simple gesture immediately triggered a strong reaction from the surrounding students. Fu Junlin, what nonsense are you spouting? Just because you got lucky in the arena and showed your face, you think you actually understand mechas? One student sneered. Exactly. That time he soloed the Minotaur boss in the arena was purely because of the mecha's power. A battle banner specialist stealing all the limelight, how ridiculous. Another voice chimed in. These remarks instantly sparked discontent among the mecha engineering students, especially the male ones, who all turned their hostility toward Fu Junlin. Amid the commotion, Cheng Xiaoyu maintained his gentlemanly demeanor and raised a hand to signal for silence. What design flaw are you talking about? He asked, looking at Fu Junlin. I can't explain the details to you privately. It's not convenient to discuss here, Fu Junlin said earnestly. Also, I can give your mecha a thorough inspection. This statement caused an even bigger uproar. The girls around showed expressions of disdain, and mocking laughter echoed through the crowd. So he's just here to play the sycophant, pretending to be some upright gentleman, someone sneered. He's obviously lying to you. Did you have too much to drink? Another person said with a cold laugh. Though Cheng Xiaoyu enjoyed being flattered, he wasn't gullible. Letting a newly transferred mecha engineering student inspect his mecha? The idea itself was absurd. Still, he responded politely. All right, thanks for the heads up. I'll check it myself later. But Fu Junlin didn't back down. Pointing at the mecha, he began to analyze in detail. You won't be able to spot it yourself. These are multiple misinterpretations in the power structure. It looks fine now, but during combat, it could fail at any moment, resulting in 3 potential issues. Displacement of the left upper armor exposing the crystal wires, instability in the lumbar gravity pivot, and ultimately, a complete collapse of the upper and lower body structure. His words left everyone present, including Cheng Xiaoyu, frowning. The professionalism of his analysis caught them off guard, but being publicly corrected still made Cheng Xiaoyu uncomfortable. Let's go. Brother you, don't waste your time on him, urged the people around as they surrounded Cheng Xiaoyu and ushered him away. Before leaving, Cheng Xiaoyu shot Fu Junlin a disdainful glance, shook his head, and packed up his mecha. Plan failed. Huh? Awkward, isn't it? Dehei chimed in at the worst possible moment, mocking him, but Fu Junlin seemed entirely unbothered. With a confident smile and his hands behind his back, he said, Who said I failed? This is what I call success. His expression carried a hint of cunning and calculated amusement. Besides, I'm doing this so I can use the gravity chamber, Fu Junlin said irritably. The gravity chamber? What does being a pushover have to do with the gravity chamber? Dehei retorted, clearly baffled. Fu Junlin couldn't be bothered to explain and simply threw out a cold loser. At that moment, Cheng Qiyu and Duo Xinyu appeared at the door, waving at Fu Junlin. Junlin, wanna grab lunch? Duo's treating. Fu Junlin walked over with a helpless smile. Nah, I brought my own food. Oh, come on. Stop eating those compressed biscuits. You don't need to treat us back. Duo Xinyu immediately saw through Fu Junlin's hesitation. Hearing that he wouldn't need to return the favor, Fu Junlin finally let out a grin and allowed the two to link arms with him as they left. Though he wasn't exactly a campus star, he was still quite popular. Aside from being a little timid and stingy, his personality was likable, especially among those who had teamed up with him before. Chen Qiyu, in particular, held him in high regard since Fu Junlin had once saved his life. Even in a time when life was cheap, a life-saving debt was still a life-saving debt. The afternoon classes resumed. For regular students, 4 classes a week were more than enough, and even 1 class a day was considered plenty. But Fu Junlin attended an additional mech class and a battle tactics class. This infuriated Dehei. What's the point of your life? Spending half the day studying, but too scared to step into the hunting ground shots the use? I'm gonna rip your JJ off. Dehei fumed, almost exploding with rage. Yet Fu Junlin had long mastered the art of tuning out distractions. Ignoring Dehei's outbursts, he focused on his studies, treating the noise as nothing more than background static. And so, 2 days passed. Fu Junlin attended his classes diligently, compiling difficult problems to tackle later in the lab using Dehei's supercomputing capabilities. His training intensity also escalated significantly. Besides tormenting Fu Junlin's body at night, Dehei made sure to subject him to the agony of near-broken meridians every morning. An hour of grueling exercise, combined with the muscle strain during lessons, had become Dehei's daily pastime. As a result, Fu Junlin's physical strength had surpassed that of a level 2 master boxer, and his genetic development had reached 4.1. He was confident that if he faced that massive boulder again, the outcome would be entirely different. On the third afternoon at 3 p.m., a match between Cheng Xiaoyu and Wang Jintang was about to commence in the academy's combat arena. This was a semi-professional venue designed for duels, whether between individuals or mechs. Unlike regular sports fields, the arena was equipped with advanced energy shields, allowing participants to go all out without worrying about damaging the facilities or harming others. For a small fee, competitors could enjoy full battle protection. In the resting area, Cheng Xiaoyu and a few classmates were making final adjustments and checks on his mech, the Silver Warrior. A controller was affixed to his temple, and his fingers were adorned with several miniature control devices. Mechas can be controlled through a neural interface for basic operations, while equipped hand controllers and remote devices allow for quicker execution of complex commands. Just like subtle finger movements can generate specific command points through neural control, a slight motion enables the mecha to perform seamless action combinations. These auxiliary devices work perfectly in coordination with the brain control system. This silver armor warrior outshines Duoxinya's robots and mechanical dogs in both materials and craftsmanship, though its movements still carry the characteristic stiffness of machinery. Cheng Xiaoyu was operating the silver armor warrior for a pre-match warm-up, with every joint of the mecha moving powerfully. While the other students couldn't provide any practical help, they enthusiastically cheered on the sidelines. And now, let's welcome Cheng Xiaoyu and Wang Jintang for a best-of-3 mecha battle, the announcer's voice echoed from outside. Cheng Xiaoyu, like a boxer about to enter the ring, bounced a few times, and the silver armor warrior mimicked his movements, following him toward the arena. Go brother you! Go Cheng Shuai! The surrounding students shouted encouragement as they followed him out. As they exited the passageway from the lounge, the audience erupted in cheers. Most of the spectators were students, as tickets were cheap and watching a mecha duel was an entertaining way to pass the time. By now, the viewing platform was about half full, with around 300 to 400 people seated. Cheng Xiaoyu noticed Wang Jintang on the opposite side, wearing a malicious grin. His expression immediately darkened. This wasn't just a simple clash of youthful rivalry, there was a deeper grudge between them. A girl Cheng Xiaoyu had secretly liked once teamed up with Wang Jintang in the arena, only to be heartlessly betrayed by him. During a mission with a 45 transmission intensity, she narrowly avoided real death. Since then, she had developed a strong aversion to mecha pilots and had distanced herself from Cheng Xiaoyu. The stakes for this match were a hefty 100,000 yuan, a significant amount for both of them. Wang Jintang had even gone into debt to gather the sum. This battle was about more than just money, it was about pride. Seeing Wang Jintang's meaningful smirk, Cheng Xiaoyu could barely contain his urge to crush him. Wang Jintang's mecha resembled a metal barrel, with flexible pincers mounted on its arms. While the design lacked aesthetic appeal, it undoubtedly concealed hidden mechanisms. This type of mecha excelled at employing underhanded tactics, as you could never predict what weapons might be hidden inside the barrel, making it difficult to counter. Even if its weapon systems were exposed, they could easily be modified or replaced for the next match. Such designs were particularly effective in the arena when facing high-level monsters. The two stood on opposite sides of the ring, each controlling their mecha as they approached the center. The moment the starting signal sounded, the two mechas clashed violently in an instant. From the very beginning of the battle, Cheng Xiaoyu's silver armor warrior demonstrated absolute dominance. The twin blades danced through the air, weaving a deadly web of flashing strikes. With each swing, the alloy blades carved deep scars into Wang Jintang's iron barrel warrior, clearly showing the seamless synergy between Cheng Xiaoyu and his mech. Wang Jintang frowned deeply. Though the iron barrel warrior barely managed to block 2 strikes, the situation was grim. Suddenly, the mech's abdomen split open, revealing a cannon as thick as a fist. Boom! A projectile, as wide as a forearm, struck the silver armor warrior directly, and the ensuing explosion sent shockwaves rippling through the entire arena. As the smoke cleared, the outcome stunned everyone. The silver armor warrior's waist showed only slight deformation, its surface blackened but otherwise intact. In contrast, the iron barrel warrior's prized cannon had been severed with a single slash. Evidently, even this one-shot trump card was no match for the wealth-driven defenses of the silver armor warrior. Seizing the opportunity, the silver armor warrior launched a flawless combo attack. First, a feint with one blade. As the iron barrel warrior dodged, the mech's leg suddenly extended like a hydraulic rod, delivering a brutal kick to its opponent's unguarded right leg. This hydraulic extension technique, while simple and easy to execute, was predictable and lacked long-term adaptability. Nonetheless, this time it succeeded in disrupting the opponent's balance. The iron barrel warrior crashed heavily to the ground, and the silver armor warrior capitalized on the moment, aiming a decisive strike at its vulnerable spot. At the critical moment, the iron barrel warrior's head retracted into its body like a startled turtle, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. Simultaneously, Wang Jintang shouted his surrender. Round 1. Cheng Xiaoyu wins. Both sides have 15 minutes to make adjustments. Though slightly dissatisfied at not achieving a clean decapitation victory, Cheng Xiaoyu was greeted by cheers as he returned to the rest area. Brother you're unstoppable. That was total domination. That idiot Wang Jintang couldn't even pull off his sneaky tricks. The crowd showered him with compliments. One person examined the slight deformation on the silver armor warrior's waist with concern. Man, this damage hurts to look at. That's money right there. As if brother you cares about that. The inside's totally fine. Another chimed in, giving the silver armor warrior's shoulder a couple of hearty pats, which echoed with dull thuds. Suddenly, a low to high-pitched sound of energy loss echoed from within the mech. In the next moment, amidst a series of cracking noises, the mech's left chest plate abruptly slid open on its own, revealing a complex array of internal components. This was clearly the activation of an automatic protection mechanism, indicating a system failure inside. Cheng Xiaoyu reacted immediately, quickly stepping forward and pushing aside the crowd of classmates. As he bent down to inspect the mech, he was startled to find that the power structure near the lumbar region was completely seized. Although there were no obvious signs of breakage, it had entirely lost its mobility. Using his right hand, which was equipped with a controller, he tried manipulating the mech, but it staggered forward like a drunkard, taking 2 unsteady steps before its upper body abruptly tilted to one side, nearly collapsing. The sudden malfunction startled the surrounding students. The one who had been tapping on the mech earlier was especially frightened, stumbling backward to hide behind the crowd. Cheng Xiaoyu hurriedly removed the protective panel at the mech's waist and closely examined the core mechanism at the lumbar section. At first glance, there were no visible faults, which made the situation even more challenging. The students began to chatter among themselves. Could it be an issue with the energy system? I think it's a circuit board failure. That's impossible. The circuit board's in the spinal column, and the spinal alert light hasn't even come on. Despite being mech engineering students, none of them could pinpoint the problem, leaving Cheng Xiaoyu frustrated and scratching his head. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Wait, I just saw Professor Sun. I saw him too. They'll go find him right away. One student exclaimed excitedly, turning to run off. The crowd collectively sighed in relief. After all, Professor Sun was their mech engineering instructor, and a malfunction like this should be a simple fix for him. Just then, a quiet voice emerged from the group. Strange that kid Fu Junlin actually called it. The words struck Cheng Xiaoyu like a bolt of lightning. He suddenly recalled the scene from 2 days ago. Fu Junlin had predicted that the mech would encounter issues and had even accurately identified 3 possible failures: the left chest plate falling off, lumbar instability, and a separation of the upper and lower body structures. Looking at the silver mech before him, with its left chest plate wide open and its upper body leaning precariously, Cheng Xiaoyu's breathing quickened. For a humanoid mech, the balance system was its most critical component, much like the human waist. A failure in this area could lead to total instability. Fu Junlin's prediction had been completely accurate. But what was most unsettling was that the mech had been in perfect condition at the time of his warning. Even after repeated adjustments, the issue had remained unavoidable. The same question echoed relentlessly in Cheng Xiaoyu's mind. How on earth did Fu Junlin know? Cheng Xiaoyu felt a sudden chill run down her spine, her mind echoing with a single question. How did he figure out the problem when her mech was still covered in armor? Just as she was lost in confusion, the classroom door was abruptly pushed open. A few students barged in, practically dragging along a resigned-looking teacher. Sunday, Cheng Xiaoyu's eyes lit up, and she quickly rushed forward. Teacher, you have to help me. Teacher Sun's gaze was immediately drawn to the lopsided mech in front of him, his pupils shrinking in alarm. He quickly crossed the room in just a few strides and began inspecting the mech carefully. Before long, he frowned and said, "The issue is with the lumbar power structure system. What should I do to fix it?" Cheng Xiaoyu asked anxiously. Teacher Sun reached into the mech, feeling around for a moment before shaking his head. "It can't be fixed right now. The balancer needs to be completely rebuilt, which will take at least a few hours, possibly over 10. This response hit Cheng Xiaoyu like a thunderbolt. There was no way she could participate in the next 2 matches, which meant she would have to forfeit. Worse still, her old mech had already been dismantled, with all its high-end components including the expensive 2.4 super alloy transferred to this one. Is there really no other solution? She pressed, unwilling to give up. But Teacher Sun simply shook his head, then started complaining about being forcibly dragged there by the students. He soon left, still unaware that Cheng Xiaoyu had placed a 100,000 yuan bet on her performance. Should we try asking Fu Junlin for help? A timid voice suggested from the crowd. Why him? That show-off was the one who said the mech would break. For all we know, he might be the one behind this, someone immediately retorted, clearly holding a grudge against Fu Junlin. But the suggestion sparked something in Cheng Xiaoyu's mind. Of course Fu Junlin had spotted the mech's problem earlier. Maybe he really could help. Does anyone have Fu Junlin's contact information? She asked urgently. Seeing everyone shake their heads, Cheng Xiaoyu suddenly remembered something. She quickly pulled out her phone and called the gym's front desk. Sister Xiaoli, can you look up Fu Junlin's membership number for me? She recalled seeing Fu Junlin and Xiao Zishu at the gym that day. It didn't take long for her to get the number and dial it. On the other end, Fu Junlin answered, his voice heavy with labored breathing. Hello. Huff huff. Brother Fu, if this is a bad time, I can call back later, Cheng Xiaoyu said awkwardly. Cheng Xiaoyu hadn't expected her timing for the call to be so off, but she couldn't bring herself to hang up. After all, she was anxious. 5 minutes had already passed, and there were only 10 minutes left before the second match would begin. Who is this? Fu Junlin controlled his breathing and asked. It's Cheng Xiaoyu. Do you remember me? A couple of days ago, you mentioned there was an issue with my mecha during Mr. Sun's mecha engineering class. Cheng Xiaoyu said excitedly. Oh, I remember, Miss Cheng. I'm working out in your family's gym right now, Fu Junlin replied, wiping off his sweat and catching his breath. Oh, so you're working out, Cheng Xiaoyu sighed in relief. After all, her family's gym was in the same building, and it would only take a short elevator ride to get there. Yeah, what else did you think I was doing? Fu Junlin asked, puzzled. Haha, I thought so too. Cheng Xiaoyu laughed awkwardly before quickly cutting to the chase. Brother Fu, you mentioned my mecha had a problem a few days ago, and I regret not listening to you. Now it's really malfunctioning. Back then, I failed to recognize your expertise. Could I trouble you too? She trailed off, feeling a bit embarrassed. After all, her reaction and that of those around her was less than welcoming at the time. They had treated Fu Junlin like a jinx and even spoken rudely to him. Now, here she was, asking for his help. Did the mecha's lumbar power mechanism collapse? Fu Junlin asked directly. Yes. Cheng Xiaoyu answered quickly, feeling a wave of relief. Fu Junlin was definitely not the fraud everyone made him out to be. He was clearly more knowledgeable than Mr. Sunday. Without even seeing the mecha, Fu Junlin had diagnosed the problem over the phone. Miss Cheng, let me be blunt. I have no interest in being one of the many sycophants around you, so I'd like to propose a deal, Fu Junlin said straightforwardly, as if he had anticipated this. Go ahead. Cheng Xiaoyu's heart skipped a beat. She felt conflicted, but also a bit exhilarated. She worried about what kind of condition Fu Junlin might propose if it was too excessive. It could be a problem. But at the same time, his directness and approach to fairness resonated with her. Your family's gym has a gravity room. I'd like to use it. Of course, if it's inconvenient, I can use it during off-peak hours, Fu Junlin added, trying to make it easier for her. That's it. Cheng Xiaoyu was stunned. No money, no gym membership, or anything like that, just access to the gravity room, Fu Junlin confirmed. That's all? Cheng Xiaoyu was still surprised. No problem. I'll give you access with my black card from now on. You don't need to worry about whether it's crowded or not. My card is your card, Cheng Xiaoyu said decisively. The black card was the highest tier membership card for their gym, granting access to all facilities, including the gravity room, sauna, swimming pool, and space bikes. Deal. Fu Junlin quickly confirmed, as if afraid she might change her mind. Don't worry. Cheng Xiaoyu responded confidently. All right, wait for me, Fu Junlin said before hanging up the phone. Cheng Xiaoyu had just hung up the phone and barely had time to catch her breath when the door to the lounge was pushed open. A tall, impeccably groomed elite student strode in, followed by the same student who had been in the room earlier. Look who I brought, the student exclaimed excitedly to Cheng Xiaoyu. This elite student, one of Cheng Xiaoyu's many admirers, had brought in some serious backup, this time his older brother. After Teacher Sun admitted he couldn't help, the student had immediately rushed out to fetch his sophomore brother, who had been watching the competition. Senior Lin clearly had his own agenda. Helping Cheng Xiaoyu solve her problem might just make this wealthy heiress indebted to him. Everyone in the room greeted Senior Lin warmly, and Cheng Xiaoyu had no choice but to politely acknowledge him as well. With a composed and confident smile, Senior Lin spoke in a patronizing tone. What's the matter? Problems with the mecha? Cheng Xiaoyu nodded awkwardly. She had already called Fu Junlin for help and had no intention of owing favors to someone with ulterior motives. She was well aware of the calculating glint in their eyes. Yes, bro. This match is super important to Xiaoyu. Lin's younger brother chimed in enthusiastically. Even Teacher Sun couldn't figure it out. Why don't you give it a shot? His words put both Senior Lin and Cheng Xiaoyu in an awkward position. Feigning reluctance, Senior Lin glanced at his watch and said, All right, I had other things to do, but I'll take a look. He walked over to the mecha and began tugging roughly at its internal components, making Cheng Xiaoyu wince. We should take it apart first, Senior Lin said, shaking his head. It's hard to see anything like this. If we disassemble it for inspection, It might be fixed in 10 minutes. He started looking for the mecha seams. Chung Xiaoyu panicked at the suggestion. I have to compete in the second round in less than 10 minutes. Then skip the second round and focus on the third. Senior Lin interrupted, frowning with obvious irritation. That's not an option, Chung Xiaoyu said firmly. Hearing this, Senior Lin turned to face her, a flash of anger crossing his eyes. He was clearly displeased with her direct refusal. Suppressing her impatience, Chung Xiaoyu kept her tone as polite as possible. My friend is on his way and says he knows how to fix it. Senior Lin, perhaps you could just oversee things from the side. Though her words were courteous, her meaning was clear. She didn't expect Senior Lin to be of much help at all. Even if you're a junior, you're still taught by the same teachers. Sun Laosher himself said it was a tough case. How could a sophomore have any better ideas? Cheng Xiaoyu shook her head. Honestly, I'd rather trust Fu Junlin, who spotted the issue from outside the mech 2 days ago. Her words left Senior Lin and the surrounding students stunned. Some frowned, while others exchanged incredulous glances. Xiaoyu, are you out of your mind? One student couldn't help but speak up. What could Fu Junlin possibly know? He's just trying to curry favor with you by saying that. Exactly. Senior Lin is just trying to help. Don't let something Fu Junlin said mess up the important stuff, echoed others in agreement. Senior Lin asked with a puzzled expression. Fu Junlin? You mean that kid who made a show of himself at the training grounds? Isn't he from the Battle Banner division? He only transferred to the Mecha division this semester. While Fu Junlin wasn't exactly a household name, his antics had made him a topic of casual gossip around Feiyan Vine School. At this point, Lin Lauer realized Cheng Xiaoyu had called Fu Junlin over and immediately voiced his discontent. Xiaoyu, what are you trying to do? I even got my brother to come, and you're insisting on waiting for Fu Junlin? Cheng Xiaoyu took a deep breath, gave Lin Lauer a glance, and silently cursed her bad luck. She knew all too well what these people were plotting. They wanted Senior Lin to dismantle the mech. Whether he could fix it or not didn't matter. Either way, shadow them a favor after losing 2 more matches. But Senior Lin interrupted his brother with a laugh. It's fine. Let's wait and see. I'm curious to find out what he's supposedly better at than me. With that, he sat down, as if completely forgetting his earlier impatience. At that moment, Fu Junlin rushed in, drenched in sweat, clearly having come straight from the gym. Chung Xiaoyu immediately went up to him. How much time do we have left? Fu Junlin asked, leaning on the doorframe and catching his breath. 7 minutes, Chung Xiaoyu replied, checking her watch, her tone filled with anxiety. Relax, that's plenty of time, Fu Junlin said with a calming gesture and walked straight to the mech. The panels on the waist and left chest were already open, and with a slight bend, he could see the internal structure clearly. As Fu Junlin bent down to inspect the mech, Lin Lauer let out a derisive snort. What a joke. Fu Junlin, can you stop pretending you know what you're doing? What do you even understand about mechs? The other students chimed in with mocking remarks. Fu Junlin glanced at Chung Xiaoyu, who looked helpless, and simply shrugged before preparing to get to work. Just then, the sophomore senior spoke up. You're Fu Junlin? The senior stood up and walked closer, his sharp gaze scrutinizing the junior in front of him. Chung Xiaoyu stomped her feet anxiously on the side, silently cursing. Why are these people still yapping away? The competition is about to start. Fu Junlin, however, remained unfazed. He calmly reached into the mech's internal structure, skillfully adjusting components as he replied steadily, Yes, senior. Nice to meet you. Oh, you know how to repair mechs? Senior Lin sneered. Chung Xiaoyu seems to think you're better than me, huh? Not at all. Just know a little, Fu Junlin replied with a polite smile. Learned it in 3 days since school started? Where did you pick that up? Senior Lin pressed further. Fu Junlin furrowed his brows, withdrawing his hand to meet Lin's gaze directly. Why don't you give it a try, senior? There's 6 minutes left. What did you say? Lin Lauer was livid, pointing an accusing finger at Fu Junlin. 6 minutes to fix it? Senior Lin scoffed. It won't even take that long, Fu Junlin replied confidently. A nearby student chuckled mockingly. Idiot, this is a power structure issue. Even Professor Sun said the stabilizer has to be replaced. You think you can handle it? Don't let ignorance limit your thinking, Fu Junlin responded indifferently. Though he had no intention of causing trouble, he also had no patience for their ridicule. Sensing the rising tension, Chung Xiaoyu intervened just in time, shouting, Enough! The scene finally quieted down. Are you going to fix it, senior? Fu Junlin offered, stepping back. Senior Lin smirked knowingly. Of course I will, but I'll let you go first. Prove your skills. He gestured with a mockingly gracious please. Fu Junlin said no more. He reached into his pocket and pulled out 4 2.0 superalloy clasps. The sight left everyone stunned, including Chung Xiaoyu. This model perfectly matched the mech's internal structure. Without the design schematics, outsiders couldn't possibly know this. With practiced efficiency, Fu Junlin reached into the mech, pinpointed the structural frame, and twisted a few components. With a sharp pull, there was a loud click. A discarded clasp popped out and fell to the ground. The mech's upper body emitted a resounding noise and tilted further, appearing even worse than before. The surrounding students erupted in derisive laughter, but Fu Junlin remained composed. Replacing the stabilizer might seem like the logical solution, but the real issue lay in the power structure. Fu Junlin carefully inspected the mech while analyzing. The root cause of the failure lies in structural strength. When the dual-blade attack mode switches repeatedly, the shape structure can't handle the pressure, causing a shift. Once this shift begins, it deteriorates like a chair with broken weld points, eventually getting stuck at the stress limit. His fingers tapped lightly on the mech's framework. The solution is simple, just replace the shaped support with an umbrella rib structure. As he spoke, he decisively snapped off the lower corner of the structure, causing a discarded clip to pop out. He quickly took out a prepared new clip and installed it. This action caused a slight adjustment in the framework, changing the original double fixation to a 4-point fixation at the base. Chung Xiaoyu tried her best to keep up with Fu Junlin's explanation, but the other students were completely lost, as if listening to a foreign language. This highlighted the gap between the top students and the underachievers. What's difficult for some is easy for others. Knowledge isn't something that can be mastered just by spending time on it. Even a middle school math problem, if not thoroughly understood, can become a blind spot in exams. And even in college, the things you don't understand remain beyond your grasp. Senior Lin listened to Fu Junlin's explanation, observing his skilled repair techniques, and beads of sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. As someone with a decent level of expertise, he understood Fu Junlin's analysis and realized the logic was indeed correct, even though he wouldn't have thought of it himself. Noticing Senior Lin's reaction, Chung Xiaoyu smirked inwardly and deliberately asked, "Senior, how's Junlin doing? Is he right?" By this time, Fu Junlin had already straightened the mech's upper body and was preparing to move on to the debugging phase. Senior Lin cleared his throat and assumed a mentor-like tone, saying, not bad. He knows how to apply basic knowledge. The mech should be fine now." Cheng Xiaoyu turned to Fu Junlin. "Junlin, is it done?" "Not yet, almost," Fu Junlin replied as he pulled a few more clips from his pocket and continued adjusting with focused precision, seemingly ignoring Senior Lin's comment. This scene made Senior Lin's face flush with embarrassment, and the atmosphere grew awkward. Chung Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue playfully, while Lin's younger brother shot him a reproachful glare. After securing the final 2 clips, Fu Junlin gave a gentle twist, and the mech's power system activated. Accompanied by crisp mechanical sounds, the mech slowly stood upright. The panels on its waist and chest automatically reset, fully restoring its mobility. Fu Junlin, still cautious, performed a thorough inspection of the mech. Chung Xiaoyu let out a sigh of relief and asked Senior Lin again, "Senior, it's fixed this time, right?" Holding back his frustration, Senior Lin replied irritably, "Do you even need to ask? It's obviously fixed." Just as he was about to leave, Fu Junlin's voice called out again, "Brother Chung, open the back waist panel of your mech. There are still 2 support brackets left, just one last step." Senior Lin was so furious that he almost passed out, his face growing darker by the second. Although he suspected Fu Junlin was deliberately trying to embarrass him, when Fu Junlin opened the back panel and actually installed 2 clasps, Senior Lin was left speechless. "All right, give it a try." Fu Junlin closed the panel and patted the mech, addressing Chung Xiaoyu. Chung Xiaoyu immediately issued a command, and the mech moved smoothly, fully restored to normal. "It's working. Thank you so much, Brother Fu," she exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement. There were only 2 minutes left until the second match. "No big deal." Fu Junlin wiped the sweat from his forehead and glanced around. The expressions on everyone's faces were quite entertaining, especially Senior Lin, who now looked livid. "What's there to be so proud of? I could have fixed it too if I hadn't let you go first." Senior Lin muttered resentfully, rushing to defend himself before anyone else could speak. Fu Junlin found it amusing to see this 19-year-old senior acting so childish. Though he and the others were only 18, in his eyes, Senior Lin's immaturity was glaringly obvious. "Then thank you, Senior Lin, for giving me this opportunity." Fu Junlin smiled faintly and made a polite gesture of thanks. This only made Senior Lin feel even more humiliated, as if his punches had landed on cotton. After all, it was his own idea to let Fu Junlin repair it first in an attempt to embarrass him, but now he had no ground to stand on. Chung Xiaoyu shook her head discreetly. She thought to herself that even if it had been left to Senior Lin, he wouldn't have managed. He was planning to dismantle the mech entirely, which would have just made things worse. Meanwhile, Fu Junlin had resolved the issue in 5 minutes without even taking it apart. With a cold snort, Senior Lin stormed off, followed by his equally indignant sidekick, Lin Lauer. The rest of their followers, sensing the mood, quickly dispersed as well. "Chung Xiaoyu, uninterested in dealing with their theatrics, exchanged a few more words with Fu Junlin before heading up to the arena. Fu Junlin decided to stay and watch the match. As he looked at the large combat arena, Dehei, his AI companion, suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "Whoa, what's this place for? Isn't it obvious?" "This is a dedicated combat arena," Fu Junlin replied, keeping his eyes on the intense battle between Cheng Xiaoyu and Wang Jintang's mechs. "Unlike the sparring sessions on the training grounds, here you can fight without holding back. It's a place to settle grudges and win bets. There are also challenge matches with prize money, and the seasonal ranked tournaments offer substantial rewards. Wow, you can fight, make money, and gain fame all at once. That's the ultimate triple win." Dehei marveled. "It's called killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Thanks," Fu Junlin corrected him. "Whatever it's called, why don't you participate in this?" Dehei asked, sounding both puzzled and exasperated. Clenching his teeth, Fu Junlin replied, "Because I'm a damn battle standard bearer. What am I supposed to do? Beat people with a flagpole?" He never had grand ambitions and only cared about making money. Whether it was being a battle flag soldier or a mecha pilot, to him, these were merely means of survival. In his plans, becoming an ordinary city engineer and living a stable, uneventful life was enough. As for venturing into the frontier for exploration and adventure, he had never even considered it. "Coward," Dahei suddenly spoke up domineeringly. "I want to try this." Fu Junlin nodded and replied, "Sure, once I finish building my first mecha, well, come here and give it a try." "Mecha? No, I mean I want to do it myself," Dahei roared. "You make me read books all day. Sitting there for hours, I'm bored to death. You owe me some fun to make up for it." "Make it up to you? Why should I? When did I ever force you to read? This is clearly my body. It used to be yours. Now we share it. I have thoughts too, and you need to consider my feelings. Why should I consider you? You're the one who invaded my body. Didn't I help you study? Help you improve? Lend you my biological vision? That's your rent." What followed was a heated argument, with both sides refusing to back down. Fu Junlin never imagined that one day he'd almost get into a fight with himself. When both of them finally calmed down, Fu Junlin had to admit that Dahei had indeed helped him a lot. For someone who struggled academically, reading books all day felt worse than death. "Let's negotiate," Fu Junlin said in a calmer tone. "Go on." Dahei was still panting heavily. "Does it have to be a fight?" "Yep. Then how about we go to the frontier? You can choose." "Of course. Helping you achieve your study goals means less reading for me, so I have to help," Dahei replied eagerly. "Second, I don't want to show my face. First, it might raise suspicion, and second, I don't want to attract attention or cause trouble," Fu Junlin explained. As a battle flag soldier, if Dahei entered the fight and showcased abilities beyond his current level, it could lead to him being treated like a test subject. "Not show my face? What do you expect me to do? Turn into a puff of smoke and fight?" Dahei muttered in disbelief. "That's just shameless." Fu Junlin walked to the corner and pulled out a mask from his battle flag bag. It was a specially designed mask that adhered to the face like a second skin. Without the need for straps, it seamlessly fused with facial muscles. While not a luxury item, it did offer some protective benefits in the frontier. The front of the mask was simple in design, featuring a black and white yin-yang pattern. The most striking details were 2 distinct features: decorative stitching lines around the mouth area and a golden Y character prominently etched in the center of the forehead. The small hole between the 2 vertical lines of the mask cleverly revealed Fu Junlin's genetic grain at the center of his forehead, as if the custom-made mask was deliberately highlighting his subspecies identity. Just as he was about to explain the origin of the mask, the words caught in his throat. "What are you planning to do?" Dehei immediately seized the opportunity to probe for gossip. "Nothing." Fu Junlin had barely spoken when a faint electric current seeped into his mind, tracing the path of his thoughts. "Ha ha ha, sneaking out in the middle of the night to play hero? Such a noble spirit." Dehei teased with a mischievous grin. "Hey, I told you not to read my thoughts. You're crossing the line." Fu Junlin snapped, his face turning serious. My bad. I was just too curious," Dehei replied, though there was a hint of respect in his voice amidst the mockery. "But I didn't expect it someone as timid as you actually dreams of changing the status of subspecies people." Fu Junlin retorted irritably. "I just wanted to practice my battle flag skills, that's all." His expression dimmed slightly as he spoke. Changing the status of subspecies people? That might be a dream shared by all subspecies individuals, but what could one person achieve alone? "All right, now that you have the mask, can we go up and compete?" Dehei urged impatiently. "No way. They all saw my clothes earlier. What's the point of wearing a mask now? Besides, I'm a battle flag specialist and a mech pilot. If there's going to be a fight, I need to stick to my profession, then be a pugilist." Dehei began rambling enthusiastically. "No need for fancy elemental power stats for the weaklings. A real man uses his body to break through all obstacles. Pure strength is the ultimate path. Got it? Remember what I'm telling you, it's the most valuable lesson you'll ever hear. Fu Junlin blinked and asked meaningfully, how much did you score on your last exam? Get lost. Meanwhile, the fight between Cheng Xiaoyu and Wang Jintang was nearing its end. With a swift slash, Cheng Xiaoyu decapitated Wang Jintang's Iron Barrel warrior, claiming victory. He ran over excitedly and lifted Fu Junlin into a celebratory spin. Bro, put me down. People will get the wrong idea. Fu Junlin protested, trying to push him away. But Cheng Xiaoyu, overwhelmed with joy, kept shouting, 100,000. 100,000 in prize money. In the distance, Wang Jintang glared at the scene with a dark expression, his eyes flashing with malice. Lin Lauer appeared beside him at some point, his tone grim as he explained, it was Fu Junlin who repaired his mech. Otherwise, that 100,000 would have been yours. Unaware of the trouble brewing, Fu Junlin returned to the dormitory and extended his hand to Cheng Xiaoyu. The card. Here. As promised, unlimited access. As long as my family's gym is open, you can use the gravity room as much as you want. Cheng Xiaoyu cheerfully handed over a black card with golden edges and silver lettering. Fu Junlin took the gleaming card and grinned. Thanks. Thanks? I should be thanking you. Cheng Xiaoyu threw an arm around Fu Junlin's shoulders and whispered excitedly, do you know how much I won? 100,000. Fu Junlin's smile froze, his voice rising in pitch. How much? He had heard rumors about the high stakes, but he never imagined it would be 100,000. An ominous feeling crept into his heart given the enormous sum. Would Wang Jintang hold a grudge against him for helping Cheng Xiaoyu repair the mech? Come on, my treat for a feast. Cheng Xiaoyu grabbed Fu Junlin and dragged him toward the elevator without waiting for a response. Fu Junlin made up his mind. Since Wang Jintang might already be holding a grudge, he would make sure to take full advantage of Cheng Xiaoyu today. If we're having noodles, it has to be braised beef. And with an extra egg. No, make that too. With Cheng Xiaoyu's black card in hand, Fu Junlin headed straight to the gym early the next morning. However, as he pushed open the glass door, he was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. The gym was packed with people, colorful balloons hung everywhere, and twinkling lights decorated the space. It was clear that some kind of event was underway. Fu Junlin sighed inwardly. Although Cheng Xiaoyu had told him he could use all the facilities freely, flaunting the black card in such a setting didn't seem like a wise move. He decided to stick to the standard workout routine for now and wait for the event to end. During his workout, he learned that it was just a simple promotion. Signing up for a membership came with free gifts. Realizing that he had signed up just a few days earlier, Fu Junlin couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. While resting in the lounge area, he found himself unwillingly listening to a fellow gymgoer nicknamed Dehei, who was enthusiastically commenting on others. Look at that guy on the treadmill over there running like a rocket. And that one doing squats? His face looks like he's about to cry. To avoid the awkwardness, Fu Junlin pulled out a book and pretended to be deeply engrossed in reading. By lunchtime, the gym finally quieted down, and the gravity room was free. Fu Junlin approached the front desk and handed the black card to a receptionist named Xiaoli. Where did you find this card? Xiaoli asked, frowning as she examined the card. Cheng Xiaoyu personally gave it to me. Didn't he tell you? Fu Junlin replied, puzzled. Impossible. There's no way young Master Cheng would just hand out his black card to someone. Xiaoli stepped back cautiously, her hand moving toward the alarm button. You can call him directly and ask, Fu Junlin suggested helplessly. Xiaoli immediately took out her phone and dialed Cheng Xiaoyu. Soon, Cheng Xiaoyu's cheerful voice came through. Oh, right? I forgot to inform you. Yes, I gave him that card. Treat him as if he were Mei can use any facility he wants. But the gravity room has regulations, Xiaoli hesitated. Forget the regulations. I make the rules. Let him use it. Cheng Xiaoyu's tone was clearly impatient. After hanging up, Xiaoli reluctantly swiped the card and handed it back to Fu Junlin. Just then, the office door suddenly opened, and a middle-aged man in a sharp suit strode out. Before he even fully appeared, his voice boomed, Is the little brat here? Mr. Cheng. Xiaoli immediately greeted him with a respectful bow. Mr. Cheng? Fu Junlin was startled. After the sound of a black card being swiped echoed from the office, a man strode out. Fu Junlin initially assumed it would be Cheng Xiaoyu's father, but as the man glanced around and didn't spot Cheng Xiaoyu, his gaze landed on Xiaoli with a look of confusion. It's not young Master Cheng. He lent his card to this student to use the gravity chamber, Xiaoli explained. Fu Junlin frowned internally, dissatisfied with Xiaoli's deliberate tone that seemed intended to put him in a difficult position. My nephew's black card is with you? Mr. Cheng turned to Fu Junlin, his eyes carrying a hint of scrutiny. Only then did Fu Junlin realize that this man was Cheng Xiaoyu's uncle, not his father. Yes, Fu Junlin replied curtly. Mr. Cheng then shifted his focus to Xiaoli, his tone carrying clear displeasure. Did you confirm this with Xiaoyu? I did. Young master said it's true. Xiaoli nodded. Humph. Nonsense. Mr. Chang sneered coldly, his gaze sweeping over Fu Junlin with a frosty edge. I don't know if you're his friend or if this is some kind of bet between you two, but you can use anything else, just not the gravity chamber. Why not? Fu Junlin asked, taking a deep breath. Because it's under maintenance. Hand me the black card. You can use your own card for other things. Mr. Chang demanded impatiently, extending his hand. Fu Junlin could feel the muscles in his arm twitching violently, while the raging voice of Dehei roared within him. Are you even a man? Fight him. I could take on 6 of him. No, 8. But Fu Junlin calmed himself with a few deep breaths. He knew full well that acting impulsively was both meaningless and unwise. Pointless anger was no different from foolishness, and he prided himself on being able to control his temper, no matter the intensity. With a calm smile, Fu Junlin handed the black card to Mr. Chung and immediately turned to walk toward the elevator. His decisiveness caught Mr. Chung off guard, as he had expected the young man to argue his case. However, in Mr. Cheng's eyes, as a subspecies, even if Fu Junlin had some connection with Cheng Xiaoyu, he had no business using the gravity chamber. It might provoke dissatisfaction among the superior species. As the elevator doors closed, Dehei continued to grumble indignantly. Coward. Next to Feiyun Vine School stands a massive weapons supermarket called Weapon City, an imposing 50-story structure that exudes grandeur. The mall features a unique tier design. Out of every 10 floors, 2 are designated for office use, while the remaining 8 are dedicated to selling weapons and equipment tailored to various professions. Prices vary significantly across the levels, with higher floors offering better quality and more expensive gear for the same profession. Today, Fu Junlin skipped his usual gravity room training and came to Weapon City to purchase a pair of specialized gloves for Dehei, who was about to compete as a martial artist. It was essential for Dehei to have the appropriate gear for his profession. While mecha engineers theoretically have the ability to craft such gloves, creating equipment that amplifies physical energy vibrations or sound wave oscillations requires highly specialized knowledge. These gloves, powered by energy, further enhance these vibrations, combining with a martial artist's destructive force to deliver devastating attacks. In arena battles, only the precision strikes of a mecha engineer can rival the explosive power of a martial artist. However, given Fu Junlin's current skill level, he was unable to create such complex equipment and had to settle for purchasing a ready-made pair. The martial artist section was located on the first 10 floors of Weapon City, so Fu Junlin headed straight to the first floor. Behind a spacious counter, a bearded man was engrossed in a mobile game. Fu Junlin cleared his throat twice to get the man's attention, but without even looking up, the man casually said, "Help yourself. Everything's on the shelves, prices are listed." Turning to the display shelves behind him, Fu Junlin found an array of single-hand gloves neatly categorized by level. Each item was labeled with its applicable level and price. Gloves for level 1 master to level 2 elite were priced at 2,000 credits, while those for level 1 elite to level 2 novice were 1,600 credits. This level-based classification wasn't unique to gloves. Weapons for sword enchanters and mages followed the same restrictions. These classifications were fundamentally tied to the density of energy stored in the second heart, a small organ located in the right chest cavity, no larger than half a fist. This organ absorbs various substances from the air: carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, energy particles, oxygen, and even viruses through its energy meridians, converting them into stored energy. Once the second heart reaches its storage limit, any additional energy absorbed undergoes compression, which is the essence of advancing levels through cultivation. For instance, a second heart with a fixed capacity of 280 units will experience an energy density increase when advancing from level 1 master to level 2 novice, effectively doubling its density, akin to compressing loose cotton into a compact bundle. Upon reaching level 2 elite, the density quadruples compared to the initial state. Although the early stages of advancement don't exhibit such dramatic increments, the energy output of a level 2 master is indeed roughly double that of a level 1 master. Don't underestimate the gap of doubling, Fu Junlin mused to himself. Energy intensity can't simply be compensated by quantity. It's like trying to use a mountain of clay to shake a brick. It just doesn't work. He continued pondering the issue of weapon grade restrictions. When high-level fighters use low-grade weapons, they must carefully control their energy output. Otherwise, the excessive energy density could directly destroy the weapon. Even with caution, the results are significantly compromised. Conversely, when low-level fighters use high-grade weapons, they can't bring out their full potential. It's like a pony pulling a heavy cart. Of course, for those who don't mind spending money, opting for the best weapons is no problem, as weapon damage during combat is often inevitable. Shaking his head, Fu Junlin scrolled further down the price list. Suddenly, his eyes were drawn to a shelf labeled, "Second-hand recycled weapons." The rack displayed an array of weapons with damaged exteriors, some even covered in rust. However, the rust wasn't fatal to their function. Even in the harsh environment of the arena, where bacteria were unusually aggressive, the The superalloy materials were only superficially corroded, leaving their internal performance intact. Boss, let me take a look at these gauntlets, Fu Junlin said, pointing to a pair of bronze-colored gloves priced at 1,500 yuan. For the same quality, a new pair would cost at least 2,700 yuan. The shopkeeper lazily maneuvered a forked metal rod to lift the hefty gauntlets, which weighed over a dozen kilograms, and handed them over. Fu Junlin carefully inspected them. Aside from the severe surface rust and a few corroded dents, the internal structure was perfectly intact. These gauntlets were likely found by students in the arena and later traded in for pocket money at the recycling shop. Can you go any lower? Fu Junlin asked. Final price, 1,350. No less, the shopkeeper replied impatiently. This is the best second-hand pair we've got in the store. There's cleaning solution over there, you can polish them up to look as good as new. Fu Junlin, noting the shopkeeper's attitude, became more confident that the price was fair. Without further hesitation, he paid the money and headed over to the cleaning solution section. Boss, how much for this cleaning kit? He asked, pointing to a bottle designed specifically for this type of alloy. Oh, that one? 380 for the whole set. The wiry counter clerk enthusiastically launched into his pitch. You've got great taste, young man. This is the best cleaning kit, rust removal, polishing, and anti-corrosion all in one. 38. Fu Junlin interrupted flatly. The shopkeeper froze, his eyelids twitching. Wow, are you here to haggle or to annihilate my entire family? 38. And throw in a polish, Fu Junlin said decisively, placing the gauntlets on the counter. The shopkeeper stared at him for a full 3 seconds before finally giving in. Fine. The shopkeeper responded briskly with a single word and quickly stuffed the gloves into the counter. It seemed like he was worried Fu Junlin might change his mind. Without hesitation, he turned on the polishing machine, placed the gloves inside, and then turned back to collect payment. Fu Junlin handed over a 50 yuan bill. Do you have change? The shopkeeper awkwardly patted his pockets, and only then did Fu Junlin realize he didn't have enough smaller bills to cover the 38 yuan. I can't break it. How about this? The shopkeeper said, quickly grabbing a set of cleaning supplies from the shelf and shoving them toward Fu Junlin. I'll throw this in for you. Fu Junlin's eye twitched. Something felt off. Nearby, Dehei chuckled mischievously. I think you got scammed. Isn't this what they call fair trade for all? More like, no chance to meet again, Fu Junlin thought sarcastically. This stuff probably costs less than 10 yuan to make. But after a moment's reflection, he decided it wasn't a big deal to let the shopkeeper earn a bit more. 3 minutes later, the gloves emerged looking brand new. Their bronze surface gleamed brightly, and the wax finish left them smooth and shiny. Even the corroded pits had been flawlessly filled in. That's some skill. Fu Junlin sincerely complimented. Just as the shopkeeper was about to pitch more products, Fu Junlin's phone rang. It was Chung Xiaoyu. Hello, young Master Chung, Fu Junlin answered, his tone laced with obvious annoyance. Brother Fu, don't be mad, you know everything now. Why didn't you tell me back then? Chung Xiaoyu started with an apology but quickly shifted to a reproachful tone. How could I dare? Fu Junlin replied helplessly. If he had said anything in front of Chung Xiaoyu's uncle, and Chung Xiaoyu ended up offending him, Fu Junlin would have been the one to take the fall. Hey, race the deal, I'll meet you there at 2 o'clock. Let's see who dares stop you from using the gravity chamber today. Chung Xiaoyu declared resolutely, clearly not intending to show even his uncle any respect. At yesterday's dinner, Chung Xiaoyu had been puzzled by Fu Junlin's determination. He could have just asked for money, but all he wanted was to use the gravity chamber. Though curious, Chung Xiaoyu didn't press further. Since he had promised, he was determined to follow through. After hanging up, Fu Junlin didn't hold out much hope. At most, Chung Xiaoyu would show up to back him up, but Fu Junlin knew he'd likely have to step in to de-escalate things himself. Young Master Chung is certainly loyal, Dehei remarked with admiration. Could you stop using idioms? You haven't gotten a single one right so far, Fu Junlin retorted, rolling his eyes. Not right? Then teach me. Like, brotherly bonds, righteousness as high as the clouds, heartless and ungrateful, or duty-bound to act. As Dehei rambled on incessantly, Fu Junlin returned to the gym. By now, it was already 2 in the afternoon, and the gym was getting crowded. After waiting for about half an hour, Chung Xiaoyu finally arrived in a hurry. At this moment, Chung Xiaoyu's face was filled with anger, a stark contrast to her usual playful and carefree demeanor. Brother Fu, I'm really sorry. As soon as she saw Fu Junlin, she hurriedly apologized, leaving Fu Junlin feeling a bit at a loss. You didn't have a falling out with your uncle over this, did you? If that's the case, just forget about it, Fu Junlin probed cautiously. Chung Xiaoyu scoffed dismissively. The gym is my dad's business. My uncle's just a lazy good for nothing. Letting him be a deputy manager is already a huge favor. You don't understand our relationship, so don't worry about it. As she spoke, she patted Fu Junlin's arm and led the way inside. As soon as they entered, Chung Xiaoyu's uncle stepped out of his office, wearing a fake smile. Ah, Xiaoyu, you're back? Let me ask you, why wouldn't you let him use the black card I gave him? Cheng Xiaoyu demanded bluntly, showing no courtesy. Fu Junlin was so embarrassed that he wished he could disappear into the floor. Her uncle's face instantly darkened, clearly not expecting Cheng Xiaoyu to confront him so openly. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? The gravity chamber isn't something just anyone can use. Oh really? This is my family's property. Are you saying my word doesn't count? Cheng Xiaoyu retorted sharply. Humph. I'd love for your dad to hear that, her uncle said coldly. Go ahead and tell him. While you're at it, why don't you also mention how you've been hosting unauthorized events, falsifying accounts, and selling membership cards at a discount to pocket the money? Cheng Xiaoyu sneered, pulling out her phone. Her uncle's face turned pale, clearly not expecting Cheng Xiaoyu to humiliate him so publicly. You're talking nonsense, he bellowed, pointing a finger at her. I'm saying this one last time. Give him the card. I want to see him step into the gravity chamber with my own eyes. Let's see who dares to stop him. Cheng Xiaoyu's angry voice echoed through the entire lobby, drawing the attention of many gym-goers. At that moment, a refined man wearing dark glasses stepped out of the elevator. Cheng Xiaoyu's uncle immediately turned to him. Secretary, you're just in time. Your family's young master is causing trouble again, insisting on letting a subspecies into the gravity chamber. Secretary Li was sent by Cheng Xiaoyu's father to investigate the uncle's falsified accounts, but right now, he was more concerned about Cheng Xiaoyu's furious outburst. Young master, what's going on here? Seeing Secretary Li, Cheng Xiaoyu's demeanor softened slightly. In the Cheng family, aside from her father, the person she respected most was this steward. Taking a deep breath, she composed herself and said seriously, Uncle Li, I made a promise to my friend, and I can't go back on my word. Besides, I've always hated these discriminatory rules against subspecies. The Federation advocates for racial equality and the elimination of discrimination. Their fate isn't something they chose for themselves, so why should they be treated this way? Cheng Xiaoyu's words left the room in stunned silence. Fu Junlin stared at Cheng Xiaoyu's retreating figure, deeply shaken. In the past, he had always regarded Cheng Xiaoyu as a spoiled second-generation rich kid. Although he had recognized Cheng's talent during their work on mecha research, he had still believed him to be a shallow playboy with knowledge but no depth. But now, Cheng Xiaoyu's actions completely changed his perception. Secretary Li let out a soft sigh after hearing the statement and lowered his voice to speak to Cheng Xiaoyu. We don't have a precedent for this, and the consequences are unpredictable. How about we discuss it further, and then provide you with a satisfactory solution? As he spoke, he glanced meaningfully around the room, implying that half the crowd consisted of subspecies and the other half of superior species, making it inappropriate to act rashly under the watchful eyes of everyone. But Cheng Xiaoyu, already fueled by anger, shook his head with a cold smile. Uncle Li, are you saying that even if I demand it, he still won't be allowed to use this gravity chamber? Not unless your father agrees. Uncle Li replied helplessly, looking at him. Fine. There's one thing that doesn't need his approval. Cheng Xiaoyu nodded, striding into the office and retrieving a self-adhesive board. He quickly scrawled a few large characters on it, and, under everyone's gaze, marched to one of the gravity chambers. With a loud slap, he stuck the board onto the glass wall. Though it was slightly crooked, the impact made the glass hum. Written on the board were the glaring words, "For subspecies only." You've lost your mind. Cheng Xiaoyu's uncle bellowed in outrage. Ignoring him, Cheng Xiaoyu raised a marker and shouted at Secretary Li, if we're going to discriminate, then let's discriminate all the way. From today onwards, this gravity chamber is for subspecies only. Superior species and elite species are forbidden to enter. Today, tomorrow, and forever. His final words were almost a roar, filled with unwavering determination as he glared at his uncle. Bravo! Bravo! The gym erupted into deafening cheers. Subspecies students trembled with excitement, raising their fists in the air, while even some superior species students joined in the chants. In that moment, the boundaries of race seemed to dissolve, and everyone became united advocates for equality. The thunderous applause sent a shiver down Cheng Xiaoyu's uncle's spine. He glared furiously at the crowd before casting a sharp, resentful look at Cheng Xiaoyu and Fu Junlin. With a cold snort, he stormed out. Secretary Li found himself in a tight spot as well. With one of the 3 gravity chambers now designated for subspecies, even if this issue were brought to Cheng Xiaoyu's father, it was clear that Cheng, as his son, would ultimately prevail. Among the wealthy second-generation individuals, Cheng Xiaoyu was indeed considered one of the more thoughtful and diligent ones, a fact her father was well aware of. Hearing Cheng Xiaoyu's passionate outburst on behalf of the subhumans and himself, Fu Junlin was deeply moved. He hadn't expected Cheng Xiaoyu to go to such lengths for him, and silently, he whispered a heartfelt thank you to her retreating figure. After this incident, Fu Junlin felt too self-conscious to practice in front of a crowd. He and Cheng Xiaoyu agreed to visit the gym closer to closing time. Word of this quickly spread among the students, sparking widespread discussion. By 8:30 that evening, over 20 subhuman students had gathered in the gym, all eager to witness Fu Junlin's historic first step into the gravity chamber. When Fu Junlin finally entered the chamber, the students instinctively stood up, clenched their fists, and watched with eyes filled with excitement and envy. His entry symbolized a new possibility for them to use the gravity chamber in the future. The hum of the chamber began, confirming Dahay's earlier suggestion. The gravity chamber's training effects on Fu Junlin's body were indeed far superior to ordinary workouts. However, each training method had its focus. Regular training primarily targeted the breakdown and rebuilding of muscles, while the gravity chamber offered comprehensive enhancement of internal organs, blood circulation, skin, and cardiovascular function. Once training commenced, Fu Junlin's physical capabilities were pushed to their limits, forcing him to struggle against the immense gravitational pressure. After a grueling hour and a half, under the reproachful gaze of Shaoli at the front desk, Fu Junlin finally left the now-dark gym. Night had fallen, and the streets were eerily silent. The red carpet district was particularly dangerous at this hour, a place even the police intentionally avoided, leaving any potential crime scenes to be dealt with the following day. Initially, Fu Junlin planned to head straight home, but the intense workout had left him ravenously hungry. As he walked through a dimly lit alley, the aroma of stir-fried noodles from a roadside food stall made his stomach growl in protest. He approached the stall and took a seat, ordering an extra-large plate of noodles. At that moment, the stall had only one other occupied table, 2 men and 2 women, with the men being purebloods and the women subhumans. Despite only 2 empty bottles on their table, the men were already making inappropriate advances toward their female companions. Fu Junlin frowned slightly, kept his head down, and remained silent, waiting for his noodles to arrive. The shopkeepers, a pair of hybrid couple, silently watched the commotion at another table, pretending not to notice. Who would want to get involved in such trouble? For all they knew, those 2 women might have provoked it on purpose. The noodles smelled delicious. Fu Junlin, ravenous after an exhausting day, devoured them in large mouthfuls. However, just as he had taken a couple of bites, an unpleasant noise erupted from the neighboring table. Amid the sound of a chair scraping and a table bumping, a gaunt, middle-aged pureblood man was viciously yanking a woman's hair, forcing her head toward his lap. The woman, clearly mindful of being on a public street, struggled desperately. The man snarled coldly, "Stop pretending. Hurry up. Now." The woman shook her head, pleading, and it seemed she wasn't acquainted with the man. Realizing his brutality, she tried to escape, but how could she overpower a mech warrior? The mech belt around his waist clearly marked his identity. His grip on her hair was unrelenting. When another woman attempted to intervene, a stocky man immediately grabbed her. The 2 men's eyes gleamed with a dangerous light, like predators baring their fangs. The gaunt man suddenly seized the first woman by the throat, his fingers tightening gradually as he spat out his words, "Filthy hybrid whore. They'll give you one last chance. Obey me, or I'll strangle you. Understand?" His knuckles turned white from the pressure. The woman, trapped in his grip and unable to breathe, turned red as her eyes rolled back. She could only feebly slap at his arm until he finally let go with a forceful shove. She collapsed to the ground, gasping and coughing violently. But before she could recover, the man grabbed her hair again. Fu Junlin continued eating his noodles, his head down, but internally, he was locked in a heated argument with Dahe. "How can you just sit there and watch this? Aren't you a hybrid too? Mind your own business." Fu Junlin replied coldly. "You can be a coward, I get that, but you can't be spineless," Dahe said, unusually stern. "I don't need you to tell me how to live my life. I get that you lack the ability to fight before. You had a brother, a mother you couldn't afford trouble. But now, you just need to lend me your body, and you'll handle the rest." Dahe snapped. "And then what? Even if you can take them down. So what? There are laws here. Do you know the consequences of assaulting 2 purebloods? Do you know what kind of revenge they'll take on me?" Their argument reached an impasse as Dahe began forcibly taking control of Fu Junlin's body. His long-standing experience helping Fu Junlin control his muscles made him increasingly adept. Fu Junlin struggled to resist while inadvertently voicing their internal debate out loud. Just as the gaunt man was about to indulge himself, a sharp noise made him freeze, his excitement extinguished instantly. Bang! The sound of a plate colliding with the wooden table drew both pureblood men's attention. Across from them, a young hybrid man, who looked like a university student, was muttering to himself. His right arm seemed to move uncontrollably, pounding the table repeatedly. Each strike sent the chopstick holder, plates, and chili jar bouncing and clattering noisily with a relentless bang, bang, bang. "That little subspecies dog." The thin middle-aged man shouted coldly at Fu Junlin, his eyes icy. But Fu Junlin was completely focused on his intense mental struggle with Dahe, utterly oblivious to the commotion around him. "I'm talking to you. The thin middle-aged man raised his voice, shouting again, but still received no response from Fu Junlin. The thin man exchanged a glance with the stout superior, their eyes now blazing with fury. The thin man abruptly shoved aside the long-haired woman, standing nearby, and strode angrily toward Fu Junlin. As he approached, he finally caught Fu Junlin muttering to himself, "Even if you want to act, now's not the time. How many times have I told you not to be reckless? Fine. I promise you, but not now. I'll find a way." Fu Junlin spoke while pounding the table with his fist, looking every bit like a deranged madman. In his mind, Dahe was roaring like an irrational child, out of control and unresponsive to any attempts at calming. Even though Fu Junlin promised to deal with the two men in the shadows later, Dahe refused to listen. The thin, middle-aged man froze for a moment at the bizarre sight before him, then furiously kicked over the table in front of Fu Junlin, sending noodles scattering everywhere. Only then did Fu Junlin look up, his eyes brimming with a barely contained fury. "I'm talking to you, are you deaf?" The thin man, initially startled by Fu Junlin's intense gaze, quickly grew angrier, humiliated by his own fear. "Here's some advice. Walk away. Don't mess with me," Fu Junlin growled through gritted teeth, his right hand gripping his left wrist tightly. His entire body trembled slightly from the mental struggle with Dahe, veins bulging on his neck. The situation escalated rapidly. A loud slap sent Fu Junlin flying along with the table, crashing to the ground. The thin man, now smug, pulled off his shirt, ready to teach this insolent fool a lesson. But lying on the ground, Fu Junlin began to laugh a strange, eerie chuckle at first, building into manic, unrestrained laughter. When he rolled over, his face was now obscured by a mask, its mouth sealed and the character sub etched on the forehead. His left hand, previously clenched, had now released its grip. The thin man, enraged by the laughter, raised his foot to kick Fu Junlin's face. Yet Fu Junlin was faster, springing to his feet with lightning speed, his right hand slashing through the air with a sharp glint. With a sickening squelch, two chopsticks pierced through the thin man's cheeks, exiting from behind his ears. His eyes widened in sheer terror, his face frozen in disbelief. From behind the mask's cracks, Fu Junlin's laughter rang out, chilling and unrelenting. "Heh. To me, you're nothing more than a lowly creature too." His voice was completely different from before. It was no longer the tone of a young man, but instead a chilling, distorted sound, as if it came from the depths of hell. The thin, middle-aged man tried to speak, but the chopstick skewering through his tongue reduced his voice to muffled whimpers. Without hesitation, Fu Junlin yanked out one chopstick and struck like lightning. With a sickening thud, the chopstick pierced through the man's throat. Blood trickled down its length, forming dark red droplets on the ground. In the deathly silence that followed, the stout middle-aged man charged at Fu Junlin in a fury, his blade slicing through the air. Fu Junlin sidestepped the attack and delivered a reverse punch to his opponent's chest. But a faint blue energy shield suddenly shimmered around the Manin iconic defense mechanism of the genetically enhanced elite. The punch collided with the shield, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Though it failed to shatter the barrier, the impact was powerful enough to send the stout man stumbling back several meters, nearly losing his balance. Before he could recover, Fu Junlin closed in with ghost-like speed. With a feral cry, Fu Junlin unleashed a relentless barrage of punches against the shield. In just 4 seconds, the seemingly impenetrable barrier of the enhanced elite shattered with a loud crack. Before the stout man could process his shock, Fu Junlin's fist smashed into his face with a dull, resounding thud. The man was sent flying backward, his head hitting the ground with a sickening force. He was dead on the spot. 2 subspecies women had already hidden in the bushes, trembling with fear. The shopkeeper and his wife cowered behind their stall, not daring to make a sound. Fu Junlin didn't bother scavenging the belts of the fallen men. He turned and vanished into the night. In the shadows, unnoticed by anyone, a blonde-haired boy trembled as he recorded everything on his phone. It wasn't until he had run a considerable distance that Fu Junlin stopped in a dark corner of the street. He removed his mask, his face etched with shock. "Do you even realize what you've done?" he asked, though his tone carried little reproach. It was filled more with a sense of bewilderment about the trouble that was bound to follow. "Huh, don't pretend," Dahe sneered. "Deep down, you wanted to kill them too. You're just too much of a coward. When I took control, I unleashed the darkness we both share. Even I nearly lost control, so don't think you're any better than me." The normally composed Dahe was nothing like the frenzied state he had just exhibited. As the fusion between him and Fu Junlin deepened, their thoughts, bodies, and abilities became increasingly interconnected. When Dahe took control of the body, Fu Junlin could distinctly feel that he and Dahe's darker sides fully dominated his mind. It was an indescribably eerie sensation. Recalling the events earlier, Fu Junlin felt a chill run down his spine. Dahe was right. Although there were no surveillance cameras at the scene, the four witnesses had seen everything. Leaning helplessly against the corner of the wall, he anxiously scanned his surroundings, dreading the possibility of the police showing up at any moment. What worried him even more was the fear of going home, afraid of implicating his mother and younger brother. You should have dealt with those four witnesses as well, Dahe remarked coldly. Fu Junlin frowned silently, unwilling to entertain such a suggestion. As he wrestled with his anxiety, his mother called, asking why he hadn't returned home so late. He hastily made an excuse, saying he would be back soon. After much deliberation, Fu Junlin decided to go home and prepare for the worst. If the truth came to light the next day, he planned to turn himself in, hoping to keep his family out of it. However, the weight of guilt left him in a dazed state all night, pacing around his room like a soulless shell. Throughout the night, Fu Junlin repeatedly analyzed all possible scenarios. The fact that he had avoided monitored areas, the four witnesses at the scene, two women and the shop owner couple, and the potential prison sentence he might face. Meanwhile, Dahe, drained of energy, soon fell into a deep sleep, leaving Fu Junlin to endure the torment of his thoughts alone in the darkness. When morning came, the police he had dreaded never arrived. Fu Junlin went to school as usual. It wasn't until 10 a.m. that he saw the latest news report about the murder on his phone. Last night, two prime individuals aged 41 and 39 were killed in the red carpet district. According to 4 eyewitnesses, the suspect wore a solid black spider mask with a white spider tattoo on their face. The attack appeared targeted, suggesting a possible act of revenge. The public is advised to avoid the red carpet district after 9 p.m. Next, we bring you news of an air traffic accident. Fu Junlin let out a long sigh of relief after seeing the news. His mask was unmistakable, featuring a black and white taiji pattern with a prominent Y character on the forehead. Such distinctive features were impossible to misidentify. Yet, all 4 witnesses unanimously claimed it was a solid black mask with a scorpion emblem. This was clearly a result of coordinated testimonies. What was even more clever was that their description left room for interpretation. If Fu Junlin were ever caught, they could argue that the Y character resembled a scorpion. These witnesses, also subspecies humans, had evidently devised this ambiguous narrative to protect the 2 female victims. Just as Fu Junlin was basking in the relief of narrowly escaping trouble, Dahe suddenly sighed. Ah, what a pity. Pity about what? Fu Junlin asked. I was hoping to see what a prison looks like, Dahe replied. Fu Junlin was momentarily speechless and could only shake his head in exasperation. As he was organizing his books, he suddenly realized one was missing. Before he could think further, a strong gust of wind came from his left, and a book was hurled squarely at his face. Furious, he looked up to see Wang Jintang standing not far away with 3 lackeys, a mocking smirk on his face. It was his mecha textbook, which, distracted by his guilty conscience, he hadn't noticed being stolen during class. Clenching his fists, Fu Junlin flipped open the book, trying to suppress his anger. What greeted him only deepened his fury. Every page, once filled with detailed notes, had been completely blacked out with a permanent marker. The book was now utterly ruined. Fu Junlin, huh? Think you're something special? Pretty good at fixing mechas, aren't you? Wang Jintang taunted sarcastically as he stepped closer. Fu Junlin, expressionless, placed the ruined book into his mecha belt and replied calmly, You'll regret this? What was that? Wang Jintang cupped a hand around his ear in mock astonishment. When Fu Junlin didn't respond, he leaned in closer with a smug grin. Remember this, it's not over. For the next 4 years of college, you're my #1 target. I'll make your life hell. After Wang Jintang and his lackeys left, the surrounding students dispersed as well, each with their own thoughts. Some were sympathetic, others gleeful, some angry, but most simply resigned. Although Xiao Zishu hadn't attended class, she was already waiting in the gym when Fu Junlin arrived. Did Wang Jintang bully you? She asked with a frown. I was prepared for it, Fu Junlin replied with a bitter smile. It doesn't feel great, but being targeted by someone like him means things won't be easy for a while. When Xiao Zishu suggested seeking help from teacher Shi Hongyu, Fu Junlin shook his head. For one, teacher Shi was seriously ill, and for another, reporting such incidents would only make his situation worse. Then what are you going to do? He said he'd target you for 4 years. Xiao Zishu said, her concern growing. Fu Junlin remained composed and replied, I have my ways. Just wait and see. Hearing what Fu Junlin said, Xiao Zishu tactfully refrained from asking further. Noticing that he clearly didn't want to continue the topic, she changed the subject. By the way, how's your assignment coming along? It's due in 10 days, and I heard some people have already finished theirs. Fu Junlin shrugged lightly. I'm still working on the blueprints. What? Xiao Zishu widened her eyes in surprise. This is my first mech, Fu Junlin explained seriously. I'm not just aiming to achieve a basic power force intersection. I want to create a mech that can truly perform in combat. Shouldn't you learn to walk before you try to run? Xiao Zishu rolled her eyes. Compared to you, I'm already flying, Fu Junlin retorted, but before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Zishu stomped on his foot hard. He jumped up in pain, yelping, while she turned on her heel with a playful smile and ran off toward the training area. Later that evening, when Fu Junlin returned to the lab, he found that his mom and younger brother were still out. After changing his clothes, he headed straight to the factory, where he immediately ran into Wang Kai. Kai Shu, he greeted. Ha ha ha, long time no see, kid. Wang Kai walked up with a hearty laugh, giving Fu Junlin a firm pat on the arm. Old Gua has been complaining every day, saying there's no one to talk to anymore. Fu Junlin smiled sheepishly. I've been swamped with schoolwork these past few days. I still haven't finished my mech engineer assignment. You're doing well as a battle flag specialist. Why take on a mech engineering minor too? Isn't it exhausting? Wang Kai asked with concern. It's manageable. Fu Junlin shrugged again. Wang Kai suddenly lowered his voice. By the way, Zhang Cheng is planning to open a branch factory on Hive Street soon. If things go well, I might get you a small supervisor position there. Fu Junlin immediately understood and smiled knowingly. Then I should congratulate you in advance, Kai Shu, on your promotion to factory director. You sharp little brat, you guessed it. Wang Kai laughed and scolded him, pointing a finger. But I'll still be managing this factory. Zhang Cheng will personally oversee the new one since the early stages will be tough and require his direct involvement. They chatted for a while longer before Wang Kai hesitantly asked, has your mom come back yet? Fu Junlin's head shot up as he stared at Wang Kai warily. Could this uncle possibly have feelings for my mom? What's up? He asked, his tone shifting as he scrutinized Wang Kai. Oh, nothing, just curious. Wang Kai stammered, pushing Fu Junlin away while his face flushed. What? You think I'd have bad intentions? Why are you looking at me like that? I heard my aunt passed away over 10 years ago, Fu Junlin said bluntly. Kai Shu, you've been single for so long, are you sure there's nothing wrong with you? No, absolutely not. Wang Kai shook his head vigorously. Healthy as ever, fit as a fiddle. Look at these muscles. He began lifting his shirt to show off his abs to Fu Junlin. Fu Junlin glanced at Wang Kai, who was enthusiastically showing off, with a hint of mockery in his tone. You're sucking in your stomach so hard, but I still don't see any abs, he said. After a brief pause, his expression turned serious. All right, Uncle Kai, stop showing off that single above yours. If you're interested in my mom, don't expect me to help you. Not sabotaging you is already me being kind. At these words, Wang Kai's face lit up with joy, his entire demeanor exuding excitement. Seeing this, Fu Junlin silently weighed the situation in his mind. Although he wasn't thrilled about Uncle Kai making a move on his mom, if his mom actually had feelings for Wang Kai, it wouldn't be his place to interfere. After all, his mom's happiness was what mattered most. As long as Wang Kai was a reliable choice, he wouldn't oppose it. But helping? That was definitely out of the question. Got it. Wang Kai was so excited he almost jumped on the spot. To him, gaining Fu Junlin's acknowledgement meant the difficulty of pursuing her had just been cut in half. Fu Junlin, growing impatient, pushed him aside and turned to head back to the production line to work. Wang Kai, now looking unusually serious, returned to his office, likely to strategize his next move. Later, after working overtime and returning to the lab, Fu Junlin found that his mom and younger brother were already home. Despite the late hour, his mom had left him a hot meal. Observing her carefully, he noted that Wang Kai hadn't made any moves yet. At least, her behavior seemed entirely normal. Shaking off these thoughts, Fu Junlin focused on the task at hand. After eating, he immediately dove into his design work. His approach was far from ordinary. Even his drafts spanned over 30 pages, with the details of a single component sometimes taking up an entire sheet. Over an hour later, Fu Junlin finally looked at his completed blueprint with satisfaction, ready to purchase the parts and begin building the next day. Just then, Dahe suddenly spoke up, dousing his excitement with a single remark. What kind of useless junk is this that you've designed? As soon as Fu Junlin heard Dahe's words, he rolled his eyes. What did I do wrong this time? Wrong? That's an understatement. Dahe's voice was filled with urgency. Your entire thought process is completely misguided. You're just blindly stumbling forward. That's called going astray. Fu Junlin instinctively corrected him. Exactly. TCH, exactly what? You're the one who's going astray. Fu Junlin retorted, clearly irritated by Dahe's roundabout comments. For once, Dahe adopted a rare serious expression. Your design approach, I must admit, utilizes dynamics and mechanical principles quite impressively, and the power is nothing to scoff at. It's more than enough to turn in as your assignment, but it's still a flawed path. You need to understand that those dynamics and mechanical principles can't just be applied arbitrarily. Maybe with simple mechanisms, the issues aren't obvious, but the more intricate the machinery, the more flaws will emerge. Achieving a qualitative breakthrough would be nearly impossible. Fu Junlin frowned and thought for a moment before shaking his head slowly. I can't agree with you. Difficulties can be overcome. You can't just avoid trying because of potential problems. That's the difference between you and me. You stubborn rock. Dehe was so exasperated he seemed ready to jump. Listen to me. Based on my observations, humans are currently the most suitable biological form for combat that you can study. You're human yourself, so you can directly use your own structure as a reference. Sure, tigers and cheetahs might be better suited for battle, but you can't study them in depth right now. Isn't this the foundation of your mechanical principles? Instead of creating an entirely new combat form, why not mimic the existing human structure? You wouldn't need to verify or modify anything, just focus on replicating. If the machinery is precise enough, it could easily surpass the emotionally constrained human form. Fu Junlin pondered Dehe's words carefully but remained doubtful. According to you, humans are indeed a decent combat form, but they're not necessarily the most perfect. Even tigers and cheetahs might not represent the ultimate. If I only mimic humans, wouldn't the upper limit of my mech be inherently restricted? Even if it surpasses humans in certain aspects, it will still have limits. On the other hand, if I don't use humans as the blueprint, my creation would have no ceiling. It might not outperform the human form at first, but in the future, it could surpass all known forms. Isn't that the true spirit of scientific exploration? However, Dehe's next words struck Fu Junlin like a thunderbolt. You're too ambitious for your own good. You think the human form limits the growth of your mech? With only 4.5 of your genetic lock unlocked, do you really understand what the upper limit of humanity is? Boom. A sudden epiphany hit Fu Junlin like a thunderclap. He felt as though the top of his head had been violently cracked open. All the carefully designed battle form concepts he had painstakingly crafted crumbled in an instant gene lock. This most fundamental element had been completely overlooked by him. Enhanced field of vision, localized muscle strength augmentation abilities he had personally experienced. So why was he chasing after some supposedly superior battle forms while neglecting the basics? He hadn't even fully understood the most fundamental human form. Fu Junlin looked down at the design blueprints in his hands, which now seemed no better than a collection of childish doodles. Frustration and anger surged through him as he roared at Dehe. Why the hell didn't you say something earlier? 5 whole days of effort wasted. Every night, he had buried himself in calculations, tirelessly working through those physics formulas. Even when the designs blatantly violated the principles of human biomechanics, Dehe hadn't said a word. Faced with Fu Junlin's accusations, Dehe replied with an aggrieved tone, say something earlier? I only realized the problem after seeing your blueprints. You couldn't tell those formulas were anti-biomechanical? Fu Junlin continued to shout, his frustration unabated. Oh, those were formulas? Dehe's eyes widened in sudden realization. I thought they were just some casual sketches you made out of boredom. Fu Junlin trembled as he took a deep breath, one hand clutching his forehead while the other pinched the bridge of his nose, trying desperately to calm himself. This Dehe calling him a dunce felt like an insult to himself, yet calling him useless didn't quite fit either, given he could mistake professional formulas for doodles. Don't be mad, okay? How about we go out and have some fun? Dehe tried to placate him. Get lost. The next morning, Fu Junlin hurriedly finished his breakfast and was the first to rush out of the house, nearly colliding with Wang Kai, who was sweeping the yard. Wang Kai was absent-mindedly poking at a few fallen leaves with his broom. Upon seeing Fu Junlin, the cheerful smile on his face froze instantly. Even leaving the house requires knocking here? Fu Junlin snapped irritably. Go, go, go. You're going to be late for school. Wang Kai waved him off, shooing him away like a wagging-tailed puppy. Hope you get friend-zoned, Fu Junlin muttered under his breath as he dashed off. Sure, sure. And I hope you. Wang Kai absent-mindedly replied, then paused, realizing something. Hey, you brat, what did you just say? Before he could finish, the door opened again. Wang Kai quickly adjusted his expression, turning to greet the newcomer with a perfect smile. Uncle Kai, already hard at work this early? Must had a hearty breakfast, huh? Fu Junting said with a grin. Wang Kai rolled his eyes helplessly. So, am I just doing this for fun? These two brothers are equally infuriating when they talk. Wang Kai glared, clearly annoyed. Hurry up and get to school, or you'll be late. Fu Junting was already used to visiting the factory to see his brother at work, and had become familiar with all the workers there. He chuckled and dashed off like a gust of wind. When Fu Junlin arrived at school, he noticed something surprising. Someone had actually turned in their assignment today. A chubby boy submitted a mechanical wild boar. Though its design was crude, all 4 legs were equipped with power assist devices. When the boar was activated, it roared loudly but could only produce a force intensity of 1, which was far from passing. Its clumsy appearance was so comical that the entire class erupted in laughter. But the laughter had nothing to do with Fu Junlin. Every recess, he had to slip away quickly because Wang Jintang and his gang were always close behind. This time was no exception. As soon as he started walking, he heard Wang Jintang shouting from behind, Fu Junlin. Even if they couldn't catch him, Wang Jintang seemed more interested in ruining Fu Junlin's reputation. A classmate joked from the back, hey, Fu Junlin, someone's looking for you. Fu Junlin pretended not to hear and quickened his pace. Behind him, a chorus of jeers erupted. Coward. These days of living on edge went on for 9 days. By now, not only had most of the other students submitted their assignments, but some had even made a second version or continuously improved theirs to impress the teacher. After all, this assignment was linked to the scholarship, and if it caught the attention of the academy's higher-ups, their futures could change dramatically. As for Fu Junlin, on the surface, it seemed like he was procrastinating and hadn't turned anything in. In reality, he had been busy all along. His assignment had been completed by the 6th day, and the remaining time was spent on fine-tuning. In his view, to stand out, you either had to be the first to submit, or the last. The key was the quality. Early the next morning, over 1,000 first-year students from the mecha department of Feiyun Vine Academy gathered on the sports field. On the stage sat more than 20 teachers, including the mentor of subspecies Class 3 and Shihong Yu, ranked among the top 3 in the freshman martial arts department. While not all of them specialized in mechas, they all had sharp eyes. Their task today was singular, to evaluate the mecha department's assignments. In front of the high platform, 4 detectors were neatly arranged, 2 on each side. Standing on the platform, Mr. Sun explained the functions of these detectors in detail: defense, offense, and agility assessment. When in defense mode, the detectors generate an all-around energy shield that can adapt to various angles of mecha attacks, used to evaluate attack intensity. Conversely, the detectors can also actively attack the mechas to test their defensive capabilities. As for agility assessment, it involves the coordination of flashing lights and spring-loaded poles. When the light flashes, a specific pole will spring up, requiring the mecha to react with a dodge or an attack. By adjusting the delay between the two, the agility of the mecha is thoroughly evaluated. Today, we'll only be using the first function to test the offensive capabilities of the mechas, Mr. Sun announced, shaking the list in his hand. The passing standard for the assignment is an attack with a force intensity of 2. We have 422 freshmen from the second semester to test, so to save time, we're starting now. And for those who don't complete the assignment, don't even think about leaving. Stay here and watch how others operate their mechas properly. First group, Chun Kenan, Duan Xiaohu, Zhou Yijing, Qin Yifei. 3 men and 1 woman quickly stepped up to the detectors and summoned their assigned mechas. The most eye-catching among them was a humanoid mecha equipped with a massive hammer, standing 2 meters tall. The hammer even had a small jet booster attached to it, and this mecha delivered an attack with a force intensity of 4. The other 3 achieved 3, 3, and 2 respectively. While they all passed, they did not receive much praise. As the second and third groups took their turns, the 20 instructors graded the performances in real time using the equipment. Students could view the rankings instantly through a mobile app. Most of the instructors gave scores ranging from 30 to 50, with a few stricter ones even giving zeros. The lowest total score so far was 318 points. Fu Junlin was nervously staring at his phone, refreshing the rankings, when someone suddenly slapped his shoulder hard, startling him. Hey, Lao Fu, feeling nervous? Cheng Xiaoyu teased with a grin. I wasn't nervous before, but now I am, thanks to you. Fu Junlin retorted irritably. Haha, stop pretending. This is a chance to win a scholarship. I even placed a bet on you to win. Cheng Xiaoyu waved a betting slip in front of him. Fu Junlin snatched the slip and saw the words Fu Junlin, odds 1:9, printed on it. His expression immediately darkened. What the heck? Why are my odds so high? Fu Junlin frowned in confusion. Cheng Xiaoyu snatched the betting slip from him and rolled her eyes. Be grateful. You even have a special prize pool. Some people are betting you didn't finish your assignment at all. Who started this? Fu Junlin asked, puzzled. He had no idea when such a betting pool was set up. Of course, it's the old gambling master. Only he has the influence to pull this off, Cheng Xiaoyu explained. Besides you, there are 4 others being bet on. Zhang Beishan and Chu Yunhan are getting the most attention. Seeing Fu Junlin remain silent, Cheng Xiaoyu nudged his arm gently. Don't be like that. Being in the pool means you're one of the notable freshmen. You might not win, but it at least proves your previous performance was impressive. In the end, it's all about who scores the highest out of the 5 of you. Indeed, Fu Junlin had previously made significant contributions as a sniper for the mecha team and even repaired Cheng Xiaoyu's mecha. Those in the know were aware of his talent in mecha mechanics, even if many looked down on him for his perceived cowardice. As they spoke, 3 figures quietly appeared behind them. One of them leaned close to Fu Junlin's ear and said coldly, Fu Junlin, this is your chance. No matter what mecha you use, score a force strength of 2 and lose the assessment. Otherwise, they'll make your life a living hell. Fu Junlin and Cheng Xiaoyu turned around simultaneously to find Wang Jintang grinning at them. Wang Jintang, What did you just say? Don't think too highly of yourself. Try laying a finger on him. I dare you. Chung Xiaoyu snapped sharply. Oh my, you scared me to death. Wang Jintang clutched his chest dramatically. So, young Master Chung is here too. We'll come back another time then. Young Master Chung, keep an eye on your dog, or one day someone might put it down. Chung Xiaoyu glared at him furiously, but knew better than to provoke him further. People like Wang Jintang were scum, and confronting him would only bring more trouble for Fu Junlin. One of Wang Jintang's lackeys chuckled. Don't worry, Brother Wang. Zhang Beishan's about to take the stage. Fu Junlin doesn't stand a chance of winning. TSK, that's not necessarily true. Wang Jintang said mockingly as he looked at Fu Junlin. Our dear mecha master here can repair high-level mechas, right? Fu Junlin stared at him expressionlessly. Wang Jintang's face darkened, and he leaned in so close their faces were almost touching, spitting as he growled, listen carefully. This is your only chance. Lose, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, you'll regret it. It turned out Wang Jintang was deeply in debt from his bets with Chung Xiaoyu and desperately needed to recover his losses. He had placed a huge borrowed sum on Zhang Beishan. Zhang Beishan had submitted his assignment 8 days ago, achieving a force strength of 7, and had since been tweaking and upgrading his mecha, making him the clear favorite. Wang Jintang couldn't afford to lose this time. Wang Jintang spat out his harsh words with venom, casting a mocking glance at Chung Xiaoyu before swaggering off with his entourage. Chung Xiaoyu clenched her fists in anger, wishing she could punch him right then and there. Don't be afraid, Lao Fu. If he dares to mess with you, we'll find someone to teach him a lesson. For every time he bullies you, he'll hit back twice as hard. Chung Xiaoyu said indignantly. Fu Junlin couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Was this girl trying to help, or just making things worse? He pulled out a wad of cash from his pouch, roughly 2,000 yuan, and shoved it into Chung Xiaoyu's hands. What's this? Your inheritance? Chung Xiaoyu asked, clutching the money with a puzzled expression. Inherit your head, Fu Junlin said, half laughing, half exasperated. Place a bet for Metwo 1,000 on myself to win. Really? Chung Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. Fu Junlin's actions not only demonstrated his confidence in his mecha, but also served as a direct response to Wang Jintang's threats. This was a clear declaration of war, was ready to go head-to-head with Wang Jintang. Fu Junlin understood well that avoiding trouble didn't mean trouble would avoid him. Even if he lost, Wang Jintang wouldn't necessarily let him off the hook. Besides, though this test might seem minor, an outstanding performance could lead to unexpected opportunities. To change his fate, he had to seize every chance and couldn't let fear of Wang Jintang hold him back. Chung Xiaoyu immediately dashed off to place the bet. Since none of the contestants had taken the stage yet, the betting pool was still open. She not only put down Fu Junlin's 2,000 yuan, but also added another 2,000 of her own to the original 1,000 she had. This time, she chose to believe in Fu Junlin, just as he had believed in her when he helped repair her mecha last time. Zhang Beishan, Chu Yunhan, Zhang Songlin, Chen Hudong. After the previous round of matches ended, the teacher called out 4 more names. The moment Zhang Beishan and Chu Yunhan's names were announced, the crowd erupted. Cheers and applause filled the air, accompanied by the shrill screams of excited girls. Zhang Beishan was known for his strength, while Chu Yunhan captivated fans with his looks, each commanding a large following. It wasn't until the teacher gestured for silence that the crowd gradually settled down. The other 2 contestants, understanding the dynamics, wisely chose to play supporting roles. They quickly summoned their mechas and completed their tests. Both reached a level 4 force rating, a decent achievement that secured their advancement. Now, all eyes turned to Chu Yunhan. The tall, 1.85-meter youth stood poised, his figure athletic and graceful. His long, flowing hair was tied into a small braid at the back, and his strikingly handsome face exuded a star-like charisma. However, anyone who underestimated him based solely on his appearance would be making a grave mistake. Chu Yunhan pressed the buckle of his mecha belt, and in an instant, a humanoid mecha materialized. The mecha mirrored Chu Yunhan in height, build, and even stance, down to the long blade at its waist. The only difference was its facial features. The sleek, streamlined design of the mecha perfectly replicated Chu Yunhan's physique. Though Chu Yunhan himself carried no weapon at the moment, as someone who had specialized in sword and blade enchantments earlier this year, it was clear that the mecha had been custom designed to reflect his own image. Chu Yunhan donned the controller, his long, slender fingers lightly tapping the detector in front of him. In an instant, the mech beside him shot forward like an arrow leaving the bowstring, stirring up a fierce gust of wind that sent his clothes and hair billowing dramatically. This effortless display immediately sparked a wave of high-pitched screams from the girls in the audience. What was even more astonishing was how his mech flawlessly replicated his signature sword-drawing technique. Left hand gripping the scabbard and right hand wielding the blade, executing a seamless draw and forward slash. The moment the blade sliced through the air, an invisible energy ripple distorted the surrounding space, emitting a low, resonant hum. Following this, the mech's right hand and the scabbard behind it completed the sheathing motion with fluid precision. The energy wall of the detector violently contorted, and the number 8 flashed on the display screen. The judges on the panel nodded in approval, acknowledging the remarkable way this star student had seamlessly fused the skills of a sword enchantment master with those of a mech pilot. The allure of this career combination lies in its versatility. Sword and mech is just one possibility. By integrating different elemental sword enchantment masters or selecting other weapons and mech forms, entirely distinct combat styles can be created. For instance, the combination of a banner master and a mech pilot enables mobile healing and buffs, while pairings like magical banner masters, mech brawlers, or elemental brawlers open up even more unique options. As the score was about to be announced, thunderous applause erupted from the audience, accompanied by waves of cheers from the girls showing their support. However, this electrifying atmosphere was soon interrupted by the entrance of Zhang Beishan. Standing at an imposing height of 1.8 meters, this short-haired young man may not have been as strikingly handsome as Chu Yunhan, but he exuded a commanding aura that seemed to dominate the entire arena. He strode confidently to the detector and summoned a mech that sent the crowd into an uproar. A 2-meter-tall minotaur wielding a massive axe, clearly modeled after a humanoid beast. The audience murmured in awe, noting that the mech seemed even larger than the version seen just a few days ago. Suddenly, without any warning or visible gesture from Zhang Beishan, the minotaur mech let out an earth-shaking roar. Its heavily armored shoulders surged forward, crashing directly into the energy wall of the detector. The mech minotaur crashed violently into the energy wall, causing the entire ground to tremble intensely. The wall emitted a resonant humming sound. 9 force intensity. Mr. Sun announced loudly, the number clearly displayed on the screen. Zhang Beishan frowned slightly, evidently dissatisfied with this result. However, the students in the audience erupted into cheers, especially those who had bet on his victory, jumping up and down in excitement. This score almost guaranteed his championship position after all. Even second-tier entry-level or elite-level freshman mech pilots typically struggled to reach 10 force intensity, unless they specialized as sniper-style precision mech pilots. As a second-tier entry-level striker, Zhang Beishan achieving 9 force intensity with the same level of energy was already remarkable. Such power was enough to easily pierce the armor of a second-tier blue blood monster, and a full-force strike could even severely damage a third-tier elite monster or a boss-level enemy. On stage, Zhang Beishan and Chu Yunhan exchanged a fiery glance before turning and stepping down. Soon, their final scores were revealed. Zhang Beishan took first place with 1769 points, followed closely by Chu Yunhan with 1687 points. The massive gap from the third-place score of 1218 points underscored the duo's extraordinary strength. Sun Ting, Zhou Kong, Zhao Ziyu, Fu Junlin. The next round of competition was about to begin. Under Cheng Xiaoyu's exaggerated cheers and encouragement, Fu Junlin took a deep breath and walked onto the stage. Shi Hongyu, who was already on stage, gave him an approving smile. As Fu Junlin summoned his mech, a wave of groans instantly rose from the audience, clearly from those who had bet he wouldn't complete his task. The other 3 contestants quickly completed their attack tests. Among them were humanoid mechs and beast-shaped mechs, and the clanging sounds of collisions echoed continuously. They ultimately scored 4, 5, and 3 force intensity, respectively. A score of 5 was already considered quite impressive for beginners, 3 was passing, 4 was excellent, and 5 indicated exceptional talent. However, when everyone turned their attention to Fu Junlin, they were met with an amusing sight. He was recharging his mech. Evidently, to save costs, he had opted for second-hand or third-hand energy crystal cores. These built-in cores, while cheap, were prone to leakage and required frequent energy replenishment. Due to his earlier nervousness, Fu Junlin had forgotten to check the energy status in advance. Facing the ridicule of the crowd, Fu Junlin suppressed his embarrassment and focused on inserting the energy crystal block into the mech's charging port. 20 seconds later, the charging indicator lit up. His mech had a simple and unassuming design, standing at approximately 1.8 meters tall, matching his own height. The body gleamed with a faint silver metallic sheen, with secondary parts made of standard alloys. However, critical attack points such as the knuckles, knees, elbows, and shoulders were reinforced with the highest grade 2.2 superalloy that he could afford. Ignoring the waves of jeers from the audience, Fu Junlin put on the controller and began performing basic warm-up movements. As he rotated his neck from side to side, the mech mirrored his actions perfectly. When he raised his arm to rotate his shoulder in a simple motion, an unexpected reaction erupted from the platform above. 6 or 7 teachers, including Shi Hongyu, collectively gasped and abruptly stood up from their seats. Their sudden reaction left the students baffled and confused. Mr. Sun stared at Fu Junlin's mech in astonishment, then turned to the other teachers, his voice trembling with disbelief. "Did you all see the arm of that mech?" "Of course we saw it," the other teachers responded in unison. Only then did the remaining teachers notice the anomaly and quickly moved to the edge of the platform for a closer look. His mech's arms and torso have fiberized connections? Is it imitating human muscle? One teacher asked in utter disbelief. At this moment, the dynamic performance of Fu Junlin's mech stunned every professional in attendance. Unlike the rigid steel plates and mechanical joints of other mechs, his mech's movements revealed a surface covered in countless fine, fiber-like structures, resembling the texture of real muscles. Particularly during a bending motion, the surface of the shoulders, arms, and sides of the waist seemed to rearrange into countless tiny rolling beads, displaying an extraordinary elasticity. The serratus anterior structures on either side of the chest were especially striking, flowing elegantly like the gills of a shark. This groundbreaking design made Fu Junlin's mech fundamentally different from the others, despite its seemingly ordinary exterior. Unfortunately, the ordinary students could only see what appeared to be a simple mech performing basic warm-up exercises, entirely unaware of the machine's true value. Some students had already noticed something unusual. Zhang Beishan frowned deeply, took a long breath, and his expression grew serious. The underling beside him keenly sensed his leader's unease and asked in a low voice, "Boss, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with that mech? Why are all the teachers standing up? Didn't you notice that Fu Junlin's mech is far more agile than the others?" Another student whispered in explanation. "And what good is that? I can't quite explain." Zhang Beishan spoke calmly. "The good eyesight approaches humanity." These 8 words left the surrounding students in deep thought, though most couldn't grasp the full meaning. At that moment, Xiao Zishu came running in, panting heavily, clearly delayed by something urgent. As she entered, she anxiously scanned the room and only relaxed when she saw Fu Junlin adjusting his mech. Turning to Ling Xiaobing, she asked, "What's going on with your brother Junlin?" Ling Xiaobing nervously twisted her hands together, shaking her head to show she didn't understand. Amid the puzzled stares, Fu Junlin completed his mech's calibration. He assumed a standard stance, feet staggered forward and back, left hand raised to eye level. Then, with his back leg pushing off the ground, he rotated his hips, extended his shoulder, and thrust his right fist forward in a straight punch. The mech replicated his every move with precision. This display only elicited more laughter from the crowd, and even the teachers on the judging panel exchanged baffled looks. Everyone turned to Shi Hongyu for clarification. Shi Hongyu initially looked confused. Isn't this just the first lesson from the basic fighter combat course? The most basic move? Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she murmured, "Hips and legs in harmony, power rooted from the ground." As soon as the words left her mouth, Fu Junlin's gaze sharpened. With a heavy push from his back leg, his movements seamlessly synchronized. Hips and legs aligned, he unleashed a punch, and the mech mirrored him perfectly. No flashy elemental effects, no energy surges, just a plain, unassuming punch that left a slowly healing imprint on the energy wall. What? How is that possible? Whoa! The entire room erupted in astonishment. The detector displayed a shocking number, 21 units of primal force. This figure left everyone speechless. Even the teachers forgot to announce the results. To put it into perspective, although Fu Junlin was currently a level 1 master and his mech's energy output matched that level, a force of 21 units was enough to easily penetrate the defenses of a level 3 boss. While a human could theoretically deliver an attack with 30 units of primal force under optimal physiological conditions, factors like combat instincts, fear reactions, and pain tolerance often limited their performance. For a mech to achieve such a level of power was nothing short of terrifying. For instance, when a monster kicks up a cloud of dust, your instinct is to close your eyes. Fu Junlin's voice echoed through the examination hall. When you attack a monster, the recoil might tear your grip, and your weapon could fly out of your hands in an instant. But a mech is different. He continued passionately, "If we can build such a mech, it would be like having the perfect companion, immune to pain, devoid of fear, free from hesitation, and endlessly loyal. And as long as you have the money, you can have 1, 2, or even more of these companions." 21 force intensity. Successfully passed. Teacher Sun finally snapped out of his shock and announced loudly. The crowd erupted in astonishment. The examiners exchanged looks, then silently returned to their seats to grade the performance. Soon, the results were updated on the school leaderboard. First place, Fu Junlin, 1972 points. Cheng Xiaoyu leapt into the air like a cannonball in excitement, but accidentally landed on an outstanding student's head. Even as he was pinned to the ground and beaten, he couldn't stop laughing. 3,000 yuan had turned into 27,000. Meanwhile, hidden among the crowd, Wang Jintang clenched his teeth, veins bulging, his eyes bloodshot. This time, he had lost completely and utterly. He was bankrupt, and the borrowed money had become a bottomless pit he couldn't hope to fill in the short term. Fu Junlin retracted his mech, bowed to the examiners, and turned to leave. The examiners were still immersed in their shock. This kid had been charging his mech with a second-hand energy crystal earlier, and many of its parts were made of ordinary materials. If he were given top-tier equipment, what kind of results could he achieve? In truth, Junlin wasn't stingy. The cost of this mech was already 3 to 4 times that of similar products, with its internal components alone being incredibly expensive. He had originally given his mother over 10,000 yuan, leaving himself with only 5,000, and the 2,000 he used today was borrowed from her. Of course, he also had his own laboratory, an advantage many of his peers lacked. Most crucially, he had Dehei, whose biological television capabilities played a pivotal role. The moment he stepped off the stage, Chung Xiaoyu gave Junlin a bear hug and refused to let go. Junlin was worried this guy might suddenly pull some stunt. What about my winnings? Junlin asked, clearly focused on the most important matter. Oh right, almost forgot. Let's go. Chung Xiaoyu slapped his forehead and dragged Junlin off to find the old gambler. This exam had unexpectedly netted Junlin a profit of 16,000 yuan. After deducting the principal, the pure profit was worth more than several hunting trips combined. The subsequent exams seemed dull in comparison. By the time everyone had submitted their work, it was nearly noon. Junlin, come here. Shi Hongyu called out to Junlin as soon as the session ended, motioning for him to come over. Junlin had anticipated this moment for a long time. It was almost inevitable that he would be called away. Leading the way was Shi Hongyu, followed by 6 or 7 other teachers, all surrounding him as they strode purposefully toward the administration building. Such a scene was rare on campus and naturally drew the curious gazes of countless students along the way. After entering the building, the group headed straight for the elevator. Shi Hongyu pressed the button for the 34th floor, and Junlin's heartbeat quickened. While he had been to the lobby of the administration building before, he had never ventured to the upper floors. He was well aware that this building housed teachers, professors, and school administrators of various ranks, and the higher the floor, the more prestigious the position. Being suddenly brought to the 34th floor made him understandably nervous. You're not about to get dissected, are you? Should we switch hosts while we still can? Dehei teased in his mind, picking up on the tense atmosphere in the elevator. If I go down, you're coming with me, Junlin replied irritably. No way. I want to switch to that teacher with the, largest assets. Quick, let me transfer. Dehei's attention was clearly on Shi Hongyu. Junlin was about to snap back when Shi Hongyu spoke softly to reassure him. Don't be nervous. Professor Shangguan is very kind. Show him your mech. This is a great opportunity. It turned out that after some deliberation, the teachers had decided that Junlin's case had to be reported. It wasn't just the astonishing 21-point primal force intensity that caught their attention, but also the process by which this data was achieved and the unique structure of his mech. The matter was too significant for the professors on the lower floors to handle. It had to be brought to Professor Shangguan. Shangguan, Junlin murmured, his eyes widening suddenly. Shangguan Mengji, the honorary professor? The teachers chuckled at his reaction. Professor Shangguan was indeed a legendary figure. As an honorary professor in the mecha department at Feiyun Vine School, he was renowned across the Moi Federation. He was one of the pioneers who had separated energy oscillations from sound wave vibrations, a groundbreaking achievement in the field. The elevator arrived at the 34th floor, revealing a spacious, curved hallway. The area was unexpectedly quiet, with walls that gleamed with a metallic sheen. All the offices were equipped with automated doors, exuding a strong sense of advanced technology. What surprised Junlin even more was the floor-to-ceiling height. It was at least 6 meters, more than double that of a standard floor, clearly designed to accommodate large mechs. However, this height also meant the floor was perilously close to the electromagnetic interference cloud and the heavy metal pollution zone near the top of the building. As a result, the area was equipped with an independent ventilation system, and all exterior windows and doors were strictly controlled to prevent unauthorized openings. The wall directly opposite the elevator silently slid open to reveal an automatic door, and out stepped a tall man. He had evidently been observing the visitors in the elevator from somewhere nearby. With a professional smile on his face, he addressed Shi Hongyu. Miss Shi, long time no see. What brings you here? We have something important to discuss with Professor Shangguan, Shi Hongyu replied with a polite smile. Junlin discreetly observed Shi Hongyu's expression and, seeing that her smile carried no special sentiment and was merely courteous small talk, he felt somewhat relieved. Professor Shangguan seems to have gone out and hasn't returned yet, the tall man said with a slight frown, before quickly regaining his smile. Let me take you to check his office. He gestured in a direction and began leading the way. Along the way, the man seemed to have a favorable impression of Shi Hongyu, and kept trying to strike up a conversation. They occasionally passed professors and scholars dressed in the high-ranking uniforms of Feiyun Vine School, who were all engrossed in reviewing the documents in their hands. Look at these people, so boring. It's just a bunch of words on paper. They don't even watch where they're going. Someone's bound to step on something. Dehei muttered discontentedly. Fortunately, only Junlin could hear him, or this troublemaker would have caused a scene. In stark contrast to Dehay's attitude, Fu Junlin's eyes sparkled as he eagerly took in the sight of the lab's mechas and advanced equipment, as if he had entered paradise. I think this place is fascinating. You're the one who's fascinating. Dehay scoffed disdainfully. The group arrived at the entrance of a massive laboratory, and the tall man gestured for them to enter. Inside, a man in his 30s with slicked-back hair was writing complex formulas on a blackboard. Nearby, a few novice scholars were fumbling clumsily with a mecha component. The slick-haired man noticed their arrival, and when his gaze landed on Fu Junlin and Aspeci's individual, his frown deepened. He put down the chalk and asked curtly, "Who are you looking for?" "Hello, we're here to see Professor Shangwan," Shi Hongyu replied evenly. "Some of us teachers suspect that one of our students' mechas might hold significant research value, and we'd like the professor to take a look." "Him?" The slick-haired man cast a disdainful glance at Fu Junlin. "That's right," Shi Hongyu confirmed. "Put the mecha over there," he said indifferently, pointing to a cluttered corner of the office filled with various devices and mecha components. Without waiting for a response, he turned back to his equations, clearly unwilling to engage further. If it weren't for Professor Shangwan's policy that any potentially valuable mecha issues raised by teachers could be brought to the lab for discussion, this slick-haired man would likely have already asked them to leave. As a disciple of Professor Shangwan and a member of the superior species, his status exceeded that of some strong species individuals, and he instinctively harbored prejudice against Aspeci's people. Fu Junlin glanced at Shi Hongyu and, seeing her nod, reluctantly summoned his mecha and placed it in the designated spot. While the slick-haired man was engrossed in his formulas, Fu Junlin discreetly pulled out his phone, quickly bringing up a photo of Shangwan Mengji, and subtly waved it in front of the mecha. The small gesture went unnoticed by Shi Hongyu and the others, who assumed he was simply polishing the mecha. After leaving the lab, Shi Hongyu quickly caught up with Fu Junlin, giving him a firm pat on the back. "Don't worry. Professor Shangwan will definitely notice it when he returns," she said. "Exactly. If you're talented, you'll shine eventually. I believe in you, kid." Teacher's son chimed in enthusiastically from the side. Fu Junlin rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. "Actually, I was hoping to get a new energy crystal block. My mech is still running on a second-hand crystal block. It's kind of embarrassing." "Haha, don't tell me you've been gambling," a male teacher teased, his eyes lighting up with a mischievous grin. Noticing that Fu Junlin, who was previously short on cash, was now eager to replace his energy crystal block right after the quiz, it was obvious he had made some money. Fu Junlin smiled sheepishly, silently confirming the assumption. "If I had known, I would have joined in too. You didn't even share this insider info with us," one teacher joked. "Yeah, next time something like this comes up, you better give us a heads up," several male teachers added, laughing. "Enough. All of you, stop it." Shi Hongyu snapped, her eyebrows furrowed. "What do you take my student for, a racehorse? Have some principles. Come on, admit it. How much did you win?" one teacher asked slyly, eyeing Shi Hongyu. Shi Hongyu's cheeks flushed as she muttered softly, 9,000. "Rigged. This has to be rigged." The teachers groaned dramatically in unison. Later in the afternoon, Professor Shangwan entered the office building. Everywhere he went, people greeted him respectfully. Despite his age of over 80, with his hair streaked with silver, he was full of energy and responded to everyone with a kind smile. Known for his rigorous and disciplined approach to academia, he was both admired and feared by his students, who took pride in being mentored by him but also felt the pressure of his high expectations. Back in the lab, a slick-haired young man and several other young researchers quickly gathered around him. As the only junior scholar among Shangwan Mengji's many students who stayed by his side, the slick-haired man adeptly took his professor's coat. "Welcome back from the conference, Professor." "Yes," Professor Shangwan replied with a wry smile. "Those old folks talk so much. I almost felt like my ears were about to sprout legs and run away." "Well, they're just passionate about the research. After all, what you're working on is incredibly significant," the slick-haired man said earnestly. He wasn't exaggerating. The team was developing a large mech capable of penetrating interference clouds and detecting distant fields, a breakthrough with immense implications for humanity's exploration of these areas. Professor Shangwan walked over to the blackboard. "Have you completed the calculations I assigned you?" "They're all here," the slick-haired man said, pointing to the equations on the board. Professor Shangwan studied the results with his hand on his chin for a moment before shaking his head. "No, it's not right. Recalculate." His simple rejection rendered half a day's work futile, but that was the nature of scientific research. He then turned and walked toward a mech component, examining it closely while asking casually, "Did anyone come by today?" The young researchers instinctively glanced at the slick-haired man, then at the corner where Fu Junlin's mech was left. However, Professor Shangwan, engrossed in flipping through a book, seemed to be waiting for their response. At that moment, the slick-haired man carefully placed his clothes aside, his expression dark and stormy as though it could drip water. He cast a vicious glare at the group and replied in a curt, harsh tone, "No." In his mind, he had already decided that no matter the quality or significance of the so-called subhuman design mecha, he would not let the professor see it. The reprimand he had endured earlier that day had left him in a foul mood, and he was unwilling to let the professor witness anything that might outshine him. He secretly planned that the next time Shi Hongyu and the others came around, he would simply tell them the professor had already seen the mecha and found nothing remarkable about it, advising them to take it away. Shangguan Mengji, however, showed no particular concern for the matter. He calmly returned to his workstation, put on his glasses, picked up a document, and immersed himself in his work. An entire hour passed before he finally stood up, holding a coffee cup in one hand and the document in the other, and headed out. A young scholar quickly approached him with eager steps. "Professor, let me get your coffee for you." Shangguan Mengji waved his hand with a smile. "I just needed to stretch my legs. Sitting too long can be a problem. I'll get it myself." As he walked, he asked with genuine concern, "How are you adjusting to the internship so far?" The young scholar followed closely beside him, answering cheerfully, "It's going great, just as I imagined it would be." "Huh. Saying that might make me assign you more work." Shangguan Mengji joked. The scholar scratched his head bashfully at the remark, a faint blush appearing on his face. The two of them chatted and laughed as they approached the doorway. Just as Shangguan Mengji stepped over the threshold, he suddenly felt that something was off. He hesitated, stepping back into the room, his gaze falling on the mecha components section. There, a humanoid mecha stood silently. Under normal circumstances, having a humanoid mecha in the mecha components area would be nothing unusual. It was likely a model used by scholars for research. Being frequently out and about, Shangguan Mengji usually didn't pay much attention to whether a new mecha had been added. But at this moment, a certain detail sent a chill down his spine. The mecha's head seemed to have turned slightly, as if it were watching him. The thought made Shangguan Mengji's blood run cold. He took a few more steps back, and this time, he was sure he hadn't imagined it. The mecha's eye area was faintly glowing with energy, and its head was indeed tracking his movements, its gaze fixed unerringly on him. Shangguan Mengji's brows furrowed instantly, a chill running down his spine. Did this mech just come to life? He cautiously paced back and forth, observing closely. The mech's gaze indeed followed his movements, as if locking onto a target. However, after a few seconds, the mech suddenly froze, and the light in its eyes dimmed out. Shangguan Mengji strode quickly to the mech, speculating that it might have run out of energy. His action immediately drew the attention of everyone present, especially a man with slicked back hair. The man's face turned pale, and his scalp tingled with unease. "Whose mech is this?" Shangguan Mengji turned and asked. A straightforward scholar stepped forward without hesitation, replying, "It was brought here by a group of teachers and a student. The mech was developed by that student. The teachers mentioned that this mech represents a significant breakthrough and specifically invited you to take a look." His tone was candid, completely ignoring the furious glare from the slick-haired man. Shangguan Mengji's gaze shifted to the man with slicked back hair. The straightforward scholar knew full well that his words might offend the man, but he couldn't stand by and watch someone suppress young talent. Regardless of why the student's mech ended up here, it could very well change that young person's destiny. If it truly represented a major breakthrough, it shouldn't be buried due to someone's selfish motives. To leave himself a bit of an out, the scholar added, "Senior Dong Wei happened to be in the restroom at the time and wasn't present." The slick-haired man immediately latched onto this excuse, saying, "Yes, I was in the restroom then." Shangguan Mengji saw right through the flimsy excuse. Such an obvious lie couldn't fool everyone, especially since he was already aware of this man's jealousy toward his apprentice. However, Shangguan Mengji's focus was entirely on the mech right now, leaving no time to delve into these petty matters. "Bring me my glasses," he suddenly called out to one of the scholars. The slick-haired man rushed to fetch them first, but had them snatched away by Shangguan Mengji. Putting on the glasses, Shangguan leaned in close to inspect the mech, examining it repeatedly. Suddenly, he drew in a sharp breath, jerking his head up so abruptly he almost collided with the mech. He turned around furiously, yanked off his glasses, and glared at the slick-haired man as he roared, "You're utterly useless and only make things worse." Then, turning to the other scholars, he demanded, "Who brought that student here?" The scholars were stunned. They had been working with the professor for over a month and had never seen him this enraged. It was Professor Sun Jian and Professor Shi Hongyu." Two scholars quickly answered. Both were well-known first-year instructors. Sun Jian was an expert in mech studies, known for his engaging teaching style, while Shi Hongyu was famous for her striking looks and fiery temper. She was often seen challenging other teachers in the combat arena, earning her the nickname, the Fiery Fist Little Dragon. "You, come with me." Shangguan Mengji pointed at the straightforward scholar, striding out of the room with long, determined steps. The scholar couldn't bother with anything else. He dashed to the coat rack, grabbed Shangguan Mengji's jacket, and sprinted out. Though he wasn't one to curry favor, as a professor, he understood that a jacket symbolized dignity. Such attentiveness to details often revealed a person's character. Shangguan Mengji's gaze lingered on the mech, carefully examining it. A flicker of astonishment flashed in his eyes. The fiber optic connections and the nearly flawless simulation of human muscle structure were far beyond what ordinary equipment could achieve. Two possibilities rapidly played out in his mind. Either this student had discovered a revolutionary new method allowing the mech to achieve perfect connectivity without falling apart, marking him as an undeniable genius, or the student had access to resources far exceeding those of the Federation, enabling the creation of equipment more advanced than theirs. If it were the latter, it could only mean that a significant portion of the Federation's research funds had been lining certain individuals' pockets. In that case, the Federation might as well give up on exploration projects and start raising pigs. Meanwhile, Junlin was enduring one of the most grueling moments of recent times. He had hoped to gain a new perspective in this mech class, but as soon as he sat down, Wang Jintang swaggered over with 3 cronies in tow. Just as Junlin attempted to stand and leave, Wang Jintang shoved him back into his seat. A contemptuous smirk spread across Wang Jintang's face, a look of reckless arrogance. He knew full well that fighting in class would cost him credits, but the thrill of humiliating Junlin was far more satisfying than throwing punches. Leaving already? Come on, this is the most exciting class. How could you miss it? Wang Jintang said, giving Junlin's shoulder a hard slap before sliding into the seat to his left. One of the cronies immediately took the seat to the right, while the other 2 blocked the row behind, effectively trapping Junlin. Junlin licked his dry lips, and suddenly, the mocking voice of Dehei echoed in his mind. I'm just a pushover, a pushover, a pushover, but deep within, a fire of anger was quietly igniting. Around him, classmates averted their gazes, though many couldn't resist sneaking glances out of the corners of their eyes. Some even pulled out their phones, ready to record. As the recent campus sensation due to his stellar performance in a quiz, Junlin had surpassed Zhang Beishan in fame but had also become a target of ridicule. Just then, the instructor entered the classroom. Junlin reached for a book from his mech belt, but it was instantly snatched away by Wang Jintang. Oh, sorry, I didn't bring mine. Mind if I borrow this? Wang Jintang said with feigned politeness. Junlin looked at him calmly. I'm giving you one last chance, return it. No. Wang Jintang leaned in with a menacing grin, then deliberately began to tear the book down the middle, right in front of Junlin's face. Junlin glanced at him, a faint smile curving his lips. You've made your choice. Hearing Junlin's words, Wang Jintang almost burst out laughing. However, contrary to their expectations, Junlin didn't erupt in anger. Instead, he casually pulled another book out of his bag. What was even more puzzling was that Junlin seemed completely indifferent to the fate of the books. He kept taking one out after another. At one point, he even handed a book directly to Wang Jintang. You damn it! Wang Jintang cursed under his breath, deciding not to overthink it. He tore apart every book Fu handed him without hesitation. In no time, 6 or 7 books were reduced to shreds in his hands. Just then, the classroom door suddenly swung open. Teacher Sun and Shi Hongyu strode in, followed by the esteemed guest professor Shangguan Mengji and another scholar. Shi Hongyu symbolically knocked on the door after entering, signaling to the teacher conducting the lesson. The teacher, upon seeing Shangguan Mengji, became visibly excited, as if fueled by adrenaline. They quickly stepped off the podium. After a brief word from Shi Hongyu, the teacher nodded repeatedly and turned to the class, announcing loudly, Junlin, are you here? Step outside. The entire class erupted in chatter. Many students had already recognized Shangguan Mengji at the door. Coupled with the impressive display of Junlin's 21 force level earlier that morning, they immediately pieced together what was happening. All eyes turned to Junlin. Wang Jintang, who had been leaning intimately against the back of Junlin's chair, looked at him in disbelief and slowly withdrew his arm. Behind him, his 3 lackeys discreetly stepped back, scrambling to hide the torn-up books. Junlin stood up expressionlessly, adjusted his clothes, and walked down the aisle at an unhurried pace. Hurry up, you're slower than a cold meal. Shi Hongyu whispered impatiently. Teacher, you might want to speak louder so Professor Shangguan can hear you comparing him to food scraps, Junlin replied, exasperated. Shi Hongyu practically pushed Junlin forward by the back, stopping in front of Shangguan Mengji. Professor, this is him. Junlin felt like a suspect being apprehended, but he knew Shi Hongyu genuinely had his best interests at heart and was concerned about his future. Shangguan Mengji smiled warmly and extended his hand in a gentlemanly manner. It's a pleasure to meet you, young man. Hello, Professor Shangguan. My name is Junlin. Junlin immediately clasped the professor's hand with both of his, responding earnestly. Haha, you're quite an interesting young fellow, Shangguan Mengji said with a chuckle, firmly shaking Junlin's hand while patting the back of it. He then jokingly complained, That biometric lock on the mechie out, better think about removing it for me. Otherwise, wherever I go, it's going to keep staring at me, isn't it? That'd be a bit unnerving. Clearly, with his sharp insight, he had already seen through the little trick Junlin had set up on the mecha. To capture the attention of the mech, the young man cleverly embedded a biometric system into it that was linked to his facial features. As long as his face appeared within the mech's field of vision, it would automatically follow his movements. Such a design was sure to grab anyone's attention. Not only was this method ingenious, but it also showcased his meticulous thought process. The effect could only be triggered by his presence, demonstrating his talent while avoiding unnecessary ostentation. Apologies for disturbing you, Professor. Junlin's face flushed slightly, and he appeared a bit uneasy. Ha ha ha, no worries. Shangguan Mengji waved it off with a laugh. Then, with a more serious tone, he asked, by the way, are you free after 7? He's free. Several teachers answered in unison on Junlin's behalf. Junlin nodded repeatedly to confirm. Great, then come to my lab. I have some questions I'd like to discuss with you, Shangguan Mengji said earnestly. I'm honored, Junlin said excitedly. It's a privilege to learn about mechs from you. The Brooklyn line and colliding worlds are my ultimate mech engineering bibles. Almost all the power systems in my mech designs are based on the Brooklyn line theory. His excitement was palpable, and his sincerity was evident. It was not mere flattery. Shangguan Mengji responded with a hearty laugh, a genuine expression of joy he hadn't shown in a long time. Patting Junlin on the shoulder, he said, I can tell. For a scholar, the greatest aspiration is not fame or power but the immortalization of their theories. Though Shangguan Mengzi's 2 books were hailed as classics, many people praised them insincerely, merely to curry favor. Junlin, however, had not only studied these works in depth, but had also applied the theories and practiced. This was the highest form of respect a scholar could receive. If it weren't for my upcoming physical exam, I'd love to wait here until your class ends, Shangguan Mengji said sincerely. As an important researcher, his health was a top priority for the Federation. The mech instructor nearby breathed a quiet sigh of relief. If this prominent figure stayed, how could he continue teaching the class? They'll be there on time. Junlin responded with a sharp salute. Just as Shangguan Mengji was about to leave, Junlin suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. My textbook is filled with research notes. If you're interested, you could take a copy with you to pass the time during your checkup. Oh. Shangguan Mengji's eyes lit up as he eagerly followed Junlin back into the classroom. The other teachers trailed behind as well. The entire class held their breath, watching Junlin walk step by step toward his desk where the textbook, torn to shreds by Wang Jintang, still lay. The news of Junlin being surrounded by teachers outside, shaking hands and laughing with Professor Shangguan, spread through the classroom like wildfire. All the students' eyes turned to him, astonished that this subspecies individual had gained the favor of Shangguan Mengji. Wang Jintang and his group felt the weight of countless gazes from all directions, a chill running up their spines. They hurriedly tried to clean up the mess on Junlin's desk, but it was already too late. Shi Hongyu's sharp gaze instantly locked onto the torn and scattered books on Junlin's desk. Her almond-shaped eyes widened as she strode over with determined steps. Shangguan Mengji and the others also noticed the commotion and followed closely behind. Wang Jintang's heart pounded so hard it felt like it might burst from his chest, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. His gaze at Junlin was filled with a mix of desperation and intimidation, as if trying to threaten him with his eyes while also begging for mercy. He was clearly flustered. Junlin turned around helplessly and spread his hands toward Shi Hongyu. I'm really sorry, my book. The teachers present immediately pieced together what had happened. Shangguan Mengji's mustache twitched slightly as he inwardly chuckled at the cleverness of this young man in turning the situation to his advantage. Yet, instead of feeling angry, he was furious at the student's behavior. A superior species student bullying a subspecies one? Unforgivable. Who did this? Shi Hongyu's fists clenched tightly, making a cracking sound, as her cold gaze swept over Wang Jintang and his group. At that moment, a superior species student suddenly stood up and loudly accused. It was Wang Jintang. We all saw it was the one who tore up Junlin's books. This statement seemed to open the floodgates, and more students began to chime in. That's right. Every time Junlin took out a book, he tore it up. It was outrageous. Exactly. We all saw it happen. The uproar among the students only fueled Shi Hongyu's anger. Meanwhile, Junlin simply looked down at Wang Jintang with a detached, indifferent expression. Everyone in the room understood that Junlin had not only repaired Cheng Xiaoyu's mecha but also created one with a force strength of 21, and now, he had earned the recognition of Shangguan Mengji. In comparison, what was Wang Jintang, a small-time bully with poor grades? Siding with Junlin at this moment was undoubtedly the smartest move. The atmosphere in the classroom suddenly became tense. The students began to voice their accusations. Now you decide to step forward and point fingers? You all saw it happening, yet none of you did anything to stop it? What were you doing before? Professor Shangwan spoke in a meaningful tone. Such bullying behavior is certainly not to be condoned. His voice carried a hint of warning. Given his status, it was not appropriate for him to explicitly state how Wang Jintang should be dealt with, but the teachers present understood his implication. In unison, they responded, "Understood, Professor." In front of Professor Shangwan, even the teachers acted with the deference of students. A single word from him was enough for the academic office to treat it as an order. Wang Jintang's fate was sealed. His academic career was effectively over. All right, I have something to attend to, so we'll take my leave. Shangwan Mengji turned to Fu Junlin, his tone gentle. Don't let this incident affect your studies. If you ever run out of books again, come to me and I'll give you a few. Though his words seemed simple, they carried an underlying warning. Anyone who dared to destroy Fu Junlin's books in the future would be seen as damaging Professor Shangwan's books. Fu Junlin quickly expressed his gratitude. The teachers accompanied Shangwan Mengji as he left the classroom, escorting him a considerable distance, while Fu Junlin turned back midway and returned. When he stepped back into the classroom, the large room was utterly silent. Everyone was eyeing the once bullied boy with a mix of emotions, while Wang Jintang and his gang were drenched in cold sweat. Fu Junlin walked leisurely back to his seat, his gaze falling on the books stacked on his desk, the same ones that had been destroyed earlier. It was clear these were Wang Jintang's books, their pristine pages suggesting they had hardly been opened. Placing them on Fu Junlin's desk was an unmistakable gesture of surrender. A cold smirk appeared on Fu Junlin's lips as he sat down with an air of nonchalance. Suddenly, he slammed his hand down on the books with a loud bang, the sound echoing sharply through the silent classroom. The already nervous Wang Jintang flinched violently, and the other students were startled as well. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Fu Junlin opened the topmost book and flipped to the title page where Wang Jintang's name was written. With a decisive rip, he tore the page out and let it flutter to the ground. Then, he took out a black pen and, on the blank second page, deliberately wrote 3 large characters. Fu Junlin. The room was enveloped in silence. Wang Jintang stood there trembling, unable to utter a word in the face of Fu Junlin's arrogant demeanor. He had offered his book in a bid for forgiveness, but to his dismay, Fu Junlin had tossed it straight to the ground. At that moment, Wang Jintang felt as though he had fallen into an icy abyss. As a privileged student, he had spent a considerable amount of money to gain entry into Fei Yunvine School. Expulsion would not only ruin his academic career, but also plunge his entire life into despair. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that his initial bullying of Fu Junlin would lead to such a dire outcome. In the past, even when warned, disciplined, or penalized, he had always managed to pull back in time to avoid catastrophe. But Fu Junlin's retaliation was sudden and devastating, leaving him utterly defenseless. Wang Jintang's eyes gradually lost their spark, and he appeared as though his soul had been drained from his body. Just then, the mecha class teacher rushed back into the room, hastily announcing the end of the class before hurrying off to join other teachers in searching for Professor Shangwan. It was evident that Professor Shangwan was consulting with the mecha department's faculty to better understand Fu Junlin's situation, not just concerning Wang Jintang's bullying, but any other potential challenges he might be facing. Though he had not shown it openly, Professor Shangwan was genuinely concerned about the growth of this gifted student. The students dispersed in a frenzy, eager to spread the shocking gossip. Fu Junlin, meanwhile, remained expressionless as he calmly gathered his books into his mecha utility belt. Turning to Wang Jintang, he said, "You have no one to blame but yourself. That book you defaced was filled with my notes, me hard work and dedication. Imagine someone carrying a priceless piece of art down the street, only to be threatened by a snarling stray dog. That doesn't make the dog stronger than the person." With that, Fu Junlin turned and walked away, leaving Wang Jintang frozen in shock. In his mind, Dahei mocked him, saying, "Wow, that comeback was so lame. Why didn't you just curse him out? Where's your eloquent Chinese wit?" "Shut up," Fu Junlin retorted, explaining that it wasn't meant to be a harsh insult, but rather a way to make Wang Jintang understand the truth. He had no intention of stooping to Dahei's level by hurling crude insults at Wang Jintang. Before long, news spread throughout the freshman year that Fu Junlin had been summoned by Shangwan Mengji. Speculation ran wild, with some claiming to have witnessed Fu Junlin kneeling to formally become the professor's apprentice, while others suggested Shangwan Mengji might have even taken him on as an adopted son. At 6:30, Fu Junlin finished his workout at the gym, changed into fresh clothes, and headed to the designated meeting place. The staff on duty in the lobby greeted him with unusual enthusiasm, personally escorting him to the elevator. When he reached the 34th floor, the mechanical doors opened to reveal a staff member waiting to welcome him. This time, Fu Junlin was certain there were surveillance cameras behind the wall of the office. Upon entering the laboratory, Fu Junlin saw Shangwan Mengji intently studying his mecha in deep thought. It wasn't until someone notified him that the professor finally looked up. Upon seeing Fu Junlin, Shangguan Mengji's face lit up with a delighted smile. Nearby, the slick-haired man who had been scolded by Shangguan earlier was also present. Though he had been reprimanded, his hostility toward Fu Junlin had only deepened. His eyes were filled with contempt and resentment, as if he couldn't wait to scrutinize the hybrid's mecha and question the professor's judgment. Dongwei, go brew some tea, Professor Shangguan said as he led Fu Junlin to sit down in front of his desk. Jia Dongwei, the slick-haired man, twitched at the corner of his eye. Tea? It had been ages since he'd even tasted tea. In the Federation, tea leaves, with their demanding cultivation requirements, had long been a luxury reserved for the elite. Not to mention, brewing tea required the precious commodity of purified water. He scoffed inwardly at the thought. Giving tea to a subspecies, what a waste of resources. However, in front of his mentor, he dared not show a hint of his disdain and reluctantly left the room, brimming with resentment. Noticing Fu Junlin's somewhat reserved posture, Professor Shangguan gestured for the other scholars to disperse, then began a casual conversation with him. They chatted about family members, the size of farmland, the number of cattle, and even stories from the pastures. Gradually, the relaxed atmosphere eased Fu Junlin's tension, and he started to open up, speaking more freely. By the way, that person hasn't been giving you trouble again, has he? Professor Shangguan asked suddenly. Fu Junlin flushed and admitted sincerely, I must apologize for what happened before. I admit I wanted to use your reputation to intimidate him a bit. Professor Shangguan burst into hearty laughter, then lowered his voice and said, Haha, I understand. Let me tell you a little secret. I used to get bullied a lot when I was in school. One time, my favorite mech was borrowed by a friend for research, only to be stolen and dismantled by some thugs. I cried for half a day over it, and even now, thinking about it still makes me mad. These heartfelt words deeply moved Fu Junlin. Whether the story was true or not, the fact that the professor was willing to share such personal experiences with him was already enough to stir his emotions. At that moment, Jia Dongwei returned with the tea, only to see Professor Shangguan leaning in close to chat warmly with Fu Junlin. His jealousy flared even stronger. Let me introduce you, this is my protege, Jia Dongwei, Professor Shangguan said. Hello, senior, Fu Junlin said with a forced smile. Hi, Jia Dongwei replied coldly. Professor Shangguan shifted the focus to the mech and got straight to the point. Now, let's talk business. Can you help me unravel the secret behind this mech? Are you referring to the fibrous characteristics of the mech's body structure? Fu Junlin straightened up and asked. Exactly. Professor Shangguan's eyes lit up. I noticed you used 2.1 superalloy plates for the main body, but opted for 2.2 superalloy at the critical joints. What's truly astonishing is that these 2.2 superalloys exhibit remarkable elasticity and toughness. How did you achieve that? This revelation immediately captured everyone's attention. The scholars exchanged astonished glances, while Jia Dongwei's brows furrowed tightly. Fu Junlin had actually succeeded in altering the fundamental properties of the mech's materials, directly impacting its entire mechanical structure. Impossible, Jia Dongwei blurted out instinctively, only to meet the stern gaze of Shangguan Mengji before he could finish his sentence. But Jia Dongwei did not back down. Instead, he stubbornly reiterated, I specialize in mech material research. I've conducted similar experiments thousands of times. Altering alloy structures is practically impossible. He almost said, subspecies fool, but swallowed the words upon noticing their teacher nearby. You, a mere student, couldn't possibly have done this. Tell me, where did you get this new material? Enough. Shangguan Mengji reprimanded sharply. Although Fu Junlin was angered by Jia Dongwei's arrogant demeanor, he knew it was pointless to provoke someone like him. He responded tactfully, modifying alloy structures is not entirely impossible. Do you have a formula? Shangguan Mengji's eyes lit up with interest. Yes, but it will take some time to organize. I can provide it to you later, Fu Junlin replied, glancing briefly at Jia Dongwei, intending to give him some dignity. However, before Shangguan Mengji could respond, Jia Dongwei interjected, no need. We have all the time in the world. If you truly develop this alloy yourself, you shouldn't have forgotten the formula. With that, he strode toward the blackboard and forcefully pulled it in front of him. Get him, kick him, scratch him to pieces. Dahe roared furiously in Fu Junlin's mind. Fu Junlin's gaze turned icy. If Jia Dongwei insisted on humiliating himself, then there was no need to hold back. He bowed slightly to Shangguan Mengji and then picked up a piece of chalk, beginning to write formulas on the blackboard. Shangguan Mengji stood up in excitement, his eyes gleaming with a fervor that seemed to transport him back to his most eager days as a student. As Fu Junlin wrote, he explained, during the scientific leap 150 years ago, our world discovered countless new elements. Superalloys were the first step in industrial advancement. He elaborated on theories about quarks and atomic nuclei, detailing how material evolution could be achieved through particle decay and gravitational field fusion. Shangguan Mengji was completely engrossed in this microscopic world. When Fu Junlin reached a critical point, Shangguan suddenly exclaimed, as if struck by lightning, attraction. Exactly, through gravitational field fusion. Fu Junlin confirmed, continuing to explain this groundbreaking discovery. Finally, he completed the formula on the blackboard. With a decisive motion, he set the chalk down and cast a cold glance at Jia Dongwei. The room fell into a profound silence. The formula on the board was undeniable proof of Fu Junlin's expertise. After Fu Junlin finished speaking, Shangguan Mengji's face was instantly filled with an expression of disbelief. His eyes widened, and he stood frozen in place as if struck by lightning. Behind him, the scholars exchanged uneasy glances, and the air was thick with an indescribable tension. Although Jia Dongwei had a solitary and proud nature, his academic foundation was undeniably solid. At this moment, he fully grasped the implications of Fu Junlin's words, so much so that he was left speechless with shock. But, Shangguan Mengji gasped for breath, his voice trembling with excitement. How on earth did you manage to shatter neutrons? Fu Junlin, who had long prepared for such a reaction, replied calmly, it's simple. I see them, then I break them. See them? How is that possible? One of the scholars couldn't help but raise his voice. Everyone present knew full well that in the case of 2.2 superalloy, there was currently no equipment in the world capable of observing neutrons, let alone breaking them. This was precisely why no one had ever reached a conclusion similar to Fu Junlin's, and why Shangguan Mengji was so astounded. After regaining his composure, Shangguan Mengji realized a critical issue. Even if they understood the formula, they couldn't replicate the process. How could one break an element that couldn't even be observed? If observation were possible, a small particle collider would be enough to accomplish what Fu Junlin claimed to have done. When I touch this material with my hand, Fu Junlin said slowly, deliberately letting his gaze become unfocused. The microscopic world inside it opens up to me, as if I were returning home. His eyes gradually lost their focus, as if he were immersed in some indescribable state. Do you have savant syndrome? Shangguan Mengji suddenly blurted out. What? Fu Junlin feigned confusion. Savant syndrome. Shangguan Mengji repeated, his tone losing its usual decorum. Are you suffering from some kind of mental illness? Fu Junlin shrugged helplessly. I've never been diagnosed with any mental illness. A young scholar nearby couldn't resist interjecting, Professor, what is savant syndrome? Shangguan Mengji's gaze remained locked on Fu Junlin, his eyes gleaming with a peculiar light. As he explained, he said, it's a rare condition that was documented centuries ago. With advancements in technology, cases have become even rarer. Savant syndrome is often associated with developmental disorders or autism. While individuals with this condition may struggle with daily life, they exhibit extraordinary talents in specific areas that are beyond the reach of ordinary people. He continued with an example. There was once a foreign man named Fuller who had savant syndrome. Someone asked him to calculate how many seconds a person who lived 70 years, 17 days, and 12 hours had been alive. He took just a minute and a half to calculate the answer in his head, 2,210,500,800 seconds, including 17 leap years. Another example is a 14-year-old patient who, after hearing a piano piece for the first time, could replicate it flawlessly within hours. This person had never learned to play the piano, suffered from cerebral palsy, was blind, and had developmental abnormalities. That is the terrifying nature of savant syndrome. A scholar with savant syndrome, free of mental or physical illnesses, is not a patient but a genius. Shangguan Mengji's voice trembled slightly with excitement, disregarding the need to maintain his usual authority in front of Fu Junlin. His gaze was fixed on Fu Junlin, his eyes gleaming with delight. The young man's demonstrated ability, a unique talent for observing the microscopic biological world, was a classic manifestation of savant syndrome. Apart from the brief moments of zoning out when discussing the microscopic world, Fu Junlin behaved entirely normally. Any mental symptoms were negligible at best. You can all clock out now. Leave. Shangguan Mengji suddenly turned around and waved dismissively at all the scholars, including Jia Dongwei. Jia hesitated for a moment, having guessed his mentor's intentions, but could only bite his lip and walk away silently. He burned with jealousy over Fu Junlin's abilities and even entertained thoughts of claiming the genius formulas as his own. However, lacking savant syndrome himself, he knew he could never offer an explanation. The others left one by one, their expressions a mix of emotions. Once the lab was empty save for the two of them, Shangguan Mengji briskly walked to the door, carefully shut it, and turned back, his eyes gleaming as they locked onto Fu Junlin. The elder scholar's unusual excitement made Fu Junlin grow wary. Hehehe, Junlin, do you know how many disciples I have? 7. Shangguan Mengji chuckled. At first, none of them were well known, but later on, before he could finish, Fu Junlin suddenly dropped to his knees, his demeanor solemn. I am but a foolish young man, yet I have admired you for a long time. If you do not mind that I am of a subspecies and might sully your reputation, I humbly ask to become your disciple. Please, grant me this great honor. Shangguan Mengji burst into hearty laughter. Good. Very good. He quickly stepped forward, warmly helping Fu Junlin to his feet, his gaze filled with approval. You must never say such things about being a subspecies, sullying anything again. Let me tell you something most people don't know. I had two mentors myself. One was of a dominant species, and the other, a subspecies. Prejudices based on race have no place here, and I will not allow you to carry such burdens. As he spoke, he gave Fu Junlin a firm pat on the shoulder, his aged eyes brimming with satisfaction. Got it, master. Fu Junlin nodded, tears welling up in his eyes. Still calling yourself a boy? Shangguan Mengji raised an eyebrow, feigning annoyance. Fu Junlin quickly corrected himself, flashing a bright smile. Your disciple understands, master. Ah, that's more like it. Shangguan Mengji laughed heartily, his silver hair trembling slightly with his laughter. But suddenly, his laughter stopped, and his expression turned serious. By the way, for now, the matter of you becoming my disciple must remain between us. We're currently in the middle of developing a large-scale mech, and the Federation of Migwa is also accelerating their progress. This is a critical time. There could be dangerous individuals lurking around. If I publicly take you as my disciple now, it might arouse suspicion and put you in harm's way. Fu Junlin nodded thoughtfully. It made sense. As a prominent figure, Shangguan Mengji had only taken a handful of disciples in his youth and again in his 50s. For him to suddenly take a university student as his disciple would undoubtedly raise questions about what made this student so exceptional. If spies were indeed present, they might target Fu Junlin directly to undermine the Federation of Morin's research efforts. The thought sent a shiver down Fu Junlin's spine. Even if the professor hadn't mentioned it, he should have been aware of this risk himself. This is all thanks to me. I'm the one who turned you into a genius. Call me Dad. DeHaye suddenly interjected, grumbling in dissatisfaction. If I hadn't taken you in, you'd have been annihilated long ago. Call me Grandpa. We'll call it even. Fine. Even though the campus lights had long gone out, Shangguan Mengji continued his conversation with Fu Junlin. He was deeply impressed by this freshman's extraordinary qualities: quick thinking, extensive knowledge, and, most importantly, his poised demeanor, articulate speech, and ability to listen. Shangguan Mengji couldn't help but wonder what kind of family had raised such a remarkable young man. However, Fu Junlin was somewhat lacking in advanced mech knowledge due to the absence of relevant materials. Shangguan Mengji noticed this and handed him 4 hefty books. Master these, and you'll surpass 95 of mech researchers. Fu Junlin's eyes lit up as he took the books. These were core publications from the Federation, far superior to the ordinary books available in the library. Typically, one would need to study hundreds of related texts by their junior year to grasp this level of content. Mech technology is different from robotics, Shangguan Mengji explained. Mechs must be piloted by humans, whereas robots with AI were abandoned after the Wall catastrophe. Since then, no federation has allowed the development or breakthroughs in AI technology. If AI continues to develop unchecked and integrates into every aspect of human life, the moment the electromagnetic interference cloud gains control over AI, humanity, already struggling to manage closed ecosystems, will undoubtedly be powerless to resist. Given this catastrophic risk, humanity must not take this gamble. The two of them talked in the lab all night, only pausing to take a brief rest in the lounge around 4 or 5 in the morning. Fortunately, Fu Junlin had informed his family in advance that he might not return home. At dawn, to avoid suspicion, Fu Junlin bid farewell to his teacher. Before he left, Shangguan Mengji gave him a private contact number. Despite having only slept 2 or 3 hours, Fu Junlin felt unusually alert. Shangguan Mengji had given him a singular task: to investigate whether the 2.4 superalloy could also be transformed into a soft alloy. Although Fu Junlin had already successfully developed the 2.2 premium material, very few people were privy to this secret. Since the structures of 2.4 and 2.2 were entirely different, the formula for 2.2 couldn't be directly applied to 2.4, meaning he would need to start fresh with the research on the 2.4 material. Hey, don't forget what you promised me. DeHaye grumbled in his mind, reminding him. What? Oh, the battle arena. Fu Junlin finally remembered. He had promised to take DeHaye to the arena today, coinciding with the first day of the new season. Besides, he desperately needed money. He planned to build a few mechas suitable for use in the arena as soon as possible. In the past, he had to make do due to a lack of funds, but now that he had a chance to earn money, he was determined to give it his all. Using the best materials, he would craft the best mechas, hunt energy glands in the arena, and exchange them for more funds to build even stronger mechas. Don't rush. Now that I have some money, I'll first upgrade to level 2 beginner before heading there. It's safer that way. The arena is full of level 2 beginners who are experts, Junlin explained. While the skill levels in casual matches varied widely, students competing in ranked matches were all aiming for prize money, and their abilities were typically at level 2 beginner or above. To avoid being at a disadvantage, he decided to level up first. Ignoring Dehei's complaints, Junlin headed straight to the school's energy shop. He spent a hefty 10,000 yuan in one go, renting 20 energy crystals and purchasing a new heart for his mecha. Now that he was a disciple of an honorary professor, it wouldn't do to keep running his mecha on third-hand parts. Junlin had been stuck at the level 1 master stage for quite some time. Advancing his energy level required continuously absorbing the energy of the heavens and earth, converting it into controlled energy through his second heart, and compressing it into a higher-grade energy. When the compression reached a certain threshold, the controlled energy would undergo a qualitative transformation. While this process wasn't as fantastical as depicted in some novels, the increase in energy control was tangible. Directly absorbing energy crystals was undoubtedly faster and more efficient than other methods. Holding 20 energy crystals for the first time, ready to break through, Junlin couldn't help but sigh. Being rich is freaking amazing. The new season of the Feiyun Vine Arena is in full swing, with the rankings of the top 10 players flashing on a prominent large display screen, while a smaller scoreboard scrolls through the rankings from 10th to 100th place. Here, there are no grade restrictions. Any student whose strength does not exceed the second-tier elite level is eligible to compete, from freshmen to seniors. Notably, even the strongest graduates in the history of Feiyun Vine University have only reached the level of a third-year novice. Under the 10-tier energy grading system and the 7-year genetic skill system red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, the strength of students from freshman to senior year generally ranges between first-tier master and second-tier elite. At this moment, Junlin's genetic particles are transitioning from red to orange. At their level, the shields of superior genetic types are naturally a tier stronger than the physical constitution of subtypes, an advantage that is particularly pronounced in the early stages. The audience stands are roaring with noise, with cheers and applause echoing incessantly, occasionally interspersed with scattered jeers because the arena is currently hosting a match with a significant disparity in strength. Ling Xiaobing, as a mage, was never adept at combat. Ever since witnessing Junlin's astonishing performance during the mecha assessment, she has grown increasingly concerned about the gap between them. Determined to achieve her dream of teaming up with Junlin for field missions, she resolved to hone her combat skills in the arena. However, reality quickly dealt her a harsh blow. Her mecha was shattered under the opponent's fierce onslaught, leaving her barely able to hold her ground with magic. Exhausted and with her energy nearly depleted, she was now struggling to dodge her opponent's attacks on the arena stage. Yeah. Ling Xiaobing let out a sharp cry as she nimbly evaded the opponent's close-range assault. Spinning around, she swung her energy staff and swiftly conjured a wall of ice, spikes over half a meter high and more than a meter wide in front of her. Pointless. Stop making ice cream. The short-haired brawler across from her taunted loudly before slamming a powerful punch into the ground. The resulting shockwave instantly shattered the ice spikes, sending shards scattering in all directions with a resounding crash. As the brawler closed in at high speed, Ling Xiaobing let out a terrified scream. Raised her energy staff towards the boxer, aiming at his head. Stay back. The ruthless boxer suddenly executed a shoulder strike, sending Ling Xiaobing flying through the air. As she helplessly tumbled through the air, about to crash outside the ring, a black shadow leaped up like lightning and caught her securely. The mysterious figure landed on one knee, deliberately cushioning the impact so that Ling Xiaobing barely felt a thing. The crowd erupted in applause and whistles, cheering for this heroic rescue. All eyes were fixed on the mysterious figure, tall and slender in black attire, wearing a striking black and white mask with stitched patterns around the mouth and a large Ya character on the forehead. It was Junlin, though no one recognized him, not even Ling Xiaobing in his arms. Thank you. Before she could finish, Ling Xiaobing felt the stranger's hand squeeze her bottom. She blushed furiously as the masked man spoke in an otherworldly voice. Haha, little sister needs to eat more. You pervert. Ling Xiaobing jumped away angrily, eyeing the offender warily. The masked man had already leaped onto the ring. The audience, unaware of his inappropriate behavior, saw only a perfect heroic rescue. It was Dehei controlling Junlin's body. He had recently learned to alter his voice, making it easier for Junlin to conceal his identity. Dehei pointed dramatically at the opponent and declared, "You, for failing to respect women, I, the Silent One, shall defeat you in the name of Caliba's spirit." Silent One was the name Junlin had chosen for his masked persona. Inside, Junlin was bewildered. Hey, what's this Caliba nonsense? A suicide truck? That's Libya, isn't it? And why are you speaking such cringe lines? Can't we just fight? The boxer stood with hands on hips, deadpanning. I'm over here. Everyone realized Dehei was pointing more than a meter away from his actual target. His passionate declaration paired with this comical misdirection left the audience stunned. This person seemed rather dim-witted. Dehei quickly turned his head, adjusting his mask while muttering, "Oh crap, sorry, the mask was a bit crooked. No wonder my vision seemed off." Dehei's actions left the crowd momentarily bewildered before they burst into laughter. Calm and unhurried, he adjusted his mask, put on the gauntlets Junlin had bought, and beckoned to the opposing boxer with his finger. This taunting gesture, combined with his earlier comical behavior, carried no intimidation and instead drew more chuckles. "One punch will take you down," the Iron Straight Man roared, stomping his foot as he launched himself forward like a cannonball, aiming a heavy punch straight at Dehei's face. Boxing duels are often straightforward. Dehei neither dodged nor flinched. He responded with a punch of his own. With a thunderous bang, the clash of fists sent an invisible shockwave rippling outward. Dehei was forced back several meters, while the Iron Straight Man remained steadfast. The outcome seemed clear. Surprisingly, instead of showing defeat, Dehei began hopping around gleefully on the spot, swinging his arms like an excited child and chuckling to himself. "Hey, why aren't you using shock energy?" Fu Junlin's voice rang out in his mind, tinged with dissatisfaction. He could sense that Dehei had relied solely on raw physical strength. "Do you want me to end up in jail? If I used energy, I'd probably kill him with one punch," Dehei retorted irritably while bouncing around. The Iron Straight Man didn't care what his opponent was thinking and launched another fierce punch. He found the earlier exchange peculiar, as if his fist had struck solid iron that had willingly met his attack, with no trace of energy fluctuation from Dehei. As the next punch came roaring toward him, Dehei abruptly switched tactics. At the last moment, he twisted his body and used his shoulder to take the blow heeded. With another resounding bang, the Iron Straight Man felt as if his fist had slammed into a steel plate, sending a jarring vibration through his arm. Meanwhile, Dehei, holding his shoulder, started hopping and letting out a bizarre noise somewhere between laughter and tears. "Come on again." Dehei suddenly launched an attack of his own, throwing a seemingly wild and uncoordinated punch toward his opponent's face. The Iron Straight Man easily dodged and countered with a heavy strike. Dehei appeared to evade, but deliberately turned his back to absorb the blow. A loud thud echoed as Dehei was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing hard onto the ground. Yet instead of showing pain, he sprawled out like a beached fish, stretching his limbs and letting out a contented sigh. "Ah, that feels so good." It finally dawned on Fu Junlin. Dehei wasn't here to fight. He was using his opponent as a living massage tool. Unsatisfied with the usual self-inflicted challenges at the gym, he had come here seeking a more passive form of punishment. From the very beginning, he had no intention of defeating the Iron Straight Man. Instead, he had devised this unconventional method to turn his opponent's punches into a personalized gua sha therapy session. The iron-willed fighter shook his numb, aching arm after throwing 3 powerful punches, staring at Dehei on the ground with a puzzled expression. The audience around the ring, unable to catch Dehei's murmurs, was left dumbfounded by the bizarre scene. "Is it over? That guy's still lying there. Wait, didn't you see him stretching?" "Stretching? I thought he was cramping from the punches." A girl frowned and asked, "Do you guys always stretch like that?" Her question immediately drew incredulous looks from the boys nearby. One of them wore a dreamy expression and replied, "You don't get it. Stretching your whole body with a big morning stretch after waking up is the absolute best feeling of the day. Nothing compares." The other boys nodded enthusiastically in agreement. "Feeling like you're being electrocuted? What's so great about that?" the girl asked, still confused. "Well, it's hard to explain," the boys replied in unison. At that moment, Dehei suddenly sprang to his feet with a kip up, rotated his shoulders, and excitedly shouted, "Come on, punch me right in the stomach." There was a twisted thrill in his tone that even made the iron-willed fighter uneasy. "Are you even human? I hit you with 3 full-strength punches, and you're perfectly fine. If you don't hit me, then I'll have to make the first move," Dehei urged impatiently. "Unbelievable. I'd rather be punched to death than scared to death by you. You're too cocky." Furious at the provocation, the iron-willed fighter lashed out, his fist hurtling straight toward Dehei's abdomen. Dehei braced himself immediately, spreading his arms, planting his feet firmly, puffing out his chest, and tightening his abs as if to boldly welcome the punch heeded. Boom! The heavy punch landed, sending Dehei sliding back 3 or 4 meters, yet he still managed to give a thumbs up. Meanwhile, the iron-willed fighter's prized 2.2 alloy gauntlet, worth thousands, shattered into pieces with a crisp cracking sound, scattering fragments all over the ground. The audience erupted into uncontrollable laughter, some doubling over in hysterics. The iron-willed fighter stared at his broken gauntlet, nearly in tears. "It's over. More than $1,000 gone just like that, and the match isn't even finished yet." Dehei, however, seemed unfazed, asking with genuine concern, "Hey man, do you have a backup gauntlet? Don't stop now." Seeing the look of despair on the fighter's face, Dehe even took off his own gauntlet and offered it. "Here, why not use mine for now?" This unexpected gesture left Fu Junlin and the iron-willed fighter speechless, while the entire audience collectively froze in stunned silence. The tough guy almost broke into tears. His voice trembled as he said, "You can defeat me, but you can't humiliate me. I surrender." He angrily threw his damaged gauntlet onto the ground, but then, as if he had remembered something, bent down to pick it up and carefully examined it. He seemed to be assessing if it could be repaired, but in the end, he silently put it away. Tears glistened in the corners of his eyes as he glared at Dehe with resentment, then turned and walked off the ring without saying another word. "Hey, no need to be so formal," Dehe called out, taking a couple of steps after him. "Formal? Are you kidding me?" Fu Junlin suddenly roared, his voice filled with unwillingness. The crowd fell into a brief uproar, followed by thunderous cheers and applause. Although most of the audience didn't fully understand how Dehe had won, the sight of the tough guy's shattered gauntlet made it clear who the victor was. Spotlights from all directions shone on Dehe, making him glimmer as if he were glowing. He slowly looked around, for the first time feeling what it was like to be the center of everyone's attention. "They're all watching us, right? Their cheers are genuine, aren't they?" Dehe asked Fu Junlin excitedly, his voice carrying a sense of unprecedented anticipation. Fu Junlin felt a pang in his heart. He thought of Dehe's past, exiled from his home planet, and realized Dehe had probably never experienced such attention before. That feeling was all too familiar to him. Suddenly, Dehe raised both hands high in the air. His face flushed as he shouted, "Caliba! Yeah, woo! Ha ha ha!" His actions seemed a bit over the top, given that this was just a small-scale ring match and might even be seen as a lucky win. But this time, Fu Junlin didn't stop him and let Dehe revel in the moment of glory. Just as Dehe was basking in the cheers, someone slowly stepped onto the ring. At this moment, Fu Junlin began explaining the rules of the arena. Each person could fight a maximum of 2 matches per day, and as long as they didn't leave the ring, they could continue to face challengers consecutively. Winning a match earned 20-50 points, while losing deducted 10-20 points. Each point earned translated to $10 in prize money. For instance, Dehe had just won 37 points, meaning he would receive 370. However, if he lost the next match and dropped back to 20 points, any subsequent points gained wouldn't count as new points and therefore wouldn't be eligible for additional prize money. While the money from matches alone wasn't huge, making it into the top 10 by the end of the season came with considerable bonus rewards. Of course, for the arena, this was just pocket change ticket sales, and consumables alone were already raking in massive profits. The crowd gradually quieted down. Dehe turned his head to look behind him, and a towering man wielding a massive double-handed warhammer came into view. This man stood nearly 1.9 meters tall, his muscles bulging like mountains. The hammer itself had a head shaped like a mallet at the front and an axe at the back. Dehe had to take a few steps back and tilt his head to size up the opponent, appearing particularly small but still annoyingly defiant. Adjusting his mask, he taunted, "Are you here to challenge me too?" The sophomore didn't waste words. With an explosive aura of power, he swung the enormous hammer, faintly crackling with lightning, straight down at Dehe. "Don't try to block that hammer," Fu Junlin shouted in warning. "No need to tell me," Dehe retorted as he nimbly dodged. However, the electric current erupting from the ground struck his legs as it spread. In that brief moment of paralysis, the burly man delivered a side kick. Surprisingly, as Dehe was kicked backward, he managed to grab hold of the opponent's ankle. Using the momentum from being pushed back, he pivoted on his feet in a perfect arc, forcing the burly man into an involuntary split. Without hesitation, Dehe moved to the man's left side and delivered a heavy backhand punch to his face, sending him flying. By the time the burly man scrambled to his feet, he found his weapon now in Dehe's hands. Rubbing his waist where he had taken the kick, Dehe said to Fu Junlin, "I think this hammer is just so-so. What do you think? Want to take a couple of hits to try it out?" "Shut your damn mouth," Fu Junlin roared, but it was too late to stop him. Dehe tossed the warhammer back to the burly man. The man quickly grasped Dehe's intention was underestimating him, just like the previous opponent. Wasting no time, the burly man swung the hammer down with full force again. This time, Dehe braced himself and took the hit squarely with his shoulder and back, the lightning-infused power sending him flying. "That was strong, but I can handle it," Dehe shouted midair. What followed was more like a lightning hammer massage show than a fight. Dehe rarely fought back, focusing instead on enduring the blows, all while showcasing incredible combat instincts and agility. He flawlessly avoided fatal strikes but intentionally took minor hits, wearing down the burly man's energy. The audience's initial ridicule gradually turned to shock. Dahay's performance shattered everyone's expectations. Attacks from a level 2 novice seemed no more than a light scrape on him. As they looked at the panting, exhausted hammer-wielding man and then at the still energetic, taunting masked figure, a ridiculous thought crossed everyone's mind. Did he think this was a spa day? The second match ended the same way as the first, with the burly senior conceding defeat. In the following matches, challengers from various combat professions, boxers, mech pilots, mages, and others took turns stepping into the arena, a total of 7 in all. Yet, without exception, each challenger was defeated, with 2 of their weapons even breaking on the spot. With 9 consecutive victories, the Silent One's point skyrocketed to 279, firmly securing the top spot on the leaderboard. However, being the season's early leader didn't carry much weight. Many formidable contenders had yet to make their appearance, including last season's champions, Dongfangbai and Li Jing, who typically started competing toward the end of the month. But for Fu Junlin, the 2,790 yuan prize money was enough to make him quietly ecstatic. Reflecting on how he had once been nothing more than a ticket-buying spectator, he now relished the taste of success. Fu Junlin promptly reminded Dahe to rein it in. Such continuous high-intensity matches were bound to attract suspicion, especially with a fighting style that completely drained the opponent's energy in every bout. Though Dahe looked reluctant, it retreated back into his body, relinquishing control to Fu Junlin. The audience was stunned to see the once aggressive, taunting Silent One suddenly become courteous. After bowing politely to his opponent, he declared his surrender. Collecting his prize money, he disappeared from the arena like a gust of wind. Follow him. A group of curious students rushed out, eager to uncover the Silent One's true identity. But Fu Junlin was too fast. They vanished into the stairwell before they could catch up. Due to the building's height, the pursuers couldn't figure out where he had gone. By then, Fu Junlin had already removed his mask and quickly changed out of his black outfit, made of adaptive materials, completely transforming his appearance. With 2,790 yuan in hand, Fu Junlin was in high spirits. He planned to spend 190 yuan on a mix of meats and vegetables so his mother could enjoy a hearty meal. He quietly mapped out his future. If he could compete every season, his living expenses would no longer be an issue, and he wouldn't have to eat leftovers anymore. Isn't it all thanks to me? Dahe remarked disdainfully. Yes, all thanks to you. Fu Junlin admitted without hesitation. It was true. Without Dahe, he wouldn't have dared to step foot in the arena or battlegrounds. His previous fear of getting hurt had only worsened his financial situation. But ever since Dahe appeared, his quality of life had improved significantly, even allowing him to start building mechs. As dusk approached, Fu Junlin hurried home with his bags of fresh ingredients. However, as he neared his house, he suddenly froze in place. Black smoke was slowly drifting out from the windows of the distant laboratory. His heart sank, and he sprinted toward it. The sight that greeted him left him horrified. The laboratory was half destroyed, the workbench blown to pieces, the walls charred black, and large sections of the plaster peeling away. Yao Jinying was scolding Fu Junting in frustration, her hands scrubbing the mess of debris on the damaged equipment with a cloth, while sweat continuously trickled down her forehead. Fu Junting huddled in the corner of the lab, looking utterly disheveled. His hair was singed and curled from the blast, his small face covered in soot, and blood was oozing from a wound on his forehead. He could do nothing but sit on the ground, wailing loudly. What happened? Fu Junlin burst through the door and immediately rushed to his younger brother's side. He gently cradled Junting's head, carefully inspecting the injury. Fortunately, it was just a few surface wounds, bleeding but not serious. It exploded. Yao Jinying's voice trembled as though she was on the verge of tears. Your equipment blew up, several of them are ruined. As she spoke, tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. Fear gripped her. Arthur's son had worked so hard to earn recognition at the factory, and, through his efforts, secured this lab. It wasn't just a place to work. It provided them a home, access to clean bathing water, and stable electricity. Most importantly, it was a major boost for Fu Junlin's studies. But now, not only were several pieces of equipment severely damaged, but a gaping hole had also been blasted into the wall. Mom, don't worry, Fu Junlin said firmly as he took the cloth from her hands and helped her sit on a nearby stool. They'll handle this. Everything will be fine. Brother, I'm sorry, Fu Junting sobbed as he tried to explain. I just wanted to test the particle collider, and then it exploded. Fu Junlin glanced at the portable particle collider, now reduced to a pile of debris, with the surrounding equipment also bearing the brunt of the blast. Though his heart ached, he gently patted his brother's head and said, holding back his frustration, it's okay. We'll figure it out. After calming both his mother and brother, Fu Junlin carefully treated Junting's wounds. Then the three of them began cleaning up the lab together. They sorted the intact equipment into one area, grouped the damaged items in another, and meticulously cleaned the workbench and walls. As they worked, Fu Junlin calculated in his mind. The damage was mainly a financial issue. Lab explosions weren't exactly unheard of, and Zhang Cheng likely wouldn't kick them out over this. Repairing the hole in the wall wouldn't cost much, and replacing the workbench and equipment would run about 8,000 yuan. The money he had previously given his mother should be enough to cover the expenses. Once everything was tidied up, Fu Junlin turned to his brother with a stern expression. Fu Junting, come here. What exactly did you do to cause that explosion? Fu Junting knew that what was destined to happen would inevitably come. Under the scrutinizing gaze of his mother and brother, he instinctively tugged at the hem of his shirt, his voice growing quieter and quieter. I just saw that you weren't home, so I thought I'd try doing some research too, and I wanted to synthesize a crystal light sphere. A crystal light sphere? Yao Jinying was furious and raised her hand as if to strike him. That useless decorative trinket? For something so pointless, you destroyed your brother's lab. Fu Junlin quickly stepped forward to stop their mother. Fu Junlin understood. While the crystal light sphere was merely a decorative item popular among young people and quite costly to produce, the idea of attempting to make one on his own showed some creativity. Of course, that was assuming it could actually be done successfully. Synthesizing a crystal light sphere only requires stabilized energy, silicate, and calcium. Whether it's during the crushing or fusion process, there shouldn't have been an explosion. What exactly did you do? Fu Junlin wasn't trying to hold his younger brother accountable, but rather saw this as an opportunity to teach him. Scientific research requires boldness, but it also demands precision and caution. Fu Junting hesitated, nervously fiddling with his little finger as he explained. Stabilized energy is too expensive. I couldn't afford it. So I used a bit of energy gland material a classmate gave me. I only extracted a tiny bit. Really, just a tiny bit. Fu Junlin's scalp prickled as he heard this, and he stammered. You cut open a secondary energy source? The secondary energy within energy glands might appear stable on the surface, but was fiercely volatile inside. Factories could convert it into stabilized energy using specialized equipment capable of managing the transformation process. Secondary energy was like a caged beast trapped in steel armor. No one in history had ever dared to cut through its outer layer. But wait, secondary energy, like subatomic particles, is unobservable and moves at an incredibly high frequency, making it impossible to cut. What tool did you use to extract it? Fu Junlin asked urgently. An air needle, Fu Junting whispered. Did you mix the calcium and silicate first before cutting it? How did you determine the exact position? I didn't observe it. I just used the data from your particle collider. I didn't dare alter your data. Fu Junting's voice trailed off, growing softer and softer. Fu Junlin felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. His brother's words echoed in his mind. No observation, using existing data, mixing calcium and silicate. A vivid image of the microscopic world formed in his head. A warrior trapped in heavy armor, wielding a massive axe, yet helplessly dodging under the crushing blows of an even mightier axe from the heavens above. At that moment, two figures appeared, one on the left and the other on the right. One introduced himself as Stone Salt, and the other as Calcium. The world is so wonderful, yet you are so irritable. That's not good at all, said Calcium in a sugary tone, throwing himself into the strong man's arms. He transformed into a gentle glow that enveloped the man. The glow seemed almost magical, slowing the man's movements. Meanwhile, Stone Salt swiftly moved behind the man and pressed a sharp knife against his neck. Don't move, kid, or he'll finish you off. The restrained man's eyes welled with tears as he hoarsely shouted, You fools! If my armor is split open by the giant axe, you'll all die. But Calcium responded playfully, I don't care. Not only do I want to die with you, but I also want to help you explode. Let's make it even more spectacular. At that moment, the giant axe descended from the sky again, splitting the immobilized man in half. The instant his armor shattered, the man erupted in a thunderous explosion. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Fu Junlin shuddered suddenly, his eyes gleaming with newfound clarity. I understand, he exclaimed excitedly. What my brother created was essentially a coincidencia chance encounter between Stone Salt, Calcium, and Sub-Energy. And my particle collider, which splits neutron data, just happens to be able to cut through this mixed sub-energy. His thoughts became increasingly coherent. Although this process cannot be directly observed, I can still utilize it. The best part is that this cannot be stolen. Only I can split neutrons. Even if others know the exact data, they'll hit a dead end. It's like someone who knows math can calculate that 100 times 8 equals 800, but someone who doesn't know math, even with the answer, cannot figure out the result of 100 times 7 or 9. Overwhelmed with excitement, Fu Junlin grabbed Fu Junting's shoulders and started shaking him vigorously. You're an absolute genius. Fu Junting swayed like seaweed under his brother's enthusiasm, his face clueless, still not understanding what was happening. Nearby, Yao Jinying watched Fu Junlin with concern. Son, if something's weighing on your mind, just tell me. Don't act like Thizzy or scaring me. Fu Junlin couldn't help but laugh. Mom, do I look like I'm having a breakdown? You don't know what an incredible thing Fu Junting has done. Yao Jinying immediately turned to Fu Junting, raising her hand as if to hit him. Exactly. Do you even know what you've done? He'll teach you a lesson, you little rascal. Wait. Fu Junlin quickly stopped her. Mom, that's not what I meant. He's made a breakthrough. This kind of explosion should be a controlled, stable explosion. This isn't a disaster, it's a tool, a terrifyingly powerful attack method. Hearing this, Fu Junting's eyes lit up as if he finally understood his brother's point. Yao Jinying lowered her hand, still puzzled. An explosion is a good thing? Fu Junlin replied solemnly. An explosion in the lab isn't good. But an explosion in front of the monsters watching us? That's a very good thing. That night, Fu Junlin and Fu Junting rarely sat together on the rooftop. Through the sky, obscured by clouds full of electromagnetic interference, a few of the brightest stars were faintly visible. Brother, is the explosive robot plan you mentioned really feasible? Fu Junting asked with a furrowed brow. But those microparticle cutters are really expensive. After a major scientific breakthrough, portable particle colliders had become a reality, and microcutters were a derivative product. These disposable cutters could execute element-cutting tasks by embedding preset data. Their prices ranged from 100 to tens of thousands, with the cheapest costing at least $100. Fu Junlin nodded and explained, it's definitely feasible. Once the cutter is programmed with the data, you separate the secondary energy and the other two elements. When you need to detonate, just open the side gates to let them mix. The cutter will instantly complete the cut, triggering the explosion. The power of the explosion depends on the amount of secondary energy. If you can afford a 2.4 super alloy casing, the shrapnel's lethality would increase exponentially. Secondary energy was regulated, but not strictly. Collecting a few energy glands could sustain usage for a long time, and both stone acid salts and calcium were inexpensive. The only costly part was the cutter, which was consumed with each explosion, costing at least $100 per use. This isn't blowing up robots. It's blowing up money. Fu Junting rested his chin on his hand, though his eyes sparkled with fascination. This is definitely a rich person's attack method, Fu Junlin said, vigorously ruffling his younger brother's hair. But this is a detonation plan invented by my little brother. Only we brothers can use it. Trust me, one day, we'll be able to afford it too. Hee. Fu Junting grinned, his cheeks slightly flushed. Fu Junlin then mysteriously pulled out a thumb-sized crystal sphere. Guess what this is, he said. He had secretly synthesized it earlier. Inside the transparent sphere, powdered stone acid salts floated like snowflakes, mesmerizing and beautiful. Fu Junting's eyes lit up as he took it, but his expression suddenly turned serious, and he threw the crystal sphere into the corner of the wall. What's wrong? Fu Junlin was taken aback. Brother, do you think I'm just a kid? Fu Junting said firmly. From now on, I'm not into these childish things anymore. I want to be like you, putting all my energy into research. I want to work hard and become a top student too. Hearing this, Fu Junlin couldn't help but laugh heartily. You fool. I'm working so hard just to make your life a little happier. Besides, you're just a kid, aren't you? Fu Junlin said softly. But Fu Junting shook his head vigorously, like a spinning rattle drum. Seeing his younger brother's determined expression, Fu Junlin felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. His brother had indeed grown up, and perhaps this marked the end of his brief childhood. For someone like them, even having a childhood was a rare blessing. All right, since you want to delve into science, you'll find it's just as fascinating. From now on, the lab is yours to use. Don't let this failure weigh on you. I really don't blame you. Okay. Fu Junting nodded firmly. Under the faint moonlight, the two brothers exchanged smiles, filled with an unspoken understanding. After a while, Fu Junting ran to the corner, picked up the crystal orb, and tucked it into his pocket. Watching this, Fu Junlin couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. What, regretting it now? Fu Junting shook his head. No, not at all. Since it's already made, I plan to take it to school and sell it to those suckers. Yours looks way better than the ones in the store. Fu Junlin was momentarily speechless, silently marveling at his brother's entrepreneurial mind. This kind of business? Better leave it to the little brother. Though it might be considered an extravagant approach, Fu Junlin had managed to buy 16 cutting machines. Using 2,000 yuan of prize money, he tested 6 of them, each undergoing repeated adjustments and modifications. Just like that, 600 yuan was gone. All the experiments were conducted late at night, leaving the ground pitch black from the explosions, but the real effects were yet to be proven. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and crafted 10 explosive robots. Their actual power could only be determined in the field. The chance to test them came quickly. Early the next morning, Chunky was waiting for him at the classroom door. Hey Fu, that Death Circuit arena has opened up, and a lot of people are excited to go. We've put together a team all level 2 or higher. just missing a mech-equipped battle flag operator. Ha! Chen Qiu laughed, clearly hinting. Fu Junlin caught the implication right away. A mech-equipped battle flag operator obviously referred to him. In the past, he would have refused outright. But now, with the mech for protection and Dahe to assist in critical moments, he felt a bit more confident. Say yes. Say yes. I want to go to the arena. I want to go. Dahe exclaimed eagerly. After how well you did in the last test, who would dare underestimate you? Chen Qiu said with a grin. All right then. Who else is on the team? Fu Junlin finally nodded in agreement. Now we have me, you, Zishu, and 2 elite class boxers, Chen Qiu said while counting the team members on his fingers. No mages. Fu Junlin frowned, recalling their last exploration. Didn't we encounter those magic nullifying bugs last time? Chen Qiu nodded and explained. When the pioneer team secured this area, they discovered quite a few monsters with anti-magic abilities. It's likely that the surrounding creatures also have this capability. That's why teams heading there recently have been avoiding bringing mages. The most in-demand roles now are boxers and mech pilots since they primarily rely on physical attacks. After agreeing on the meeting time, the group reconvened after lunch. The 2 elite class boxers, Sun Long and Zhang Kong, were both tall and muscular young men. Zhang Kong, in particular, was a familiar face to Fu Junlin from the gym. Thankfully, neither of them seemed to harbor much prejudice against subhumans. Otherwise, they wouldn't have agreed to join this team. The group quickly struck up a lively conversation. As the 4 boys waited, Xiao Zishu finally arrived, fashionably late. She wore a pair of tight-fitting athletic leggings that perfectly showcased her long legs and incredible waist-to-hip ratio. However, her frosty expression and piercing gaze immediately extinguished any untoward thoughts anyone might have had. She looked as though she could whip out a sniper rifle at any moment. When she reached the group, she instinctively stood beside Fu Junlin. Everyone's here. Let's go report our mission, Chen Qiu said, glancing at his phone. Reporting meant notifying someone to monitor their actions via drone from outside the area, ensuring someone would be aware in case of danger. At that moment, Ling Xiaobing came bounding over, cheerfully raising her hand as she stopped in front of Fu Junlin. With her hands clasped behind her back, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. The group exchanged knowing looks, and Xiao Zishu teased, I approve of this choice for our monitor. If Fu Junlin so much as scrapes his knee, she'll probably alert the principal immediately. We'll be completely safe. Her comment elicited laughter from everyone except for Fu Junlin, whose face flushed red, and Ling Xiaobing, who shyly tucked her hair behind her ear. All right, we'll entrust our lives to you, Chen Qiu said to Ling Xiaobing with a grin. With that, the group headed toward the teleportation zone at the backfield. Ling Xiaobing connected her phone to the teleportation device, preparing to monitor their entire mission using a miniature drone. Of course, if anyone else wanted to watch the battle, Ling Xiaobing could project the scene onto the screen next to the teleporter. Live streams and recordings of these arena battles had become a popular pastime among young people, much like short video platforms a few centuries ago. By watching these battle videos, people could not only learn practical combat techniques for various professions and monster characteristics, but also compile numerous strategies for the arenas. Chen Qiu and the others took the return brooches off the teleporter and carefully pinned them to their clothes. After checking their equipment, Chen Qiu initiated the teleportation preheat. Ling Xiaobing immediately raised her small clenched fist, locking her gaze on Fu Junlin. May your energy be boundless. Her focused expression amused the others, while Fu Junlin seemed slightly flustered. Boundless energy. The 5 of them shouted in unison. With a flash of white light, they disappeared from the teleporter. Ling Xiaobing softly spoke to the now empty teleporter, stay safe. Then, she cheerfully skipped to the rest pod, half reclining to enjoy some snacks while admiring her brother Junlin's heroic demeanor. Suddenly, a light slap landed on her petite backside. Ling Xiaobing turned around to see Shi Hongyu's teasing expression. She immediately pounced on her, whining playfully, Teacher, why are you here? Had some free time. Did Junlin and the others report their entry into the arena just now? Yep. Teacher, does that mean you're done with your classes? Get lost, you little rascal. Hee, they just went in. Want to watch together, teacher? All right, but share some of those chips with me. The first teleportation brought them to a previously scouted dead cycle arena, large transit hub codenamed Nightingale. Construction work had already begun here, with massive stone blocks being rearranged, immovable ones bridged together. Engineering vehicles shuttled back and forth, transporting materials, and tall buildings had begun to rise in the distance, some even constructed within the labyrinth beneath the blocks. Every dead cycle arena that was conquered became a hub for developing new living cycle arenas. Some arenas were located just beyond the enclosing walls, while others lay deep within the mist, requiring significant manpower to explore and develop. The closest arenas were prioritized for daily clearing, leaving later arrivals to target more distant locations. Chen Qiyu and his team used the secondary teleportation array within the Nightingale Arena to prepare for entry into a true living cycle arena. Get ready. With Chen Qiyu's reminder, the group vanished once again in a burst of teleportation light. A flash of light, and the group found themselves in an enclosure about 100 meters wide. Chen Qiyu moved swiftly, launching a drone into the air with one hand while the testing gun in his other hand traced an arc through the air. Transmission intensity, 78, he reported quickly. Just as the group began to relax, a deafening roar erupted from the distance. Roar! Their faces turned pale in an instant. Damn it! How unlucky can we get? Sun Long cursed, as the gauntlets on his fists began to hum with a charging sound. In front of them, over 20 monsters appeared, including 6 or 7 elite ones. From the rear, Fu Junlin shouted, "New type of monster. Blue Bloods Intel. Level 3 Blue Bloods, close-range physical attack, armor-piercing strength of 6, no heart." The Blue Bloods resembled deformed cheetahs, with slender forelimbs and powerful hindquarters. Their hind legs were abnormally developed, granting them incredible leaping ability. Their claws, as nimble as human hands, were razor-sharp, while their gaping maws eerily reminiscent of alien creatures were utterly terrifying. "Take this, my fire tornado!" Chen Qiyu roared as the Blue Blood pack charged closer. Swinging his massive blade, he unleashed searing fire energy that swept across a 5-6-meter radius. Wherever the flames passed, Blue Bloods were left with grievous wounds, and one was even decapitated on the spot. Sun Long and Zhang Kong worked seamlessly as a team, attacking from the left and right to knock away any Blue Bloods attempting to break through. Fu Junlin pulled out a red battle flag from his back and drove it forcefully into the ground. A glowing red aura spread out instantly, boosting the group's morale. Elite new type monsters. Armor-piercing strength of 10, fast speed, immense strength, low intelligence. Fu Junlin continued sharing intel. Their tentacles are non-lethal, but allow them to communicate with each other. The elite monsters were larger than regular Blue Bloods, with glowing tentacles as thick as thumbs sprouting from their necks. Though seemingly harmless, these tentacles enabled them to coordinate tactics, a skill not to be underestimated. If they weren't taken out in a single strike, they would adapt to human attacks and eventually gain the upper hand. With the elite monsters joining the fray, Chen Qiyu and his comrades were quickly plunged into a fierce struggle. Fu Junlin planted flags of power, speed, and defense, and the three of them, Chen Qiyu, Xiao Zishu, and Sun Long, immediately launched into an intense and exhilarating fight. On the battlefield, Xiao Zishu, though not attacking frequently, managed to take down a blue blood monster with every precise shot. However, the mech behind Fu Junlin remained completely still, as if it had run out of power, standing there like a statue. "Hey, Lao Fu, why is your mech just standing there? Get it into the fight!" Chen Qiyu yelled back at Fu Junlin while dodging an attack. After all, they had invited Fu Junlin along mainly to witness the combat prowess of his mech in action. "No, no, no." Fu Junlin shook his head and waved his hands frantically. "This mech is for protecting me. If a fast monster suddenly rushes at me and takes me out, then the whole team won't have a flag bearer anymore." Xiao Zishu's eye twitched at this remark, and he shot Fu Junlin a disdainful glance. Chen Qiyu and Sun Long also turned to look at him, their faces clearly expressing, "Seriously? That's so cowardly. But I do have other mechs to help you guys." Fu Junlin quickly added, noticing their reactions. "Really? Bring it out then." Chen Qiyu's spirits lifted, eagerly anticipating something even stronger than the first mech. Fu Junlin nodded and casually tossed something forward. A small, boxy robot, no larger than a shoe, landed on the ground. At first glance, it could easily have been mistaken for an ordinary shoe. With a clatter, the little robot suddenly stood upright, spun around twice, and its shiny little eyes locked onto the monster horde. Its tiny wheels began to spin, but they kept slipping on the grass. "Ah, this still needs some adjustments. The mobility could use some work," Fu Junlin said awkwardly. The small robot wobbled and stumbled its way toward the monsters, finally reaching the edge of the group. It raised its tiny mechanical head and began scanning. A nearby elite monster lowered its head and locked eyes with the robot, creating a moment that was oddly comical. "Lao Chen, I suggest you back up, it's going to explode," Fu Junlin suddenly warned. "What do you mean, explode?" Chen Qiyu didn't catch what he said and turned to ask. Snap. Fu Junlin snapped his fingers. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted, obliterating more than a dozen blue blood monsters and 2 elite monsters into pieces. The massive shockwave sent Chen Qiyu flying through the air, and before he could land, he transformed into a beam of white light and was teleported back to the city. All that remained at the site was a slowly rising blackened mushroom cloud. In front of the large teleportation array behind the Feiyun Vine sports field, Chen Qiyu suddenly flipped up from the ground like a carp leaping out of water. He looked around in confusion, his gaze landing on Shihongyu and Ling Xiaobing nearby. The two were munching on chips and staring blankly at their phones. Who am I? Where am I? Chen Qiyu rubbed his eyes, struggling to figure out if he was still dreaming. He vaguely recalled descending into the hunting grounds earlier with Fu Junlin and Xiao Zishu, and then, Fu Junlin. A sudden thought struck him, and he roared furiously, leaping to his feet. Damn it! I actually got blown up by Fu Junlin. Without even greeting Shi Hongyu, he dashed like an arrow to Ling Xiaobing. What happened? He demanded, knowing Ling Xiaobing had been monitoring the battlefield and must have seen everything clearly. Well, it seems. Ling Xiaobing stammered before finally handing him the phone. See for yourself. The drone footage had just stabilized after a violent shake, its lens focusing on the battlefield below. A massive mushroom cloud was slowly dissipating, revealing the scene in vivid detail. Broken monster limbs hung from walls, while Sun Long and Zhang Kong staggered to their feet amidst the chaos. At the explosion's epicenter lay a massive crater, 6 to 7 meters in diameter and over a meter deep. The remaining monsters were scattered, either gravely injured or blasted away. Bang! A muffled sniper shot shattered the brief silence, and the head of an elite monster exploded in an instant. Stop standing around. Finish them off. Xiao Zishu's cold voice snapped Sun Long and Zhang Kong back to reality. Fu Junlin emerged from behind his mecha, patting his chest and muttering to himself. Whoa, that was messy. Clearly, there's still room for improvement. He looked up at the still lingering mushroom cloud and began analyzing. Big range, big power. But that doesn't mean it's perfect. Poor controllability, not stable enough. An ideal explosion should be controllable, power calculable, and maybe even incorporate lightning or frost elements. As he nodded to himself, lost in thought, he suddenly turned and froze under Xiao Zishu's murderous glare. Her delicate face was blackened with soot, and a small tuft of her hair was singed evidence of a flaming monster carcass that had grazed her head. The remaining injured monsters were swiftly dealt with by Sun Long, Zhang Kong, and Xiao Zishu. Fu Junlin planted a large green battle flag into the ground, and a gentle healing light enveloped everyone, gradually restoring their strength. Fu Junlin looked around and asked curiously, Huh? Where's Chen Qiyu? This question almost made Chen Qiyu, who was watching the scene through a monitor outside, drop his phone. He roared angrily, I'm right here. You blew me to pieces. The others on the scene, however, were too shocked by the power of the earlier explosion to pay attention to Chen Qiyu's predicament. They gathered around Fu Junlin, their eyes filled with awe. What on earth did you make? A nuclear bomb? One of them asked. Fu Junlin scratched his head awkwardly. It's just an explosive robot. This power is insane. Sun Long muttered. If all the monsters were grouped together, this one bomb could clear them all out. Xiao Zishu stood with her hands on her hips and scolded Fu Junlin. Then throw a few more of them. Throw more? These things are expensive. Fu Junlin quickly shook his head, though he hesitated to reveal the actual cost. While 100 yuan per unit wasn't exactly cheap, the cost-effectiveness was undeniable if it could take down a Tier 3 elite monster. After all, the energy glands from such monsters could sell for at least 1 or 2,000, sometimes even several thousand. So what now? Chen Qiyu already left, Zhang Kong asked. Fu Junlin glanced at the ground littered with monster corpses and said, Let's just collect the energy glands from these elite monsters and head back. Facing 6 Tier 3 elites in the first arena was already tough enough. We won't be able to handle what's ahead. If we return now, it's still worth it. Each of us can make at least over 1,000. A furious voice boomed in Fu Junlin's mind. You're a waste of air. Hand over your body to me, and I'll clear 10 arenas for you. Big Black roared. Fu Junlin ignored him entirely. After a moment of consideration, the others agreed this was the most practical choice for now. They split up and began searching for the energy glands of the elite monsters. However, complaints soon echoed from every corner. Everything's blown to bits. It's all just chunks of meat. I can't even tell which ones are the elite monsters. I found a piece of a limb earlier and thought it was a mouth. I dug around for ages, but it turned out it wasn't a mouth at all. I'm never eating barbecue again. The energy glands were indestructible, and the group spent about 10 minutes rummaging through the ruins like treasure hunters before finally collecting 6 intact glands. Sun Long picked up one of the glands and examined it closely, lost in thought. Shall we head back to the city? Fu Junlin urged. Do you know how much these glands of this quality can sell for? Sun Long asked as he weighed the gland in his hand. If they're from a new type of monster, probably around 2,000, Xiao Zishu replied calmly. At least 2,500, Sun Long declared firmly. Then hurry up and sell them. Fu Junlin gave him a puzzled look. I'm planning to sacrifice myself, Sun Long announced gravely as he tucked the glands away. Everyone instinctively glanced at the intact return badge pinned to his chest, clearly not understanding his intention. Junlin, give me one of your bomb bots, Sun Long said, turning to Fu Junlin. Huh. I'll take the bomb bot into the next field. With only me as the target, all the monsters will swarm toward me. At that moment, if I trigger the bot, the audacity of the plan left everyone stunned. What kind of Taliban-style strategy is this? Zhang Kang's eyes lit up as he clapped Sun Long on the shoulder. Brother, I like it. You blow up one, I'll blow up another. At the very least, we can explore 2 fields. You 2 handle cleanup. He glanced at Fu Junlin and Xiao Zishu. Fu Junlin's eye twitched. He thought to himself, this makes me look like a coward. Meanwhile, Dahe, the AI in his mind, was silently laughing. Wow, I didn't expect you 2 to be so bold, Xiao Zishu remarked unusually, offering rare praise. Hearing this, the 2 men puffed out their chests in pride. Anyway, I've already died so many times I've almost gotten used to it, Sun Long claimed, though it was clearly an exaggeration. Studies had shown that the fear of death never truly goes away and could even intensify with repeated experiences. While passive deaths were one thing, actively facing death required immense courage, especially in front of someone like Xiao Zishu, a stunning beauty they both wanted to impress. Fu Junlin nodded and handed a robot to Sun Long. As Sun Long took it, his expression shifted slightly, and he instinctively shrank his neck. Does this thing have a name? Zhang Kong asked. Its code name is RE78, but you can call it Little 78, Fu Junlin explained. The robot was equipped with an remodeled portable cutting tool, and it had taken him 77 failed attempts before completing the design on the 78th try. The small, blocky robot was about the size of a shoe, with a head that could rotate 360 degrees but only tilt up or down by 45 degrees, giving it an adorably clumsy appearance. All right, keep the comms open. Let me know when you need me to trigger it, Sun Long said, taking a deep breath. After all, the detonation had to be controlled by Fu Junlin. With that, Sun Long strode toward the light gate in the southern wall. Fu Junlin and the others followed closely behind, stopping in front of the glowing portal. They attempted to peer through to assess the situation in the next enclosure but could see nothing. About 40 seconds later, Sun Long's voice suddenly blared through the walkie-talkie. Detonate? The 3 of them stepped through the portal almost simultaneously. What greeted them was a corner of the enclosure packed with monsters, densely piled together in 3 or 4 layers, numbering at least 20. Fu Junlin immediately made the designated detonation gesture, a sharp snap of his fingers. This was the standard trigger for detonating the Little 78 and was designed with a double safety mechanism. Both the gesture and a mental command were required to activate it. Boom! A deafening explosion followed, instantly blasting the cluster of monsters into pieces. Limbs and remains flew through the air with a piercing whistle. Just as Fu Junlin was taking in the scene, everything went dark before his eyes, and an unidentified object came hurtling straight toward his face. At that moment, the 3 were positioned with Xiao Zishu on the left, Zhang Kong on the right, and Fu Junlin in the center. In the next second, accompanied by a half-finished scream and a rush of wind, Fu Junlin suddenly vanished from where he stood. Zhang Kong and Xiao Zishu turned around in shock, only to see Fu Junlin covered in green slime, slowly sliding down the wall he had been plastered against. On the ground nearby lay half of a monster's corpse. Fu Junlin wore a pained and bewildered expression. What did I do to deserve this? Zhang Kong stifled his laughter as he walked over to help pull Fu Junlin down and clean off the grime. Xiao Zishu crossed her arms, her impressive figure emphasized as she smirked. Karma really works in mysterious ways, doesn't it? Zhang Kong found himself momentarily mesmerized by her Profilian icy beauty. Smile was truly captivating. Go clean up your own mess. Fu Junlin snapped irritably, wiping off the monster's blood from his body. Fortunately, his physique was extraordinary. If it had been an ordinary battle flag operator, they'd have needed to be rushed to the hospital. Just then, Sun Long's voice came through the walkie-talkie again. I'm back at the field. Damn, that bomb really packs a punch. Zhang Kong, you have to try it. Doesn't hurt at all. As the first self-detonator, Sun Long had performed exceptionally well, wiping out all the monsters in the enclosure with minimal cost for maximum results. Looking forward to our good news. Zhang Kong replied. Sun Long added, oh, and Junlin, Chunqiu asked how your uncle's health is lately. This provoked laughter from Xiao Zishu and Zhang Kong, while Fu Junlin's face darkened. Amid their banter, the group set about collecting their spoils. After about 10 minutes, they had harvested energy glands from 5 Tier 3 elite monsters. Inspired by Sun Long's example, Zhang Kong resolutely grabbed a little 7-8 and entered the next enclosure. After another explosion, they harvested 7 more energy glands from Tier 3 elite monsters. Outside, Chunqiu and the others signaled that it was time for them to return. However, Fu Junlin, realizing that a single little 7-8 could fetch tens of thousands of credits, was tempted and cast a hopeful glance at Xiao Zishu. Without hesitation, she kicked him hard, snatched up a little 7-8, and boldly stepped into the next enclosure. Standing by the glowing portal, Fu Junlin muttered to himself thoughtfully, This method is effective, sure, but it's awfully hard on the team. Xiao Zishu successfully destroyed another stronghold using the same method as before. After Fu Junlin collected the monster corpses, he immediately activated the teleportation array to return to the city. This time, their achievements were unprecedented. They managed to conquer 4 strongholds, all of which were slightly above their level of capability. It's worth noting that dealing with level 3 elite monsters should have been extremely challenging for them. Typically, they could only manage 2 strongholds before exhausting their strength. However, not only did they double the number this time, but their efficiency was also astonishing. Apart from the first stronghold, which took 15 minutes, they cleared the rest in about a minute each, with most of the remaining time spent searching for energy glands. The trip was highly rewarding. They collected a total of 25 energy glands from level 3 elites. Based on market prices, these materials were worth over 60,000, allowing each of them to take home roughly 12,000. When Fu Junlin was the last to step out of the teleportation array, he found Shi Hongyu and the others already waiting outside, staring at him with peculiar expressions. Fu Junlin quickly gestured for silence. While the secret of Xiao Qiba had not been fully revealed, they could still quietly rake in the profits. With this method, we'll be rich in no time. Sun Long exclaimed excitedly. Just as they were basking in their hopeful dreams, Shi Hongyu's expression suddenly turned serious. She strode over to Sun Long and grabbed his arm. Shi Lao Shi, what's wrong? Sun Long asked, puzzled. When he glanced down, he was startled. His skin was covered with dense red spots. Oh no, why are there so many red spots under your skin? Ling Xiaobing gasped. Hearing this, Fu Junlin's face turned pale. He immediately turned to Xiao Zishu, pulling up his sleeve in a rush. Sure enough, Xiao Zishu's arm was also covered with the same red spots. Cold sweat drenched Fu Junlin's back. It's secondary energy allergy. Junlin, what on earth is going on? Shi Hongyu glared angrily at Fu Junlin. Fu Junlin was already in a panic, stammering, I know there's secondary energy in Xiao Qiba, but I'm sorry, I should have said something earlier. The others quickly spoke up in Fu Junlin's defense. Sun Long admitted that the idea was his and Fu Junlin shouldn't be blamed. Zhang Kong explained that it was only a surface allergic reaction, indicating that the secondary energy hadn't entered their systems. Though it was a close call, they had indeed narrowly escaped danger. Chen Qiyu and Xiao Zishu also chimed in to help. Shi Hongyu finally found a way to de-escalate the situation. She quickly realized that the priority was to protect Fu Junlin. Both Zhang Kong and Sun Long were of superior lineage, and if this incident were investigated, even suspicion alone could lead to Fu Junlin's expulsion from school. Raising her voice deliberately, she scolded Fu Junlin, her actions effectively intimidating Sun Long and the others. Get back and fix it, minimize the mech's risks, and make sure the usage protocols are clear before presenting it again. Shi Hongyu glared with sharp eyes as she gave her stern command. Fu Junlin knew Shi Hongyu was trying to shield him, but he still felt uneasy. As he walked away, not far from the scene, Sun Long, Zhang Kong, and Chen Qiyu caught up to him. Sun Long threw an arm around his shoulder. Did you really take it to heart? It's fine, really. Just consider my share of the money compensation for your troubles, Fu Junlin replied, feeling a little awkward. Come on, that's not cool. Zhang Kong smacked Fu Junlin on the back. What do you take us for? Chen Qiyu chimed in. Just don't blow me up next time. As long as you're blasting monsters, I've got no complaints. The group burst into laughter. Despite Fu Junlin's repeated attempts, he ultimately failed to convince them to forego his share of the earnings. Each person received about 12,000, with the remaining 600 given to Ling Xiaobing as a tip for her role as their report handler. Ling Xiaobing happily declared that she'd gladly assist them again next time. That evening, as Fu Junlin mulled over ways to improve Xiaoqi and Xiaoba, he headed home early. Dahe, as usual, began preaching his might makes right philosophy. See, I keep telling you strength is the ultimate truth. All this tinkering you're doing, it's just flashy nonsense. Fu Junlin was about to retort when he suddenly noticed a familiar figure crouched in the corner by the wall. It was his younger brother, Fu Junting. Although Fu Junting seemed to blend into the shadows, Fu Junlin recognized him instantly. What worried him more was that his brother appeared to be crying. Fu Junlin quickly approached, startling Fu Junting, who hastily wiped his face with his sleeve. By the time he looked up, aside from his reddened eyes, his expression had returned to normal. Bro, what are you doing here? Fu Junting stood up, tugging at his pants and forcing a grin. I was just getting some air, waiting for you to come back. The night breeze swept through, lifting Fu Junting's bangs, and Fu Junlin caught sight of a prominent scar on his brother's forehead. As a boxer, Fu Junting should have strong defensive capabilities. For such a scar to appear on his forehead, it couldn't have been just a simple scrape. Fu Junlin thought back to when his brother was choosing his profession. Fu Junting had originally wanted to become a battle banner master like him to earn money, but Fu Junlin had encouraged him to choose something he truly enjoyed. That was how he ended up as a boxer. But now, Fu Junlin's pupils contracted slightly, but upon seeing the forced smile on his younger brother Fu Junting's face, he responded with a faint smile of his own and said, "Let's go home for dinner." "Okay," Fu Junting replied, shoving his hands into his pockets and deliberately moving to his brother's right side to walk alongside him. He had a wound on the right side of his forehead and didn't want his brother or mother to worry, nor did he want his brother to look down on him. Fu Junlin gently placed an arm around his brother's shoulders. Meanwhile, Fu Junting remained oblivious to the bloodshot veins gradually spreading in his elder brother's eyes, his gaze becoming increasingly chilling. The next morning, Fu Junlin was absent from Mr. Sun's Met class. Xiao Zishu and Chen Qiyu, who had planned to meet him for a workout, called him but received no response. They speculated that he might be in a bad mood after being scolded by Shi Hongyu the previous day, or that he was at home engrossed in studying mech, something very in line with Fu Junlin's typically meticulous and stubborn personality. It wasn't until the afternoon that Fu Junlin finally showed up, appearing as calm and composed as ever. "Where were you this morning?" Xiao Zishu asked irritably. "In the gym. Fixing up my little 7-8. Fu Junlin replied casually. After agreeing on a simple plan to have lunch together, Xiao Zishu left first. At that moment, Cheng Xiaoyu hurriedly stepped out of the elevator, looked around, and quickly spotted Fu Junlin before walking briskly toward him. "Fu, what's going on? Why did you call me so urgently?" Cheng Xiaoyu asked. Fu Junlin had called him just half an hour earlier to arrange the meeting. Fu Junlin led Cheng Xiaoyu to a corner of the lounge and sat down. He then took out 2 thick rolls of cash from his mech belt. "This is 12,000 yuan, all the money I have right now. I'd like to ask for your help with something." Cheng Xiaoyu frowned, his expression serious. "Tell me what it is first." Fu Junlin placed an open envelope on the table, and a few photos slid out. Cheng Xiaoyu examined them carefully, then pressed his lips together in a slight smile and collected the photos. He divided the cash into 2 rolls, keeping one for himself and pushing the other back toward Fu Junlin. "This is for the person handling the matter," he said, indicating the roll he kept. "This one's your share," he added, referring to the roll he returned. Fu Junlin looked up at him. Cheng Xiaoyu flashed his signature rich kid smile, patted Fu Junlin on the shoulder, adjusted his expensive casual outfit, and said, "Wait for my news." Watching the money on the table, Fu Junlin smiled knowingly and put it away. Cheng Xiaoyu's meaning was clear. There was no need for such formalities between friends, and he didn't need the money. The portion Cheng Xiaoyu kept was for the person taking care of things. If Fu Junlin had insisted on making Cheng Xiaoyu cover that cost as well, it would have left him feeling uneasy, and the nature of the favor would have changed. Cheng Xiaoyu's approach struck the perfect balance. Keeping half shows a clear boundary between public and private matters, while giving half demonstrates loyalty to friendship. Fu Junlin understood the sentiment behind the gesture, and that was enough for him. 2 days later, at noon, Yunhe Street was bustling with people. As the lunch bell rang, Fu Junting was the first to dash out of the school gates, quickly blending into the crowd. He deliberately chose to head in the direction with more people, even though it wasn't the way home. Carefully, he pulled up the hood of his sweatshirt, and each time someone passed by, he would warily glance at their face. However, at the entrance of a quiet alley, someone grabbed his hood and dragged him inside. Looking up, he was met with 3 faces that haunted his nights. Leading the group was Di Yunfei, a strikingly handsome, purebred boy, flanked by 2 burly hybrid lackeys. "Running away? Huh?" Di Yunfei sneered, stepping closer to Fu Junting. "I wasn't running," Fu Junting replied, leaning against the wall and brushing back his hair, trying to appear calm. His eyes darted around, searching for an escape route. It was the only defiance he had left, even though it often resulted in harsher beatings. Di Yunfei pulled out a cigarette, handed it to his lackeys, and lit one for himself. "I told you to buy me cigarettes. Did you?" "I don't have any money," Fu Junting said, his foot pressing against the wall, ready to flee at any moment. "What?" "I said, I don't have any money." Before he could finish, a sharp slap landed on his face. He staggered, his fists clenching instinctively before relaxing again. Every time he felt the urge to fight back, a voice in his head stopped him. His brother had spent 8,000 yuan to send him here. A single impulsive act that jeopardized his future was a price he couldn't afford to pay. After 6 consecutive slaps, Di Yunfei shook his stinging hand, took a drag from his cigarette, and threatened, "Tomorrow, 2 packs of cigarettes. If you don't have them, I want just carved words on your forehead. I'll carve them on your face." Fu Junting's eyes were bloodshot, and his right cheek was swollen. The 2 hybrid lackeys glared at him menacingly, ready to pounce if he dared to fight back. Di Yunfei grabbed a handful of Fu Junting's hair, exposing a scar. "The words I carved, did you destroy them yourself? Turned them into a scar? You've got guts." With that, another heavy slap landed on him. Just then, one of the lackeys' phones rang. After answering, he abruptly dropped his cigarette to the ground, his face filled with alarm. "What?" he exclaimed. Di Yunfei and another hybrid boy suddenly turned their heads toward the boy who had just spoken. His face was filled with terror, and the sound of an angry middle-aged man's voice roared through his phone. "Get to Hongshuo Hospital immediately." The boy abruptly ended the call and anxiously said to his two companions, "I have to go. My mom's been injured in an explosion." "An explosion? What happened?" the two asked with furrowed brows. "Our car was parked outside the street's energy pipeline. My mom was on her way to work when it happened." The boy's voice trembled with worry. "Then go check on her now," the hybrid boy urged. Di Yunfei viciously flicked his cigarette, but at Fu Junting's face. "Don't wait until tomorrow. Go home and get the money now. Bring me the cigarettes after school, or it'll make you regret it." With that, the three of them left in a hurry. Fu Junting leaned against the wall, his expression complicated. After a long while, he brushed off the cigarette ash on his clothes, stuffed his hands into his pockets, and walked out of the alley, his thin figure disappearing into the distance. The entire afternoon, Fu Junting was absent-minded. He repeatedly checked his gauntlet, but would quietly put it away. His thoughts kept circling. What would my brother do in this situation? When the school bell rang, Fu Junting blended into the crowd and slowly made his way toward the school gate. He knew someone was waiting for him. Taking out his phone, he hovered over his brother's number. His fingers trembled slightly. "Brother, come pick me up." But in the end, he couldn't press the call button. He slipped out of the school gate, sticking close to the corner of the security office, but spotted Di Yunfei and his two companions already waiting under a tree in the distance, smirking as they waved him over. Fu Junting swallowed hard and began to look for an escape route when a familiar voice called out, "Junting, over here." It was his brother. Fu Junlin was leaning against a black R8 muscle car, gesturing for him to come over. Fu Junting nearly burst into tears of relief. In his heart, he flipped Di Yunfei the middle finger and sprinted toward Fu Junlin. Di Yunfei and his friends were stunned to see that Fu Junting had an older brother who drove a luxury car. Damn it, he must called for backup. Humph, we'll deal with him tomorrow. Let's see how long his brother can protect him. Bro, where did you steal this car? Fu Junting asked excitedly, running his hands over the leather seats. Fu Junlin chuckled and pinched his cheek. Why would I steal it? It's my friend's car. Get in. Fu Junting had just settled into the passenger seat when he noticed Fu Junlin glaring coldly at Di Yunfei and his friends. Brother, let's just go, he pleaded. Today, you're leaving with them, Fu Junlin said firmly, gently ruffling his younger brother's hair. Fu Junting tensed up. He worried that his brother might not be able to handle a superior hybrid like Di Yunfei and feared even worse retaliation in the future. But Fu Junlin had already made up his mind. He could endure any insult, but he would never allow anyone to bully his little brother. Di Yunfei and his friends felt a chill under Fu Junlin's icy gaze from the car. They turned to leave, but not before spitting in the car's direction. Fu Junlin started the engine slowly and followed them. The Bluebird Bar is located at the border between the Yunhe district and the Red Carpet district. Known for its affordable prices, the bar attracts a diverse crowd of patrons, including occasional appearances from superior class individuals. Di Yunfei strolled into the bar with two of his sidekicks, navigating the place like a regular. He picked a table by the window and sat down. With a nonchalant snap of his fingers, a sultry waitress sauntered over. Her face was heavily made up, her short hair barely brushing her ears, with a small ponytail tied at the back. She chewed gum lazily, leaning against the back of the sofa with an air of indifference. What'll it be? Heh, what do you think? Di Yunfei shot back, reaching out to touch the hem of her skirt, only to receive a sharp slap on the back of his hand. Little punk. The waitress scoffed, glaring at him. 3 blue dreams, a steak, and 2 orders of fried chicken, Di Yunfei ordered directly. His 2 sidekicks, both of a lower class, had long grown accustomed to this kind of treatment. Getting a share of fried chicken was already a decent deal for them. How's your mom doing? The pale-skinned boy turned to ask his darker-skinned companion. Still in the hospital, the darker-skinned boy replied with a shake of his head. The car just exploded out of nowhere. Luckily, she hadn't gotten in yet. She's got a fracture, but after a few days of rest, she should be able to come home. Surviving a disaster means good fortune ahead, the pale-skinned boy said encouragingly. TCH, that's nothing. Di Yunfei interjected. My dad works in the defense department. When someone tried to assassinate him, the bullet nearly hit his secondary heart. Now that was close. At that moment, the bar's door swung open, and Fu Junlin walked in with Fu Junting. The waitress approached them with the usual question about their order, but Fu Junlin simply nodded in acknowledgement. Scanning the room briefly, he chose a table not far from Di Yunfei's group. From this spot, the 2 tables had a clear view of each other. Di Yunfei and his companions immediately fell silent, their brows furrowing. They knew full well that Fu Junlin's presence was no coincidence. It was likely an attempt to seek justice for his younger brother. However, Fu Junlin didn't make any immediate moves, prompting Di Yunfei to smirk inwardly. In his mind, no matter how capable this lower-class individual might be, he wouldn't dare actually take action against him. At most, he was here to make a statement. Fu Junting, on the other hand, was clearly feeling the tension in the air. His body was stiff, and he avoided making eye contact with Di Yunfei and his group. Fu Junlin, however, sat down boldly, even pulling out an extra chair and gesturing for his brother to sit. The placement of the chair ensured that Fu Junting would have no choice but to face the three directly. Fu Junting obediently took the seat. At that moment, a female server, having just finished placing an order at the bar, walked over holding a drink menu. She enthusiastically introduced the options, especially recommending the most popular fried chicken. It was the most affordable and delicious choice among the hot dishes and a favorite among the hybrids who frequented the place. As a hybrid herself, there wasn't a trace of disdain in her tone. "All right, 2 orders of fried chicken and 2 glasses of pure Diluois sweet wine," Fu Junlin said with a smile as he placed the order. "Are you sure this little guy drinks alcohol?" The female server rested one hand on her hip and teasingly winked at the clearly uneasy Fu Junting. She had noticed his nervousness and tried to lighten the mood with a joke. A handsome yet shy young man like him was a rare sight here, given that most regulars were rather unsavory types. Of course, what intrigued her the most was the extraordinary demeanor of his older brother. "Yes, get him a drink," Fu Junlin confirmed. The female server noted the order and swayed her slender figure as she walked away. Meanwhile, Di Yunfei and his 2 companions kept stealing glances at the Fujian brothers, occasionally letting out low chuckles and even starting to blatantly point and whisper among themselves. Fu Junlin seemed completely unbothered, casually scanning the room. For Fu Junting, however, it felt like an excruciating public humiliation. The simultaneous embarrassment in front of both Di Yunfei and his brother left him utterly mortified. He went from fear to confusion, then to anger, as cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. When the fried chicken and drinks arrived, Fu Junting looked even more bewildered. Just then, the bar's door swung open, and 2 stylishly dressed girls, around 14 or 15 years old, walked in laughing and headed straight for Di Yunfei's table. They each took a seat beside Di Yunfei and the pale-skinned boy, clearly having been invited specifically to witness the Fujian brothers' embarrassment. Fu Junlin's lips curled into a faint smile as he signaled the short-haired female server to come over. "See those 2 girls at that table? Get them each a purple temptation, and for their little boyfriends, a green crystal each." As he spoke, he pulled out some cash and handed it to her. The short-haired server gave him a meaningful look, hesitating before taking the money. She slightly turned her body to block Di Yunfei's line of sight and softly warned, "That pure-blood kid's father isn't someone you want to mess with. Are you sure about this?" Fu Junlin studied the mature-looking girl, who seemed to be about his age, and shrugged. "I don't have much of a choice." The short-haired server raised an eyebrow, smiled knowingly, and gracefully accepted the cash before turning to head toward the bar. Soon, 4 glasses of alcohol were delivered to the table where Di Yunfei and his group were seated. The short-haired waitress introduced them leisurely. 2 glasses of purple temptation for the ladies, and 2 glasses of green crystal for the gentlemen. This arrangement was clearly no coincidence. It was an unmistakable provocation. Di Yunfei slammed his palm on the table, his neck cracking audibly as he twisted it, and strode toward Fu Junlin. 2 hybrid boys flanked him, following closely. Being humiliated like this in front of his girlfriend was more than enough to ignite anyone's fury. The hotel was bustling with noise. At the bar, a group of hybrids in tattered clothing, still covered in dust from the construction site, sat with plates of low-grade fried chicken, scraps their most luxurious indulgence of the day. Watching the brewing conflict, they smirked with schadenfreude. Scattered around, a few purebred individuals added to the tense atmosphere. Di Yunfei and his crew surrounded Fu Junlin, while even the bartender and the short-haired waitress leaned against the bar, casting pitying glances at him. Everyone was guessing silently. There was no way Fu Junlin would dare lay a hand on a purebred. Di Yunfei sneered at Fu Junlin and began to speak, directing his words to Fu Junting. "Fu Junting, your mother." Before he could finish, Fu Junlin struck. His foot landed with precision below Di Yunfei's abdomen, sending him flying backward into the couch. Di Yunfei's face turned ashen as he clutched at his injury, veins bulging on his neck. The 2 lackeys immediately lunged at Fu Junlin, but their confidence wavered when they saw the cruel, maniacal grin on his face. Fu Junlin's fist slammed into the bronze-skinned boy's chest, caving in his ribcage and launching him like a missile into the wall, shaking the ground with the impact. The pale-skinned boy met an even worse fate. Fu Junlin grabbed his arm and twisted it sharply, the sickening crack of breaking bones slicing through the air. A powerful kick followed, snapping the boy's shin backward at an unnatural angle. Jagged bone pierced through torn flesh, leaving a grotesque, bloody mess. The spectators, who had been enjoying the show, fell silent, their faces frozen in shock. Fu Junlin walked straight toward the barely standing Di Yunfei, who snarled through gritted teeth, "You dare hit me? You dare hit me? They'll make you pay with your life." Without a word, Fu Junlin grabbed his face and shoved him into the wooden liquor cabinet behind him. Di Yunfei's head shattered dozens of bottles and splintered through several shelves before slamming into the wall. Bloodied and trembling, he was overcome with the sheer terror of death, his voice silenced entirely. The surroundings were eerily silent. A privileged individual, curious to capture the scene, pulled out their phone, but a swift slap from a nearby subhuman bartender sent the phone flying, skidding across the floor in a sharp arc. The subhuman patrons in the bar turned their heads in unison, glaring at the privileged person with threatening eyes. The person shrank back, too intimidated to retrieve their phone, their neck hunched as they remained silent. Fu Junlin leaned in close to Di Yunfei's face, enunciating each word slowly. What did you just say? Di Yunfei's eyes widened in terror, his face pale, teeth chattering uncontrollably as he failed to utter a single word. Fu Junlin turned his gaze to his younger brother, Fu Junting. At that moment, Fu Junting stood frozen. His fists clenched so tightly his knuckles had turned white, nails digging into his palms. He stared at his older brother in shock, having never seen this terrifying side of him before. Yet, a strange sense of satisfaction welled up within him, though it was tinged with confusion, had no idea how his brother intended to end this. Bring those two over here. Fu Junlin ordered Fu Junting. Fu Junting flinched, but immediately sprang into action. Grabbing the hair of the pale boy with one hand and the bronze-skinned boy with the other, he dragged them both in front of Fu Junlin. Fu Junlin released Di Yunfei, letting him slump to the ground, then pulled up a chair and sat down. Slap him, Fu Junlin said curtly. For a moment, Fu Junting's mind buzzed, but clarity soon returned. Whatever his brother was doing, he was still his brother, and he wouldn't harm him. Besides, his brother had always been calculated and deliberate. With this realization, Fu Junting didn't hesitate. He stepped forward and began slapping Di Yunfei across the face. Smack, smack, smack. The sharp sound of slaps echoed throughout the bar. The onlookers exchanged glances, feeling an inexplicable satisfaction from what seemed to be just a schoolyard brawl. At first, Fu Junting was venting his anger, but soon his strikes became heavier. Tears streamed from his eyes before he even realized it. He gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath, as he struck Di Yunfei's face until it was swollen and bleeding. You bastard! You bastard! Arg! As Fu Junting began losing control, Fu Junlin pulled him into his arms. Finally, Fu Junting broke down, sobbing uncontrollably in his brother's embrace. Years of pent-up frustration and pain poured out in that moment. The nightmare that had haunted him seemed to dissolve before his eyes. From this day forward, he would no longer fear Di Yunfei. Once his brother had calmed down, Fu Junlin turned his gaze to Di Yunfei, who was glaring at him with venomous eyes. Fu Junlin smirked coldly before shifting his attention to the bronze-skinned boy. Your mother, Li Huiying, your father, Zhang Feng, living at number 2 West Red Carpet District. Do you know who blew up your mother's car? His smile sent a chill down everyone's spine. I'm very thorough in my work. Rest assured, your family won't escape the next explosion. The bronze-skinned boy trembled violently, his eyes filled with terror. His mother's death wasn't an accident? Fu Junlin then turned to the pale boy. Your father works at the East Mines. You're aware of your mother's affair, aren't you? You live in Lower District 2. Your mother walks down West number 2 Street every day, and your father passes through the alley on number 3 Street. His tone was icy. Tell them to be careful. Those places can be very dangerous. Finally, his gaze landed back on Di Yunfei. From inside his jacket, Fu Junlin pulled out an envelope. Deputy Defense Officer Di Qian. Over the past 3 years, you've taken 390,000 yuan in bribes, embezzled public funds 4 times, and had an affair with the defense minister's wife. Erase the evidence. Although the envelope contained nothing but blank sheets, Di Yunfei's face turned ashen, sweat pouring down his face. Fu Junlin tapped the envelope against Di Yunfei's cheek and said, enunciating every word, if even a single scratch appears on my brother again, I will make sure the 3 of you lose everything: your homes, your families, your lives. Ruined family, destroyed lives. These 4 words struck Di Yunfei's ears like a thunderclap, instantly leaving him collapsed on the ground. Fu Junlin's threats were far more lethal than they appeared on the surface. Di Yunfei and his 2 companions, all under 20, had never truly faced the harsh realities of society. At this moment, the bronze-skinned boy's mother was lying in a hospital bed, with the shadow of death looming nearby. Di Yunfei knew all too well that if his father's affairs were exposed, their family would inevitably fall apart, and his life as a privileged rich kid would end in disgrace, likely behind bars. The patrons in the bar exchanged uneasy glances. Initially, they had assumed that a subhuman attacking a superior human would surely face brutal retaliation. But the reality unfolding before them was entirely unexpected. Those 3 arrogant, entitled rich kids were now utterly terrified, stripped of even the courage to seek revenge. Fu Junlin calmly placed the envelope back into his pocket, then pulled out a stack of cash, adding a few more bills on top. He pressed the money under a glass on the table. The 2,000 yuan was more than enough to cover the damages and the trouble cost. Amid the rising chatter of the bar patrons, he put his arm around Fu Junting and turned to leave. Just as they reached the door, hurried footsteps followed them. The short-haired waitress had chased after them, hands on her hips, her chin raised. "Leave a contact number," she said. Seeing Fu Junlin's puzzled expression, she quickly added, "The boss might need to confirm something with you when he gets back." Fu Junlin casually jotted down his contact information. The girl took the slip of paper and tucked it directly into the neckline of her shirt, flashing a sweet smile. Extending her delicate, jade-like hand, she said, "I'm Jin Hongyan." "Fu Junlin," he replied. Jin Hongyan's fingers playfully brushed against his palm, and with a mischievous smile, she spun around and dashed back into the bar, her lively figure bouncing with energy. "I think I just caught a whiff of hormones in the air. That girl's got spirit." DeHaye suddenly chimed in. "You even know about hormones?" Fu Junlin asked, raising an eyebrow. "Of course I do. In my past life, I drowned in hormones. I majored in hormones in college. I could recognize them even if they turned to dust. So pungent." DeHaye's exaggerated remarks made Fu Junlin cringe with secondhand embarrassment. He came off like a clueless old bachelor desperate to prove his worldly knowledge. Fu Junlin chuckled, wrapping an arm around his younger brother as they got into the car and drove off. Throughout the ride, Fu Junting occasionally stole glances at his older brother, as if bracing for a scolding or lecture. But Fu Junlin remained silent the entire way. After a long pause, Fu Junlin glanced at his younger brother with a mysterious look. "Want to try your hand at driving?" Fu Junting was momentarily stunned, but then nodded vigorously, excitement gleaming in his eyes. With a light chuckle, Fu Junlin drove the car to a deserted area, letting Fu Junting take the driver's seat while he patiently guided him from the side. As long as they avoided main roads, there was no risk of running into police who might question the origins of this potentially borrowed car. Under the night sky, the brothers' hearty laughter spilled out of the car windows, blending into the faintly crimson horizon. The next morning, Fu Junlin returned the car to Qing Xiaoyu. Shortly after, he donned his custom black outfit and signature Silent One mask, stepping once again into the arena. Though he had been quietly investigating matters concerning his brother in recent days, he hadn't neglected the season's points competition. Daily, he set aside 2 to 3 hours to let Big Black unleash its full potential in the arena. By day 5 of the season, the Silent One had claimed the top spot with an impressive 1,285 points, leaving no room for doubt. However, second-place Dongfang Bai's 1,191 points and third-place Li Jing's 1,174 points were close on his heels, with contenders like Li Luote and Xia Xin also showing strong performances. Interestingly, the Silent One had yet to face these formidable opponents. This season promised to be nothing short of spectacular, with the tension likely escalating as it progressed. Whenever the Silent One competed, audience numbers skyrocketed. His unique fighting style, though lacking dramatic clashes, always managed to create jaw-dropping moments. Statistics revealed that, so far, 9 weapons had shattered while attacking the Silent One, earning him the title of the arena's undisputed weapon nemesis and the ideal benchmark for testing the prowess of other top fighters. As today's match concluded and the Silent One prepared to exit through the back door, he was unexpectedly stopped by an arena staff member. Such occurrences were rare, though fervent fans had previously tried to uncover the Silent One's true identity. Stern condemnation from veteran spectators had established a consensus. His enigmatic presence should remain unbroken to preserve his ability to compete. The person blocking Fu Junlin was a young man in his 20s, who bowed politely and said, "Mr. Silent One, our boss would like to meet with you. He specifically instructed us to assure you that he means no disrespect to your privacy and has no interest in uncovering your true identity. He simply wishes to discuss a business proposition with you." Hearing this, Fu Junlin was momentarily stunned. The boss wanted to discuss business with him? The word business immediately piqued his interest. Driven by curiosity, he gave a slight nod in agreement. The young man promptly led Fu Junlin through a concealed door, along a long and desolate corridor, and eventually into an office. By this time, Fu Junlin had regained control of his body, but to avoid revealing his identity, he still chose to let Dahe speak on his behalf. The office was filled with the rich aroma of tea. A chubby middle-aged man in a black suit turned around and, upon seeing Fu Junlin, a flash of delight crossed his eyes. He quickly extinguished the cigar in his hand in an ashtray and strode forward, offering an enthusiastic handshake. "Ah, a pleasure to meet you." "Hello, Silent One." Fu Junlin instinctively tightened the mask on his face. After a brief handshake, he maintained a certain distance. The middle-aged man didn't seem to mind at all and, with a smile, gestured toward the sofa nearby. "Please, have a seat. My name is Zhao Hu, but my friends call me Fat Tiger. Haha, I run this arena and dabble in some small business ventures. Fu Junlin was secretly surprised this man was the owner of the arena. He discreetly observed Zhao Hu's forehead and noticed there was only one genetic particle, indicating that he, like Fu Junlin, was a subhuman. In the highly competitive environment of Confronting Academy, for a subhuman to secure a project like the arena, the effort involved must have been extraordinary. This realization made Fu Junlin feel a sense of respect for him. I've heard of your reputation. Under Fu Junlin's control, Dahei responded in a bold and hearty voice. Fat Tiger's round face immediately lit up with a genuine smile. Oh, it's nothing, just the name of a humble businessman, reeking of money. So, we'll get straight to the point. He adjusted his posture and continued. You're very popular in the arena. Whenever you participate, ticket sales increase by over 20%. If you could make regular appearances, we could even set up live broadcasts. Considering your need to keep your identity private, you could use an account we provide. The earnings would be received under our name and then shared with you. It's extra income for you and a chance to boost our reputation, a win-win situation. After finishing, Fat Tiger looked at Fu Junlin with eager anticipation. Fu Junlin fell into deep thought, silently admiring the man's sharp business acumen. Fat Tiger had accurately grasped his reluctance to reveal his identity and proposed an ideal solution. Using his real identity for live streaming would expose him, and asking someone close to help could lead to further scrutiny. Fat Tiger's proposal neatly resolved these concerns. To recognize his value in just 5 days, this man's insight was indeed remarkable. Interestingly, after Dahei gained some fame in the arena, Fu Junlin had also briefly considered the idea of live streaming. The only obstacle for Fu Junlin was indeed the issue that Pang Hu Minchinetta couldn't register with his real identity on the DoShark platform, as it would expose who he was. If I agree, how do you plan to split the profits? Fu Junlin asked tentatively. Pang Hu's eyes lit up, and he immediately laid out the terms. A 70-30 split. You take 70, I take 30. I'll cover all promotion, equipment, and taxes. Whatever you earn in the arena is still yours, and I can even help you sell it. Honestly, what I value most is the exposure. Fu Junlin nodded to himself. This guy definitely knew how to do business. After doing the math, Fu realized the deal wouldn't be a loss for him. If Pang Hu hadn't brought it up, he probably would have never thought of live streaming, as he lacked the necessary resources. The income from the arena alone was far from enough to fund the development of mechas like Xiao Qiba. He urgently needed a large influx of money to enhance his strength, and also wanted to move his mother into his own home as soon as possible. I have one condition, Fu Junlin said. You can't restrict how or when I stream, and you can't impose any penalties for breaching the agreement. Pang Hu spread his hands, saying, we're not even signing a contract. We just need to agree on a code word so I can confirm it's you when you come to collect the money. You decide the streaming schedule. We'll split the cash direct line contact details, with a dedicated liaison. Totally safe. His tone carried a hint of helplessness. You won't even take off your mask, so we can't sign a formal agreement anyway. What are we supposed to write? Silent one. Once the mask is off, this identity ceases to exist, so what's the point of a contract? I just need Silent One's promise. Stream as many times as you want. It doesn't matter if you don't stream at all. If it works out, great. If not, no hard feelings. Deal. Fu Junlin stood up and shook hands with Pang Hu, but still had to add, even though we're working together, you can't try to uncover my real identity. I would never mess with my money. Pang Hu assured him, gripping Fu Junlin's hand firmly. If possible, I'd like to do a trial stream today, Fu Junlin said. Pang Hu, half laughing and half crying, wasn't sure if this 7,030 split would bring profit or loss, but he cheerfully arranged for a technician to prepare everything and handed Fu Junlin a drone for the stream. Streaming itself wasn't a novelty. Whether in arenas, battlegrounds, or everyday life, there were countless people who streamed. Arena streams, in particular, were among the most popular. Pang Hu's arena already had 20 to 30,000 followers on the DoShark platform, mainly from posting exciting combat videos. Occasionally, they did live streams, but the traffic was mediocre. Having made up his mind, Fu Junlin didn't waste any time. Wearing his mask and carrying the drone, he headed toward the teleportation array at the backfield. At this moment, Dahei seized the opportunity to mock him sarcastically, saying, now that you need me, you're not saying stuff like, hurry up and get lost when your time is up, don't hog my body, huh? You really are all about exploiting whoever's handy, aren't you? His tone was dripping with grievance, like a scorned partner. Have you moved beyond twisting idioms and started creating your own now? Fu Junlin asked darkly, his face clouded. Did I say something wrong? Did I say something wrong? Dahei roared in frustration. There was a burning anger in his chest. Fu Junlin had been using his body for over 2 hours today. Yet now that there was money to be made, Fu Junlin didn't even acknowledge his contributions, treating him as nothing more than a tool for earning income. Fu Junlin noticed his mood and softened his tone. So, are you saying you don't want to enter the hunting ground? Come on, look at you. Dehay's attitude immediately shifted as he forced a sheepish grin. I was just joking with you. This time, entering the hunting ground didn't require any special reporting. Every viewer in the livestream would serve as their witnesses. The teleportation destination was set to the area he and Chin Kia's group had visited a few days ago, the same place where Xiao Qiba had caused a commotion. Fu Junlin had chosen this location carefully. The teleportation strength here was relatively high, ensuring a safe return even in the face of unexpected events. Moreover, the creatures that had given their rookie squad such a hard time might not pose much of a challenge for Dehay. Standing on the teleportation array for their second jump, Fu Junlin activated a drone in advance, letting it hover above their heads, ready to follow them into the hunting ground. As this was their first live stream, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous, though having Dehay by his side was a small comfort. Hey, does live streaming mean we'll become celebrities? Dehay asked excitedly. Celebrity my foot. We're doing this to make money. Still counts as being a celebrity. When the technician's voice came through the earpiece, signaling everything was ready, and the drone's indicator lights began to flash, Fu Junlin suddenly hesitated. What should we say? Don't you know? With all the knowledge you have, isn't it common for live streams in this world to have their own style? Cut the nonsense. We don't even have to show our faces, just say something random. Fu Junlin decisively tossed the problem to Dehay, who was eager to be a star. Dehay cleared his throat and started awkwardly. Well, good morning, everyone. Then, his tone gradually became more confident and professional. As you all know, the hunting ground behind me contains Tier 3 elites and even higher-level monsters. Are you still struggling with the awkward decision of whether to return to town after your teammates have all perished? I am the Silent One. Today, I'll be showing you how to survive in the most terrifying hunting grounds. Here, without the right survival skills, you won't last more than a few minutes. Follow me. In the combat arena of Confronting Academy, a student slouched lazily in his seat, bored out of his mind. If it weren't for his best friend dragging him along, he would have left long ago. Out of sheer boredom, he pulled out his phone and started scrolling through short videos on the DoShark platform. Hey, I heard there are a lot of new types of monsters at the Nightingale hunting ground lately. How about we find a team and join the fun? He suggested while swiping through his phone. Without even turning his head, his friend replied with obvious impatience. Those are all new types of monsters over there. If we go, we're just asking to die. I saw some Tier 3 blue blood monsters from that place, and just watching them gave me chills. Count me out. Come on, you have no ambition. Precisely because they're new types of monsters, it's the best way to sharpen your skills. Plus, the energy glands from those monsters sell for a fortune. Do I look like I need the money? Him saying I can't beat them. His friend shot back confidently. You're such a coward. He clicked his tongue in disdain. Wait here. They'll check some guides and take you to dominate the hunting ground. With that, he dived into researching information about the Nightingale hunting ground. The Nightingale hunting ground was particularly popular around Confronting Academy, mainly because it was discovered and developed by the school. Although it had been open to the public, progress in exploring it remained slow. The reason was simple. There were numerous other hunting grounds near the city. High-level exploration teams either went to major cities or tackled time-consuming and challenging dead loop grounds. Meanwhile, regular hunters preferred hunting grounds with slightly higher levels but populated by familiar, older types of monsters. In professional terms, mutated monsters from the original world were called Type 1 monsters, while their hybrid offspring were classified as Type 2 monsters. The Nightingale hunting ground, with its transitional terrain, was already eerie enough, and the fact that dead loop grounds were dominated by insect-like monsters made it even more intimidating. For many, bugs were far scarier than tigers or leopards. As a result, the main explorers here were student teams, their supervising teachers, and a handful of independent exploration teams from society. Just as he was about to research a hunting ground with insect-type monsters, a live stream caught his attention. He suddenly held his phone at arm's length, his face filled with shock, and nudged his friend. What's up? His friend asked, annoyed. He pointed at the phone screen. His friend looked over and froze as well. Hey, isn't that the Silent One? He's out exploring a hunting ground? On the screen, the Silent One was waving at the camera. I'm here to show everyone how to survive in the most terrifying hunting grounds. In a place like this, without the right survival skills, you won't last more than a few minutes. Follow me. Before his words even faded, a flash of white light enveloped him, and the Silent One had already entered the hunting ground. A drone slowly ascended, capturing a crystal-clear feed, clearly under professional control. What the heck? That guy went to the arena alone? Without the battle banner squad? His friend's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked. Didn't you hear what he said earlier? He wants to demonstrate solo survival tactics after all his teammates are wiped out. Another person responded with an exaggerated eye roll. Though both of them found such an extreme scenario almost impossible, their eyes were glued to the screen, eager to witness the solo performance of this so-called arena soap master. At this moment, Junlin had just teleported into the arena. His first move was to check the teleportation strength 78. A voice from the technical team on Pang whose in came through his headset. Mr. Silent One, there's a blue light panel on your Bluetooth headset. Once activated, you'll see live stream comments appear in front of your left eye, making it easier to interact with viewers. While cautiously observing the distant monsters, Junlin activated the panel. A small, semi-transparent projection appeared in front of his left eye, clear enough to display comments and viewer stats without obstructing his vision. Only 16 viewers? That's pathetic. Dahei couldn't help but grumble. Focus on the monsters. Junlin barked sharply, as the monsters in the distance had already begun their charge. Dahei moved swiftly, leaping onto protruding footholds on the arena wall. With a series of agile jumps, he climbed higher like a nimble mountain goat. These footholds, designed not only for the monsters but also to add tactical depth to arena battles, became his advantage. The monsters on the ground let out deafening roars, and a few with climbing abilities had already started pursuing him. Dodging their attacks, Dahei began his commentary for the drone camera. Pay attention to these Tier 3 elite monsters with fleshy tendrils. Don't be fooled by their squishy appearance. Their tendrils are poisonous and can entangle you. Their armor is incredibly tough, and their claws can easily tear through the shields of low-tier superior beings. Just as one monster was about to catch up, Dahei suddenly shifted his tone. Now, let me show you a quick way to deal with Thimby smashing them to death. With that, Dahei spun around on the 20 to 30 meter high wall, facing the lunging monster. He skillfully dodged its frontal attack, grabbed its hind leg, and used the momentum from a kick off the wall to pull the creature downward. In midair, Dahei spun twice with the monster, using the centrifugal force to hurl the massive beast violently toward the ground. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as dust and debris flew everywhere. Dahei landed gracefully, while the Tier 3 elite monster was smashed into a grotesque mess, its innards and organs strewn across the ground in a gruesome explosion of gore. Barehanded, Dahei crushed a level 3 elite monster to death without even putting on his gauntlets. With swift movements, he flipped and leapt gracefully among the horde of monsters, his agility resembling a butterfly flitting through flowers. The clumsy monsters appeared sluggish and laughable in comparison to his nimble figure, unable to even graze the hem of his clothes. Did you see that? Just one slam and it's dead. Dahei had expected his impressive opening kill to cause a sensation, but the livestream chat remained eerily silent. It wasn't surprising, though the number of viewers had only grown from 16 at the start to a little over 30. Suddenly, a comment with an exaggerated row of ellipses broke the silence. This? Excuse me, is this really a livestream on Earth? What on earth was that just now? Then, like a floodgate had opened, the chat exploded with comments. Did you hear what he just said? Is that even humanly possible? Just one slam and it's dead. One slam. Dead. Dead. A prominent comment soon cleared up everyone's confusion. Allow me to introduce him. This is the mysterious figure from Feiyun Vine School, the legendary arena master and soap enthusiast Mr. Silent Fighter. The comment turned red because its sender had spent 200 yuan on a pure water bomb effect. In an instant, the screen was filled with gift animations. User's name, I want to grow 5 centimeters, and Mr. Little Train, each sent 5 pure water bombs, their refreshing splash effects flooding the screen. Junlin, watching the sudden surge of gifts, mentally calculated his share. Half for the platform, 70% of the rest for himself. This was a decent income. Even more thrilling was the spike in viewer count. In just a few minutes, the number of viewers skyrocketed from a mere 30-something to around 2,200. The new audience flooded the chat with questions. Who's the masked guy? And what's he doing? Why is he jumping around in a crowd of monsters? Is this one of those pioneer squads that got wiped out, leaving only one survivor? At that moment, Dahei spoke again. Of course, aside from slamming them to death, there are plenty of other ways to kill these monsters, all quite simple. He suddenly came to a stop. First, we pause and take out the blue blood monster. Before he finished speaking, a level 3 blue blood monster lunged at him. For most, including experts like Shihong Yu, taking down such a creature without gauntlets would be no easy feat, yet Dahei effortlessly delivered a straightforward punch, caving in the monster's skull. Its lifeless body collapsed at his feet. Without missing a beat, he stepped on the corpse and executed a flawless spinning backkick, shattering another monster's head into pieces. This seamless display of skill ignited the live stream chat once again, sending the excitement to a fever pitch. What kind of monster is that? The live stream chat exploded with comments scrolling rapidly. The audience was in heated discussion. Some recognized it as a blue blood beast, but most of the attention was fixed on the mysterious masked figure. That's not an ordinary blue blood beast. I'm talking about the one with the mask. Is the genetic particle on his forehead fake, or what? Is this really the strength of a subspecies with an orange constitution? Students from Feiyun Academy quickly jumped into the chat to explain. He's one of our university students here at Confronting Academy, a bona fide level 2 novice. Don't underestimate subspecies. To outsiders, the silent figure had already become a symbol of pride for the students of Confronting. Dahei's performance was so shocking because most of the viewers in this livestream were below the level 2 master rank. Livestreams were separated by rank level 4 and 5 experts typically hung out in the upper echelons of Feiyun City, while higher-level elites operated in major cities or national teams. Even level 3 players rarely tuned into level 2 streams, preferring content at their own rank. In this stream with over 2,000 viewers, not a single person could casually take down a blue blood beast barehanded like Dahei did. With just a flurry of punches and kicks, Dahei effortlessly dispatched a dozen blue blood beasts. "Let's put on the gauntlets," he said as he equipped his weapon, heading toward the remaining 4 level 3 elite beasts. These creatures were front-heavy with enormous jaws that dripped with viscous saliva as they opened, their razor-sharp claws gleaming menacingly. Everyone learned about two-layer kiting in school, right? Dahei deftly evaded a beast's claws, pivoting toward another one. The chat erupted with excitement. Finally, some proper teaching. "My notebook is ready. Please tell us how to deal with monsters like these." However, Dahei's teaching method caught everyone off guard. Forget all that. These creatures have a very rigid attack pattern. When they raise their claws, their hind legs always straighten and tense up, exposing their chest. All you need to do is use your head as bait, make it aim for your face, and then dodge to land a clean hit on its heart. As he spoke, Dahei faced off against one of the level 3 elite beasts. Seeing the perfect opportunity, the beast swiped its claws while letting out a piercing screech, like a wildcat doused in boiling water. Dahei crouched nimbly, letting the claws graze just over his head, and in the same motion, his right fist shot forward like lightning. The gauntlet emitted a low, resonant hum as it struck the beast's chest with pinpoint accuracy. The force of the blow was devastating. The 2-meter-tall creature was blasted backward like a cannonball, its back erupting in a massive bloodied hole as its chest cavity was completely obliterated. The livestream fell into silence. The comment section suddenly froze as viewers were lost in thought. They began to re-evaluate Dahei's performance. Just now the seemingly reckless battle was, in fact, executed exactly as he had taught, using his head as bait, luring the monster to strike, and then delivering a single punch to destroy its heart. What was even more astonishing was Dahei's combat intelligence's ability to assess the situation with precision and react instantly in the blink of an eye. When the monster swung its sharp claws, his effortless squat perfectly evaded the attack, followed by a deadly counterstrike. This was a stark contrast to other streamers, who often screamed, flailed, and relied on bursts of hidden potential just to barely eliminate a couple of elite monsters. The more the viewers thought about it, the more unbelievable it seemed. Using your head as bait? An average person would be taken out in an instant. Punching through a monster's heart? Even smashing its skull was already a daunting feat, let alone piercing through a heart protected by a ribcage. Even someone as skilled as Shihong Yu would need to tie the monster down, aim carefully, and strike with full force to achieve such a result. The comment section finally came back to life, buzzing with activity. What possessed me to click into this live stream? My friend asked me why I'm watching this on my knees. I need to have a word with my teacher. What layered strategies? Total nonsense. Pro tip: wear adult diapers while watching. Gifts poured in like a tidal wave, and the viewer count skyrocketed to 5 or 6,000. Yet no one took Dahei's teaching seriously. They all assumed he was just showing off. In Fu Junlin's mind, he was screaming hysterically. "Are you trying to scare me to death? That claw almost grazed your hair." He was on the verge of tears. While he didn't mind Dahei showing off his skills, the sheer danger of each stunt was enough to make anyone's soul leave their body. But Dahei paid no attention and continued speaking earnestly to the livestream drone. Did everyone see that clearly? If not, I'll demonstrate a few more times. It's really simple. Lower your head, dodge, and then punch through the heart. As he spoke, he used the remaining 3 monsters for demonstration. Each move was identical, and the results were the same. Every monster's heart was blown open, and their bodies were sent flying backward. It finally dawned on the viewers, and half of them were plunged into despair. This guy was genuinely teaching them. Although Fu Junlin's heart was racing from fright, he had to admit that Dahei's skills were undeniably impressive. Whether people saw it as showing off or genuine teaching, Fu Junlin's combat techniques were undeniably effective. With enough battle experience and quick reflexes, it was indeed possible to evade that lethal claw. As for the astonishing punch that crushed the heart, while an ordinary fighter might not achieve it so effortlessly, hitting the heart could still cause significant damage to a level 3 elite monster. This set of combat techniques, after repeated practice, proved to have immense practical value. Behind Fu Junlin's formidable strength lay a secret unknown to most. His genetic lock had been developed to 5.4 by Dahei. That seemingly ordinary punch earlier was actually the result of a brief enhancement of local muscle strength, combined with the shock energy from his gauntlet. Since breaking the 5 threshold, using localized muscle enhancement no longer caused his legs to swell to the point of tearing his pants. In fact, the changes were now completely unnoticeable under his clothing. Surveying the monster corpses around him, especially the intact bodies of several elite monsters, Junlin instructed Dahei to quickly collect the energy glands from 5 level 3 elites. This haul left him thrilled. Just the energy glands alone were worth nearly $10,000, not to mention the extra income from the live stream. As Dahei was about to suggest heading to the next hunting ground, Junlin abruptly said, "In the stream." This decision left Dahei puzzled. They had already fought for nearly 2 hours in the arena and had just effortlessly defeated level 3 elite monsters in the hunting ground. For an ordinary grade 2 subcategory fighter, such feats would be impossible. While Dahei rarely used energy-based techniques and relied mostly on his robust physical abilities, from an outsider's perspective, the fact that he could fight in the arena without energy defenses and remain unscathed was highly unusual. Junlin was concerned that their extraordinary performance might attract unwanted attention. Though this caution might seem overly paranoid, he wasn't willing to take any risks. When Dahei expressed his confusion, Junlin impatiently replied, "Stop talking nonsense and just end the stream. This was just a test run anyway. Without the cameras, we can still take on a few more hunting grounds." Realizing Junlin's reasoning, Dahei quickly switched to his theatrical mode. Facing the camera, he feigned exhaustion and said, "Dear viewers, I've exhausted too much energy in the arena, and now I'm almost out of power. Today was just a test stream. See you all the day after tomorrow at 2 p.m. Initially, Dahei had planned to say tomorrow, but Junlin specifically chose the day after tomorrow to let today's highlight video gain more traction and build up anticipation, ensuring a grand opening for the next stream. The chat immediately exploded with complaints, flooding the screen with comments. "You lazy streamer, that was way too short." He turned off the drone. "Alright, now you can mess around all you want," Junlin said to Dahei. Even though they hadn't relied much on their core energy, the limits of the human body were undeniable. After the intense battles in the arena and their recent skirmish, Junlin's body was utterly exhausted. After another round in the field, he felt his strength waning. "Your body's so weak, you're like a slow-crawling insect," Dahei said with a look of disdain. "You can insult me, but don't humiliate me. Get your butt out of here." Junlin retorted irritably. Fine, take it," Dahei grumbled, relinquishing control of their body back to Junlin. Junlin nearly collapsed onto the ground. Every inch of him ached, especially his right arm and fist, which felt like they were on fire. He quickly pulled out the battle flag to restore some energy. While it helped him recover a bit, he knew pushing himself further would lead to overexertion later. It was wiser not to overdo it. "How about we spend more time in the gravity chamber, huh? You're as fragile as a paper chicken," Junlin suggested. "A paper chicken? Do you even understand the concept of gradual progress?" Dahei shot back. "My current body strength is already far beyond a second-level martial artist. Even those gene-enhanced yellow-class subspecies aren't this monstrous." It wasn't that Junlin refused to try, and he absolutely loathed it. Every session felt like his body was being completely dismantled, leaving him to endure the post-training fatigue, the soreness, and the lactic acid buildup that never seemed to fully disappear. Anyone who had experienced it could understand. Even though Junlin knew all this was beneficial for him, the brutal, hellish nature of the training made him feel like he was the first person in the world to endure such torment. After removing his mask and changing into fresh clothes, Junlin returned to the city, visibly drained. His first stop was the school's energy department, where he sold off all the energy glands he had collected. This time, just from selling the glands, he earned 20,000 yuan. He had to admit, Dahei was practically a money-making machine. In truth, one of the main reasons Junlin endured the pain of training was the money. With a strong enough body, he could venture into the fields more often and rake in profits. But 20,000 yuan didn't go very far at the materials market. Junlin bought some mechanical components and a high-grade cutting machine for crafting more Xiaoqiba units. Each cutting machine cost over 300 yuan, and he bought 30 of them, spending a total of 10,000 yuan. These would only be enough to make 30 improved Xiaoqiba units. Junlin also wanted to upgrade his martial artist mech, so he purchased some 2.4 grade mech materials, costing him another 10,000 yuan. And even then, the materials might not be sufficient. In the blink of an eye, the 20,000 yuan was gone. Sighing, Junlin decided to browse the materials market a bit more to see if he could find anything else worthwhile. Just then, his phone rang. It was Hongyu calling. "Teacher, do you need something right now?" Junlin asked. "Not really. Come to the restaurant north of the teaching building," Hongyu said curtly before hanging up. Junlin was a bit puzzled. The restaurant north of the teaching building was a white restaurant. Subspecies referred to these establishments as such because they were off-limits to them and only allowed superior and strong-class individuals. The school had only one designated black restaurant for subspecies, and it was pitifully small with questionable hygiene standards. With mounting curiosity, Junlin made his way toward the northern restaurant. From a distance, a crowd could be seen gathering outside the restaurant. Junlin squinted his eyes to get a better look and recognized a few teachers and students among them. Although unsure if they were waiting for him, he quickened his pace and ran toward them. Hongyu noticed him and immediately smiled, waving him over. The others cast curious glances in his direction but remained silent. Judging from the scene, it didn't seem like they were only waiting for him. After stopping, Junlin carefully observed the group. Including Hongyu, there were 5 teachers in total, each accompanied by a student. He realized that apart from himself, a freshman, the others were upperclassmen from their 2nd or 3rd year. What stood out even more was that all the upperclassmen were superior types. Judging by their relaxed demeanor, they had likely already eaten. Among the crowd, one middle-aged man stood out. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of authority. Junlin recognized him as the director of the Combat Supervision Department. The presence of such a figure made his heart race, and he couldn't help but worry if he had gotten into some kind of trouble. At that moment, all eyes turned toward the direction of the teaching building. Following their gaze, Junlin saw 2 figures with stern expressions approaching. A teacher accompanied by a student, both wearing cold, unreadable faces as if the entire school owed them money. When Junlin noticed the 3 genetic clusters on their foreheads, he gasped in shock. Advanced types. Such individuals were a rare sight at Vine School. Across all 4 grades, there were only 1 or 2,000 advanced types in total. They typically didn't attend classes with superior or basic types, let alone participate in team training together. This was the first time in his 6 months at the school that Junlin had the chance to see advanced types up close. As the 2 advanced individuals approached, the atmosphere noticeably shifted, becoming more charged. The director quickly stepped forward to shake hands with the male teacher before turning to address the group. The reason I've gathered you all here today is to entrust you young people with a very important task. The supervisor's explanation gradually helped Junlin piece together the details of the mission. South of the Nightingale Transit Station, 9 enclosures away, a pioneering team had discovered a unique wilderness enclosure. Unlike the common enclosures, which are about the size of a soccer field and contain only a few dozen creatures, these special enclosures are often vast and complex in terrain. Much like the Nightingale Transit Station's predecessor, the infamous Dead Cycle enclosure, such areas often harbor greater dangers and opportunities. The wilderness enclosure consists of sprawling mountainous and forested terrain, the supervisor said, pointing to the map. This type of enclosure typically appears near major cities because the monsters within are of a significantly higher level and difficulty. This is the first time a wilderness enclosure has been discovered near Feiyun City. He frowned and added, a few days ago, a team of faculty explorers we sent in was detected by a large number of monsters shortly after entering. They couldn't even complete a basic reconnaissance mission. Based on our analysis, we suspect the monster's detection mechanism was triggered by energy intensity. So, we tested with several students instead. The supervisor's gaze swept over the students in the room. The results confirmed that individuals below the level of secondary elite can indeed avoid detection by the monsters. Junlin suddenly understood. It was as if these monsters were equipped with radar, but the radar ignored those below the secondary elite level. No wonder they needed low-level personnel for this mission. Your mission is to enter the wilderness enclosure and set up a teleportation device and a geological scanner to prepare for subsequent exploration efforts, the supervisor concluded. The other students in the room immediately turned their eyes to Junlin. Their gaze is a mix of curiosity, doubt, and slight displeasure. Clearly, as the only secondary elite newcomer, Junlin's presence felt out of place. The supervisor continued to elaborate on the mission requirements. Due to the low teleportation intensity within the enclosure, at least 2 banner masters with self-defense capabilities will be needed. The designated team size for operations in the area is 6, the maximum number of individuals that the area's energy can stably support. Exceeding this number leads to energy instability and loss of control. He specifically added, just as large enclosures are divided into multiple zones, each zone has its own personnel limit. For example, in an enclosure divided into 9 zones, each with a limit of 7 individuals, a maximum of 9 7-person teams can operate separately in the different zones. Although Junlin is just a freshman, he comes highly recommended by Professor Shangwan. The supervisor looked toward Junlin and nodded affirmatively. He is absolutely qualified to participate in this mission. At these words, all eyes returned to Junlin. Some had already heard of this freshman who had achieved a force intensity of 21 during the entrance exam, but they hadn't expected him to have the endorsement of Professor Shangwan Mengji. Junlin felt his face flush with heat. The public praise left him feeling a little overwhelmed. Junlin initially thought that Hongyu had arranged this opportunity for him, but to his surprise, it was actually organized by the veteran Mr. Shangwan. The gaze of the strong-blooded student shifted to him, a flicker of curiosity and scrutiny passing through his eyes before quickly looking away. Does anyone have any questions? The supervising director scanned the room. The classroom fell silent. Fu Junlin wrestled with his thoughts for a moment before deciding to seize this chance. He understood that this was a carefully planned opportunity by Mr. Shangguan to give him a moment in the spotlight, paving the way to reveal his identity as Shangguan Mengji's apprentice in the future. More importantly, in the Federation, military achievements were always the fastest path to advancement. Whether for his own future or for the future of humanity, battle was inevitable. All right then, let's have everyone introduce themselves and get to know each other a bit. Starting tomorrow, you'll be teammates, the supervising director said with a smile, clasping his hands behind his back and signaling the students to begin. The scene was somewhat awkward. A group of teachers standing by, watching the students interact, like parents overseeing children at play, as if at any moment someone might say, "Call him Big Brother," or "Say thank you." Magician, Lu Jiyin. The strong-blooded student spoke first, her voice cold and clear. Fu Junlin's heart skipped a beat. Lu Jiyin was a renowned figure in the magic department, so much so that even he, a student from the Battle Banner department, had heard of her. What surprised him even more was her dedication to a single profession, never venturing into other fields. The introductions continued one by one. Mech pilot, Zhang Chao. Martial artist, Lu Nan. Blade and sword enchanter, Kong Yiming. Battle Banner specialist, Lin Man, the only female member of the team. Battle Banner specialist, Fu Junlin. Each name filled Fu Junlin with excitement. These individuals were all top-tier talents in their respective fields, dominating last season's arena battles. This season, with the opening of the Nightingale Transit Station, these experts had shifted their focus to exploration in the hunting grounds. Otherwise, the silent ones would have encountered them long ago. As for the strong-blooded individuals, they had always looked down on appearing in places like the arena. The team was named the Stealth Squad. Besides this, there were 3 other squads, each led by a strong-blooded individual. The mission was scheduled to commence at 10 a.m. the next day. As long as 2 squads successfully infiltrated the designated areas and installed the teleportation devices and other equipment, the mission would be considered complete. This operation was highly prioritized by the school's leadership. After the meeting, everyone went home to prepare. Fu Junlin needed to assemble over a dozen Shao Chiba devices and also make final improvements to his mech. After all, his life depended on it. On the way home, Fu Junlin could barely contain his excitement. "Why are you so worked up?" Dehei asked, exasperated. "I've never teamed up with a strong-blooded individual before," Fu Junlin exclaimed. "What's so special about them? Why not just send a group of strong-blooded people on their own?" Dehei asked sourly. "Each squad can only have one strong-blooded individual because the energy in the area isn't sufficient to support more than one of them," Fu Junlin explained. Such a flashy setup," Dehei muttered dismissively. "Being part of this team means they recognize my abilities. You think you'd be here without me? Come on, admit it. Say it." Dehei suddenly howled dramatically. Fu Junlin chuckled helplessly. "Of course, it's all thanks to you. Without you, I'd still be a useless coward trembling in the training grounds. Good, as long as you know it. I'm invincible, indispensable." "You're so invincible, you're going to kill me." Fine, not invincible," Fu Junlin quickly conceded with a laugh. As the two joked and chatted, they arrived at the alley leading to the lab. Fu Junlin pulled out his key to unlock the door, only to find it was already open. Pushing the door open, his eye twitched uncontrollably. His lab, which he had just fixed up 2 days ago, was a mess again. While there hadn't been an explosion this time, the workbench now featured a massive crater about the size of 4 or 5 large basins, deep enough to serve as a swimming pool. Hearing the door open, Fu Junting rushed out from the inner room, a crowbar clutched in his sweaty hands. The brothers locked eyes for a moment before Fu Junting turned to flee, but Fu Junlin lunged forward and grabbed him in one swift motion. At that moment, the old saying, "Discipline your younger brother while he's still young," flashed through Fu Junlin's mind. Though he had given Fu Junting free rein to use the lab without fear of failure, this level of failure was just too much. A lesson had to be taught. "You little brat, what have you done this time?" Fu Junlin growled, grabbing his brother by the collar and glancing at the giant crater on the workbench. At the bottom of the hole was a piece of 2.0 alloy iron, roughly the size of a foot, about a centimeter thick. Judging by the cutting marks left by a hot melt machine, it seemed to be an attempt at crafting some kind of shoulder armor. "This time, it's really not my fault," Fu Junting explained anxiously. "I just added a bit of your 2.4 soft alloy scrap while melting it, thinking it would make it softer. The fusion was quite successful. I placed it on the cutting frame to do some precision trimming, but who knew it would fall off after just a few minutes and leave a huge dent? That's utter nonsense," Fu Junlin roared. "The cutting frame is only half a meter high. How could something falling from that height create such a big dent?" "I'm not lying." Fu Junting pointed to the hole in the ground. "See for yourself, take it out, and you'll understand." Fuming, Fu Junlin pointed a finger at his younger brother while reaching into the hole with his other hand to grab the piece of soft alloy. You'd better not run off. I swear, if you're messing with me, Illinois. Huh. His words suddenly trailed off. His hand did manage to grip the edge of the alloy, but he couldn't lift it at all. It was as if the metal had fused completely with the ground. Assuming it was just stuck, Fu Junlin used both hands to grab two corners and pulled with all his strength. As veins bulged on his arms and his muscles tensed, the two corners he was gripping slowly bent inward. But strangely, the rest of the alloy didn't budge. It remained firmly adhered to the bottom of the hole. Alarmed, Fu Junlin grabbed a crowbar and jammed it underneath the alloy, prying with all his might. The metal shifted slightly, and that tiny movement made his scalp tingle. This wasn't a matter of being stuck, it was purely a weight issue. A standard 2.0 alloy piece only weighed about 15 kilograms. How could adding a small amount of 2.4 soft alloy make it this heavy? After several attempts at prying, he finally managed to lift the palm-sized piece of alloy onto the now slightly bent crowbar. By his conservative estimate, the piece weighed at least 400 kilograms. Fu Junlin turned to look at his younger brother, who was cowering in the corner. His expression wasn't one of anger, Anna Marie, it was a mix of astonishment and excitement, as if he had just stumbled upon something extraordinary. Carefully, he moved the alloy to the tile floor near the door. Even when he lowered it gently from just 1 centimeter above the ground, the tiles shattered on impact. Quick! Repeat the process from earlier. Fu Junlin turned to his brother, his voice brimming with excitement. Bro, please, don't do this. Just hit me instead. I promise I won't do it again. Cut the nonsense. Fu Junlin barked, kicking his brother in the backside. The two quickly recreated the earlier experiment. This time, Fu Junting only added half as much 2.4 soft alloy scrap as before. Afterward, he placed the cooled metal piece on the frame and stood pressed against the wall, waiting obediently. Fu Junlin kept his eyes fixed on the frame. 2 minutes passed. 3 minutes. Around the 4th minute, the cooling rack emitted faint cracking noises. Then, with a deafening clang, the second massive dent appeared on the test bench. Fu Junlin observed everything clearly this time. The experimental platform, though rudimentary with just a single layer of metal, had developed a large dent at a height of over half a meter. Such an impact would typically require hundreds of kilograms of force, and even then, it might not be achievable. However, as the alloy cooled, an astonishing phenomenon occurred. This piece of metal was rapidly assimilated and mutated by the 2.4 superalloy, forming a unique gravitational magnetic field. The essence of this mutation was not an increase in the mass of the metal itself, but rather a spatial effect caused by molecular restructuring, making the surrounding space fragile and incapable of bearing weight. This discovery sent shivers of excitement through Fu Junlin. Trembling, he rubbed his forehead with his hand and glanced at Fu Junting, who stood nearby, shrinking back in fear. Amazing stuff, amazing. Dahei's voice echoed enthusiastically in his mind. Fu Junlin was well aware of the potential value of this technology. In fields like large-scale equipment and mecha engineering, there were frequent challenges involving the need for immense counterweights in limited spaces. Existing solutions were often costly and inefficient. Without a doubt, this technology could yield tremendous benefits in the future. Yet, Fu Junlin had already decided to leave this discovery to his younger brother. Alongside explosive technology, this would serve as Fu Junting's stepping stone to fame in the world of mecha engineering. Reflecting on how he had to rely on Dahei's biological vision, perform countless precise calculations, and conduct repeated experiments to develop a new material while his brother stumbled upon this discovery purely by accident, Fu Junlin couldn't help but marvel at the boy's incredible luck. I can see this thing is useful, but how do you know it's a big deal? Fu Junlin asked Dahei curiously. Counterweights, gravity. Isn't the whole point of going to the gravity chamber to train for this kind of thing? If you use this to make a small vest. Wait. Fu Junlin froze. Make what? A small vest? You're trying to make torture devices for me, aren't you? Well, if not a vest, it could be handcuffs or leg irons. That's still torture. Even if you make it look nice, it's like adding perfume to garbagite doesn't change what it is. Despite his complaints, Fu Junlin understood Dahei's suggestion. Compared to specifically training in a gravity chamber, carrying a portable gravitational device like this would indeed be more convenient. However, the real problem was that something this heavy would undoubtedly be uncomfortable to wear. How heavy are we talking about here? Fu Junlin asked, exasperated. Start light, just 100 or 200 kilograms, Dahei replied nonchalantly. Fu Junlin shivered at the suggestion. It was downright absurd. But the bigger challenge was figuring out how to design a device that could both handle such immense weight and still be comfortable to wear. The unique soft plastic material was indeed captivating. It had impressive load-bearing capacity, making it easy to carry things without pressing uncomfortably against the body. Fu Junlin calculated that making 4 such small pouches would cost 20,000 yuan, with just the processing fee alone amounting to 3 to 4,000. Although he was short on cash at the moment, he figured he could earn the money through a few days of live streaming. Thinking back, such expenses were unimaginable to him in the past. But now wasn't the time to dwell on money. Junlin focused on his work, crafting over a dozen new small Chiba models in one go while simultaneously upgrading his mecha. He kept himself busy from afternoon until nightfall, only stopping when his mother came home. At dinner time, the three of them sat around the dining table. Despite Junlin's repeated insistence that his mother stop bringing leftovers home, she remained frugal in her daily expenses. Even when she bought meat dishes, she would always save the meat for her two children. As they ate, his mother, Yao Jinying, suddenly asked, "Son, this acting director Wang Kai at your factory, what do you think of him?" With a loud clatter, Junlin dropped his chopsticks onto the table, freezing in place. His younger brother, Junting, immediately perked up, shoveling food into his mouth while darting his eyes between their mother and brother. "What's up, Mom? Why are you asking about him all of a sudden?" Junlin's heart raced, thinking that Wang Kai, that old lecher, must have made his move already. But Yao Jinying's expression remained calm, looking at her son's exaggerated reaction with confusion. "Nothing, I was just asking to see if he's reliable." "This, Mom, I don't know much about him. Matters like these are better left to your own." "Stop, stop, stop. What nonsense are you talking about?" Yao Jinying interrupted her son, half amused, half exasperated. It turned out Wang Kai wanted to hire her to work in the factory's cafeteria. The Jianqi factory was undergoing expansion and needed more staff, so she sought her son's opinion. What nonsense indeed. Yao Jinying elegantly brushed back her hair, revealing the faint crow's feet at the corners of her eyes. With a proud demeanor, she declared, "Your mother was born with natural beauty and a pure heart. If it weren't for you two, I'd have joined a monastery long ago. How could I possibly settle for these insignificant scoundrels?" Junlin and Junting exchanged a glance, their eyes twinkling with understanding smiles. They both turned to study their mother, Yao Jinying, and had to admit she was right despite the faint marks of time on her face. Years of hard work had not taken a toll on her figure. If anything, it had given her an air of vitality and elegance. With just a bit of grooming and care, she could undoubtedly be considered a sophisticated beauty. Junlin pressed his lips together, a hint of concern in his voice. "Mom, you really need to think this through. Wang Kai's a good guy as a friend, but him asking you over this time, he might have other intentions. You could end up feeling really awkward." Yao Jinying put down her chopsticks and chuckled, giving her sons a mysterious look. "Do you think your mom is clueless? I see right through Min's little schemes. Don't worry, that old fox won't get the better of me. I know exactly how to handle these situations." "Mom, isn't that kind of playing with his feelings?" Junting couldn't help but speak up. "Rubbish." Yao Jinying shot her son a glare. "I didn't say I'd completely rule him out. If he really suits me, I might consider it. And if he doesn't, I've got plenty of single girlfriends who might be interested." She picked up her chopsticks again, emphasizing her point. "Besides, if I were to find someone, the most important thing is that he treats my sons well." Junting grinned sheepishly, while Junlin could only shake his head with a wry smile. Perhaps because he was heading out on a dangerous mission the next day, Junlin found himself treasuring this rare moment of family warmth, even though this mission might seem routine to some. The next morning, Feiyun City began to awaken under the soft light of dawn. Massive airships and flying cars weaved between towering skyscrapers, while sky trains, stretching dozens of meters long, snaked through the air like dragons. Vibrant energy fields divided the aerial zones, and without proper clearance for air travel, one could easily crash into the energy barriers. It was Junlin's first time taking the sky train to school in the morning. To make it to the pre-battle meeting on time, he had no choice but to opt for the faster mode of transportation. Gazing out the window at the bustling cityscape, he couldn't help but marvel at the view. "What do you think would happen if you jumped from here?" Dahei suddenly popped up, grinning mischievously. "Why don't you try?" Junlin responded instinctively. "Sure. Forget I said anything." 17 or 18 minutes later, Junlin arrived at the Feiyun Vine School's aerial station. Located on the 25th floor of the multifunctional building, the station provided access to the indoor gym or an external elevator that descended to the ground floor. By the time he reached the pre-battle meeting hall, most of the team members had already arrived. The last to enter was Lu Jiyin, who leaned against the wall with his eyes closed, his messy hair doing nothing to diminish his cool, aloof demeanor. Apart from their infiltrators squad, 3 other teams were present, each comprising 1 height-ear and 5 mid-ear individuals. Junlin noticed that he was the only sub-tier participant in this operation. The other teams occasionally glanced his way, their expressions tinged with a mix of curiosity and subtle disdain. Hongyu and the other instructors arrived at the scene, with the operations supervisor being the last to step into the enclosed command room. A bright, high-definition screen and a meticulously crafted terrain model were displayed before the group. Fu Junlin felt a wave of tension spreading through him. The mission objective was clear. They needed to deploy detection equipment across the wilderness enclosure, with precise placement being critical. For teams would enter from different directions, venturing deep into the terrain to locate the intersecting points of energy zones. These zones, resembling cracks on a tortoise shell, were divided by fissures, with each zone corresponding to a specific number of personnel. Only by placing the detectors at these fissures could they accurately measure the enclosure scale, the number of zones, and the potential capacity for pioneer teams. When confronted by monsters, they had no choice but to engage swiftly and decisively. Following the strategy meeting, the tactical plans were finalized. The stealth squad would focus on silent movement and, if encountering enemies, would strike with full force to eliminate them quickly, avoiding prolonged combat at all costs. Each member was issued 5 energy crystals, the maximum allowance for a single battle. The supervisor emphasized a crucial point. The single-use charging of the equipment, particularly the geological detectors, was incredibly valuable. Once inside the enclosure, the charge would gradually deplete, making immediate installation ideal. If brought back, the charge would dissipate rapidly. This unique energy capable of penetrating the Earth's depths was a scarce resource, even for the Federation. At exactly 10 a.m., the teams, led by the supervisor, assembled on the rear training ground. Over 60 school staff members had already gathered near the teleportation device, the atmosphere heavy with anticipation. At that moment, 4 armored refrigerated vehicles slowly approached. As their cargo bays opened, cold air poured out. Workers swiftly unloaded half-human-hate geological detectors, along with forearm-thick energy canisters, which were installed into the detectors on-site and securely locked. Team captains, step forward. At the command, 4 robust individuals strode forward. Engineers from the Federation research team personally explained the operational instructions and assisted the captains in securing the detectors to their belts. The significance of this moment made Fu Junlin's heart race. Had these researchers traveled all the way from the major cities just to deliver energy canisters? It was unlikely to be that simple. Move out. The supervisor's sharp order brought the teams into motion. Shi Hongyu stood to the side, her eyes meeting Fu Junlin's. A glimmer of pride flashed in her gaze as she mouthed silently, "Stay safe." Warmth filled Fu Junlin's chest as he gave a small nod in acknowledgement. At that moment, all personnel present stood in orderly formation, raising their hands in a gesture of blessing. "May your energy be limitless." Energy. Limitless. The 4 youth teams responded powerfully. As light flickered around them, their figures gradually vanished within the teleportation device. The forested hunting ground was even darker and more eerie than a regular one. Towering trees reached heights of tens of meters, their dense canopies blocking out the sun. A sinister wind swept through the woods, while venomous insects and toxic plants lay hidden in the shadows, filling the place with danger at every turn. The small team advanced cautiously, the crisp snapping of dry branches under their boots accentuating the oppressive silence around them. Overhead, a drone hovered noiselessly, allowing school administrators and teachers to monitor the situation in real time. Leading the way, mech specialist Zhang Chaos' 2 mechanical dogs scouted left and right. Thanks to his exceptional expertise in close combat strategies, the team's progress had been relatively smooth so far. With a teleportation strength of 28, even cutting a finger won't get us out of here easily. "We're practically a suicide squad," joked Kong Yiming, swinging his 1.3-meter-long sword with a wry smile. At the moment, their communication channel with the teachers was off, so nothing they said could be overheard. "I'd rather we face something more formidable," said Lu Nan, the pugilist, expressionless as he rolled his shoulders in preparation. In the middle of the group, banner specialist Lin Man turned to Fu Junlin, her gaze falling on the mech beside him. "I heard you built a mech capable of delivering a 21 force intensity attack. Is this it?" she asked. At her words, the others, including Lu Jiyin, subtly glanced at Fu Junlin. From the start, curiosity about this individual, recommended by Shangguan Mengji, had been palpable. Although politeness kept them from prying too much, many suspected he had used connections to get here. Even those who typically had no prejudice against hybrids found themselves harboring some resistance toward him. After all, Fu Junlin's reputation was known mostly among freshmen and sophomores, while upperclassmen operated within their own circles and discussions. "Yes," Fu Junlin replied calmly with a nod. "Does it have a name?" Lin Man asked with a smile. "Pathbreaker." "Pathbreaker? That's a great name. A 21 force intensity attack is impressive. I don't think I've heard of any other freshman achieving that," Lu Nan remarked coolly. This comment caused Zhang Chao, who had been silent until now, to frown, his tone betraying a clear sense of disdain. "Don't be too impressed. His mech obviously uses a Brooklyn line-based power structure. While it can amplify linear force indefinitely, it's limited to straight lines, which severely compromises its flexibility." He paused, lowering his voice, focusing solely on raw power classic rookie thinking. The condescension in Zhang Chaos' words was evident to everyone. They exchanged knowing smiles, but chose not to continue the conversation. Fu Junlin nodded quietly, inwardly acknowledging Zhang Chaos' sharp observations. It was true the mech's design had nuances most wouldn't notice. However, Zhang Chao wasn't aware that Fu Junlin's mech used new materials that eliminated the flaws he had pointed out. From a rigid, mechanical iron finger to a flexible, lifelike one made of flesh and blood, the additional two joints were no longer stiff, straight lines. Instead, under the enhancement of the power system, they exhibited a level of dexterity and strength beyond Zhang Chao's imagination. Noticing the somewhat heavy atmosphere, Lin Man smiled softly and changed the subject. By the way, I heard you have some kind of explosive robot? What's it called again? Xiaoqiba. Her playful smile carried a hint of mischief. Though her looks weren't stunning, her every gesture radiated an irresistible charm, clearly marking her as a senior who understood people well. With a resigned sigh, Fu Junlin pulled out Xiaoqiba and handed it to her. Lin Man took it and toyed with it for a moment, even playfully twisting the robot's head. This little thing is so cute. Fu Junlin's eye twitched twice. Heh, people who've never seen a mushroom cloud always say that. He quickly snatched the robot back, afraid she might accidentally trigger it. Just then, the team leader, Lu Jiyin, suddenly came to a halt. The others stopped as well, looking at him in confusion. We're trapped, Lu Jiyin said in a calm tone. A wave of tension swept through the group. Fu Junlin glanced around and inhaled sharply. The surroundings did look eerily familiar. At some point, a faint, almost imperceptible mist had begun to spread. Though the fog was thin, the scene sent chills down everyone's spine. The team immediately went on high alert. Lu Jiyin's narrow eyes scanned the area ahead, and his slender, almost feminine fingers pointed forward. All mechs, fan-shaped search ahead. The creature isn't far. Fu Junlin couldn't help but admire him. Truly a formidable individual, not just in strength but in composure during critical moments. That level of calm could only come from countless battles. Determined, Fu Junlin resolved to spend more time honing his skills in the field, hoping to reach such a level himself. Subconsciously, he straightened his posture. Stop puffing up. You reek of cowardice, and that's not going to change. DeHay's voice chimed in with merciless sarcasm. Shut up. Fu Junlin snapped back irritably. Zhang Chao quickly summoned 4 mech-12 mechanical dogs from before and 2 humanoid mechs. It was a standard configuration. Humanoid mechs for offense and beast-shaped mechs for support. As Fu Junlin was about to maneuver his reverse walker forward, Lu Jiyin spoke coldly without even turning his head. Your mech doesn't need to move out. Fu Junlin was momentarily stunned, unable to grasp Lu Jiyin's meaning right away. But when he caught the cold tone in Lu Jiyin's voice and the knowing glances from Zhang Chao and the others, the truth became clear in an instant. Lu Jiyin wasn't suggesting leaving the mecha behind to protect the team, but was worried that Fu's low-level mecha would alert the enemy and become a burden. This realization made Fu Junlin's heart clench painfully for a moment. However, he quickly composed himself and commanded the reverse walker, which had already taken 2 steps forward, to return to his side. He understood deeply that a man's dignity was not upheld through impotent rage, but through demonstrating true strength. The group stood still. A faint breeze stirred through the forest, and the mist drifted lazily in the air. Zhang Chao's fingers twitched restlessly, while the faint rustle of mecha crushing twigs echoed from a distance. Crunch, crunch. The sound of footsteps grew closer. Everyone instinctively tightened their grip on their weapons. Don't worry, it's my mecha, Zhang Chao called out to reassure them. But at that moment, Kong Yiming's lips curled into a cold smirk. He stepped forward abruptly. That's not your mecha. With a swift upward slash of his twin longswords, a visible arc of cutting air swept forward in a semicircle. Just as the blade aura was unleashed, a simian-like monster suddenly materialized from thin air. The creature had a hideous green face with fanged jaws, razor-sharp claws the size of a human head glinting in the light, and a long, thrashing tail. It lunged toward Zhang Chao, but Kong Yiming's blade aura struck first, severing its right arm and shoulder in one clean hit. Zhang Chao's mecha arrived just in time, grabbing the creature by its tail and lifting it off the ground. Kong Yiming seized the opportunity and delivered 2 consecutive strikes, decapitating the monster. Approximately 14 force energy intensity. Kong Yiming reported quickly while delivering the finishing blow. The number left everyone inwardly astonished. A force energy level of 14 was required to penetrate its defenses, indicating this was clearly a level 4 blue blood creature. Yet blue blood creatures were known for their limited intelligence. Its earlier cloaked ambush was far beyond what a typical blue blood could strategize. There's a boss nearby, Lu Jiyin warned sharply. Before his words had fully landed, the air was filled with eerie, overlapping screeches. The atmosphere distorted, and over a dozen creatures leapt out from all directions. They had been lying in wait within a mere 5-6-meter radius, launching their ambush simultaneously. The five of them immediately activated their protective shields except for Fu Junlin, who, as a hybrid, lacked this ability. Fortunately, he was positioned in the center of the group and had the reverse walker as protection. He quickly planted 2 battle flags into the ground, and their radiant auras spread out in an instant. The squad demonstrated the prowess of an elite team. Kong Yiming's blade aura swept across the battlefield, cutting down everything in its path. Zhang Chao managed to control 4 mechas simultaneously, single-handedly holding off 4 creatures. Lu Nan's punches were devastating, killing anything they struck. Lin Man, revealing her secondary role as a mage, unleashed a barrage of ice blades to disrupt the enemies. Meanwhile, Lu Jian remained on high alert, clearly waiting for the boss to reveal itself. In less than half a minute, all the creatures were eliminated. Yet the tension only grew. Angry roars echoed from the surrounding forest. More monsters were rushing toward them, and the thickening mist was rapidly reducing visibility. Lu Jian coldly issued a reminder, as blue light began to gather slowly in her right hand. Some mages relied on staffs, but many preferred casting magic barehanded. After all, in certain situations, weapons could become more of a hindrance than a help. Suddenly, Fu Junlin frowned and sniffed the air. As a subspecies human, his sensitivity to viruses and his resistance to them far surpassed that of the superior species. The mist is toxic, he immediately warned the group. Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. They quickly pulled out cloth strips to cover their mouths and noses. However, such protection was limited, and they had already inhaled a considerable amount of the poisonous mist. At that moment, the deafening roar of a nearby creature filled the air. A new wave of ape monsters launched their attack. Move toward that clearing. Lu Jian pointed decisively to an open area ahead and issued the command. Lu Nan was the first to charge forward, plowing through 4 ape monsters, blocking the way with his sheer physical strength, forcefully carving out a path. Lu Jian immediately followed up. Moving forward, she traced a circle in the air with her wrist, palm facing downward. In an instant, a blue ring of light formed above the heads of 5 or 6 ape monsters. Ice elements within the circle surged violently, condensing into 10 massive ice spikes, each about 1.5 meters long and as thick as an arm. With tremendous force, they descended from above, pinning 4 of the ape monsters to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Nan stepped on the pinned creatures' bodies and punched through the remaining obstructions, clearing a path. Fu Junlin followed closely, his heart shaken as he eyed the translucent, frost-covered ice spikes. This was the power of advanced energy manipulation. Unlike the subspecies and superior species mages he had encountered before, Lu Jian could instantly create magic several meters away from her own body, a hallmark of the strong species. Due to the Federation's classification of the strong species and ultra-strong species combat techniques as top secret, such battle footage was rarely seen. Each strong species individual had their own unique fighting style, making them a critical trump card for the Federation in facing rival powers like the Mejian Federation and the Red Sun Federation. Fu Junlin understood well that this was far from the full extent of advanced energy manipulation. It was said that the essence of this power lay in the word control. The group quickly passed through the path Lu Nan had cleared. Lin Man and Fu Junlin stayed close behind Zhang Chao and Lu Jian, while Kong Yiming brought up the rear. With a graceful swing of his long blade, he effortlessly ended the lives of a few pursuing ape monsters. Behind them, furious roars surged like a tidal wave. At least 20 savage ape-like creatures charged forward, shrieking wildly as they leapt through the forest, their eyes glinting with bloodlust and predatory instinct. Emerging past the cluster of trees ahead, the view opened up to reveal the clearing Lu Jian had spotted. But it was already too late. They were nearly surrounded by the creatures. This was destined to be a grueling battle. From all directions, blue blood monsters flooded in. If there weren't 40 of them, there were at least 38. Should I make a dazzling entrance and save your sorry life? Dehei's voice echoed in Fu Junlin's mind, dripping with mockery. Fu Junlin ignored him. He couldn't always rely on Dehei. As a battle flag operator and a mech warrior, he had to fight his own battles. Besides, with the presence of the Silent Ones, Fu Junlin couldn't afford to reveal Dehei without his mask. His identity might be exposed. Well, the only thing you can be thankful for right now is that there's only one type of monster. That kid with the sword looks like he's about to give out. What a mess, Dehei remarked sarcastically, clearly waiting for Fu Junlin to beg for his help. Oddly enough, Fu Junlin remained silent, not reacting as he usually did. The ape creatures were incredibly fast, highly agile, and packed a powerful punch. They could leap from distant trees to join the fray. However, their defense was relatively weak. At least that was a small advantage. But just as Dehei finished speaking, 2 towering ape monsters, each over 5 meters tall, bounded into view. Their blood-red eyes and bulging muscles marked them as elite giants. Oh wow, my mouth really jinxed it this time, Dehei exclaimed in surprise. Shut your mouth, Fu Junlin snapped. These massive creatures were colossal. In the midst of so many enemies, dodging their attacks was virtually impossible. The first giant ape swung down its massive fist. Lu Nan knew how critical it was to face an elite monster for the first time. If you could hold your ground, you shouldn't show any weakness. Huh. Lu Nan roared, his right hand raised with a fist gauntlet, while his left hand struck it with force, producing a thunderous impact. From the gauntlet emerged a rapidly expanding energy shield, as wide as a millstone. It shimmered briefly before detonating with a resounding blast. This was the most resilient defensive technique of a brawler, the polar shield. A temporary shield formed by condensed shockwaves, it lasted only a fraction of a second to a few seconds. During its duration, the pressure on both sides of the shield would increase dramatically. Essentially, it was a contest of strength. The stronger force would overwhelm the other, and the losing side would bear the combined impact of the opponent's power and the shield's recoil. Boom! The collision was deafening. Lu Nan was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, while the giant ape barreled into the battle zone with unstoppable force. It wasn't that Lu Nan was weak. It was the fact that everyone was already poisoned. Their stamina was waning, their minds dizzy. This was why Kong Yiming could barely swing his blade anymore. Although dozens of blue blood monsters had already been slain, the group's condition was rapidly deteriorating. Neither Fu Junlin's nor Lin Man's battle flags could alleviate the effects of the poison. Watch your back. Lu Nan, still on the ground, shouted in alarm as he saw another giant ape's fist crashing down toward Zhang Chaos' unprotected back. Zhang Chao, unable to react in time, was struck and sent flying. The four mechs he controlled instantly shut down, indicating that his brain had sustained damage and his consciousness was fading. A nimble ape creature leapt forward, ready to finish Zhang Chao off. Lu Nan rolled forward and dragged Zhang Chao aside. By now, the two of them had been pushed further away from Fu Junlin and the others. The giant ape's attack had knocked them out of the main battle zone. Surrounded, Fu Junlin, Lin Man, Lu Jiyin, and Kong Yiming were struggling to hold their ground. They couldn't even see Lu Nan and Zhang Chao anymore, let alone call for help. After being clawed twice by another ape creature, Lu Nan could no longer drag the now unconscious Zhang Chao. A massive shadow loomed over him as the ground trembled. The giant ape stood before him, its presence overwhelming. Lu Nan's eyes filled with terror. If he were still within the main battle zone, he might have stood a chancer. If he hadn't been injured, there might have been a way to heal and escape. But the battlefield was ever-changing, and a single misstep could lead to utter doom. Both he and Zhang Chao were severely weakened and gravely injured. Death here would be permanent. Desperation filled Lu Nan's gaze as he glanced back toward the main battle zone. Though only a dozen meters away, it felt like an insurmountable chasm. Just as the giant ape raised its fists for a crushing blow, a steel figure crashed down like a cannonball, landing with a resounding thud in front of Lu Nan. That silhouette. The reverse walker. Was it Fu Junlin's reverse walker? Lu Nan's eyes widened in shock as he turned toward Fu Junlin. He saw Fu Junlin pressing a hand to the mech controller at his temple, his gaze piercing through the battlefield like a beacon in the night, locking onto him. The reverse walker, which had remained largely underestimated and inactive since entering the battle, mirrored Lu Nan's earlier move. Its right arm raised, and its left arm struck with force. A polar shield materialized, but this one was the size of a car. A shield as massive as a car? Lu Nan was overwhelmed with shock. He recalled the dual-ear shield he had just deployed, which was only the size of a millstone. Although weakened due to external factors, the fact that a mech could manipulate its alloy body to achieve such precise energy control was beyond his comprehension. With a thunderous crash, the giant ape's fists slammed down on the dual-ear shield. The reverse walker's feet sank into the ground, leaving depressions as deep as a clenched fist. Under normal circumstances, a regular mech would either fall apart or have its alloy components bend and warp under such a force. Yet, the reverse walker merely bent its legs slightly, absorbing the impact with a fluid, shock-absorbing motion, emerging completely unscathed. What was even more astonishing was that when the dual-ear shield shattered, the giant ape was forced back 3 steps, each step shaking the ground with a deep, resonant thud. This scene left both Zhang Chao and Lu Nan, who had only just regained their composure, dumbfounded. Zhang Chao, in particular, couldn't believe that this was the same clumsy product of the broccoli line he had mocked earlier. Being closer, Zhang Chao quickly noticed the critical detail: the fiber-like connective structures. It was these that transformed the mech into a true humanoid machine. As several agile ape-like creatures launched an attack, the reverse walker moved swiftly. It grabbed Zhang Chao with its left hand, hoisted Lu Nan with its right, and charged out of the encirclement like a ferocious tiger breaking free from its cage. Meanwhile, the main battle zone was on the brink of collapse. The protective shields of the enhanced humans were thinning under the relentless onslaught, emitting metallic groans. Without the reverse walker's protection, Fu Junlin could only hide behind a shield, continuously casting healing auras. I can't hold on anymore. Lin Man shouted as her ice blade was effortlessly shattered by one of the ape creatures. Her shield wobbled precariously under the assault of razor-sharp claws. Kong Yiming was in even worse shape. Poison corrosion had drained his strength, and his blade strikes couldn't even penetrate the ape's fur. Although Lu Jiyin was holding on without showing weakness, the cold sweat on his forehead betrayed his struggle. A sharp crack rang out as Kong Yiming's shield shattered. In the critical moment, Fu Junlin yanked him out of harm's way. Kong Yiming stared in shock at the still energetic Fu Junlin, unable to help but marvel at the extraordinary resilience of subhumans. Get down. Everyone, get down. Now. Fu Junlin suddenly shouted. The reverse walker was the first to react, dragging Zhang Chao and Lu Nan to the ground. Trusting their teammate, Lin Man and Kong Yiming quickly followed suit. Lu Jin frowned and turned back, about to question the command, but saw that Fu Junlin was already lying flat on the ground. With a swift motion, Fu Junlin hurled a small robot into the air. Though he wasn't entirely sure of the machine's exact capabilities, he had heard some rumors about it. Without hesitation, he quickly constructed a defensive wall of ice spikes around him and dropped flat to the ground. The robot he threw was a new model, known as Xiaoqiba, which now hovered 1 meter above the ground. The shadow of the monstrous horde loomed over them, threatening to engulf everything. Amid the deafening roars, Fu Junlin's voice rang out clearly, punctuated by the snap of his fingers. Snap. Horizontal ring. Boom. Before anyone could decipher the meaning of horizontal ring, Xiaoqiba detonated with a thunderous explosion. A miniature mushroom cloud rose into the air. Strangely, although the blast occurred just a meter away from Fu Junlin, the shockwave did not spread vertically. Instead, it expanded outward in a horizontal ring centered on the robot. From a bird's eye view, a massive circular ring rapidly extended outward. Though only about the width of a palm, its destructive power was staggering. Those who were lying flat below the 1 meter height felt only a strong vibration, but the standing monsters met a catastrophic fate. As the ring passed, it acted like an invisible cutting blade. Monsters were cleanly severed, legs were sliced off at the knees, torsos were bisected, and those unfortunate enough to be struck at the neck were instantly decapitated. Even 2 towering giant apes couldn't escape. Their lower legs were neatly sheared off, sending their massive bodies crashing to the ground. Their dismembered limbs were swept up by the shockwave, flung dozens of meters away. In the distance, trees as thick as a man's waist were similarly sliced in half. The scene was both terrifying and awe-inspiring, proving that the mushroom cloud was no mere spectacle. Lin Man stared in shock, her mouth agape, struggling to reconcile the adorable little robot. She had just been admiring one she had even playfully poked on the head with the devastating force it had unleashed. Lin Man's eyes were filled with lingering fear, while Zhang Chao and the others looked on with shock and confusion. Fu Junlin's explosive robot demonstrated such precise, controlled detonations that it was almost beyond belief. When he shouted, "Horizontal ring," the robot created a circular explosion in a horizontal plane. This specific command clearly hinted at the existence of other explosive forms. Otherwise, there would be no need to emphasize the term horizontal ring. This near-magical ability to control explosions with such precision left everyone utterly baffled. Fu Junlin was the first to flip himself up off the ground. On the battlefield, nearly 20 monsters had suffered heavy casualties, and the distant wails of pain echoed in the air. 2 giant apes, reduced to half their legs, were struggling to crawl toward them. The others also got to their feet, but Fu Junlin swiftly pulled out 2 small grenades and hurled them at the crippled apes. This time, without needing any reminders, Kong Yiming, Lin Man, Lu Nan, Zhang Chao, and Lu Jin all dropped flat to the ground in unison, their speed rivaling that of elite pioneers. Fu Junlin, however, remained standing, casually snapping his fingers as he shouted, "Spherical." Boom, boom. 2 deafening explosions followed. Within the spherical blast radius, the giant ape's limbs were torn apart, scattering in all directions. One of the ape's massive heads whizzed past Kong Yiming's scalp. Fu Junlin shielded his head from the explosion, then turned to see his teammates all lying flat on the ground. Just as everyone awkwardly prepared to get up, a sudden change occurred. Kong Yiming's pupils contracted sharply, and he dashed toward Fu Junlin with incredible speed, shouting, "Watch out!" At the same time, Dahei's voice echoed a warning in his mind. "Behind you." Although Fu Junlin heard the warnings, as a battle banner master, his reaction speed was no match for Kong Yiming and Dahei. He only felt a fierce gust of wind from behind, but before he could react, Kong Yiming had already darted in front of him, grabbing him tightly while activating his shield. Bang! A deafening collision rang out as the two were launched into the air like cannonballs. Mid-flight, Kong Yiming's shield shattered, and a mouthful of blood sprayed onto Fu Junlin's face and hair. Behind them, an arm-thick, long tail swayed gracefully in the air, stretching 4 to 5 meters in length. Following the tail upward, a faintly golden giant ape gradually became visible, its form shimmering into view. This invisible giant ape had approached Fu Junlin completely undetected except by Kong Yiming. Kong Yiming! Fu Junlin cried out in alarm. Ignoring the injury to his right arm, he immediately pressed his hand to Kong Yiming's chest, channeling a surge of instant healing energy. I'm fine. Kong Yiming forced himself to sit up, his face contorted in pain as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. At that moment, the reverse walker was helping Lu Nan and Zhang Chao over to their location. The stealth squad finally regrouped. Across from them stood the golden giant ape, its intelligent eyes scanning the group warily. The team was in terrible condition except for Fu Junlin, who could still move freely. Everyone else was either poisoned or severely injured and unable to act. Fu Junlin pulled out a small explosive and hurled it forcefully at the golden ape. However, before he could detonate it, the ape disappeared on the spot not due to speed, but by turning invisible. Seeing this, Fu Junlin decisively abandoned the detonation. To the left, Kong Yiming, though too weak to stand, seemed able to predict the movements of the invisible foe and immediately called out a warning. Hearing this, Lu Jin swiftly swung her hand to the left, conjuring a fan-shaped sheet of razor-thin ice in midair, spanning 3 to 4 meters. A streak of blood splattered, confirming that the golden ape had indeed been hit. However, the attack merely grazed its fur. The ape reappeared, its form revealed, and with an angry lash of its long tail, it shattered the ice into fragments before vanishing again. It's coming for me! Kong Yiming suddenly exclaimed. Clearly, the ape had realized his ability to predict its movements and decided to eliminate the threat first. At this point, Lu Jin, though still able to utilize her energy, was too exhausted to move nimbly. In the nick of time, Fu Junlin hoisted Kong Yiming onto his shoulder. Just as the ape's tail was about to strike, Fu Junlin darted away, leaving a small crater in the ground where the blow landed. Carrying the severely injured Kong Yiming, Fu Junlin moved through the battlefield with remarkable agility, his swift movements resembling those of a seasoned warrior. As a subspecies human, Fu Junlin displayed extraordinary physical resilience and resistance to toxins. While the others were nearly incapacitated by the poisonous mist, he remained vigorous, carrying another person without breaking stride-shattering preconceived notions about subspecies humans. Realizing it couldn't catch Fu Junlin, the golden ape shifted its focus to Lu Jin, whose powerful attacks posed a significant threat. Meanwhile, perched on Fu Junlin's back, Kong Yiming became the team's eyes, continuously guiding Lu Jin on the ape's location. Jin, left front. Kong Yiming's warnings synchronized with Lu Jin's rapid strikes as they engaged in a fierce struggle against the golden ape, a creature clearly possessing the strength of a level 3 boss. Despite its lack of weapons, the ape's invisibility made it a terrifying opponent. Yet Lu Jin, against all odds, was holding her ground, single-handedly battling this formidable foe. Every person and every profession has its own strengths and weaknesses. In this battle, the importance of teamwork was vividly demonstrated. When faced with the golden giant ape, apart from Lu Jin, the others posed little effective threat. Even elite magicians were helpless. Standard magicians had to attack from fixed positions, and by the time their magic reached the ape, it was often dodged. Lu Jin, however, could instantly conjure magic at any location around the enemy, leaving the giant ape with no room to defend. Meanwhile, Fu Junlin was actively working on the battlefield's edge, continuously deploying his Xiaoqiba devices. Before long, he had set them all up. Kong Yiming's voice kept calling out warnings. Lu Nan, directly behind you. Lin Man, straight ahead. To your back right. However, Lu Jin had already exhausted 6 energy crystals. Even for a strong-tier individual, the 1-to-3 consumption ratio was a heavy burden. The injured golden giant ape grew even more furious, ignoring Lu Jin's ice spike attacks and sweeping its massive tail toward everyone. The reverse walker quickly deployed a 2-tier shield, absorbing most of the impact, but the 4 weakened fighters were still sent flying. An overexerted Lu Jin was caught off guard and struck directly, sent hurtling through the air. The golden giant ape seized the opportunity, darting forward in a flash, intending to eliminate its greatest threat with a single bite. But just then, a crunching sound came from beneath the ape's foot. It had stepped on something. Pop! Spherical! Came the familiar command. Sensing danger, the ape leapt away swiftly, but the Xiaoqiba's explosive power was overwhelming. Despite its quick reaction, its left leg was blown apart, and its tail was severed in 2. However, the injured ape retaliated by spewing a thick purple toxic mist into the air, which shot like an arrow and struck Lu Jin. The poisonous fog enveloped him instantly, and his anguished screams echoed out. Fu Junlin wanted to rush to his aid, but the pervasive toxins made it too dangerous to approach. He could only command the reverse walker to charge into the mist and drag Lu Jin out. Lu Jin's face was contorted in agony, with 2 streaks of blood flowing from the corners of his eyes. He clenched his teeth tightly, his eyes shoo that had been blinded by the toxic mist. Worse still, the severely injured golden giant ape entered a berserk state. Even with one leg lost, it could still fight fiercely using its two forelimbs and remaining hind limb. The golden giant ape's eyes were bloodshot as it let out an earth-shattering roar, charging madly toward the squad. Its attacks were unstoppable, shattering their protective shields with a single strike. Lu Nan, Zhang Chao, and Lin Man were flung into the air instantly, with Lin Man slamming heavily into a large tree. Both her arms broke on impact, rendering her incapable of even holding the battle flag. Fu Junlin had no choice but to carry the injured Kong Yiming and dodge swiftly, while the reverse walker maneuvered through the battlefield with Lu Jiyin in tow. Although the giant ape had lost its invisibility, the squad was now left with their final trump card, the scattered Xiaoqiba placed across the ground. Fu Junlin kept his eyes locked on the frenzied golden giant ape. Every time the ape moved near one of the Xiaoqiba, he detonated it immediately. However, even the explosions at close range could only blast the rampaging ape a few meters away. To make matters worse, despite its body being mangled and bloodied, the ape would still rise and continue fighting, its crimson eyes radiating a terrifying ferocity. Lu Nan, how much longer are you going to hold back your ultimate move? We're about to die here. Kong Yiming, lying on Fu Junlin's back, shouted in despair. Lu Nan struggled to his feet, gasping for breath, and shook his head. I can't hit it unless we can pin it down. One punch is all it takes to finish off this damned monkey. Everyone's gaze immediately turned to Lu Jiyin, who was being supported by the reverse walker. Lu Jiyin, now blind and utterly weakened, still spoke with an icy tone, though it trembled slightly. Zhang Chao voiced his concern. Don't waste the last of your energy. If you can't control it, and your energy's depleted, we'll have no chance left. Just as the group's spirits were sinking further, Fu Junlin spoke with unwavering determination. There's still a chance. The golden giant ape launched another charge, forcing everyone to scatter. The reverse walker suddenly changed tactics, moving behind Lu Jiyin and grabbing his wrists, placing his feet on the reverse walker's boots. Their movements resembled a waltz as they skillfully evaded on the battlefield. Finally, as the giant ape shifted its focus, the reverse walker turned to face Lu Jiyin directly, holding him in an embrace. His right hand gripped Lu Jiyin's left, aiming it at the distant ape. Although Lu Jiyin could not see, at that moment, the reverse walker and Fu Junlin became his eyes. A bloodthirsty smirk appeared on Lu Jiyin's lips as he spoke in a low, chilling voice, as if from the depths of the underworld. Ice domain. Converge. The air trembled violently as terrifying ice elements intertwined with pure energy. A towering ice wall rose instantly in front of the giant ape, followed by 5 invisible energy walls closing in simultaneously. The golden giant ape let out a piercing wail, bound tightly by the invisible force. No matter how it struggled, it could not break free. Its massive body lifted off the ground, losing any leverage, leaving it helpless and at the mercy of its captors. Fu Junlin and the others stood dumbfounded, watching the scene unfold. This was the power of ultimate energy mastery. Lu Nan, now's the time. At this moment, Lu Nan was no longer in the weakened state he had been moments ago. His gauntlets began to emit a faint glow, and his shoulders and arms swelled visibly at an astonishing speed. Fu Junlin's pupils contracted sharply as he watched this scene unfold. It reminded him of the time when his thighs expanded before his gene lock reached 5. Could it be localized muscle strength enhancement? Is there someone else in this world who understands gene lock enhancement besides me? Or is this an innate talent of superior humans? Dehe seemed to read Fu Junlin's thoughts and immediately refuted. It's not localized enhancement. This kid might have accidentally discovered the ability for overdrive, but he can't raise the level of his gene lock. In your civilization, no one but me has the means to enhance a gene lock. Superior humans and strong humans are merely genetic mutations. They're unrelated to gene locks. At most, they possess an extra shield or an extraordinary control ability, which only signifies a difference in genetic type. Gene locks, however, represent genetic hierarchy. Your teammates, whether strong or superior, have gene lock levels that won't exceed 4, and they'll never break through this limit in their lifetime. Fu Junlin was forced to reassess Lu Nan. To figure out a technique for localized muscle strength enhancement, without even knowing about the existence of gene locks, was no small feat. No wonder superior humans were so full of talent. Lu Nan's face twisted, veins bulging as his muscles continued to swell. Damn monkey, take this punch, he bellowed, his eyes bloodshot. He stomped down, carving 2 shallow grooves into the ground, and launched himself like a cannonball. The wind from his punch tore through the air, the vibrational force of his gauntlets emitting a chilling howl, like a raging gale howling through a half-open window. Boom! The golden giant ape, trapped midair, was struck by the punch, blasting away half of its body. Its head and shoulders limply drooped down. Meanwhile, in the rear playground of Feiyun Vine School outside the arena, the school leaders finally let out a sigh of relief. The expressions of the teachers were a mix of astonishment and disbelief. When the students had first entered the arena, their teachers had stood at the forefront. During discussions about Fu Junlin, everyone couldn't help but glance at Shi Hongyu. Though her fierce glare deterred them, the fact that Fu Junlin was considered the weakest in the group seemed hard to dispute. However, when Fu Junlin used his reverser ability to save Lu Nan and Zhang Chao, Shi Hongyu stood tall and proud, casting a condescending look at the teachers of Lu Nan and Zhang Chao. Her gaze seemed to say, "See that? My student just saved your star pupils." When Fu Junlin's little 7-8 detonated, the observing teachers were thrown into an uproar. The ring-shaped explosion and the mushroom cloud left everyone dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how it was even possible. At that moment, Shi Hongyu brimmed with such overwhelming satisfaction that she seemed just short of placing her hands on her hips and spinning in circles in triumph. The greatest contributor to this victory was none other than Fu Junlin. From clearing the terrifying area dominated by the Kixaba to the reverser's heroic intervention at the critical moment, Fu's actions became the most dazzling highlights of the battle. However, this glory did not belong to him alone. In the final moments of the fight, Kong Yiming, with Fu Junlin's assistance, helped relay locations to the team. Fu operated the reverser to become Lu Jiyin's eyes, locking onto targets. Lu Jiyin unleashed her super energy control, while Lu Nan pushed himself to the limit, delivering the final, devastating blow. Their seamless coordination and individual strengths perfectly showcased the essence of teamwork. In the stands, not only Shi Hongyu but all the instructors of the invisibility squad sat upright with pride gleaming in their eyes. Even ordinary teacher squads might not have managed to escape unscathed from such a perilous situation. After the battle, Fu Junlin gently set Kong Yiming down. A slowly healing battle flag, emitting a soft white glow, was planted into the ground, its light spreading steadily across the silent battlefield. The reverser supported Lu Jiyin, while Zhang Chao and Kong Yiming helped Lu Nan and Lin Man to their feet. They gathered around the battle flag like travelers seeking warmth on a cold night. Zhang Chao lowered his head, his voice tinged with guilt. "Thank you." Although he didn't name anyone specifically, everyone knew the gratitude was directed at Fu Junlin. It carried not only appreciation for saving his life, but also an unspoken apology for his earlier disregard. The atmosphere grew a little heavy for a moment. Lu Nan suddenly muttered irritably, "Him so sentimental?" Lin Man burst out laughing, and the others followed with chuckles, except for Zhang Chao, whose face turned red as he glared at Lu Nan in annoyance. As the toxic mist dissipated, the effects of the slow healing began to take hold. Everyone's strength was gradually restored, and while Lu Jiyin's eyes were still bloodshot, she could see again. "We're out of energy. Should we keep moving?" Kong Yiming asked, gripping his long blade. Lu Jiyin replied, "We still have some utility left. We can proceed cautiously. If we encounter more creatures, we'll retreat to the city immediately without engaging." After a 10-minute rest, the energy glands of the level 3 elite monsters and the boss were collected. Scanning the group, Lu Jiyin gave the order, "Safety first. All mechas will scout ahead." This time, however, Zhang Chao's mecha remained motionless. All eyes turned to Fu Junlin, with Kong Yiming even winking at him. Fu looked at Lu Jiyin, who gave him a slight nod and, for the first time since Fu had met him, a faint smile. Though the command was the same, this time it was the reverser that took the lead, moving steadily at the front. Zhang Chao's mecha followed behind in a fan-shaped formation, gradually disappearing into the depths of the forest. After proceeding about a kilometer further, the Shadow Squad managed to avoid all monsters and finally reached the first rift in the area. Lu Jiyin quickly set up the equipment, and the team members simultaneously pressed their return pins in perfect coordination. With a flash of light, they reappeared inside the teleporter on the school's rear playground. However, what awaited them was not a warm welcome, but a suffocating silence. The school leaders and teachers present looked somber, while some cast approving glances their way. A heavy atmosphere hung over the entire scene. Teacher Shi Hongyu and a few others gestured for them to come over, and Fu Junlin's group silently walked to their designated spot. It was then that they noticed the 4 enormous screens above the teleporter. One screen had already gone dark. It showed the area they had just left. But the scenes on the remaining 3 screens were heart-wrenching. One team was still cautiously sneaking through their area. On another screen, 4 team members were frantically performing first aid on 2 bloodied corpses, surrounded by the dismembered remains of monsters, with the ground soaked in crimson blood. The last screen displayed the most harrowing image. A blood-soaked female team member sat alone among 5 lifeless bodies, one of which was a powerful hybrid being. Her quiet sobs echoed through the screen, tearing at the heart. After a brief rest, the resilient young woman used a battle flag crystal to heal her injuries, then shakily stood up and, one by one, pressed the return pins on her fallen teammates. The teleporter flickered with light repeatedly, and with each dull thud, a lifeless body appeared. These young lives, brimming with potential just hours ago, now lay like discarded ragdolls on the cold ground. The medical team immediately rushed forward, transferring the bodies onto stretchers. Everyone knew the efforts to resuscitate them were purely symbolic. Even more moving was the sight of the female team member. After ensuring all her teammates' remains were sent back, she wiped away her tears, picked up the captain's mech belt, and resolutely continued her mission. It was this unwavering determination that had earned her a place in the elite squad. The teachers leading the deceased teams, though their eyes were red, stood tall and composed. Everyone mourned silently. As for another team that had encountered disaster, one injured member was saved, but another was lost forever. While the school leaders could communicate with the teams via radio, such contact was only used in extreme situations to avoid attracting monsters. In the end, the team that had avoided monsters successfully installed the second set of equipment. Since the mission required only 2 sets to be completed, the supervising director immediately activated the radio and issued the command. Grey Worm Squad, Iron Raven Squad, mission complete. Return immediately. The 3 teams returned through the teleporter almost simultaneously. The girl who had lost all her teammates broke down the moment she saw the teacher. She threw herself into the teacher's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. "Teacher, I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Her heart-wrenching cries echoed across the playground, leaving everyone deeply moved. The outcome of this wilderness mission was shocking. While the Lucky Star team completed their task smoothly without encountering any monsters, the Grey Worms team suffered heavy losses, with 1 Strong-type and 4 Elite-type members killed. The Iron Crows team also lost 1 Elite-type member. Only the Stealth team managed to accomplish their mission without any casualties. "Do we get merit medals too?" Gathered together, Kong Yiming quietly asked Lu Jin. The life-and-death experience had fostered a rare camaraderie among the team members. Lu Jin nodded in confirmation. Kong Yiming grinned and nudged Fu Junlin with his shoulder. "First time earning a medal of merit? Never secretly achieved anything before, have you?" Fu Junlin shook his head with a wry smile. This was indeed his first time undertaking such a significant mission, and it was also the first time he had truly grasped the dangers of the wilderness. In the Federation, merit was a crucial symbol of honor. From the bronze medal 10 merit points to the diamond medal 12,500 merit points, the system was tiered and progressive. Merit points influenced everything from daily benefits to high-ranking military and political positions. Most ordinary people might never earn a single merit point in their lifetime, while Shangguan Mengji had received 2 platinum medals solely for her discovery of energy resonance separation. "What are you thinking about, Fu Junlin?" Lin Man noticed his pensive expression. Fu Junlin glanced around and said softly, "If I ever die, I hope it's with all of you." His words froze the smile on Kong Yiming's face. Not long ago, when 2 subspecies teams were completely wiped out, there hadn't been any memorial service. If Fu Junlin had died alone, it was unlikely anyone would have held a memorial for him either. The group fell into silence. With his back turned to everyone, Lu Jin suddenly said, "Fu Junlin, being a strong type may not be as great as you think. Sometimes, possessing a certain ability can feel like a burden instead." This statement puzzled everyone. From their perspective, strong types enjoyed the highest social status and the greatest resources. How could they have any troubles? Lu Jin murmured meaningfully, "When flying a kite, neither the kite nor the person holding the string is truly free." Hearing Lu Jin's words, Fu Junlin and the others fell silent. At this memorial service, even the awarding of the medal felt unusually heavy. The bronze medal appeared ordinary, but the pale golden ribbon made of a special material was exceptionally resilient. The medal bore the image of a dragon, with its tail transforming into a curved blade. This was the symbol of the N-Blade Federation, representing the last resistance force in the apocalyptic era. In this solemn moment, Dahei controlled Fu Junlin's hand, rubbing the short ribbon that was only the length of a finger. "This ribbon is made of good material. We could use it to make weighted leg bags. Let's collect more of these." Fu Junlin's eyelid twitched violently. The ribbon was indeed the type of material he had been searching for: fireproof, insulating, and even bullet-resistant. While a high-powered bullet could theoretically penetrate the body along with the material itself wouldn't be pierced. "Shut up. This is a memorial service," Fu Junlin scolded in a low voice. Everyone dies at some point," Dahei replied nonchalantly. "It's like having a meal together. If someone finishes and leaves the table, are you going to sit there mourning for a while? You guys are just overthinking this. Is that even an idiom? Did I say it was an idiom? You're so annoying." Fu Junlin was left speechless. After the memorial service, rare heavy rain helped Fu Junlin calm his mind. After a simple lunch at the dimly lit cafeteria, he went alone to the empty classroom of subspecies Class 3. Sitting by the window, he took out the book given to him by Shangguan Mengji and began reading intently. "So boring. I'm going to sleep," Dahei grumbled irritably. However, barely 5 minutes later, it couldn't help but ask, How come reading books doesn't bore you to death? Fu Junlin calmly turned the page. Exercising and reading are the cheapest ways to improve oneself in this world. Yeah, but with reading, you might gain knowledge but not see any tangible rewards. Exercise is the only thing where you get guaranteed results as long as you put in the effort. Why don't you go work out? Dahe retorted indignantly. Fu Junlin flipped back to the previous page and said one word, tiring, arg. Dahe threw a fit on the spot. Fu Junlin took out some paper and a pen, preparing to tackle some problems. Stop yelling and lend me your supercomputing consciousness. I've got a lot of questions piling up. Ugh, no way. I'm not giving in. Dahe protested with a hint of desperation. After an unequal negotiation, Dahe not only lent Fu Junlin the supercomputing consciousness, but also forfeited its activity time for the day, because Fu Junlin was determined to focus on studying. Meanwhile, in the office of a high-level base in Feiyun City, dozens of researchers were facing a tough challenge. Around the long table sat senior researchers, while the younger ones stood on the outskirts. An elderly man let out a deep sigh. The project is about to launch, yet we still have so many unsolved problems. I heard that the Mickey Federation has already made some preliminary progress. We can't afford to delay any longer, Shangwan Mengji said, tapping his fingers on the conference table with a worried expression. The atmosphere in the meeting room was tense. Several elderly experts and scholars sat around the long table. Junlin, the 40-something chief envoy of the Federation, leaned on the table with both hands as he began assigning tasks. For confidentiality, the project will be divided into 4 parts. Professor Shangwan, you'll take it back to Feiyun Vine School under the guise of academic research. Professor Li, you'll return to Panchir City. Elder Zhao, you'll head to Falcon Base. General Wu, you'll take it to the Federation's military subdistrict. He'll return to report back, which should buy everyone more time. Roland, you've worked hard, General Wu said with a kind smile. Roland humbly replied, I'm just the messenger. The real responsibility falls on you, esteemed seniors. His words immediately earned the approval and goodwill of everyone present. The next day, the rain had cleared, leaving the skies bright and fresh. Fu Junlin appeared in the combat arena as a silent participant, only to be met with a wave of jeers from the audience. Go live stream. We want to watch the stream. Stop messing around here. Due to the impact of his live streams over the past 2 days, no one dared to step up and challenge him. Dahe, confused, jumped down from the stage, landing with a heavy thud. It turned out that Fu Junlin had spent the 25,000 yuan he recently earned to purchase custom-made weighted straps, each equipped with 200 kilograms of iron plates on his ankles and wrists, totaling 0.8 tons. This weight forced him to use elevators alone to avoid exceeding the weight limit. Even basic warm-up exercises left him out of breath. Yet, when Dahe took control of his body, it could effortlessly perform agile and fluid movements. This stark contrast constantly puzzled Fu Junlin. Despite sharing the same body, he could only passively benefit from its enhanced durability, while Dahe could unleash its full potential. Dahe could strike with the power approaching that of a level 3 master, and with localized muscle reinforcement, even reach the level of a novice at level 4. In comparison, Fu Junlin himself could do little more than manage extra push-ups. He remained unable to harness this astonishing strength in actual combat. Hey, the live stream is about to start. Where are you planning to go? Still heading to the same zones as before? At 1:50 p.m., Fu Junlin sat idly on the high wall of the backfield. A few curious students in the distance were secretly watching, waiting to see him enter the teleporter and start his broadcast. Why do you ask? Fu Junlin paused, slightly puzzled. In his mind, the answer was obvious. Of course, he would go to the same zones as before. How about we check out the crash site of my spaceship instead? Dahe suggested hesitantly, his tone conflicted. That sentence sent a jolt through Fu Junlin's heart. He had been avoiding the question of when Dahe would leave. At first, all he wanted was for Dahe to get out of his body as soon as possible. After all, who would want a spirit capable of possession living inside them? But as Dahe helped him again and again, that initial rejection had slowly faded. Do you have a new body waiting for you in your spaceship? Fu Junlin asked, pretending to be calm, though his tone betrayed a trace of jealousy. Are you kidding me? If I had a body ready to go, would I have ended up stuck with a coward like you? Dahe grumbled in frustration. So when are you leaving? I'm getting sick of you, Fu Junlin said, crossing his arms and deliberately sounding tough. You're trying to get me killed, aren't you? Dahe snapped. Your lousy body needs to unlock at least 30 of its genetic locks first. Plus, we need to collect genetic seeds from this world to build me a new body. If I just transfer randomly, it'll be obliterated. Hey, you promised to help Medont go back on your word. Listening to Dahe's blunt complaints, Fu Junlin kept up his annoyed facade, but he almost burst out laughing inside. His earlier gloomy mood vanished without a trace. Pulling out his phone, Fu Junlin opened the Misty Zones app to plan his route. The areas around Nightingale that had been explored so far didn't even cover 12 zones, and the directions were scattered. The map was still dominated by black, unexplored regions, resembling an unfinished minesweeper game. According to news reports, Dehay's spaceship had crashed to the east, roughly 80 or 90 zones away. That distance to Dehay, it doesn't seem too bad. Not that far, right? Junlin, are you insane? Dehay exclaimed urgently. The problem is that you'd have to cross the mountain wilderness zone on the way. The monsters only get stronger as you go in that direction. Well, the mountain wilderness zone could at least cut down the distance by 20 or 30 zones, right? The exploration team will enter the wilderness hunting grounds in the next few days. With the teleportation ban in place, entering without authorization is not only illegal but also disrupts the team's operations, Junlin said sternly, then added, however, we can choose an alternative route. Although the areas surrounding the hunting grounds are largely uncharted, there are at least dozens of smaller hunting grounds available. We can break through these smaller areas one by one, taking a rest after each success. This will ensure a higher level of safety. At exactly 2 o'clock, Junlin swiftly climbed down the high wall and headed toward the teleporter. A few nosy students nearby rushed over, shouting, "May your energy be boundless, Silent One." Junlin raised his hand in acknowledgement and disappeared into the teleporter. After passing through the Nightingale transit station, he was preparing to enter the second teleporter when Dehay suddenly yelled, "Hey, give me a blessing too? Caliba forever?" Junlin replied helplessly, "Yeah, Caliba forever." Dehay shouted excitedly, "What does Caliba even mean?" "It's a spirit, my friend. Don't call me my friend. It makes me sick. It's a spirit, sick." Dehay teased persistently. Junlin didn't even have the energy to argue. Before entering the hunting ground, Junlin activated a drone and handed over control of his body to Dehay. Panghu's technical team quickly connected the live broadcast feed. "Hey everyone, I'm here." Dehay immediately began streaming after taking control. "Welcome to the Silent One's live stream. Today, we're exploring one of the smaller hunting grounds near the wilderness area. As you all know, the wilderness hunting grounds are extremely dangerous. Without proper survival skills, you might not last even 10 minutes. Now, let me show you how to struggle and survive in such a place." The live stream's viewership skyrocketed, quickly climbing beyond 6,000. The chat was flooded with comments. "Struggle to survive? Bro, do you even know what struggle means? I'm in 3rd grade, and even I know punching a monster's heart to pieces isn't struggling. Can we stop pretending to be young here? Have some dignity." A flash of light, and the Silent One had entered the hunting ground. Dehay quickly pulled out a test gun and analyzed the surroundings. "Whoa, the teleportation strength is only 50. If you're coming here alone, make sure to stay alert." The chat unanimously responded, "Got it. We promise not to go." As Dehay hastily stowed the test gun, Junlin thought for a moment that a monster might be approaching. Sure enough, a few growls echoed from the distance. Scanning his surroundings, he saw that half of this small hunting ground was densely wooded, the dark trees exuding an ominous and dangerous vibe. Suddenly, 5 creatures resembling giant mantises charged out of the forest. Although they looked like mantises, they weren't arthropods but creatures of flesh and blood. The most terrifying feature was their massive mouths filled with sharp fangs and long, slithering tongues. Facing these new types of monsters, Dehay calmly put on a pair of gauntlets and charged directly at the leading creature, throwing a powerful punch. As they got closer, Junlin couldn't help but gasp. On the pale neck of the creature were 4 distinct white dots. This was unmistakably a level 4 blue blood monster. However, just as he was still reeling from the shock, Dehay struck like a thunderbolt. With a single punch, Dehay crushed the monster's head, caving it in as if a massive hammer had driven it into its torso. The shockwave from the strike spread out like an umbrella, sending several monsters trailing behind it flying through the air. The scene was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Dehay pressed forward steadily, taking down the remaining monsters with swift, decisive punches, all while speaking to the drone. "For small fries like these, let's not waste time. Just take them out directly. Let's see what's deeper in the woods." The live stream's comment section erupted instantly, filled with identical remarks. "Did you hear that? Did it just talk?" After dealing with the last monster, Dehay didn't stop. He pried open the creature's mouth, and Junlin sensed that Dehay had activated some sort of biological vision to carefully scan the monster's insides. Suddenly, Dehay became visibly excited and grabbed hold of the creature's slimy, elongated tongue, yanking it out in its entirety. Guys, listen up. While blue blood monsters don't have energy glands, there's a muscle at the base of their tongues with an incredible protein content. It can quickly restore energy reserves. Don't miss out if you come across one, Dehay explained enthusiastically while deftly cutting off a blood-red chunk of meat from the base of the tongue. "What are you doing?" Junlin's voice was trembling by now. Dehay responded cryptically in his mind. "Shut up. This is valuable stuff. It's great for unlocking gene locks and really does restore energy, but you can't eat it." Fu Junlin shouted hysterically. Everyone knew that monsters carried secondary energy infections that humans couldn't detect, and no one had ever dared to consume monster corpses. Not to mention the grotesque redan blue blood plasma coursing through their bodies. Completely ignoring Fu Junlin's protests, Dahei turned back to the camera and said, "Folks, you can eat this however you like. If you have fire, grill it. No fire? Eat it raw like sashimi." The live stream grew deathly silent until someone finally posted a hesitant comment. "Guys, I have a really bad feeling about this." Dahei had already sliced off a piece of the meat, unzipped the mouth section of his mask, and tossed the chunk directly into his mouth. Blood and saliva mixed together, dripping down his chin and onto his clothes. The comment section exploded instantly. "Gross. I'm going vegetarian starting today. Where's the report button? Someone tell me how to report this. What did I just witness? My eyes. Oh, my eyes." Fu Junlin was on the verge of losing his mind. The horrifying scene before him was enough to make him collapse. Dahei was chewing on the monster's tongue, each bite accompanied by a spray of blood that splattered across the lower part of his mask and chest, staining them crimson. Strands of blue blood mixed in, making the image as nightmarish as a demonic creature from hell. Yet Dahei seemed completely unfazed by the grisly act, eating with relish and occasionally nodding in satisfaction. "You can keep this body. No need to return it to me," Fu Junlin said weakly, wearing an expression of utter despair. "As long as you mean it." Dahei mumbled through a mouthful of flesh. "You do realize if I get infected by secondary energy, both of us are done for, right? Relax, I already used the biofield to scan it earlier. There's no infection in this piece of meat," Dahei explained between chews. Fu Junlin's eyes lit up at these words. "Scan it again and give me back control of the senses?" Although puzzled, Dahei released the biofield once more. This time, Fu Junlin used it to delve into the microscopic world inside the monster's body. In this magnificent and surreal landscape, vibrant viruses were everywhere. Among them, the most striking were the red secondary energy-infected cells, flowing like molten lava. When Fu Junlin focused on the base of the monster's tongue, he made a startling discovery. There was indeed no trace of secondary energy infection. Instead, there were highly active cells with incredible vitality. These cells were like ferocious tigers prowling Tiger Mountain, while the surrounding infected cells cowered like timid tourists, too afraid to approach. Any infected cell that accidentally entered the active cell's range was instantly devoured. Secondary energy infection, akin to cancer from centuries ago, was caused by radioactive secondary energy contamination, which triggered normal cells to mutate and divide uncontrollably. Typically, monsters were riddled with infection, which was why humans avoided eating their flesh. But in this particular monster's tongue base, a miracle had occurred. Within the infected tissue, a powerful type of white blood cell had emerged, devouring the infected cells and creating a sanctuary amidst the contamination. "Dahei, stop eating!" Fu Junlin shouted urgently. By this point, only a small piece of the tongue remained in Dahei's hand, and the livestream's comment section was already flooded with vomiting emojis. "What's the matter? Want to study it? There's plenty more. I'll pull out another one for you," Dahei said, popping the last piece into his mouth. He then stomped on another monster's head and yanked out its tongue. However, this time the biofield scan brought disappointment. The new tongue was entirely infected with secondary energy. Fu Junlin felt his heart sink, but soon they discovered that this monster also had an uninfected area, though it was located under its armpit instead. "Quick, cut it out," Fu Junlin urged anxiously. "Oh, now you're not grossed out anymore? What if this monster has body odor?" Dahei quipped as he reluctantly got to work. "Who told you to eat it? Cut it off. I need to take it back for research." Fu Junlin snapped angrily, his stomach churning at the sight before him. The livestream audience erupted in collective horror. "Good thing I already ate. Glad I haven't eaten yet. Ugh." After a thorough examination, Fu Junlin discovered that each monster corpse had a small, uninfected area about the size of half a fist. These areas were located in different positions, some on the neck, some near the heart, and others on the back. Although the locations varied, every corpse had this pure spot, making him suspect that these tissues might be linked to the monster's vital functions. He carefully collected these uninfected tissue samples. If these specimens could truly address the secondary energy infection problem, it would be a groundbreaking discovery. By now, nearly 100,000 people in the red carpet zone had been infected, with daily cases and death toll skyrocketing. Even a superior human like Shi Hongyu hadn't been spared. The infection felt like an unstoppable catastrophe. Just as he finished collecting the last sample, an angry roar echoed through the forest. Over 20 mantis-like monsters charged out from the trees, creating a terrifying scene. "Time for a lesson, everyone. Watch closely and learn well." The large black creature growled deeply before plunging into the swarm of monsters without hesitation. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated shipping container inside Warehouse 42 of the Red Carpet Zone slum, A blonde-haired boy named Fong Kele was focused on playing a game console he had assembled from discarded parts. Fong Kele, a voice called out from outside, accompanied by the sound of trash being stepped on. Come in. Fong Kele replied without looking up, his attention still on the game. His friend Chin Dongdong burst in, grabbed another controller, and joined the game. As they played, he brought up the latest news. Did you hear about what happened at Bluebird Bar the other day? Fu Junting's brother went to take revenge on Di Yunfei and nearly beat him to death. Fong Kele was stunned. Aren't they subhumans? They dared to attack Di Yunfei? Aren't they afraid of retaliation? Chun Dongdong proudly explained that Fu Junting's brother seemed to have evidence of Di Yunfei's father's crimes, forcing him to hold back. The two boys slowed down their game, lost in thought. From now on, let's hang out with Fu Junting more. That way, Di Yunfei won't dare mess with you, Chun Dongdong said seriously. One day, they'll be like Junting's brother and make sure superior humans don't dare to bully me, Fong Kele declared, clenching his fists. When Chun Dongdong mentioned that no subhuman had ever become a hero, Fong Kele suddenly grew excited. He took out his phone and played a video for Chan Dongdong. In the footage, a masked figure was wreaking havoc on the streets, and boldly emblazoned on the forehead of the mask was the character, Sub. Fong Kele snatched the phone excitedly and explained. You said there were no heroes, but you didn't see what happened earlier. Those two superior breeds were bullying those women and even knocked them to the ground. Then this guy showed up and took them down. He punched through their shields like they were nothing. Chun Dongdong took the phone and watched the video carefully. The scene was chilling. Two superior breeds were shamelessly forcing women onto their laps in the middle of the street. Even as teenagers, they understood the implications of such behavior. Although it was nighttime, the act was utterly despicable. The man who had been eating nearby seemed unrelated at first, but the two provoked him. While his face before donning the mask was blurry, the brutality he displayed after putting it on was nothing short of stunning. As a subspecies, I feel a sense of satisfaction watching this, but what if he gets caught? Chin Dongdong asked nervously. Do you know how the news reported it the next day? Fong Kele clenched his fists in excitement. All the witnesses said the mask had a scorpion emblem on it, but it didn't. Everyone's united in protecting him. Send me the video. Chun Dongdong eagerly pulled out his phone. Fong Kele quickly dodged. No way. This video can't be shared. He had treasured the clip, watching it countless times and often imagining himself as the brave subspecies who dared to fight back. After some arguing, Fong Kele finally relented, but only after making Chin Dongdong swear to keep it a secret. The two finished their homework and agreed to get closer to Fu Junting the next day. That night, when Chun Dongdong returned home and saw his cousin visiting, he immediately pulled him into his room and whispered conspiratorially, Cousin, I have a video to show you, but you have to promise to keep it a secret. Meanwhile, Dahe, who was famously known as someone who could fight 10 hunting grounds without resting, was utterly exhausted after just 4 today. The main reason was Fu Junlin's astonishing performance. Even within 0.8-ton load on his back, he fought with extraordinary agility. However, these 4 hunting grounds only had blue blood creatures, and not a single elite monster appeared. Fu Junlin found this odd but suspected there was some connection between this area and the nearby wilderness hunting grounds. Every time he approached the walls bordering the other side, he could sense a faint, mysterious energy field. Regardless, today's livestream had already been a huge success. After finishing the stream, Fu Junlin immediately hurried back to the combat arena. He headed straight for Pang Hu's office, ready to settle the earnings. As soon as he pushed the door open, Pang Hu came bounding over like an enthusiastic bear. Fu Junlin almost reflexively kicked out, but managed to stop himself in time. With his signature broad grin, Pang Hu pulled Fu Junlin into a firm bear hug. Come, have a seat, Pang Hu said warmly, pulling out 2 stacks of cash from his desk drawer and placing them on the table. He then gestured for his assistant to bring over a laptop, the screen already displaying a detailed stats page. I've been waiting for you. Even though the platform hasn't settled the payment with me yet, I've already calculated your share, Pang Hu said, pointing to the numbers on the screen. For your first live stream, you pulled in around 17,000 to 18,000 viewers. It's not a massive hit, but it's a great start. Just the gifts alone brought in over 50,000. The audience really likes you. He began counting on his fingers. The platform takes half, so you get 20,000. The ad revenue from your stream's popularity adds another 3,000, and I'm giving you 2,000 from that. So for your first stream, you're taking home 22,000. You're definitely going places. Fu Junlin was slightly taken aback as he accepted the money, doing the math in his head. For 25,000, the split should have been 17,000 for him. But seeing Pang Hu's earnest smile, he felt it awkward to bring it up. Noticing Fu Junlin's hesitation, Pang Hu waved his hand generously. Don't worry, I'll never shortchange you. Fu Junlin nodded silently. One of the main reasons he chose to work with Pang Hu was because they were both subhumans. In a place like Feiyun City, it was good to have someone to rely on. I might not stream again for a couple of days, Junlin explained. I still have classes and can't broadcast every day. Do whatever works for you. We agreed on that, Penghu replied cheerfully. As Junlin left through the back exit of the combat arena, he kept his silent one mask on. He carefully wiped the blood off his mask and clothes before heading toward the red carpet district. Although not many people on the street wore masks, plenty wore face coverings, so his appearance didn't attract much attention. In the red carpet district, he turned into a narrow alley between two old, run-down buildings. The further he walked, the wider the passage became, though the air grew heavier with a sharp, foul odor. Drainpipes from several meters above dripped dirty water, splashing everywhere. The corners of the walls were lined with homeless individuals, some wrapped in filthy blankets, fast asleep, while others lay chatting idly. The scene was bleak and desolate. If you manage to claim a dry patch of land, it means Lady Luck is smiling upon you. Junlin walked through the slippery streets, his footsteps splashing water with each step as he wore a mask over his face. He noticed the raggedly dressed homeless people around him casting envious glances at his clothes, not luxurious, but clean and neat. Most of them were maimed or injured, their bodies covered in festering sores. A faint sound of sobbing caught his attention. Beside a trash bin, a middle-aged woman knelt on the ground, her tears soaking through her collar. In front of her lay the serene corpse of a girl, around 10 years old. Her face had been carefully wiped clean, and her clothes had been tidied. Just then, a girl of about 7 stumbled back, holding a damp towel warmed on an exhaust pipe. She gingerly placed the towel on her deceased sister's forehead, a gesture that made her mother's cries even more heart-wrenching. The little girl, unsure of what to do, hugged her mother tightly, her wide, watery eyes curiously fixed on Junlin's mask. Half of her small face was covered in sores, and as her clothes shifted, abscesses on her stomach were revealed, with wriggling worms visible amidst the red and white wounds. Junlin took out a few clean slices of mantis blue-blood beast meat from his mech belt. Though the meat had made him vomit uncontrollably during the hunt, it was undeniably effective in quickly restoring energy, and he was almost certain it could counter secondary energy infections. "Take this," he said, crouching down and handing the meat slices to the little girl. The middle-aged woman clutched her daughter protectively, wiping her tear-filled eyes as she gazed at his mask with suspicion. "She's dying too," Junlin said bluntly. The woman shut her eyes in anguish, but eventually loosened her grip. Ravenous, the little girl grabbed the meat and stuffed it into her mouth without a word of thanks. Junlin sliced a few more pieces, forcing himself to swallow one despite his disgust, then handed the rest to the woman. Seeing him eat the meat himself, the woman hesitated no longer and began devouring it. He stopped after giving them 7 or 8 pieces, worried that their weakened bodies might collapse from overeating raw meat. Just as Junlin was about to take out some money, he noticed the surrounding homeless people eyeing them intently, their gazes filled with both confusion and greed. He withdrew his hand and said softly, "They'll come back again." With the woman prostrating herself in gratitude, her forehead touching the ground, Junlin slowly walked out of the alley. After returning home, Junlin felt a heavy weight in his heart. Although the deaths of subhumans were a common occurrence in this city during flu outbreaks, the bodies in alleys under the bridges were even hauled away by garbage trucks. Witnessing the corpse of that little girl still left him deeply unsettled. He had wanted to leave some money behind, but knew all too well that doing so would only attract the predatory eyes of nearby homeless individuals, endangering the survivors. What pained him the most was the lack of unity among the subhumans. He felt both sorrow for their misfortune and frustration at their lack of effort to rise above it. Shaking his head, Junlin changed out of his clothes and immediately immersed himself in his research. He retrieved the remaining pieces of infected meat and a cup containing second-tier infected water, preparing to further investigate the unique cells he had termed miracle white blood cells. He hypothesized that if these cells could devour the virus in infected meat, they might also have the potential to purify contaminated water sources. If water purification could truly be achieved, it would undoubtedly be a groundbreaking discovery benefiting humanity. The workbench was soon cluttered with various instruments, a cell extractor, glassware, and a microscope. However, the limited vision of an ordinary microscope paled in comparison to the clarity of a biological field of view. He called for Dehei to assist him, only to be met with sarcastic mimicry and complaints. Fortunately, he eventually secured the help of the biological field of view, successfully extracting cells just a few microns in size and introducing them into the cup of water. Under the biological field of view, the battle of the miracle white blood cells was vividly observable, but ultimately disappointing. The cells initially charged at the virus, only to be instantly repelled and rendered inactive, as if kicked away. Although they quickly recovered and turned their attention to this virus, successfully enveloping it, this virus easily broke through the encasement, leaving a gaping hole in the cells. Finally, a passing parasitic wagyu worm devoured and crushed the cells entirely, leaving nothing but sediment at the bottom of the cup. Useless, Fu Junlin muttered, folding his arms with a furrowed brow. Two potential solutions came to mind. Either increase the number of miracle white blood cells to overwhelm the viruses or find a way to enhance their activity and combat effectiveness. However, the first approach seemed unfeasible, as the issue was clearly one of strength, not quantity. As for boosting their activity, it would require further research. Could it be that these miracle white blood cells were only effective against viruses from secondary energy sources? With these doubts lingering, Fu Junlin decided to test the strategy of increasing their quantity. Yet, as the experiments unfolded, his fears were confirmed. The attempt ended in failure. Fu Junlin began his experiment. Carefully, he extracted the virus and introduced it to the magical white blood cells, observing their battle. To make the experiment more comprehensive, he even prepared several weaker viruses, allowing the magical white blood cells to feast first before sending them into combat. However, 3 hours passed, and there was no progress. Fu Junlin remained hunched over the microscope, his brows tightly furrowed. At the nearby dining table, his mother, Yao Jinying, and younger brother, Fu Junting, had already started dinner. Holding their bowls, they occasionally glanced at the deeply engrossed Fu Junlin, hesitant to disturb him. Finally, seeing him pause his work, Yao Jinying softly said, "Son, come eat. You can get back to it later." "All right," Fu Junlin sighed, setting aside his equipment and walking to the table. Although there was only one dish, it was homemade. With his mother now working at the factory cafeteria, at least they didn't have to worry about meals anymore. There were steamed buns and a pot of steaming hot porridge. As Fu Junlin ate slowly, he pondered the issues with his experiment. Suddenly, his gaze fell on his younger brother, Fu Junting, and an idea seemingly outlandish flashed through his mind, making his eyes light up. Noticing his brother's peculiar look, Fu Junting instinctively shrank back in caution. "Hey, little brother, do you know what I'm working on?" Fu Junlin asked. Fu Junting shook his head. "Perfect. Go play at the lab bench for a while and take a look at the cells on that piece of tissue," Fu Junlin suggested with a nod. "Really? I can use the microscope?" Fu Junting's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Of course, you can even use the cell extractor." Fu Junting eagerly dashed to the lab bench. Yao Jinying chuckled, shaking her head as she picked up a cloth to clean the bloodstains on the counter. What followed was a comical scene. Fu Junting went from wildly enthusiastic to increasingly clumsy, and finally to utterly confused. He randomly poured extracted cells into petri dishes and haphazardly drew out viruses. Scratching his head, flakes of dandruff scattered onto the lab bench. "Hey, big brother, look. Isn't it pretty?" Fu Junting proudly held up a petri dish filled with a chaotic mix of colors. Fu Junlin's eye twitched, forcing a strained smile. At that moment, Fu Junting turned around and accidentally knocked over the microscope. The microscope toppled, spilling the contents of a dish. In his flustered attempt to catch it, he knocked over a water glass. The lab was instantly filled with a cacophony of crashes and bangs. Clink, clang, splatter, thud, crash. Yet Fu Junlin remained remarkably calm, holding his bowl with both hands, leisurely sipping his soup with a long, contented slurp. "You little brat. Stop moving," Yao Jinying shouted, landing a kick on Fu Junting's backside and slapping a blood-stained rag heavily against the back of his head. Fu Junting nearly burst into tears, the thought, "I've messed up again," flashing through his mind. The bloodied rag slid off his head and landed directly on the lab bench, with one corner dipping into a nearby petri dish. The liquid inside the dish instantly turned a vivid shade of red. Feeling wronged, Fu Junting pouted, tugging at his hair as tears welled up in his eyes. A few flakes of dandruff accidentally drifted into the same petri dish. To his astonishment, the liquid grew even redder, as if on the verge of igniting. Startled by the unexpected reaction, Fu Junting instinctively grabbed the petri dish and hurriedly dumped it into a nearby water cup, hoping to cool it down. However, what followed was even more unsettling. The transparent measuring cup of water immediately turned a glaring red, and the liquid started to move in an eerie way. At first, there were faint ripples, followed by the appearance of sporadic bubbles. Soon, the entire cup of water began to churn violently, as though it were boiling, but bizarrely, there was no heat. Even stranger, the water's color gradually lightened. About 30 seconds later, the turbulence ceased, and the water became clear again, leaving only a faint red sediment at the bottom of the cup. Fu Junting's hands trembled as he held the bowl, his expression a mix of excitement and despair. From the side, Dahe sneered, "Looks like you're the only useless one in this family." "Mom, what was that rag wiping earlier?" Fu Junting asked in a shaky voice. He distinctly remembered that the petri dish had first come into contact with the rag, then with his dandruff, and the liquid had changed color twice in response. "I just wiped up some blood," Yao Jinying replied hesitantly. "The blood by the sink?" "She nodded cautiously. "I thank you both. On behalf of all humanity," Fu Junting said sincerely. Yao Jinying and Fu Junting exchanged bewildered looks, thinking he might have lost his mind. Fu Junting gestured for them to step back and placed his hand on the now clear measuring cup. Using his biological field of vision to investigate, he discovered that the water was indeed pristine, while the red sediment at the bottom consisted of countless swollen, deformed white blood cell corpses. These cells appear to have engulfed a massive amount of viruses, but now both the cells and the microorganisms within them had lost all vitality. The bottom of the cup had essentially become a microscopic graveyard. Fu Junlin carefully observed the experimental results. These miraculous white blood cells were completely inactive after death, meaning they posed no toxicity whatsoever. Even drinking water containing their remains was entirely harmless. This was truly pure water. Eagerly, he cleared away the residue in the petri dish and restarted the experiment. This time, he intended to replicate the entire process step by step. First, he placed the miraculous white blood cells into the petri dish, then added the blood virus from the blue blood beast. After engulfing the virus, the white blood cells underwent a remarkable transformation. Their size expanded rapidly, turning bright red as their activity levels soared, as if they had undergone some kind of miraculous evolution. Next, Fu Junlin scratched off 2 flakes of dandruff and added them to the petri dish. These were essentially dead cells with keratin layers. To his astonishment, the now red white blood cells, after engulfing the keratin, managed to convert the oil within into an external protective layer, as if equipping themselves with a flexible armor. When these fully armed white blood cells were introduced into contaminated water, they demonstrated incredible combat abilities, swiftly devouring various viruses. However, this power came with a clear limitation. Each miraculous white blood cell would die from overconsumption after engulfing roughly a few hundred micrometers of viruses. This was both an advantage and a drawback. The dead white blood cells rendered the water completely pure, but their purification capacity was finite. After some calculations, Fu Junlin discovered that a fist-sized piece of uninfected blue blood beast meat could only purify about 10 kilograms of water. While this amount was sufficient for personal use, it was far from practical for large-scale water purification. More importantly, he realized that this discovery needed to be kept strictly confidential. In the city, the purified water industry was controlled by highly influential figures, and venturing into this domain recklessly would be tantamount to courting death. Even in the future, if he were to help other subspecies, he would have to proceed with extreme caution. He even decided not to disclose this discovery to his mother or younger brother for the time being. The next morning, Fu Junlin intended to find Shangguan Mengji to discuss some challenging problems in the book's questions that even his supercomputational consciousness struggled to fully grasp. However, as soon as he entered the campus, he sensed an unusual tension in the air. Hundreds of students were gathered outside the sports field, and the floor-to-ceiling windows of the teaching building were crowded with students holding phones and binoculars, all focused on the transporter at the back of the field. Junlin. In the chaos, Xiao Zishu waved at him. What's going on? Fu Junlin approached and asked. It seems the teacher-led exploration team organized by the school ran into some trouble, Xiao Zishu said with a furrowed brow. Because a second layer of restrictions has appeared in the mountainous hunting grounds, the rules now limit the number of 4th-level combat personnel allowed in certain areas to just 1. Coupled with the intense battles outside, the exploration team is severely understaffed and unable to spare resources for smaller cities like ours. As a result, a 3rd-level team has been assigned to carry out the mission. Teacher Sure is in there, Xiao Zishu added, his tone laced with clear concern. The news of the teacher team being in danger was nothing more than casual gossip for most of the students. For those unfamiliar with the teachers involved, at most, they offered a token expression of sympathy, and some even secretly felt relieved that the teachers might not return. However, when Fu Junlin heard that Shi Hongyu was among them, he could no longer stay calm. It's their team that's trapped, Xiao Zishu said gravely. How could Teacher Sure? Isn't she a level 2 master? Why would she be part of the pioneer team? Fu Junlin's voice trembled with agitation. Xiao Zishu shook his head and explained. You don't know? Teacher Sure advanced to level 3 elite a short while ago. She stayed at level 2 master for over 2 years, tirelessly studying gene techniques. Not only did she break through the orange level, but she also used up all her savings and even sold her car to push herself to level 3 elite. I'm not sure of her exact reasons, though. This news made Fu Junlin's mind buzz. He knew that others were unaware of Shi Hongyu's infection with secondary energy. She must have realized her time was limited and wanted to do something more meaningful in her remaining days. As his thoughts spiraled, his phone suddenly rang. It was Lu Jian, her tone short and cold. Backfield teleportation device. Supervisor's orders. Assemble. She hung up immediately after. Fu Junlin pushed through the crowd and sprinted toward the teleportation device. The commotion around him grew, and Xiao Zishu tried to stop him but failed. The guards, however, didn't intervene, clearly aware of the special circumstances. Around the teleportation device, a group of school leaders was gathered, whispering amongst themselves. Lu Jiyin and Kong Yiming arrived quickly, joining Fu Junlin as the three of them lined up neatly in front of the supervisor. The scene fell silent. The supervisor's piercing gaze swept over the three of them, and he delivered his instructions concisely. In the wilderness hunting grounds, a team of teachers is trapped. The teleportation strength in that area is 0, and only a specialized teleportation device can bring them back. The device is ready, but we need to reactivate your stealth squad to deliver energy crystals to them. Any objections? None. The three responded in unison. Fu Junlin's heart sank. 0 teleportation strength meant that ordinary teleportation would result in certain death. The only option was to rely on the specialized teleportation device, which required synchronized activation at both ends and a state of no damage. Alternatively, they would have to keep fighting until they found a field where teleportation was possible. Although the specifics were unclear, the fact that the stealth squad was being deployed suggested there was a chance to break through without alerting the monsters. While the squad's official capacity was 6 members, as long as they didn't use energy simultaneously and stayed still, they wouldn't exceed the limit. When the teachers made their escape, the squad members could avoid using energy altogether. We're counting on you, the supervisor said with a firm nod. 3 carts loaded with over 50 energy crystals each were pushed forward. The 3 squad members quickly secured the crystals into their professional utility belts. Each of the 3 received a small radar panel, a crucial piece of equipment for tracking the teachers' locations. To their relief, energy supplies weren't a concern at all. The supervising teachers and school leaders solemnly gave the trio a military salute, watching as they disappeared through the teleporter. During this mission, while the lucky squad narrowly escaped the monsters, their encounters with the gray worms and iron ravens left them shaken, making their combat readiness questionable. In contrast, the stealth squad, well-versed in the wilderness terrain, was undoubtedly the best choice, with their strength widely recognized. Fu Junlin and his team emerged from the teleporter inside the hunting grounds, immediately transitioning into combat readiness. Without hesitation, Fu Junlin summoned the reverse walker. At the same time, Lu Jiyin swiftly checked the tracking radar, pointed in a direction, and decisively issued the command. That way, we'll move in a fan formation, spreading out slightly to support each other. Fu Junlin will lead, and the 2 of us will cover the rear. Maintaining a tactical distance to avoid being ambushed altogether, the 3 nodded in agreement. Fu Junlin, at the forefront with the reverse walker, charged ahead, the others following closely behind in a sharp arrowhead formation, racing toward their target area. The terrain before them was vastly different from what they were familiar with: sparse trees, jagged rocks, and almost no cover. Along the way, they encountered mountain crevices 2 to 3 meters wide, but Fu Junlin didn't slow down. With a powerful leap, he crossed effortlessly, his speed only increasing, showcasing extraordinary physical prowess. Although Kong Yiming and Lu Jiyin harbored some unease about Fu Junlin's boldness, their trust in their teammate kept them close behind. For dark figures darted through the rugged landscape, causing a stir among the spectators outside. Students murmured among themselves, "Is the stealth squad going in for a rescue? Fu Junlin is going all out. At that speed, how can anyone keep up visually?" Xiao Zishu, however, clenched her fists tightly, her eyes filled with trust. "Go, Fu Junlin. Faster." Even the school leaders were stunned by this unexpected tactic. They had assumed that the stealth squad would rely on their hallmark stealth approach, but instead, they were taking such an audacious route. Fu Junlin, in particular, demonstrated speed and physical strength far beyond the level of a second-tier elite. "How on earth did this kid train his physique?" one teacher exclaimed in astonishment. "His resistance to toxins is also far superior to others. Maybe we've truly underestimated the potential of subspecies students." The leaders engaged in an animated discussion, but the supervising director stood silently, arms crossed, his gaze fixed on the monitor displaying Fu Junlin's agile figure. He murmured softly, "1,000 cups of wine can't intoxicate him. A Hu child can ride a horse at the age of 10. In the wilderness of the hunting grounds, Fu Junlin charged forward like a bolt of lightning, with the reverse walker under his control speeding ahead like an arrow released from a bow. Behind him, the figures of Lu Jiyin and Kong Yiming gradually fell behind. "We're getting close, Fu Junlin. Slow down." Lu Jiyin's voice came through the radio. The radar indicated they were approaching the area where the teacher's team was located. Hearing this, the reverse walker performed a stunning aerial spin and flip, landing as gracefully as a nimble cat. Its mechanical legs pressed deeply into the ground, emitting a faint creak but perfectly dissipating the momentum. Ahead lay a sheer cliff, with a valley stretching for miles below. Sparse trees dotted the landscape, but the terrain in the distance remained obscured. The 3 of them crawled to the edge of the cliff, cautiously peeking over to observe. "Fu Junlin, did you take some kind of stimulant?" Kong Yiming panted heavily, complaining. Lu Jiyin immediately shot him a sharp glare. Such a joke was clearly inappropriate given the uncertainty of their teacher's fate. The valley's terrain presented a distinctive pattern. Sparse trees scattered ahead, while to the left and right lay vast barren lands that stretched into the unknown. The radar displayed the teacher's location just 300 to 400 meters away. They hadn't moved, likely due to a nearby threat. If we encounter a monster, I'll use my super energy control to trap it, Lu Jin whispered. Within the control range, no sound will escape. You two focus on taking it down. Even if it's a level 4 elite, we should be able to handle at least 2 of them. To ensure success, he planned to utilize 1/3 of his energy for full control. Understood. Fu Junlin and Kong Yiming responded in unison. The reverse walker then leapt off the cliff, which was over 10 meters high, leading the way. Lu Jin used his super energy control to catch it, ensuring a silent landing. Though this ability allowed for brief flight, it could only control one target at a time and consumed a significant amount of energy. The other 3 followed suit, jumping down and relying on the same control to land silently. They slowed their pace, advancing about 50 meters under the cover of the sparse trees. Stop! Kong Yiming suddenly hissed. The group immediately crouched down. At my 12 o'clock, Kong Yiming's voice quivered slightly with fear. Amid the rustling of bushes, a horrifying figure emerged. Fu Junlin felt his scalp tinglite was a grotesque mutated werewolf, towering over 3 meters tall with grotesquely asymmetrical muscles. Its left torso and shoulder were marred by massive tumors covered in black spots. Below its misshapen, polygonal head, 3 arms extended from its shoulders and chest. The smaller arm on its chest clutched a bone club. The most terrifying part was the grotesque appearance of its head. A deformed wolf snout and jagged fangs were horrifying enough, but it also had 5 eyes. 2 were normally set in its face, while the other 3 hung irregularly outside its skin, resembling dead fish eyes. 2 of them glowed with an eerie red light. An elite monster or a blue-blood one? Since not all the eyes were red, Fu Junlin and his team couldn't determine it immediately. As Fu Junlin scrutinized the creature closely, one of the external eyeballs suddenly moved in a disturbing rotation, locking its gaze directly onto them. Attack! Lu Jin made a decisive call in a low voice. Realizing they had been exposed, he swiftly leaped out from behind the tree and charged toward the monster. Although super energy control didn't necessarily grow stronger with proximity, it required being within a certain range to unleash its full potential. Buzz! An invisible force instantly locked the monster in place, freezing the bone club it had raised midair. The creature struggled violently, causing the energy field of the super energy control to waver slightly. By now, Kong Yiming, the closest to the monster, had moved into attack range. The long blade in his hand shimmered with light, clearly charged with a significant amount of vibrational energy. This type of charged attack was a fundamental skill for sword enchanters, though the duration of the charge varied from person to person. Some could sustain it for dozens of seconds, or even a full minute, while others couldn't manage beyond a second. The methods of energy application were equally diverse. Kong Yiming took a steady step forward and slashed upward with his blade in a sudden, powerful motion. A massive blade arc tore through the air with a sharp, wailing sound. With a sickening squelch, the deformed werewolf was split cleanly in 2, from its legs to the top of its head. Get down! Lu Jin barked in a low tone. The 3 of them dropped to the ground in perfect unison. Peering through the underbrush, they saw another deformed werewolf staggering a few dozen meters away before it gradually disappeared into the distance. Breathing a collective sigh of relief, the trio quickly dragged the monster's corpse into the bushes. Kong Yiming pulled out a portable deodorizer and carefully sprayed it over the body to prevent the scent of blood from attracting other creatures. They pressed on, moving almost flat to the ground. Monsters like this one, with red eyes and the ability to wield weapons, clearly possessed boss-level attributes. Their strength was immeasurable, so much so that even super energy control had nearly failed to contain it. After advancing roughly another 200 meters, they came upon a massive tree so large it would take 7 or 8 people to encircle it. Its crown stretched high into the clouds. According to the radar, the teachers should be located at this very spot. The 3 halted in their tracks, their gazes cautiously fixed on a massive tree. Its trunk was hollow, forming a dark, ominous cavity. Not far behind the giant tree, a colossal cave loomed like the gaping maw of an abyss ready to devour. Suddenly, Kong Yiming's voice crackled through the radio. Fu Junlin and Lu Jin looked up and spotted 6 teachers perched on 2 thick branches about 6 or 7 meters above the ground. Among them was Shi Hongyu, and none of the 6 appeared to be in good condition. 2 of them were slumped wearily against the trunk, their bodies covered in dried blood, evidence of a fierce battle. The teachers' faces lit up with a spark of hope when they noticed the 3 students. Just as Kong Yiming was about to move forward, the teachers simultaneously made halting gestures, with Shi Hongyu signaling for silence and then pointing downward. The 3 students immediately crouched back down, just in time to see a mutated creature slowly emerge from the tree hollow, stretching lazily. This creature was unlike typical mutants. It had 3 blood-red eyes, fewer tumors, but significantly more developed muscles. In its hand, It clutched a jagged bone blade, clearly indicating its heightened combat capabilities. The teachers gestured for the students to remain hidden. However, as soon as the creature stepped out of the hollow, it sniffed the air with its grotesquely large nostrils and began moving cautiously in their direction. Lu Jin signaled for a retreat, and the three began to back away slowly. Yet, the faint sound of the regressor mech's joints scraping against each other was painfully loud in the stillness. The subtle squeak immediately drew the mutant's attention, its 5 eyes swiveling simultaneously toward the source of the noise. "Take it down." Kong Yiming, the closest, growled and launched the first attack. His blade aimed straight for the mutant's head, but the creature's unexpectedly long arm swung out, slamming into his chest. Kong Yiming's breath was knocked out of him as he was sent hurtling through the air like a projectile. Fu Junlin rushed forward and caught him, preventing a collision with the tree trunk that could have caused a loud crash. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Jin clasped his hands together, unleashing a terrifying energy field to trap the mutant. The regressor mech leapt forward, locking its legs around the creature's chest and gripping its head with one arm. Though unable to pry open the mutant's jaws, the regressor quickly adjusted its approach. Its right fist pounded repeatedly at the creature's jaw. On the fourth strike, the mutant's jaw finally caved in. Without hesitation, the regressor pulled out a small dagger from its leg compartment and drove it decisively into the dented area. Then, with a swift motion, he leapt backward. In that split second, Fu Junlin decisively snapped his fingers. Crack! An energy explosion erupted instantly. Although the sound was suppressed by advanced energy control, the sheer force of it sent Lu Jin reeling under the immense shockwave. The energy barrier trembled violently. The entire sequence was tight and efficient, taking no more than 6 or 7 seconds. The teachers observing the fight broke into cold sweats, their hearts pounding in their chests. The sheer audacity of these 3 students was astonishing. Yet, given that the creature had already detected them, engaging in combat truly seemed like the only option. The black smoke from the explosion filled the energy barrier, making it resemble a pitch-black coffin. Despite the energy depletion, Lu Jin gritted her teeth and swiftly pushed both the creature's corpse and the smoke into the tree trunk. Using the last bit of her energy, she sealed the tree hollow. Only then could the 3 of them catch their breath. Shi Hongyu gave the trio a thumbs-up in approval, and teacher Lu lightly descended from the tree. Once the 9 of them regrouped, Fu Junlin and his companions immediately distributed energy crystals to the teachers. While these crystals could restore some of the teachers' combat strength, the energy had to be converted through their secondary hearts into controllable power, resulting in only a 3,040 recovery. "Let's move." "Your mission is complete," said Lu Xian's teacher, a male with long slicked-back hair. "From now on, avoid using energy unnecessarily to prevent regional energy disruptions." "Yes, sir." The 3 students responded in unison. As the group prepared to leave, Fu Junlin suddenly glanced back at the tree hollow and noticed something unusual. He raised his head sharply, only to see black smoke produced by the corpse they had shoved into the hollow slowly seeping out from a spot in the tree canopy. In an instant, the smoke coalesced into a dark mist behind them. "Something's wrong," Fu Junlin muttered in a low voice. Shi Hongyu and the others turned to look, their pupils constricting at the sight. "Run!" Lu Xian's teacher barked, darting forward without hesitation. The rest followed closely behind. Roar! Roar! Deafening, earth-shaking howls erupted from behind them. The continuous roars made the ground tremble, and the sheer intensity of the sound left their eardrums buzzing and their skin crawling. Even without using energy, Fu Junlin's speed was remarkable. He managed to steal a glance back mid-sprint, and what he saw made his heart clench painfully. From the massive cave, hundreds of grotesque creatures surged out like a tidal wave. Most of them were deformed werewolves, while many others moved on all fours and could leap nimbly between the trees. The distant forest echoed with roars and the sharp sound of breaking branches, signaling that more monsters were rapidly closing in. "You 3, run with energy," Lu Xian's teacher bellowed at Fu Junlin and his companions. He charged forward at full speed, leaving the other teachers who couldn't use energy temporarily behind. Fu Junlin and the others immediately activated their energy and followed closely. Occasionally, some grotesque creatures blocked their path. The teacher at the lead moved with effortless grace. With a flick of his wrist, a golden superalloy sword sliced through the air, emitting a sharp aura that instantly decapitated the obstructing creatures. These monsters, which required the combined effort of Fu Junlin's group to defeat, were dispatched with ease by the teacher. Behind them, the swarm of monsters had caught up with the other teachers. 2 of them had no choice but to use their energy to fight back. A mage teacher pointed a finger, forming a red vortex in midair. The other teachers immediately dodged aside. Moments later, the vortex expanded abruptly, swallowing over a dozen pursuing creatures. Even more terrifying, the vortex then contracted sharply, pulling the monsters toward its center, where intense fire elements ignited several of them in an instant. Under the protection of the stronger teachers, the group quickly covered several hundred meters. Get up there. A powerful teacher used super energy to hurl Kong Yiming directly up the cliff, while Lu Jin followed by sending Fu Junlin up as well. Fu Junlin took the opportunity to retract his weapon, the reverse walker, as he landed. Just as the three were lifted to the top of the cliff, the grotesque horde below crashed against the base like a raging tide. The ground trembled violently, and debris flew everywhere. Looking down, Fu Junlin and his companions saw their teachers momentarily overwhelmed by the monsters, only for bursts of radiant energy to erupt, scattering the creatures in all directions. Fortunately, these monsters were unable to climb the cliff. Two injured teachers were hoisted up the cliff after them. Seeing the trio still frozen in place, one teacher, his eyes blazing red with urgency, roared, "Run! Go! Don't look back! Run!" There were still several kilometers to the teleportation device. Though temporarily safe, the monsters would undoubtedly flank them from both sides, or even form living ladders to reach them. Lu Jin and the other two finally grasped the gravity of the situation and sprinted desperately toward the teleportation device. Behind them, more teachers were either thrown or climbed up the cliff, all racing in the same direction. The teleportation device was still several kilometers away, and the road ahead was not short. Fu Junlin kept running while constantly glancing back, his pace gradually slowing. Shiheng hadn't caught up. "What's wrong?" Lu Jin asked anxiously when she noticed him slowing down. Fu Junlin ignored her and came to an abrupt stop. A teacher ran up to him, furious. "What are you doing? Keep running. Where's my teacher? Where's Teacher Shi?" Fu Junlin demanded sharply. It was only then that the other teachers realized Shiheng Yu was missing, and they too began to slow down. The last to catch up was Teacher Chang Zhong, whose shoulder bore a deep, bone-revealing wound. Blood gushed from it, and his face was ashen. "Your teacher stayed behind to buy us time," Chang Zhong said with difficulty. "Hong Yu, she's already been infected by secondary energy." The words hit like a heavy blow, plunging everyone into silence. Secondary energy infection meant certain death. Sure, Hong Yu's decision to stay behind was likely because of this. "Don't waste your teacher's sacrifice, leave immediately," Chang Zhong barked sternly. But Fu Junlin couldn't hear anything anymore. His mind was buzzing, and all he could hear were the distant roars of the monsters. Images of Shi Hongyu's tragic end flashed through his mind, and he stood frozen, as if turned to stone. Slap. Kong Yiming stepped forward and dealt a heavy slap across his face. "Move." The slap seemed to ignite something within Fu Junlin. Rage flared in his eyes, and he suddenly turned, bolting toward the cliff like a cannonball. In an instant, he had covered more than 10 meters. "Junlin!" Kong Yiming and Lu Jin cried out in unison. Chang Zhong reacted immediately, releasing his energy in an attempt to stop the reckless boy. Despite his injuries and weakness, he was still a level 3 master. But to everyone's shock, Fu Junlin only hesitated for a moment before breaking through the energy restraint with sheer force. Under the stunned gazes of those around him, Fu Junlin reached the edge of the cliff and leaped without hesitation. Below, a dense horde of monsters let out deafening roars, their foul stench filling the air. They opened their bloodthirsty jaws, waiting for the prey that had delivered itself to them. "Sai, with the way you're going, I'm not sure I can save us. We might both end up dead," a resigned voice echoed from within him. "Dahe. Take her and go, please." Fu Junlin's voice trembled as he surrendered his body entirely to Dahe. In the next moment, his figure disappeared into the surging sea of monsters below. "Sai, what a hassle." Dahe's grumbling voice echoed the moment Fu Junlin relinquished control of his body. Facing the overwhelming horde of man-eating monsters, fear surged through Fu Junlin like a tidal wave. His instinct screamed at him to flee, to completely surrender his body to Dahe and avoid witnessing whatever might come next. Yet, he understood all too well that succumbing to fear could mean losing his consciousness forever. Forcing himself to keep his eyes wide open despite the chilling threat of death, he compelled himself to stare ahead, desperately searching for Shi Hongyu's figure. To the others, Fu Junlin and Shi Hongyu were already as good as dead. Lu Jin's teacher made a decisive gesture, signaling the group to retreat toward the special teleportation device. Lu Jin and her companion barely managed to glance back, shaking their heads with a sigh before sprinting after their teacher. Minutes later, the group reached the special teleportation device. Though these fixed teleportation units came with a hefty price tag, their effectiveness far surpassed that of the return-tocity grotesque guaranteed a 100 success rate, even for injured individuals. Without hesitation, the group stepped into the device and instantly returned to the safety zone. The moment they arrived, several teachers and Lu Jin's group collapsed onto the ground, overwhelmed with relief at their narrow escape. However, the school leader's attention was fully captured by the surveillance footage transmitted by drones. The drones hovered over the cliff, capturing the horrifying scene below. A sea of towering monsters, 4 to 5 meters tall, so densely packed that Fu Junlin and Shi Hongyu were nowhere to be seen. Even more alarming, the outermost creatures had begun forming a human ladder, while others flanked the sides, following the scent trail left by Lu Jian's group. Hundreds of aberrant monsters kicked up clouds of dust as they charged, shaking the earth beneath them. This area had undeniably become a playground for monsters, leaving no room for human survival. The students watching reacted in various ways. Some were stunned into silence, while others whispered among themselves, excitedly discussing Lu Jian's bravery and mocking Fu Junlin's foolishness. Among the crowd, Cheng Xiaoyu stood frozen, staring blankly at the magnified surveillance footage on her phone, unable to accept that she might never see that vibrant figure again. Xiao Zishu silently closed her eyes, tears slipping down her cheeks. She had lost her only 2 friends in a single day. The most emotional response came from Ling Xiaobing. She collapsed onto the ground, her pale yellow dress fanning out around her. Her voluminous hair was damp with tears, her carefully applied makeup streaked with smudges as 2 trails of tears ran down her face. She sobbed uncontrollably, her wails so loud that nearby students instinctively backed away, as if fearing they might drown in her grief. The phrase, weeping her heart out, found its truest embodiment in her. Amid this sorrowful atmosphere, Wang Jintang, however, was secretly pleased, while the other students merely sighed softly. On the school field, a fierce wind swept up dust, leaving a thin layer of dirt on everyone's clothes. The specialized transporter still stood in place. Despite its value of several $100,000 and its automatic return function, the school leadership had yet to issue an order to retrieve it. While the device required manual setup for departure, its return could be activated with the press of a single button. The school leaders maintained an eerie, unspoken agreement. No one issued any commands. Teacher Chang Zhong and Lu Jian, along with others, kept their eyes locked on the surveillance monitor, their expressions heavy with tension. They seemed to be waiting for something, though no one knew exactly what. In the distance, strange creatures were charging toward the transporter from all directions. A clerk, annoyed by the dust on their clothes, brushed it off and approached the supervising director obsequiously, whispering, "Director, isn't it time to retrieve the transporter?" This one sentence instantly ignited the supervising director's fury. He spun around abruptly, his gaze sharp as a blade, veins bulging on his neck, his voice booming like thunder. "Do I need you to remind me? Do you think I'm stupid? Is this your transporter? Do I need your permission to decide whether to retrieve it or not?" The sudden outburst shocked everyone, plunging the entire school into dead silence. The clerk trembled in fear, lowering their head, unable to meet the director's eyes, their mind completely blank. At that moment, Cheng Xiaoyu's voice suddenly broke the silence. "Hey, hey!" He jumped up and down excitedly, his voice hoarse, his trembling finger pointing toward the distant screen. He appeared to have captured something significant on his high-resolution phone. The students erupted into cheers, their voices rising in waves. The school leaders all turned toward the screen, and the supervising director whipped around as well. On the screen, the grotesque creatures were not charging toward the transporter, they were attacking something. Suddenly, a blood-soaked figure burst out from the swarm of grotesque creatures, crashing into them left and right, knocking 2 of them down. The figure was drenched in blood, their original appearance unrecognizable, but they carried someone on their shoulder. That face, however, no one could mistake it. It was Fu Junlin. "You bastard! I knew you wouldn't die. Run, you lunatic!" Kong Yiming shouted with tears streaming down his face, pumping his fists in the air. Lu Jian held her breath, staring intently at the screen. One of the grotesque creatures caught up, its claws raking across Fu Junlin's shoulder, leaving deep, bone-revealing gashes, blood splattering everywhere. He staggered but didn't fall. Using his momentum, he spun sideways, his left hand bracing against the ground, twisting his body like a top and somehow maintaining his balance. Fu Junlin let out a beast-like roar, his speed only increasing. This wasn't some sleek, lightning-fast sprint, it was the reckless, feral dash of a wild dog breaking free of its chains. "Ah!" His scream tore through the air, brimming with untamed, unstoppable ferocity. With a furious roar, Fu Junlin dived headfirst into the specialized teleportation device. In a flash, his figure vanished. The supervisor immediately pressed the retrieval button, causing the teleportation device to disappear, leaving the grotesque creatures in the enclosure to crash into each other in chaos. On the field, Fu Junlin practically launched himself out of the teleportation device. The person on his back was flung 4 or 5 meters away, but was fortunately caught by a few quick-reacting teachers. However, no one expected that the once vibrant Fu Junlin would now collapse onto the ground like a lifeless body. His arms were twisted in a grotesque manner, clearly broken, and he had fallen into unconsciousness. Fu Junlin, Kong Yiming, and Lu Jian rushed forward to lift him. "Emergency! Call for emergency help now." In the advanced medical ward of St. Light Hospital in the Upper West District, Shi Hongyu lay quietly on the pristine white hospital bed. Most of the medical equipment had been removed, leaving only a humming battle flag crystal amplifier enveloping her, working to heal her injuries. When she opened her eyes, seeing the white ceiling and hearing the hum of the machine, tears streamed down her face. At that moment, a gentle voice broke the silence. Liang Huimin, a curvaceous long-haired teacher and Shi Hongyu's close friend, walked to the bedside, lightly touched her forehead, and teased, "Tears of joy are understandable, but you shouldn't get too emotional." Shi Hongyu gave a bitter smile and shook her head. Her tears weren't for surviving the ordeal, but for the haunting image that lingered in her mind. During the critical moment, the protective shields of several teachers wavered in the storm, as fragile as soap bubbles. As a martial artist, she had used her formidable close combat skills to fend off the majority of the attackers, buying precious time for the others to escape. When the elite teacher urged her to retreat, Shi Hongyu saw the monsters beginning to form a human ladder to climb the cliff. She knew that if everyone retreated, these grotesque creatures would quickly catch up. "So," she said one sentence to the elite teacher, "I'm already infected. If my life can shine one last time, it's now." After the elite teacher was forced to leave, Shi Hongyu entered a final frenzy. Come on, she shouted defiantly, pushing her energy to its absolute limit. The protective shield grew thinner and thinner, yet she persisted. "One more. Let me kill just one more." Finally, as her energy was completely drained, the shield shattered with a deafening crash. In that moment, she wished desperately that her energy was limitless so she could wipe out all the monsters. But reality was cruel. Without her shield, she was struck down in an instant, collapsing to the ground as a deafening ringing filled her mind. It turns out that at the moment of death, time truly seems to slow down infinitely. Shi Hongyu lay on the cold ground, feeling the sharp claws of the monster tearing through her flesh inch by inch. Through the dense swarm of monsters, her gaze found a narrow gap, allowing her to glimpse the long-lost blue sky above. The electromagnetic interference clouds had dispersed, and sunlight poured down like a waterfall, radiating a brilliance she had never seen before. Amid this blinding light, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. The sight of that familiar face made Shi Hongyu's pupils contract sharply. Fu Junlin? She didn't even have time to process why he was there before a massive monster opened its bloodthirsty jaws, lunging towards Fu Junlin, who had no leverage in midair. But in the next instant, an astonishing scene unfolded. Fu Junlin twisted his body in midair in a seemingly impossible motion, his hands gripping the monster's lower jaw with an ironclad hold. With the sheer force of his downward momentum, he tore apart the creature's jaw along with half of its chest cavity barehanded. This kind of strength Shi Hongyu knew clearly that even she couldn't achieve such a feat. Landing on the ground, Fu Junlin moved like a precision-engineered combat machine. His right arm bulged slightly as he delivered a powerful punch, sending a monster flying and knocking over 3 or 4 others in the process. To cause such devastating damage amidst this impenetrable swarm of monsters was nothing short of unbelievable. When a monster bit down on Fu Junlin's wrist, Shi Hongyu noticed a crucial detail: he was wearing weighted bands on his wrists. This realization sent shockwaves through her mind. Even under the constraints of added weight, Fu Junlin could still unleash such terrifying combat power. In the blink of an eye, she found herself being pulled up, tightly shielded in his embrace. Though her entire body was numb with pain, the sensation of him using his back to shield her from the relentless claws and bites brought her an unprecedented sense of safety. As her consciousness began to fade, she faintly saw Fu Junlin charging through the horde of monsters like a god of war. Every strike he delivered carried immense power, fists shattering skulls, kicks splitting chests. He kept shouting the name Caliba, a name unfamiliar to her, until she noticed the weights on his wrists vanish. Then, darkness consumed her. In that moment, tears streamed down her face, and all that remained in Shi Hongyu's heart was longing for that figure. "Junlin, where is he? I want to see him," she asked Liang Huimin. Liang Huimin gave a helpless smile. "This is the Holy Light Hospital." Shi Hongyu closed her eyes, painfully aware of the harsh reality. Holy Light Hospital was a top-tier facility where subhumans were forbidden entry, except as janitors. But just then, Liang Huimin pulled an envelope from her pocket and handed it to her. "But he asked me to give you this letter." Seeing that the letter was from Fu Junlin, Shi Hongyu propped herself up weakly and took the letter with trembling hands, unfolding it slowly. "Teacher, I want to tell you a story," the elegant handwriting on the paper began. "There was once a student who, after starting university, endured a dark period because of his status as a subhuman. He was humiliated in class, with glue smeared all over his head, blindfolded, and pushed into a garbage pit on the sports field. He received threatening letters demanding he leave Feiyun Vine, and was even tied up with half a dead rat stuffed into his mouth. He cried in solitude, too scared to return home, afraid he would break down completely. At his lowest, He even considered using a knife to carve out his own heart and end his pain. Then one day, his female teacher noticed the scars on his face. In her office, she sternly questioned him. How could a Battle Flag Division student have injuries like that? He could only stammer and say he hadn't noticed. The teacher told him, "You may choose not to fight back, but never let your wounds show that exposes your weakness." Then, she took out a healing gel and personally applied it to his wounds. It was a tenderness he had never experienced before. At that moment, the student had only one thought. He liked his teacher, the kind of liking where he wanted to marry her and protect her. But he immediately chastised himself. How could a subhuman student dare to covet a superior, a societal elite? The filth in his subhuman bloodline. No wonder people hated him. He was terrified of his teacher discovering his feelings, terrified she would never know, and even more terrified she might know but pretend not to. After countless inner struggles, he decided to bury his feelings deep inside. And now, he's conflicted again. He wants the teacher to know. Yet he hopes even more that she will pretend not to. It's a complicated story, isn't it, teacher? Wishing you a speedy recovery. By the time she finished reading, Shi Hongyu's face was streaked with tears. She cried and laughed at the same time. Liang Huimin, frowning with curiosity, leaned closer to see what was written. Shi Hongyu immediately turned her back to her, carefully folding the letter and holding it tightly against her chest. How is his recovery going? Shi Hongyu asked softly after a long pause. Liang Huimin pushed her hair back and rolled her eyes. He's doing better than you, that's for sure. That kid, what is he made of? Steel? He was practically falling apart when he came out. Multiple comminuted fractures, internal bleeding, a chunk of his liver gone, and his backbone sticking out. Yet he didn't die. Admitted to the subhuman hospital in the morning, discharged by noon the next day. And he still found time to write his teacher a love letter. Humph, such boundless energy. Seeing that Shi Hongyu ignored her teasing, Liang Huimin leaned in and began tickling her. Hey, is it really a love letter? Let me see. Nurse, nurse, there's a crazy woman trying to kill me. Shi Hongyu, without her fighter's strength, could only clutch the letter tightly. In her weakened state, she knew she wouldn't be able to stop Liang Huimin if she truly wanted to snatch it, so she resorted to yelling at the top of her lungs. You little tyrant, are you even human? I came all this way to visit you, and this is how you treat me? Damn it. Liang Huimin was so furious, she looked like she might strangle her. The nurse coughed heavily at the door, and the two who had been arguing instantly stopped. Liang Huimin immediately behaved herself, clenching her fists tightly at Shi Hongyu in frustration, then offering the nurse an apologetic smile before turning to leave. As she walked away, she silently vowed that when she brought dinner to Shi Hongyu later, she would make sure to wear her own socks. After Liang Huimin left, Shi Hongyu unfolded the letter again and read it over and over. Finally, she hugged the letter close, a sweet, innocent smile lingering on her lips as she drifted off to sleep. At the same time, Fu Junlin was leisurely sitting on a protruding brick of the high wall surrounding the enclosure, chatting idly with Dahe. In the center of the enclosure, the reverse walker was being relentlessly chased by dozens of blue-blood mantis monsters. In the densest areas, he always managed to seize the right moment to toss out a handful of Xiaoqiba explosives behind him. Boom! Bang! Boom! Kaboom! The explosions echoed continuously throughout the enclosure. However, these Xiaoqiba explosives, which used to easily take down third-tier elite monsters, seemed less effective against the fourth-tier blue-blood creatures. If the explosion occurred more than 2 meters away, it couldn't kill the monsters outright, leaving the reverse walker to finish them off. To make matters worse, the blue-blood monsters didn't have energy glands, so each Xiaoqiba detonation meant the loss of over 300 yuan. Fu Junlin was literally burning money, but the effort was necessary to recover the miraculous white blood cells. If you can't recover in the next 5 or 6 days, does that mean we won't be able to stream at all? Fu Junlin asked helplessly. Though his injuries had been healing quickly over the past couple of days, Dahe had severely overexerted himself during the last battle and was unable to control his body for the time being, only able to offer minimal mental support. It's all your fault, you idiot. Jumping around like a fool. Dahe retorted irritably. All right, don't be mad. They'll be more careful next time. Get lost. Don't be mad, okay? Long live Caliba. Yeah, long live Caliba. With no income from their live streams, Fu Junlin was left relying on Xiaoqiba explosives to take down monsters in the enclosure. To avoid raising suspicion, he could only roam between the few enclosures that had already been revealed during previous streams, not even daring to report his activities. These areas only had blue blood monsters, with no elite creatures, making it a losing venture that no one else would bother with. As the two chatted, the ground below was already piled high with the smoking corpses of monsters. Meanwhile, the reverse walker, standing amidst the horde, was nearly out of power. In the following days, Fu Junlin went out to the hunting grounds almost twice a day. In the mornings, he teamed up with Qiao Zishu, Cheng Xiaoyu, or Kong Yiming and others to head to the grounds. In the afternoons, he went to hunt monsters. By the 5th day, Fu Junlin had accumulated over 100 pieces of meat. Wearing the Silent One mask, he once again ventured into the red carpet zone, entering the damp and foul-smelling alley. This time, from a distance, he saw the middle-aged woman and the little girl he had helped before. A middle-aged man was now holding the little girl, speaking to her with a smile, making her giggle uncontrollably. The woman leaned against the wall, her gaze soft and filled with contentment, savoring this rare moment of happiness. It was clear that the man had earned her approval, but he was obviously not the girl's father. If he were, she, having lost her elder daughter, would not look at him with such an expression. The man was tall and thin, his clothes dirty and ragged like a vagrant, yet his clear eyes set him apart. From afar, the sores on the little girl's face had almost completely healed, leaving only a few faint scars. The middle-aged woman suddenly noticed Fu Junlin, her eyes lighting up as she quickly walked toward him, about to kneel in gratitude. Fu Junlin hurriedly stopped her. "Thank you. Thank you." The woman was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face. "Are you all better now?" Fu Junlin asked with concern. "Yes, we're completely healed," the woman replied excitedly. At that moment, the man put the little girl down and walked toward Fu Junlin as well. It was evident that the girl was very attached to him, as she continued to cling to his pant leg even after being set down. The woman wiped away her tears and introduced the vagrant man. "This mysterious hero is the one who gave us the meat that cured me and Yaya of the infection." The man vigorously wiped his hands on his clothes and cautiously extended a hand toward Fu Junlin, saying, "Thank you, noble hero. May your energy be boundless, and may you remain immune to infection." Fu Junlin shook his hand briefly. By then, other vagrants nearby had overheard the conversation and began to stand up and gather around. They had all noticed the changes in the middle-aged woman and Yaya, and understood that it was this masked man who had provided the meat. Now that they saw him return, those infected with the virus eagerly approached, hoping he might have a way to cure them all. Although it was clear that this man, despite being a subhuman, was a warrior, they didn't dare get too close. "Are you their family?" Fu Junlin asked the vagrant man. The man chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head, while the middle-aged woman blushed and looked down shyly. "This old rascal used to hang around here but recently found work at a mining site. He's only been gone a few days. Now that he's earning some food, he's come back to court Yaya's mom again. Yeah, this guy's just doing chores for the widow and ignoring the rest of us hungry folks." Another person chimed in. "Do you think you're as fair-skinned as Yaya's mom? Why don't you wash yourself up and let this rascal take care of you too?" The vagrants burst into laughter, their teasing filling the air with a lively and light-hearted atmosphere. A group of homeless people were joking crudely without any restraint, causing bursts of laughter and playful commotion. Yaya's mother's face turned bright red, while one of the homeless men angrily pointed at them and started cursing. Once the noise subsided, Fu Junlin asked, "What's your name?" "My name's Lu Eryo, but you can call me Street Drifter," the man grinned. Fu Junlin was silent for a moment. As a subhuman, titles didn't matter much. True respect wasn't about formalities. "I'll call you brother you then. I have something to ask of you." "What is it?" "Just say it." Lu Eryo thumped his chest, making a loud thudding sound. "I need you to reach out to the subhuman homeless in the area, especially those infected by secondary energy. I have 100 portions of treatment meat here, so gather around 80 people. As for those with general infections, they don't need to come better not create chaos." Before Fu Junlin could finish, the surrounding homeless people became restless. They surged forward, rolling up their sleeves and pant legs, lifting their shirts. "I've been infected for so long. I can't hold on anymore. I've had this illness for 4 years. It's already in the late stage. Hero, save me. My boat is almost rotting away." Seeing the situation about to spiral out of control, Lu Eryo bellowed, "Back off. Didn't you hear? The hero's looking for 80 people. You lot don't even add up to 20, you're already included. Stop crowding the hero." At his shout, the crowd finally quieted down. Fu Junlin couldn't help but smirk to himself. For Lu Eryo to survive as Street Drifter and reach his current position, it wasn't just luck, must have exceptional wits and social skills. "I'll get it done. 20 minutes, tops." Lu Eryo saluted Fu Junlin and turned to leave. "I'll go with you," Fu Junlin said. At that moment, the little girl, Yaya, tugged on Lu Eryo's pant leg, whining, "Uncle, when will you be back?" "I'll be back soon, just helping masked brother with something." Lu Eryo crouched down to comfort her. Seeing Yaya's face about to crumple into tears, Lu Eryo chuckled and said, "Why don't you count? Count from 100 down to 1, and Uncle will be back by then." Fu Junlin was about to point out that 20 minutes wouldn't be enough for her to count that far, but Yaya happily nodded and started counting earnestly. 100, 101, 102, 103. Fu Junlin couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth, while Lu Uryo wiped his hands and signaled that it was time to head out. On the way, Lu Uryo demonstrated an astonishing familiarity with the streets. He led Fu Junlin through 2 bridge underpasses, turned into 3 narrow alleys, and after speaking with some unknown people, managed to quickly gather over 80 individuals covered in festering sores. To an outsider watching them walk down the street, it might have seemed like a zombie outbreak. Back in the alley, the locals quickly and voluntarily stepped in to assist Lu Uryo in maintaining order, forming a long line. Standing at the front of the queue, Fu Junlin looked through his mask at the winding line of people, feeling a mix of emotions. In just 20 minutes, it was easy to find 100 infected individuals in the red carpet zone. The harsh reality of it all made him sigh deeply. He began distributing the purified meat, and each person who received it took it with both hands, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. Though their clothing was tattered, their eyes shone with tears of thankfulness. To them, whether or not the meat could cure their illness, at least it could fill their stomachs for now. Halfway through the distribution, Fu Junlin's phone suddenly rang. He quickly handed the remaining meat to Lu Uryo to continue distributing and stepped into a corner to take the call. It was his teacher, Shangguan Mengji. Junlin, are you at school? No, but I'm nearby. Then come back when you have time. There's a research project, and I want to bring you onto the team. I'll explain the details in person. All right, I'll head back right away. After hanging up, Fu Junlin stood frozen for a moment. A research team? He had indeed heard recently that the school had launched a large-scale research project led by Shangguan Mengji. But this obvious act of favoritism left him unsure of his teacher's intentions. He instructed Lu Uryo to finish distributing the meat and then hurriedly left. The people in the alley quietly watched him leave before resuming the line to receive the purified meat. Nearby, the back door of a chaotic-looking restaurant creaked open, and a server came out carrying a bucket of food scraps. He glanced at the long line in confusion, shook his head, and dumped the sour-smelling scraps into a bin before heading back inside. Despite their hunger, the people in line knew better than to touch the scraps. They were teeming with viruses, much like how a dying man can't drink seawater. Only a stray dog with a torn ear approached, devouring the scraps hungrily. The sight made the nearby homeless people even more aware of their gnawing hunger. Meanwhile, those who had received the purified meat were either devouring it ravenously or savoring it slowly, eating silently in the corners. An elderly man sat on the steps, holding his roughly 10-year-old grandson in his lap, watching this scene unfold. Booer, did you see that big brother just now? He's an Arkan too, and he's a hero. The little boy nodded, but his gaze remained fixed on the stray dog eating the scraps. Booer, you must work hard and grow up to be someone useful, all right? The old man gently stroked his grandson's cheek with a sigh. Grandpa. Yes? The little boy pointed at the dog. Booer doesn't want to be useful. Booer is hungry. Booer wants to be that dog. Fu Junlin hurried back to the school, changed out of his attire, and entered Shangguan Mengji's laboratory. Inside, Jia Dongwei was buried in 6 or 7 open books, searching for materials. He glanced up briefly as Fu Junlin walked in, letting out a disgruntled grunt before returning to his task. Shangguan Mengji, wearing glasses, was staring intently at a mecha, seemingly lost in thought. Ah, come here quickly. Shangguan Mengji's face lit up with a bright smile as he saw Fu Junlin. He stood up and waved him over. Just as Fu Junlin approached, Lu Jin also pushed open the door and entered. Both of them froze momentarily, surprised to see each other there. Perfect timing, you're here too, Shangguan Mengji said warmly, motioning for Lu Jin to join them. He led the two over to his desk, where a schematic of a mecha component was spread out. Beside it lay a sealed craft envelope marked with a strict Federation insignia, containing detailed blueprints several centimeters thick. Fu Junlin and Lu Jin exchanged a glance, instantly realizing this must be a highly classified project. Noticing their reaction, Shangguan Mengji nodded in confirmation. As you can see, this is indeed highly confidential. I'm sure you've heard weary about to launch a new research project at the Nightingale Transfer Station. The project's scale and personnel are classified, and participants must at least hold a copper medal of merit. He explained that this was the Federation's basic requirement for classified projects. A copper medal of merit signified that the holder had made significant contributions to the Federation or undertaken life-threatening missions, representing the minimum threshold of trust. I plan to assign one of the sub-projects to you too. Although you're still students, your potential is extraordinary. This is a rare opportunity. If the project succeeds, you'll at least earn a silver medal of merit. In the entire school, the only ones who simultaneously possess a copper medal and scientific research achievements are the two of you. At the mention of the silver medal of merit, Fu Junlin's eyes lit up with hope. For a hybrid like him, earning a silver medal of merit meant gaining eligibility for housing allocation in the city. More importantly, it would ensure that no one would look down on him because of his race ever again. Not even the police would dare to treat a silver medal recipient with disrespect. Lu Jian also seemed excited, though he appeared to be studying Fu Junlin thoughtfully. Participating in a research project required two key qualifications: merit and researchability. While there were many students with merit in the school, especially in the elite class, merit alone wasn't enough. Without a foundation in research, even the strongest individuals couldn't qualify for the research team. The double standards required for research projects can be quite stressful. Not only must one possess exceptional physical endurance, but also a track record of successful research to prove their capability. Fu Junlin's performance was surprising. His extraordinary physical condition, which seemed almost excessive, also allowed him to excel in research, completely shattering the impression others had of him as someone solely focused on fitness. Watching the two young individuals brimming with excitement, Shangguan Mengji smiled with satisfaction. You must understand, many research teams from other regions have been eyeing this project. I specifically turned them down to create this opportunity for you. Remember, this is a collaborative project. Anyone falling behind could lead to complete failure. Cherish this chance. Professor, I will do my absolute best, Fu Junlin exclaimed, nearly blurting out "teacher" in his excitement. Beside him, Lu Jian, though casting a slightly puzzled glance, nodded solemnly. Thank you, Professor, for giving me this opportunity. I won't let you down. Excellent. Shangguan Mengji laughed heartily, patting both of them on the shoulders. I trust the two of you will create something truly remarkable together. The research base is ready, and the equipment is being installed as we speak. Everything will be set in 6 days. Report to the designated address at that time, and it'll provide you with the necessary authorization. Additionally, the project is staffed with 4 researchers, and for funding matters, you can come to me directly. After Lu Jian left, Shangguan Mengji asked Fu Junlin to stay behind and led him to a small personal laboratory where he usually took breaks. Nearby, Dehei teased, "Hey, what if this professor turns out to be, into guys? If that's the case, I'm out of here." Fu Junlin could only respond with an eye roll to the playful remark. Shangguan Mengji gestured for Fu Junlin to sit down on the sofa and asked earnestly, "Do you have confidence in this project?" "I wouldn't say I'm completely confident, but I will give it my all," Fu Junlin replied seriously. "Haha, to be honest, this arrangement is incredibly fortunate," Shangguan Mengji said, his tone carrying deeper meaning. Among the strong variants, Lu Jian is the only one who has both achievements and research expertise. Plus, the two of you have a good rapport. If it were any other strong variant, this arrangement might not have made sense. Do you understand my intention? Fu Junlin nodded solemnly. As an undergraduate student from a sub-variant university, his participation in such a research project was already unusual. Without Lu Jian, the perfect partner to legitimize this arrangement, Shangguan Mengji's decision might have seemed abrupt and even controversial. But with Lu Jian's involvement, the pairing appeared natural, giving Shangguan Mengji, as the project leader, a solid justification. "I won't let you down," Fu Junlin said firmly. "Don't be afraid of failure," Shangguan Mengji encouraged. "The reason I chose you two students is precisely because you don't have the rigid thinking patterns that established research groups often do. Remember, logical thinking will take you from A to B, but imagination can take you anywhere." Fu Junlin rarely got to see Shangguan Mengji, and he spent some time tackling the challenging concepts in a few books. The content of these books had long surpassed the scope of university textbooks, yet he had already mastered most of it, which even surprised Shangguan Mengji. From an academic perspective, this young man, not even 20 years old, had already surpassed Jia Dongwei, who was beginning to lose his hair. As evening approached, Fu Junlin had just taken a few steps out of the research building when he heard hurried footsteps behind him. Before he could fully turn around, Cheng Xiaoyu had already rushed up to him, throwing an arm around his shoulders, her hand casually landing on his chest. "Whoa, this guy's such a clean-cut type. Maybe he's worth a shot," Dehei exclaimed excitedly from the side. "You're just in time. I was looking for you," Fu Junlin said, cutting Cheng Xiaoyu off before she could speak. "Huh, what's up?" Cheng Xiaoyu asked with curiosity. "I want to sell some of that soft alloy material for my mech." Before Fu Junlin could finish his sentence, Cheng Xiaoyu grabbed his hand excitedly, her eyes wide with enthusiasm. "Bro, trust me, the business world is deep water. You can't handle it alone. Leave it to me," she said confidently. Fu Junlin couldn't help but laugh. "Why do you think I brought this up to you?" Realizing she had revealed her true nature a bit too soon, Cheng Xiaoyu gave an embarrassed laugh. "Haha, my bad. I do want to sell it, but am not well known, and am not sure if anyone would even buy it," Fu Junlin said helplessly. Lately, he hadn't been earning anything from live streaming, and once he joined the research team in the future, he likely wouldn't have time for it either. On top of that, fighting purified beasts was actually a money-losing endeavor. But to search for Dehei's spaceship wreckage and help the infected subhuman patients, he had no choice but to keep investing heavily in building mechs and purchasing energy crystals. Cheng Xiaoyu thumped her chest confidently. "Thump thump cough, cough, don't worry. You just focus on making it, and leave the selling to me." I guarantee I'll sell like hotcakes. Her eyes sparkled as she spoke. Oh, that confident? Huh? Fu Junlin asked, a bit skeptical. After all, his reputation was mostly limited to the campus, and mech students on campus rarely bought equipment from others due to pride and safety concerns. As for the market outside of school, it wouldn't be easy to fetch a good price without buyers witnessing the power of his mechs firsthand. Let me be honest with you. I've had my eye on 'em. I mean, I've thought your mech materials had a lot of potential for a while now. But since you didn't seem interested before, I didn't bring it up. I didn't want to make you uncomfortable. But if you're ready to sell, I'm absolutely confident I can sell them. Chung Xiaoyu said with conviction. Chung Xiaoyu enthusiastically detailed the potential applications across various industries. Do you have any idea how many sectors could use this material? Dongheng Power needs to replace 4 bendable filter nets in their sewage pipelines every month. And the repair costs for the rupture valves at Julie Energy's factory are astronomical. Fu Junlin listened in stunned silence, thinking to himself, how would I know any of this? I can barely afford to eat every day, worrying about whether leftovers have bacteria or if there are bugs in the water. How could I possibly understand these high-end industries? This kid's getting cocky. Look at him, rattling off all this stuff like he's some expert. So annoying. Should we just get rid of him? Dahe said darkly. Hold on. Let's observe him a little longer, Fu Junlin replied, keeping his temper in check. If Chung Xiaoyu knew these two were debating whether to take his life, he'd probably explode on the spot. But Fu Junlin had to admit despite Chung Xiaoyu being a rich second-generation kid who grew up in a completely different social circle, his knowledge of various industries was genuinely impressive. Considering his family only owned a gym, it was remarkable how familiar he was with industries far removed from his background. Whether Chung Xiaoyu had quickly researched after seeing the mech material or had already known this information, he had precisely identified the business opportunities. The places he mentioned all required critical components that needed both flexibility and durability. Traditional alloys lacked flexibility, while plastics and nanonylon couldn't match the strength of alloys. As Chung Xiaoyu spoke with growing excitement, he suddenly noticed Fu Junlin's strange expression and abruptly stopped. Scratching his head with an awkward laugh, he asked, so, how much are you planning to sell it for? How do you even price something like this? What's the standard? Fu Junlin asked, completely clueless. Chung Xiaoyu immediately offered a suggestion. You could price it by weight or based on the specifications clients need. They'll gather the specific dimensions they're looking for, and we can market to them accordingly. We could even do high-end customizations. For promotion, you could shoot a video of your mech showing off its impact resistance. Your mech is powerful enough to smash a level 3 boss to pieces. My production cost is roughly 200 per kilogram. How about selling it for 300? Fu Junlin cautiously proposed. Chung Xiaoyu froze in place, his eyes wide. Production cost? 200? Yeah, just a little over 200. Most of it's water, electricity, and equipment wear and tear, Fu Junlin replied. Chung Xiaoyu pressed a hand to his forehead, struggling to process what he'd just heard. He had been speculating about the manufacturing process of this soft alloy, but he hadn't expected it to be such a low-cost venture. Bro, even if it costs 200, you can't just sell it for 300. That's way too conservative. Cheng Xiaoyu waved his hand decisively. Let's set the price at 3,000 per kilogram for now. Once I finish researching market prices, we'll adjust. We need to maximize profits. 3,000. Fu Junlin nearly jumped out of his seat, but Chung Xiaoyu quickly clamped a hand over his mouth. MPH, the Price Bureau will arrest us? Fu Junlin mumbled through Chung Xiaoyu's hand. Chung Xiaoyu dismissed the concern with a casual shrug. This is a new material. Just grease the wheels over at the Price Bureau and get a pricing evaluation report. It's no big deal. Fu Junlin couldn't deny how limited his own knowledge was. And this was just the beginning. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him. Wait, aren't Dongheng Power and Julie both federal state-owned enterprises? Chung Xiaoyu let out a derisive laugh. So what? Even managers at state-owned enterprises need to take kickbacks. Everyone's got to eat, right? Fu Junlin listened and responded with a helpless smile. Come on, to celebrate our partnership in advance, dinner's on me? Chung Xiaoyu said excitedly. I don't play mahjong though. Due to Fu Junlin's hybrid status, the two could only dine at a hybrid-friendly restaurant located on the edge of the red carpet district. Though modest in appearance, the restaurant was bustling with activity. The rich aroma of fried food greeted them the moment they approached the entrance. They found a seat by the window and settled in. During the meal, Cheng Xiaoyu gave a detailed introduction to the various uses of soft alloy and suggested that Fu Junlin apply for a patent to prevent imitation. However, Fu Junlin politely declined the idea. Shangwan Mengji had already started handling the patent application. Once the impact of soft alloy on the Federation's mech equipment was assessed, he would also receive some merit rewards. As for concerns about imitation or theft, Fu Junlin was unfazed. For one, outsiders couldn't decipher its internal structure, and even if they understood the principle, replicating it would be extremely difficult. This was precisely why he only sold the soft alloy and not the Xiao Chiba devices. The latter was not only more prone to duplication but also posed significant safety risks before he could secure a patent for his brother. 8 out of 10 people attempting to disassemble the device for research might end up getting themselves killed. That would undoubtedly draw unwelcome attention from the Federation. The two eventually finalized their business strategy: abandon low-end mass production and focus on high-end customization. This approach would limit the exposure of the soft alloy while ensuring profitability, aligning perfectly with Fu Junlin's vision. By the time they finished their meal, night had fallen. Wow, who says the restaurants in the red carpet district aren't good? I haven't enjoyed a meal this much in ages, Chung Xiaoyu exclaimed, wiping oil off his mouth as they walked. Suddenly, he noticed Fu Junlin had stopped in his tracks, his gaze fixed intently on a street corner up ahead. Following his line of sight, Chung Xiaoyu's expression quickly darkened. For young men in their 20s, all of superior status, were dragging a girl of about 13 or 14 toward an alley. One man covered the girl's mouth, while another held her legs. They were dressed in trendy clothes, and two of them carried skateboards. The girl struggled desperately, her muffled cries barely audible. The street was sparsely populated, and the few passers-by who noticed slowed their pace but pretended not to see. Nearby, 3 hybrid delinquents smoking cigarettes also noticed the scene. Their smiles vanished, and they exchanged a heavy look, but none of them stepped forward. By now, the 4 superior youths had pinned the girl against a trash bin, beginning to tear at her clothes. Fu Junlin took a deep breath and strode toward them. "Hey Lao Fu," Chung Xiaoyu called out, scratching his head nervously as he glanced around, torn with hesitation. The most frequent piece of advice his parents had given him was to avoid conflicts in the subhuman district and, if possible, to stay away from the area altogether. Yet, today's unexpected encounter had drawn him into exactly such a predicament. In the alley, 4 elite youths were laughing arrogantly. Their attention was suddenly caught by a shadow on the ground, elongated by the setting sun. They looked up to see Fu Junlin standing alone at the entrance of the alley. Surprisingly, the 4 showed no signs of surprise upon seeing Fu Junlin, as if they already knew him. The one pinning down the girl even waved casually at him before turning back to continue their performance. However, the shadow on the ground quickly multiplied from 1 to 4. Behind Fu Junlin, 3 gang members silently took up positions on either side of him, their cold gazes fixed on the 4 youths ahead. The numbers were now even, but this was only the beginning. Passers-by, even those who had already walked past, began quietly joining Fu Junlin's side. In the blink of an eye, 9 subhumans had blocked the alley entrance completely, their looming shadows swallowing the last rays of sunlight. Though the 9 subhumans stood silently, their presence exuded a suffocating sense of intimidation. The 4 elite youths exchanged glances, and the leader gave a slight nod, signaling to retreat. They released the girl and began walking toward the human barricade. The subhumans parted, just enough to let them squeeze through. The 4 elites walked shoulder to shoulder, casting provocative glances back at the group, their eyes filled with disdain and mockery. The bullied girl collapsed to the ground in tears. A tattoo-covered subhuman girl quickly approached, taking off her jacket to drape it over the girl's shoulders before helping her up. Fu Junlin cast a grateful glance at his companions. Together, they escorted the girl out of the alley, planning to accompany her for a while to ensure she wouldn't be harassed again. Though no words were exchanged, an unspoken understanding flowed among them. But they had barely taken a few steps when the unexpected struck. With a sharp whoosh, a white glass bottle sliced through the air and struck one of the subhuman gang members in the forehead. Shards of glass flew in all directions, and blood streamed down his face. Fortunately, his companions caught him in time to prevent him from falling. The group of subhumans turned back angrily to see what had happened. About 70 or 80 meters away, 8 elite youths stood in the square, holding bricks and bottles, laughing smugly as they pointed in their direction. Among them were the 4 from the alley earlier, and standing prominently at the front was someone Fu Junlin recognized: Wang Jintang. Wang Jintang's face twisted into a sinister grin as he toyed with 2 stones in his hands, his venomous gaze locked onto Fu Junlin. Standing in front of him was an even taller man clad in a black leather jacket, a cigarette dangling from his lips. His every movement radiated the aura of a gang leader. The man in the leather jacket took a bottle handed to him by someone nearby, mockingly aimed it, and then hurled it with great force. The bottle whistled through the air at an alarming speed, the throw showcasing the strength of at least a second-tier elite. Smash! Fu Junlin swung his hand back, shattering the wine bottle into fine powder, showcasing his astonishing strength. The subspecies on site were furious. Although the elite species did enjoy certain privileges in the red carpet zone, both sides had tacitly maintained a certain boundary. The subspecies tolerated this limited humiliation not out of ignorance, but because it marked the police's unspoken line. Crossing it, even if the subspecies were in the right, could lead to imprisonment, starvation, or even brutal beatings. Whoosh! Whiz! More wine bottles and stones came hurtling through the air, each strike packed with the strength of a first-tier elite or higher, enough to cause serious trouble. Without hesitation, Fu Junlin took the first step, confronting Wang Jintang and his group Heaton. The bloodied thug wiped his face and resolutely followed in Fu Junlin's footsteps. Other subspecies joined in, some even refusing to dodge, letting stones shatter on their heads. Blood streamed down their faces, but their eyes burned with a crazed defiance. Lao Fu, don't fall for it. Chang Xiaoyu ran toward the little girl, shouting urgently. Although the delinquent girl still eyed him warily, Chang Xiaoyu couldn't care less. As a physically weaker mecha pilot, he couldn't contribute much in a fight, but he knew all too well that Fu Junlin was walking straight into a trap. It turned out that Wang Jintang had been expelled from Feiyan Vine Academy just 2 days ago. After being humiliated by Fu Junlin last time, he had come under scrutiny by the disciplinary department. Following an investigation and reports from his former cronies, his long list of wrongdoings was exposed, including an unverified case involving an assault on a subspecies girl. To protect the victim and the school's reputation, the academy ultimately decided to expel him. Now a drifter in society, Wang Jintang blamed all his misfortunes on Fu Junlin. If Fu Junlin took the bait and brawled with him now, the consequences would be dire. Mask, aren't you afraid of getting caught? Dehei noticed Fu Junlin's unprecedented fury and hurriedly warned him. But it was too late to don a mask now, not to mention, Fu Junlin had no intention of hiding his identity. A thunderous roar echoed across the field as Fu Junlin suddenly accelerated, with the subspecies behind him erupting in unison. Stones and wine bottles exploded against their bodies' attacks, not particularly damaging but deeply insulting. To Wang Jintang and his crew, this was nothing short of mockery. For Fu Junlin and his group, dodging was no longer an option. At this moment, only fists could uphold their dignity. Sensing the imminent danger, Chang Xiaoyu quickly pulled out her phone and dialed a number, her face tense with urgency. The distance of a few dozen meters disappeared in an instant. In just 2 breaths, Fu Junlin reached Wang Jintang, while 8 elite hybrids swiftly activated their shields, some even drawing weapons. The leather-jacketed leader, seeing these sub-hybrids daring to resist, sneered coldly. Fueled by the long howls of Fu Junlin and his group, his battle spirit ignited as he laughed wildly, activating his shield and charging at Fu Junlin Heaton. Fu Junlin's right fist shot out, and his arm muscles swelled instantly. This was his first time experiencing the power of 5-gene lock activation without relying on Dehei's strength. A surge of energy flowed from his right leg, waist, latissimus dorsi, and chest into his arm, as though it might tear his muscles apart if not released. Boom! The punch landed on the leather-jacketed man's shield, causing the space around them to tremble slightly. The shield shattered like foam in an instant. Before the man could even raise his right arm, his entire body was sent flying, slamming heavily into Wang Jintang's shield. Wang Jintang's shield also shattered on impact. These men, who usually only cared about idling their days away, were now truly realizing the chasm between themselves and a real powerhouse. Fu Junlin immediately followed up, grabbing 2 men by the neck with both hands and slamming them into a nearby wall. I told you before, a stray dog is still just a stray dog, he roared. With his furious shout, the 2 men crashed into the wall, leaving 2 deep craters. Dust and debris filled the air, and the shockwave sent fallen leaves and dirt scattering across the ground. The leather-jacketed leader passed out on the spot. Meanwhile, the others were locked in fierce combat. Although the elite hybrids had weapons and shields, blades and elemental attacks flying everywhere, accompanied by the clashing of mechanical suits, these flashy tactics were no match for the enraged subhybrids. Outnumbered, the subhybrids easily broke through the shields, pinning the elite gang members to the ground and beating them mercilessly. Without their shields, the elites completely lost the ability to fight back. Haha, come on, hit me. Do it. Wang Jintang was pinned tightly against the wall by Fu Junlin. Despite the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and his utterly disheveled state, he let out a maniacal laugh, his eyes bloodshot as he screamed hoarsely in defiance. I'll grant your wish, Fu Junlin said coldly. Before the words fully left his mouth, his fist landed squarely on Wang Jintang's abdomen with precision. The blow struck his internal organs directly, causing Wang Jintang's face to turn deathly pale as bile surged up his throat. This method of attack was far more devastating than a regular beating. Not only was the pain excruciating, but it also carried the risk of permanent injury. This completely derailed Wang Jintang's plan. He had intended to be beaten to a pulp to gain sympathy in front of law enforcement, but now he faced the terrifying possibility of being crippled. As he was still reeling in shock, Fu Junlin's second punch slammed into his chest, leaving him gasping for air. Fu Junlin, what the hell are you? Before he could finish, a third punch struck his stomach with brutal force. Acid churned in his gut. His windpipe felt as though it had been torn apart, and blood gushed from his mouth. Fear began to take hold in Wang Jintang's eyes. Fu Junlin was clearly out to kill him. I studied hard because I wanted to change this world, Fu Junlin said, his voice steady and deliberate. With each word, another punch landed. Even while living in the lowest depths of darkness, I dreamed of seeing the sunlight. Everything I've done has been for survival. I've never trampled on anyone. His eyes burned brighter with rage, his punches growing more ferocious. What gives you the right to think you can trample on me? What makes you worthy? With a final roar of fury, Fu Junlin unleashed a devastating punch aimed straight at Wang Jintang's face. What makes you worthy? Smack! Just as Fu Junlin's fist was about to collide with Wang Jintang's nose, four subhuman enforcers intervened simultaneously, restraining Fu Junlin. Two of them locked their arms around his waist. Another gripped the crook of his elbow, and the last seized his wrist. It was only through their combined strength that they managed to stop the lethal punch filled with murderous intent. This intervention saved 2 lives and pulled Fu Junlin back to reality. Wang Jintang collapsed on the ground, barely clinging to life. His previous arrogance and cruelty had completely vanished, replaced only by the relief of surviving the ordeal, thankful that the 4 subhumans had maintained their rationality. If Fu Junlin had killed him on the spot, he would have faced imprisonment, but what meaning would justice hold for a dead man? Don't move. Hands in the air. Not far away, several officers rushed over, their magnetic pulse pistols aimed directly at the group. The sound of police sirens grew louder as they approached. The 4 subhumans yanked Fu Junlin aside. Some among them considered running, but it was already too late. All of the subhumans raised their hands skillfully and slowly knelt down. The surrounding subhumans kept signaling Fu Junlin with their eyes, urging him to kneel as well. When he remained standing, unmoving, one officer struck the back of his knee forcefully, while another quickly twisted his arms behind his back and cuffed him. To Fu Junlin's dismay, these 2 officers were familiar faces, the same fat and thin pair who had pinned him against the car hood when Shi Hongyu had escorted him home not long ago. "Ha, finally got you. Remember what I told you?" The fat officer sneered, pressing Fu Junlin firmly to the ground. In his eyes, even a prestigious university student was just another pawn to manipulate once he had dirt on them. The subhumans silently watched the scene unfold, noticing that Fu Junlin would rather be forced to the ground than willingly kneel. Inside the detention cell at the 6th Security Bureau in Feiyun City, Fu Junlin and the subhumans all bore bruised and battered faces, evidence of the beatings they'd endured upon arrival. Leaning against the iron bars, Fu Junlin glanced at Dehei with a hint of teasing in his voice. "Didn't you always want to see what a cell looks like? Well, here it is. Don't try to fool me. This is just a detention center. The real prison is where you get free soap to pick up," Dehei scoffed. "Heh, I'm sure you'll get the chance to see it," Fu Junlin responded with a bitter smile. Not far away, the fat and thin officers were chatting and laughing with their colleagues, enjoying takeout meals. Occasionally, they glanced over and gestured toward the cell. When the fat officer noticed Fu Junlin still leaning against the bars with a faint smile on his face, he said something to his colleagues, then walked over with his meal in hand. His swaggering steps and greasy belly exuded misplaced confidence, and a smug grin tugged at the corners of his mouth. "Comfortable, huh?" he asked mockingly, taking a bite of his shrimp fried rice with an air of satisfaction. Fu Junlin stared at him calmly. He feared death, but only death at the hands of monsters, because dying wasn't an option for him. Even getting injured used to be a luxury he couldn't afford due to the cost of energy crystals. But now things were different. He had the money to buy energy crystals, and even if this fat pig beat him for an entire day, he wouldn't die. The officer wouldn't dare take things too fair. It was just a brawl, not a capital crime, merely some superficial injuries. Why would he fear a worthless bully? 2. Fu Junlin spat, and the glob of spit landed squarely on the fat officer's face, slowly dripping into his meal. The fat officer froze, stunned. The subhumans in the cell were equally taken aback. A moment later, the officer erupted in rage, his jowls trembling violently as bloodshot veins spread across his eyes. Meanwhile, outside the detention cell, a subtle shift was taking place. 3 officers were on the phone, occasionally glancing in this direction. Just as the burly officer slammed his lunchbox onto the bars and reached for his keys to teach Fu Junlin a lesson, the call on the other end abruptly ended. "Red Pig, get over here." A thunderous command echoed. The burly officer froze mid-motion, glaring daggers at Fu Junlin with a menacing glint in his eyes. He slammed the bars with his palm and growled through gritted teeth, "Just wait. They'll make sure you regret this today." Fu Junlin suddenly feigned an attack, prompting the burly officer to instinctively raise his arms in defense. Though it was merely a bluff, the move triggered a burst of laughter from the inmates in the cell. A faint, almost mocking smile played on Fu Junlin's lips, further igniting the officer's fury. "Red Pig, are you deaf? Get over here," barked a taller officer with a visibly higher rank. Reluctantly, Red Pig pointed angrily at Fu Junlin, wiped the spit off his face, and shuffled over. The taller officer leaned in and spoke in a low tone. Red Pig immediately exploded. Release him? Didn't you see him provoking me? Do your job or get out, snapped the taller officer, hurling his chopsticks at Red Pig's face. I told you to release him. Don't you understand plain language? Why should I? Red Pig was on the verge of losing it. The mere thought of letting Fu Junlin go driving him to madness. Do you even know who just called? The taller officer let out a frustrated sigh. Forget it. Explaining to someone like you is pointless. He turned to a younger, sharp-looking officer nearby. Xiaoliang, you take over here. I need to report to the chief. Get everyone released immediately. As Red Pig opened his mouth to protest further, the taller officer abruptly cut him off with an outburst. You're fired. He stormed off without another word, leaving behind two officers smirking in schadenfreude and a livid Red Pig, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. Inside the cell, the inmates erupted in a cacophony of pig-like squeals, seizing the rare opportunity to mock Red Pig, who had tormented them in the past. Trembling with rage, Red Pig spun around and stormed toward the cell, his stun baton crackling with electric sparks, emitting a blinding blue light. Just as he swung the cell door open, a cold female voice sliced through the air from behind him. Touch him again, and he'll make you regret ever being a man. Red Pig suddenly turned his head. Outside the door, several police officers escorted two people inside. The one who spoke was a woman dressed in black sportswear. Her sharp, piercing eyes glinted with a chilling, murderous intent, as if she were a third-tier elite capable of snapping necks at will. Behind her, a young man followed with his head held high. Giving Fu Junlin a quick wink from a distanced was none other than Shi Hongyu and Cheng Xiaoyu. It was clear that Cheng Xiaoyu had sensed something was wrong the moment the incident occurred. She immediately contacted her teacher, who in turn informed Shi Hongyu. On her way over, Shi Hongyu reported Wang Jintang's act of retaliation to the disciplinary office, and the news happened to reach Shangwan Mengji. Even Shi Hongyu hadn't expected the elderly man to act so decisively. One phone call was all it took to directly reach the director of the 6th Security Bureau of Feiyun City. Seeing Red Pig frozen in place, Shi Hongyu raised an eyebrow, her gaze growing even more intimidating. At this point, Red Pig had lost all composure. His day had been a series of misfortunes, and even his boss had just threatened to fire him. Desperate to salvage some semblance of pride, he lashed out. Who are you? Who gave you permission to come in here? Get out! Red Pig roared. Get out? So you can continue beating up a copper metal honoree and a researcher? Shi Hongyu sneered. Makes sense someone like you, too cowardly to set foot in the hunting grounds, strutting around in a uniform and bullying ordinary people. That's about the extent of your abilities. Do you have any honors? Have you ever saved anyone from life or death danger in the midst of a battlefield? Have you faced the fangs of an aberration heathen? Do you even know that the person you're trying to hit could crush you with one hand? Every word from Shi Hongyu pierced like a blade. Red Pig was, at most, a low-tier second-level fighter, while Fu Junlin had the strength to tear apart a fourth-tier aberration. Though only Shi Hongyu had witnessed that feat, her words left everyone in the room stunned, from the police officers to the detained subhumans. None of them had expected Fu Junlin to be a copper metal honoree. Even Fu Junlin himself realized for the first time that Shi Hongyu wasn't just incredibly powerful. Her sharp tongue was equally formidable. Her scathing remarks left Red Pig utterly humiliated. Why are you wasting time talking? Get out, all of you. Get out. Red Pig finally lost it, shouting furiously. Cheng Xiaoyu sighed helplessly and quietly signaled to the two police officers who had brought them in. Without hesitation, she pulled out her wallet and counted out 20 large bills, slipping them into the officers' hands. The two accepted the money and immediately turned toward the still yelling Red Pig. One of them deliberately bumped into him and then shouted, Hey, guys! Red Pig just hit me. Get him. The other officer who had taken the money quickly followed up with a kick. Together, they dragged Red Pig into the adjacent holding cell and began beating him with their batons. Even the officers who hadn't been paid joined in on the assault. They all knew the tall officer's earlier comment about firing Red Pig wasn't a joke. Since he was no longer a colleague, there was no reason to hold back. Okay, continue okay. This simple phrase left the subhumans present, including Fu Junlin and Shi Hongyu, wide-eyed in surprise. Cheng Xiaoyu, however, seemed unfazed, wearing a knowing smile as if she was enjoying the show. Shi Hongyu gracefully extended her jade-like hand, gesturing for Fu Junlin to come over, while simultaneously giving him a subtle sidelong glance filled with a faint trace of playful reproach. This younger student of hers, 5 or 6 years her junior, was the first and only person who had ever dared to confess his feelings to her. The moment Fu Junlin saw Shi Hongyu, memories of the love letter he had written to her flooded his mind, and his face immediately flushed with heat. As Fu Junlin stepped out of the holding cell, the other subhumans stood up, their eyes filled with anticipation as they followed him closely, though none dared to leave impulsively. The dashing officer waved his hand and said, What are you all standing around for? Waiting for a free meal? Get going. At his words, the group immediately broke into cheers and happily followed Fu Junlin out. Once they exited the security station, the group of strangers, now united by their shared experience, bumped shoulders in camaraderie and dispersed with blessings of, "May you stay immune," echoing in the air. "Cheng Xiaoyu, you should head back first," Shi Hongyu said to Cheng Xiaoyu, who was just about to approach Fu Junlin. Huh. Oh. Cheng Xiaoyu caught the calm yet commanding look in Shi Hongyu's eyes, grinned, and turned to leave. "Ah. I just remembered I need to ask you something. Wait for me, old Cheng," Fu Junlin exclaimed, slapping his forehead and making a move to chase after her. But Cheng Xiaoyu only quickened her pace. Just then, Shi Hongyu grabbed Fu Junlin by the collar, halting him mid-step. "Come with me to Nightingale Station," Shi Hongyu said with a tone of authority. Without waiting for a response, she started walking ahead. Though Fu Junlin was puzzled, he had no choice but to follow. Dehei, standing nearby, chuckled and teased, "Ooh, exciting." They arrived at the under-construction Nightingale Station, where Shi Hongyu led Fu Junlin onto a materials lift that brought them to the top of a towering structure, nearly 100 meters high. The workers were on break, leaving the top level deserted. From this vantage point, the entire construction site was visible, with the distant sounds of machinery and activity filling the air. The wind, carrying a faint metallic tang, lifted Shi Hongyu's long hair. Standing behind her, Fu Junlin unconsciously took a deep breath, intoxicated by the faint fragrance wafting from her hair. Shi Hongyu quickly turned around, her beautiful eyes narrowing in a playful glare. Fu Junlin froze instantly, stammering, "Don't be mad. I'll give it back, okay?" As he spoke, he exaggeratedly blew air out of his nose, nearly sneezing in the process. His comical antics drew a chuckle from Shi Hongyu, who gave him an exasperated yet amused look before turning her gaze back to the view of the Nightingale Station below. "Those bands on your hands and feet, have you always worn them?" Shi Hongyu suddenly asked. Fu Junlin's heart skipped a beat as he glanced down at the bandages wrapped around his wrists. It seemed there was no hiding the truth from Shi Hongyu anymore. Fu Junlin knew deep down that when he saved her among the mutated creatures, she had seen him retrieve the bandages. Now that he was wearing them again, she must have figured out their purpose. "Yes, you've worked hard and you're very talented, but since you know I have secondary contamination," Shi Hongyu's voice carried an unmistakable tone of grievance. Before she could finish, Fu Junlin interrupted her. "Teacher." Fu Junlin spoke urgently. "Recently, a mysterious masked figure has appeared in the red carpet zone. They're distributing a type of meat that can purify secondary energy contamination. I saw with my own eyes that it cured a large number of people." As he spoke, he pulled out a carefully preserved piece of meat from his coat and handed it to Shi Hongyu. "This is from yesterday. Because it contains special white blood cells, it's still fresh." Shi Hongyu stared blankly at the piece of meat in front of her, then looked up at Fu Junlin. A cure for secondary energy contamination? It was hard to believe. Yet a faint glimmer of hope began to stir in her heart. She looked at her student with questioning eyes. "It's true. I saw it myself. If you eat it raw, you'll recover in a few days," Fu Junlin affirmed solemnly with a nod. Shi Hongyu gazed at him for a long moment, then suddenly reached out to take the piece of meat. She pulled out a small knife and sliced the meat into thin pieces. Right in front of Fu Junlin, she ate the slices one by one. Watching her finish, Fu Junlin exhaled a long breath of relief. With his hands behind his back, he hesitantly asked, "Teacher, if you're cured, will you finish saying what you were about to earlier?" At his words, Shi Hongyu's face flushed with a hint of red. Feigning sternness, she said, "Stop talking nonsense. We don't even know if it works yet. But if it does work, how will you repay me, teacher?" Fu Junlin asked boldly. "I'll reward you with a tragic death. I'll throw you off this platform first." Shi Hongyu, both embarrassed and angry, grabbed Fu Junlin. As a level 3 elite martial artist, she effortlessly lifted the man, who weighed around 800 or 900 kilograms, with one hand and dangled him over the edge of the platform. Fu Junlin's desperate screams echoed through the air above the platform. "Help! Someone save me!" At the same time, the being inside him, Dahei, was also screaming hysterically. "Are you serious about liking this crazy woman? Tell her to let go." "No, wait, tell her not to let go." Fu Junlin had never experienced love growing up, and moments of joy were scarce in his life. Yet today, his face was lit up with an unprecedented smile. In the afternoon, although he and Shi Hongyu hadn't done anything special or even exchanged a single word, they had simply sat quietly on the platform, letting the breeze wash over them for more than an hour. Still, that shared silence brought him a sense of closeness he had never felt before. It was as though, through that tranquility, he had entered Shi Hongyu's inner world. This peculiar sense of happiness lingered in his heart, refusing to fade. As evening approached, Fu Junlin deliberately took a detour to the Yunhe district to pick up his younger brother, Fu Junting. As an elder brother, he wanted to find an opportunity to connect with his sibling. After all, there were certain things boys might find difficult to share with their mother, and as someone with experience, he might be able to offer his brother some proper guidance. The two brothers started by playing a few rounds of pool at the arcade while chatting casually. When it got darker, they headed to a convenience store in the red carpet area to grab some items. By then, the streets had quieted down, and only 2 cars were parked outside the store. Inside, Fu Junting picked out 2 bags of snacks while Fu Junlin bought some groceries. They then lined up at the counter to pay. Ahead of them stood a family of 3 from the prime genetic group: a mother, a father, and their 7 or 80-year-old son. Behind the brothers was a pair from the variant genetic group: a father and his 6 or 7-year-old son. The little boy clutching a plush toy while his father spoke on the phone in a low voice. The prime boy, growing impatient from waiting, turned around and noticed the variant boy's plush toy. His curiosity was piqued, and he reached out to touch the soft fur of the toy. The variant boy, still friendly, even pushed the toy forward slightly for him to see. But soon, the prime boy tried to snatch the toy and began yanking at its yellow tuft of hair, pulling out several strands. The variant father noticed the commotion and, nervously glancing at the prime parents ahead, whispered to his son, "Be good. Let him play with it for a bit." However, the variant boy was clearly unwilling, as his toy had already been damaged. After a few unsuccessful attempts at grabbing the toy, the prime boy suddenly lost his temper. His father, noticing the scene, turned around, and his immediate reaction was to assume the variant boy was trying to steal his son's toy. "Hey!" he bellowed, startling everyone nearby. He stormed forward, snatched the plush toy, and pointed aggressively at the variant father, shouting, "You crippled dog, keep your mud in line." The term crippled dog was an insult some prime individuals used to demean those from the variant group, stemming from the belief that variant genetics were flawed. Similarly, variants privately referred to primes as white pigs, though such derogatory terms were typically only uttered in extreme circumstances. The subspecies father gritted his teeth and took a deep breath, pointing at the figurine as he spoke deliberately, "That figurine is mine. Your child snatched it. What did you say?" The superior father's gaze turned icy as he squinted and stared down the other man. His wife, sensing the tension, tugged at his arm in an attempt to calm him, but it only made things worse. "Say that again." The superior father shook off his wife's hand and stepped forward aggressively. The subspecies child, terrified by the escalating confrontation, burst into tears and quickly hid behind his father's legs. The subspecies father suppressed his rising anger and turned to the shopkeeper for support. The shopkeeper, a burly superior man, sighed and leaned on the counter with both hands. He addressed the superior father, "Baldy, give it a rest. Your kid did take it." The superior father, clearly wary of the shopkeeper's authority, shot a venomous glare at the subspecies father before angrily tossing the figurine into the shopping cart. "Give it back to me," the subspecies father suddenly demanded, his voice firm and unwavering. The superior father erupted in rage, spinning around and pointing a finger at the subspecies father, growling through clenched teeth, "I swear to God, if you say one more word." The subspecies father stood his ground, meeting his glare with a resolute stare. Just as the tension reached its peak, the shopkeeper slammed a bag of chips onto the counter. "Do you really want to act like this in front of the kids?" The superior father's nostrils flared, his face twitching with suppressed fury. With a derisive snort, he hurled the figurine at the subspecies father and stormed off, pushing his shopping cart and leading his family out of the store. After they left, the subspecies father exhaled deeply, crouched down, and gently wiped away his son's tears. He managed to smile as he handed the figurine to the boy, who immediately threw himself into his father's arms. "Thank you," the subspecies father said sincerely to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper kept his focus on scanning the items and didn't look up until he was finished. "Be careful out there," he said, almost gruffly. "That guy's an idiot." As the subspecies father moved to hand the figurine to the shopkeeper to scan, the shopkeeper made a playful face and gently stopped him. "Forget it. Let's call it a prize. It's something his father earned for him." The subspecies father froze for a moment, then nodded deeply. He placed the figurine back in his son's hands and left the convenience store, holding the boy's hand. Fu Junlin and Junting, who had witnessed the entire scene, both let out a sigh of relief as the conflict resolved. When they placed their items on the counter, the shopkeeper chuckled and said, "Wow, good thing my son isn't here today, or he'd probably be begging for your autographs." The Battle of the Hidden Squad in the mountain wilderness. "Me son's homeroom teacher is using it as a teaching case," the shopkeeper said with a warm smile. "That little rascal studies it every day. No wonder it's an elite squad." As he spoke, he gave Fu Junlin a thumbs up. Fu Junting looked completely baffled. "Huh? What?" He stared at his brother in disbelief. "Even the shopkeeper's kid knows about this, but I don't? Your brother is amazing." the shopkeeper said with a laugh. Feeling a bit embarrassed under his brother's astonished gaze, Fu Junlin ruffled Fu Junting's hair playfully. Copper metal merits get an 80 discount. Since my son admires you so much, I'll give you an extra 10 off, the shopkeeper said cheerfully, handing the items to Fu Junlin. May your energy never run out, young man, and may you stay immune to infection, the brothers replied in unison, thanking him before walking out of the convenience store side by side. Brother, what exactly did you do to make it into the textbooks? Fu Junting asked eagerly as soon as they stepped outside. He knew well that high school textbooks focused mostly on theory, with practical training emphasized in early university years and preparation for society or the Federal Army in the final year. Textbook case studies on combat were typically drawn from low-level team battles that matched the students' abilities, just like the battles Fu Junlin's squad engaged in. It was all thanks to that explosion you mentioned, Fu Junlin replied with a smile. I'll teach you how to make the Chiba bombs later. Always bring them when you enter the wilderness, they might save your life. Fu Junting nodded enthusiastically, silently resolving to find that video tomorrow and see his brother's heroic moment for himself. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching cry pierced the air. A small boy clutching a stuffed toy was sobbing uncontrollably by the roadside. His father, the same subhuman father they had seen earlier in the convenience store, was now lying in a pool of blood, convulsing. In the distance, the screeching brakes of a car faded away as it disappeared around the corner. The brothers rushed over immediately. Fu Junlin knelt down to assess the situation and, feeling faint breathing, let out a small sigh of relief. Fu Junting, however, gasped in horror at the gruesome sight. The subhuman father's face was almost unrecognizable, beaten to a pulp. His mouth was torn, and blood gushed relentlessly, painting a horrifying picture. Though the man clung to a thread of life, he would have likely perished on the street had it not been for Fu Junlin. Without hesitation, Fu Junlin pulled out a battle flag and drove it firmly into the ground. Although the flag's healing crystal wasn't as potent as a spell cast directly by a flagmaster, a dark green aura of healing enveloped the injured man. Then, Fu Junlin planted a second white battle flag, releasing a slow healing spell. The principle of the battle flag is similar to that of a magician, but its uniqueness lies in the intricate embossed patterns etched onto the flag's surface. These patterns are not mere flat designs. They are three-dimensional engravings with precise textures of raised and recessed details. When a battle flag master channels the energy to repair cells, they must perfectly balance two forces. One is the gentle, nurturing power to avoid damaging fragile cells, and the other is a swift, penetrating force to ensure the energy reaches deep within the body. Compared to magic, the art of the battle flag is both complex and simple. Magic primarily manipulates elements to cause destruction, much like how Van Gogh's Starry Night could be ruined by a few insects, or how a domino masterpiece, painstakingly built over thousands of hours, could be toppled by a single cat. The complexity of magic lies in its myriad destructive methods, whereas healing is about continually refining a singular approach. When this intricate energy flows through the precise patterns on a battle flag, it automatically completes an incredibly complex healing formula. Each battle flag can amplify a specific type of energy. Its principle is that straightforward. Of course, highly experienced and exceptionally intelligent battle flag masters can perform healing without the aid of a flag, relying solely on their hands provided they fully grasp the laws of energy manipulation. After 2 rounds of treatment, Fu Junlin could feel the rapid recovery of the injuries sustained by the subhuman father. He put away the battle flag and addressed Fu Junting in an uncompromising tone. When he wakes up, you go home first. Don't worry about me. Fu Junting could only nod in agreement. When he looked again, his brother had already taken off, chasing after the car that had fled, disappearing around a distant street corner. The car hadn't left the red carpet district, indicating that its occupants were likely residents of the area. As it passed through a neighborhood, 2 elite men got out, exchanged pleasantries with the elite father in the driver's seat, and then walked into a nearby building with smiles. The car continued for about a mile before finally stopping at an alley outside a high-rise building. An elite woman and a child got out first, carrying a load of items into the building. The elite father followed shortly after, leaning against the car as he lit a cigarette. He wiped the blood off his knuckles with a towel, a peculiar sense of satisfaction evident on his face. He had barely taken 2 drags when he noticed a figure standing at the mouth of the alley, face covered with black cloth, staring intently at him. It was Fu Junlin. Unable to wear the Silent One mask while under surveillance, Fu Junlin had resorted to this disguise to conceal his identity. Who are you? The elite father asked warily, furrowing his brow. But upon noticing the genetic particles on Fu Junlin's head, he leaned back against the car with a sneer. Ha, just another crippled subhuman dog. Fu Junlin approached slowly. The elite father calmly pulled a thunderstorm gun from under the seat. He assumed that this anti-riot mech weapon would either force his opponent to grovel in fear or, at the very least, send him fleeing in terror. Even though he was only a level 1 elite, with the thunderstorm gun in hand, he felt confident he could handle even a level 2 elite. However, before he could even disengage the safety, Fu Junlin darted forward like lightning and swatted the gun away. It crashed into the wall with a loud clang, shattering into pieces. The elite man's eyes widened in shock, but before he could scream, Fu Junlin grabbed him by the neck and dragged him into the alley. Bang! Fu Junlin slammed him to the ground with immense force, raising his fist. As a level 1 elite, the man didn't even have time to activate his protective shield. At that moment, Dahei's voice suddenly echoed in Fu Junlin's mind, unusually stern. I don't care whether he lives or dies, but I do care about you, Fu Junlin. Have you noticed that you're starting to lose control? Fu Junlin's fist suddenly froze in midair. Dahei's words struck him like a warning bell, causing his heart to tremble violently and his thoughts to clear. He realized that he had indeed been blinded by power. Holding immense strength in his hands, he had lost his rationality. In this state, how was he any different from a mere butcher? This was not the person he used to be. Looking at the superior human in front of him, Fu Junlin knew full well that he could easily end this man's life, just as the man had almost done to the subspecies person earlier. But would this truly help the subspecies people achieve liberation? In a well-established societal system, a lone warrior wielding a blade could never change the destiny of an entire people. Even a great figure like Mandela hadn't fully accomplished such a feat. How could he? History had proven time and again that in an orderly society, blindly initiating violent revolutions often led only to the sacrifice of more fighters, rarely achieving the desired outcomes. This was entirely different from the nature of revolutions in ancient Huaxia centuries ago, which fought against foreign invaders. Slowly, Fu Junlin lowered his fist, though the anger in his eyes remained undiminished. If he had decided not to take this man's life, he certainly wouldn't let him walk away unscathed either. With swift precision, he struck and removed one of the man's genetic markers. At the same time, he used his ability to heal the wound, leaving no visible trace. The pain of losing a genetic marker far exceeded physical torture. The man's anguished screams echoed through the alley. While this injury wasn't fatal, it meant that for a long time, unless he constantly maintained his superior human shield, he would be mistaken for a subspecies individual. When Fu Junlin returned home, he found Yao Jinying sitting absent-mindedly on a chair, with Fu Jinting beside her, looking equally downcast. It was clear that his younger brother had already recounted the events to their mother. Surprisingly, instead of scolding him, his mother immediately stood up, carefully examined his body, and then pulled him into a tight embrace, gently stroking the back of his head, just as she had when he was a frightened child. Mom, I'm fine, Fu Junlin said softly. I know, you're back safe, aren't you? Yao Jinying replied, her voice trembling. But next time, be careful, very careful, extremely careful. Yeah, I will, Fu Junlin murmured. His heart ached, yet he felt helpless. His mother never forbade him from pursuing justice. Instead, she buried all her worry and pain deep within herself. Over the following days, Fu Junlin focused on two main matters, one of which involved his business dealings with Cheng Xiaoyu. Cheng Xiaoyu's first batch of trial orders yielded remarkable results, successfully securing orders from 10 companies. Each company ordered 2 customized samples for testing. While the quantity of these orders was not large, they targeted critical components for each company. If the results proved satisfactory, these companies were likely to proceed with large-scale replacements. Once these durable soft alloys were installed, there would be no immediate demand for replacements in the short term. Recognizing the limited market capacity for now, Cheng Xiaoyu adopted a bold pricing strategy, setting the price of soft alloy at 3,500 yuan per kilogram. Although the price was steep, each part required only a small amount of material, typically 1 to 2 kilograms, with some mesh structures using even less than a kilogram, making the pricing acceptable to clients. When Cheng Xiaoyu returned with a bulging woven bag, Fu Junlin was stunned. The first order alone brought in 720,000 yuan in revenue. Although the technology originated from Fu Junlin, he was well aware that without Cheng Xiaoyu's sales skills, these products might only sell for a low price of 300 yuan per kilogram, or worse, attract no buyers at all. In the spirit of fairness, the two agreed on a 5,050 profit split. This was just the beginning. If these companies decided to fully adopt the soft alloy, their demand could reach 10 to 20 kilograms each, with larger enterprises potentially requiring hundreds of kilograms. However, the timing of the next round of orders depended on each company's evaluation of the trial results, with varying response times. To achieve greater revenue quickly, they needed to continue seeking new clients and expanding the scope of trial orders. Meanwhile, Fu Junlin continued his exploration of the enclosures as part of his ongoing plan. He live-streamed his progress while steadily advancing toward the direction of the big black spaceship. Each day, he completed the exploration of 5 enclosures. So far, he had explored 54 enclosures, nearly mapping out one boundary of the mountain wilderness enclosures. However, the situation was becoming increasingly strange. While the number of blue blood creatures encountered had surged over 70 in the most recent enclosure, had yet to encounter a single elite creature. With over 30 enclosures remaining before reaching the big black crash site, this anomaly heightened Fu Junlin's vigilance. In the command room of Fei Yuntong, dozens of school leaders watched the large screen with worried expressions. On the screen, an overwhelming number of malformed creatures roamed the mountain wilderness enclosures, estimated to exceed 2,000. Due to the severely disrupted energy fields in the area, these creatures, unaffected by the usual energy constraints, had become a pressing problem. If we stick to the regional limit of 6 people, facing hundreds of mutants and other monsters, it's a death sentence, one leader said gravely in the meeting room. The principal's office was packed with leaders of various levels, while Shi Hongyu and a dozen other teachers who had participated in the hunting ground operation stood silently against the wall. A heavy atmosphere filled the room, and no one dared to break the silence. The importance of the Mountain Wilds hunting ground cannot be overstated. The silver-haired principal finally spoke from the head seat. His voice was low and resolute. This is the first time mutants have appeared around our city, and in a restricted hunting ground, no less. That cave must be hiding something unusual, and the higher-ups are paying close attention. There's no need to go over the reports again. We have no choice but to figure something out. After all, we are a top-tier university. As the tension in the air grew thicker, a sudden, hurried knock at the door broke the stillness. After receiving permission, an observer wearing a Bluetooth earpiece entered quickly, speaking in a lowered but urgent tone. The energy field in the Mountain Wilds hunting ground has shifted. They're all moving toward the western wall of the hunting ground. What? Several leaders stood up simultaneously, and the room erupted into a flurry of voices. A shift in the energy field meant that the regional limit on personnel might be lifted. What was previously a small zone restricted to 6 people could now potentially allow more to enter. The Mountain Wilds hunting ground originally had 9 energy field zones, and if all restrictions were removed, theoretically, up to 54 people or even more could enter at once. Although the small energy field restrictions are gone, the larger energy field should still be intact. This means we can conduct large-scale coordinated battles, one leader said excitedly. Exactly. Large-scale battles mean we can strategize with different roles and tactics. This could give us a real chance against the mutants. Other university leaders chimed in with agreement. The director of supervision turned to the observer. Have you figured out the cause? Why did the energy field shift? It's because the western edge of the hunting ground was breached, the observer replied, still somewhat perplexed. After 54 hunting zones in that area were opened, the energy field suddenly became unstable. The principal scanned the room, a faint, amused smile playing on his lips. Who was bold enough to predict this? That area isn't even close to the Nightingale transit station, and with so many hunting grounds in between left untouched, who would dare to push so deeply along a single line? The room fell silent as everyone exchanged puzzled glances. No one had an answer. The observer hesitantly raised a hand. It was a social media influencer. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became tense. Internet celebrity? What internet celebrity? One teacher asked in confusion, only to be immediately tapped on the head by a school administrator. What does being an internet celebrity have to do with anything? You're focusing on the wrong thing, the administrator scolded sternly. Exactly. Are you even using the right words? What do you mean by just one? Another leader frowned, directing their gaze at the observer. The observer quickly explained. He is indeed an internet celebrity. He's been live streaming all along, but he always wears a mask, so his identity remains a mystery. The most important thing is that he discovered something called purified meat from monsters, which is said to treat secondary energy infections. What? The news was like a bombshell, causing the principal and others to stand up in unison. The observer continued, at first, everyone thought it was just hype after all. It's meat taken from monsters. But he's been distributing this meat in the red carpet zone for over 10 days now. Recently, some media outlets followed up and found that people who consumed it indeed showed improvement in their secondary infection symptoms. This has now garnered widespread attention. Hearing this, Shi Hongyu's brow twitched slightly. The strong species teacher next to her noticed her reaction but said nothing, as Shi Hongyu refrained from mentioning that Fu Junlin had once given her purified meat. How is that even possible? The leaders were baffled. Isn't all meat from monsters contaminated with secondary energy? He takes the meat from different spots each time. Initially, he only claimed it could restore stamina, but it seems he's since figured out a pattern. Others have tried to find it as well, but only he can accurately locate the purified meat, the observer said, a hint of pride in his tone. Wait, the director of supervision interrupted. Are you saying he's been live streaming himself hunting monsters alone this whole time? That's right. He's a martial artist who calls himself the Silent One. He can take down a level 4 blue blood monster with his bare hands, without even using gauntlets. The most remarkable part's actually a student at our school. This revelation caused an uproar in the meeting room. The school administrators exchanged bewildered glances, clearly surprised that such a skilled individual had been hiding in plain sight. They mulled over the name Silent One repeatedly, but it rang no bells. Finally, one of the leaders made a decision. All right, let's set aside the Silent One for now. Xiao Zhou, keep investigating this matter carefully since he's one of our students. We need to proceed cautiously and avoid offending him. Also, probe if he'd be willing to help us in the campaign against the mountain wild enclosure. Everyone responded in unison, and observer Xiao Zhou straightened his back and saluted. However, deep inside, he sneered. Investigate the Silent One? Not only would they not investigate, but they would also go to great lengths to prevent anyone from uncovering the true identity of the Silent One. In this era of extraordinary individuals emerging one after another, people often remain indifferent to those with abilities unrelated to their daily lives. However, those whose powers significantly impact human society, such as individuals capable of resolving secondary energy contamination, are often glorified as benefiting the people under the Federation's banner. In reality, they are merely tools for some to amass wealth. The Silent One's live streams often featured such scenarios. Anyone attempting to uncover the Silent One's identity would immediately face fierce backlash from other viewers. Fans were so protective that they even resisted media attention on the Silent One. They had witnessed the Silent One's moving acts of distributing purified meat firsthand. Every time the Silent One appeared in the alleys and streets, countless people would kneel in gratitude, their heartfelt reverence and appreciation deeply touching every viewer in the live stream. Many traveled specifically to these locations to seek out the Silent One and witness for themselves the cured secondary contamination victims in the streets. Even among the elite human class, secondary contamination patients were now desperately searching for the Silent One's whereabouts. New Perspective News was one of the most influential media companies in Feiyun City, boasting a team of outstanding field reporters. They not only covered major pioneering events in the city, but also provided various surveillance equipment for urban use, and held a dominant position in the city's entertainment news sector. At this moment, in the office of a department manager at New Perspective, the door was tightly shut. In the outer office area, employees occasionally glanced at the door out of the corner of their eyes, with some even straining to catch any sound from inside. After a long while, the door finally opened, and a strikingly beautiful reporter with flowing hair and bold red lips stepped out. As she walked, she adjusted her short skirt and then pulled out a makeup kit to touch up her appearance. This was Shui Yanghua, the star reporter of New Perspective City Entertainment Department, known affectionately as Sister Hua. A single glance from her was enough to make everyone sneaking a look quickly avert their eyes. She headed straight to the mech and filming area, where a few individuals were fiddling with drones and camera equipment on a table. Hey, you, come here, Sister Hua called out, pointing at one of the elite men. The man immediately hurried over. What's up, Sister Hua? The Silent One is streaming, right? You're coming with me to the Nightingale transit station later to interview him, she said while casually inspecting her nails. This? The man hesitated and glanced back at his colleagues, but they all tactfully turned away. Despite being an elite human, he had grown close to his subhuman co-workers in the department and often watched the Silent One's live streams. Fully aware of the unspoken rules, any media outlet daring to take the lead in interviewing the Silent One would inevitably face a storm of public outrage. What? Why are you stammering? Sister Hua frowned at his hesitation. Sister Hua, the Silent One is considered a hero in the Red Carpet District right now. It might not be a good idea to expose him recklessly, or else. Sister Hua let out a derisive laugh. A hero? What kind of nonsense hero? Just a social media influencer. We're filming him because he still has some value. Do you think I want to drag myself out to some godforsaken place like Nightingale? Give him some money, and he might even beg me on his knees to expose him. Hua Jie cast a disdainful glance at the group of subhumans in the filming crew, her tone dripping with contempt. Do you really think just anyone can be called a hero? Ugh, even talking to him makes me feel sick. The crew exchanged awkward glances, helplessly shaking their heads in resignation. Tisk, are you just plain stupid or what? Just say whether you're going or not. If you can't do it, go find the manager and quit. Stop wasting time. Hua Jie snapped impatiently, seeing the man still standing there in a daze. All right, I'll get ready. The young man quickly nodded in agreement. Between his principles and his job, it was clear he had chosen to temporarily set aside his stance. Useless. Hua Jie shot them all a withering glare before strutting off, her snake-like hips swaying as her heels clicked audibly against the ground. Meanwhile, Fu Junlin's livestream had just started not long ago. He had already reached the 54th enclosure and was about to enter the 55th. According to the Mist app, this area was already on the outskirts of the wilderness enclosures. The Mist app was a universal software used across the Federation, closely linked to every teleportation device and every badge. Whenever a new enclosure was explored, a corresponding foggy area would appear on the app. Only enclosures with opened gates could be accessed directly through teleportation devices. Unopened enclosures could not be reached via blind jumps due to the constraints of wormhole rules. An open gate referred to the first-time entry into a specific enclosure. However, the app's viewing and teleportation functions were separate. For instance, if someone in City A used a badge from a teleportation device to open the A1 enclosure, people in City B could see this information on the app. However, to reach A1, they would need to either travel to the teleportation device in City A or make the journey on foot. This explained why Junlin couldn't directly teleport to the location of the Dahe shipwreck, couldn't access that city. Intercity teleportation was strictly regulated, with procedures as cumbersome as applying for a passport in ancient China. Alright folks, today's lesson is about to begin. We're heading into the dark zones of the enclosure next, so stay tuned. The Silent One announced cheerfully before stepping through the glowing gate of the enclosure with his livestream equipment. The chatroom's comments instantly exploded with activity. Oh? Can someone explain if he even used that idiom correctly? New here? You'll get used to it. Yesterday, he said the deeper enclosures were getting more sinister and told everyone to collaborate like villains rather than stand out alone. Yeah, he even warned us not to act recklessly when distinguishing purified meat to avoid misleading others. At first, I thought he was just swearing, but actually, he's just overly concerned. We can only accept it with gratitude while trying to keep smiling. 10 minutes in this live stream is like reading 10 years worth of books. If I'd known this place was so cultured, I'd have joined earlier. The chatroom was filled with laughter and banter. By now, the Silent One had entered the 55th enclosure and was using a test gun to analyze the air. Meanwhile, Junlin, still focused on the chat, was grinning foolishly at the comments, completely oblivious to the fluctuating readings on Dahe's test gun. Dahe glanced at the test gun, quickly looked away, and muttered under his breath, "Not bad. Transmission strength at 55. The enclosure ahead looked similar to the previous one, with trees of comparable size, but it was eerily calm. There was no sign of blue-blood creatures swarming to attack. Suddenly, a chill landed on his hand. Dahe raised it to look and saw a shard of ice rapidly melting in his palm. Snowflakes? Junlin asked, puzzled, as he gazed upward. To his surprise, heavy snowflakes were drifting down from the sky, though he hadn't noticed when it had started. It's only late autumn outside. This must be the enclosure's rules at work, Junlin analyzed. The rules of these enclosures are always unpredictable, like how the mountain wilderness enclosure restricts entry to exploration teams below level 2 and above level 4. Since there's no snow accumulated on the trees yet, it means our entry triggered this. Either the enclosure's rules have just activated, or a boss-level entity has descended because of our arrival. Dahe seemed to sense the danger as well, and cautiously stepped toward the forest. Within minutes, the distant treetops were coated in white frost, and the heavy snowfall had reduced visibility to less than 10 meters. Meanwhile, the livestream chat was buzzing with excitement. Wow, it's snowing. So beautiful. I've never seen such pure, heavy snow in this city. Stop taking screenshots and watch. However, Junlin felt uneasy. Just as he was about to urge Dahe to retreat, a strange wave of energy suddenly tore through the wind and snow, surging toward them at an alarming speed. Watch out, Junlin shouted, but the wave's range was too vast, it engulfed them instantly. A deep, low-frequency hum reverberated through the air, causing Dahe to tremble violently, his skin crawling. Even Junlin felt a pang of terror in his chest. The sound gradually diminished, resembling a guttural nasal murmur, before fading entirely. Yet the surrounding snowstorm had been whipped into a chaotic frenzy by the invisible force. Dahe suddenly clutched his head and screamed in agony. Junlin's heart felt as though it was being crushed in someone's grip, his mind spinning, though his pain was clearly nowhere near as excruciating as what Dahe was enduring. It's infrasound. Put on the gauntlets now. Junlin shouted urgently, but Dahe was already writhing in torment, his throat emitting horrifying, guttural roars. Only then did Junlin realize Dahe was an energy being. While infrasound could be harmful to humans, it might not be fatal, but for an energy being like Dahe, it was a deadly threat. For an energy being, this could even result in catastrophic trauma. Junlin thought aloud, shouting, "Put on the gauntlets. I have a plan." But before his words fully left his mouth, Dahe was already writhing in agony on the ground. Junlin immediately realized the culprit infrasound waves. His mind raced through his knowledge of physics. Sound is essentially a form of vibration, with the human auditory range spanning from 20 to 20,000 Hz. Frequencies above this range are ultrasonic waves, while those below are infrasound waves. Unlike the relatively harmless ultrasonic waves, infrasound can inflict lethal damage on living organisms. As Dahe began losing control, Junlin himself felt his consciousness growing hazy. Seizing the moment, he wrested back control of his body. Quickly equipping the gauntlets, he raised his fists high and slammed them into the ground with all his might. A deafening boom erupted as a powerful energy wave rippled outward, clearing the surrounding snow several meters away. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Fighting through the growing fog in his mind, Fu Junlin carefully observed the movement of the snowflakes, adjusting the frequency of the sound waves he emitted. As a seasoned pugilist, he understood the principle of energy oscillation stemming from sound wave vibrations. Using the gauntlets, he generated counter wave swaves with a frequency similar to the infrasound but slightly delayed. By aligning the wave crests with troughs and vice versa, he created destructive interference to neutralize the attack. This principle is commonly used in noise-canceling technology. Gradually, the pounding in Fu Junlin's head began to subside. While the infrasound waves still lingered, the counterwaves emitted by the gauntlets allowed him to remain unharmed. Just as he caught his breath, his gaze landed on the edge of the forest, where a towering, monstrous figure stood ominously. "Dehei! Dehei!" Fu Junlin called out urgently. "Wake up! Damn it, it's your turn now. Wake up!" No matter how much Fu Junlin called out, Dehei remained unresponsive, as if the infrasound wave earlier had completely incapacitated it. The live stream chat exploded instantly, with countless viewers frantically spamming the screen. "Watch out! Run quick!" Fu Junlin whipped his head around and saw a massive creature charging toward him through the wind and snow. The monster stood about 5 meters tall. Though its overall silhouette was humanoid, its head and torso were a grotesque fusion of steel and flesh. Its neck and abdomen were embedded with a series of enormous gears, each rimmed with sharp, serrated edges, resembling ferocious circular saws. From its waist down, countless strands of tough, wire-like tassels dangled, eerily resembling a woman's long hair but radiating deadly menace. Once entangled, escape would be impossible. Atop the monster's head was an irregular black rock-like helmet, and its face was a blurred, withered mass, like decayed wood. Only its blood-red eyes gleamed in the darkness, radiating a murderous light. A mutated elite monster? We're doomed. It's a super-strong mutated elite monster. The viewers in the live stream gasped in horror. The glowing red eyes and the integration of weapons into its body were unmistakable characteristics of mutated elite monsters. Humanity classified monsters based on combat experience. First came the level assessment. Every monster bore visible white dots, with the number of dots indicating its level. Next was the strength hierarchy: blue blood monsters, elite monsters, mutated elite monsters, boss monsters, and mutated boss monsters, ranked by their traits and threat levels. This system wasn't entirely foolproof. Sometimes mutated elite monsters could surpass boss monsters in power. A mutated elite monster like this one, capable of manipulating weather and flashing blood-red eyes, was undoubtedly more terrifying than an ordinary boss monster. Fu Junlin immediately recognized it as a level 4 mutated elite monster. Instinctively, he turned to flee, reaching for the brooch on his chest. Just then, a comment in the chat made his hand tremble. "Don't teleport. The transmission strength is wrong." He quickly pulled out a test gun to check the teleportation strength, and the result made his heart sink. It wasn't the expected 55, but a dismal 5.5. "Dehei, you son of a. You're freaking amazing. 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 Are you kidding me?" Fu Junlin roared in his mind. The 5.5 success rate of teleportation left Fu Junlin in a dilemma. Dehei was unconscious, his injuries uncertain, and Fu himself had been harmed by the subsonic waves. Attempting teleportation in this state was akin to courting death. Suddenly, a wave of sonic energy, accompanied by an ear-piercing gale, shot towards him with terrifying force. Snowflakes vaporized instantly along the path of the sonic wave, forming a trail of vacuum flames, while the surrounding wind and snow eerily spiraled inward. "Come out!" Fu Junlin roared, deploying the reverse walker. The mech, not yet connected to its controller, was nothing more than a hunk of metal, which he used as a makeshift shield. The vibrating energy struck the reverse walker with full force, sending the entire mech flying and carving a deep trench in the snow before it was completely destroyed. Seizing the opportunity, Fu Junlin sprinted frantically towards the forest. He calculated in his mind. This mutated elite creature specialized in sonic attacks. Once he entered the densely obstructed forest, its sound waves would inevitably be disrupted and reflected, giving him a chance to fight back. But before his plan could come to fruition, something suddenly wrapped around his ankle and yanked him backward with a violent force. The momentum threw him flat to the ground, shattering the nose bridge of his mask on impact. Through the searing pain, Fu Junlin barely managed to shake his head clear, only to realize he was being dragged backward relentlessly. Panicking, he looked down and saw that metal wires from the monster's dress had not only ensnared his ankle but were steadily climbing up his calf. Desperately, Fu Junlin clawed at the ground with his armored fists, carving a trench in the snow, but it did nothing to stop his backward slide. A flicker of clarity flashed through his mind. Considered reaching for Xiao Qiba. Even if it meant exposing his identity as a silent one, survival was paramount. But just as the thought crossed his mind, His hands were tightly bound by the wires. A surge of danger overwhelmed him, and Fu Junlin immediately activated localized muscle reinforcement, focusing on his neck, shoulders, knees, waist, and the area around his heart, his vital points. Sure enough, in the next moment, he was flung high into the air before being slammed violently to the ground. Boom, bang, bang, thud. The live stream audience, already stunned by the heart-pounding sequence of events, had entirely forgotten about the entertainment value of the broadcast. He's not going to make it. He won't make it. The live stream chat was flooded with frantic messages. Quick, notify the school to save him. There's no time. On the screen, Fu Junlin was being tossed around by the creature like a ragdoll. The scene might have seemed absurd, but none of the 70,000 sampless viewers found it funny. The creature's movements resembled the tantrum of an enraged child, while Fu Junlin was utterly powerless to resist. Thud, thud, thud. Each time Fu Junlin was slammed into the ground, the impact sent faint tremors through the surroundings. The sheer force of it would have turned an ordinary person into a pulp long ago. After 30 or 40 relentless strikes, the creature finally lifted Fu Junlin again. Unexpectedly, Fu Junlin had not completely gone limp. Despite his body being battered and torn, with over a dozen deep, bone-revealing wounds, he still maintained a peculiar defensive stance. Knees slightly bent, arms tensed, and his head pressed tightly against one side of his collarbone. One side of his mask had shattered, exposing a bloodied, mangled half of his face. Yet, even more astonishingly, his bones were unbroken, and his neck remained intact. He's alive. The livestream erupted in excitement. The Silent One really is made of steel. Any other Rank 3 elite fighter would already be a portrait on the wall, but the cheers quickly died down, as everyone held their breath, wondering what would happen next. The creature seemed just as baffled by Fu Junlin's resilience, tilting its head as it studied this unusual prey. Ah, fug. Blood trickled slowly from beneath the mask, clearly indicating internal injuries. Yet, in the midst of his dire state, a hoarse laugh emerged from beneath the mask. Heh, 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 ha 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 ha. Fu Junlin's voice was weak but dripping with mockery. Sorry to bore you, but I just woke up. The monster had no idea what it had provoked. Seeing that the Silent One couldn't be killed by the fall, its massive, interlocking jaws at its midsection emitted an ear-piercing metallic grinding sound as they began to spin rapidly, attempting to pull the Silent One into their relentless rotation. Unexpectedly, the Silent One extended a hand and firmly gripped the spinning jaws. The high-speed gears came to an abrupt halt, grinding against each other with a jarring clash. Simultaneously, his other hand wrestled with the entangling steel wires, snapping them one by one with a crisp, sharp sound under his explosive strength. The monster's crimson eyes flared with rage, but before it could react, the Silent One tightened his grip on the jaws. With a sickening screech of twisting metal, the jaws were torn apart. He immediately seized the jagged edge of the broken mechanism and drove it forcefully toward the monster's face. In a panic, the monster flung the Silent One to the ground and manipulated hundreds of steel wires to form sharp spikes that stabbed downward. However, the throw only seemed to invigorate the Silent One, who moved with a sudden burst of speed, deftly evading the attack. Like an agile cockroach, he climbed swiftly up the monster's back. The enraged monster let out a deafening subsonic roar, revealing its gnarled, skeletal hands, which joined the steel wires swirling from its tattered skirt in a frenzied attempt to grab at its back. But the Silent One had already found a blind spot. His hands plunged into the crevices between the monster's steel armor and its flesh, peeling away chunks of its body amidst its agonized screams. The audience in the livestream was stunned. Moments ago, the Silent One had seemed on the verge of death, but now he displayed an extraordinary surge of power. Someone questioned in the chat, does anyone else feel like the Silent One isn't just one person? I don't know about that, another replied, but sometimes he doesn't seem human at all. Monster, run. The Silent One's going to dismantle you. As the armor was ripped away piece by piece, the monster's true form was revealed, a grotesquely mutated ape infected by an unknown virus, its skin exhibiting an eerie, wooden texture. The Silent One planted his foot firmly on the armor's connection point and grabbed the monster's head from behind. With a furious roar, the monster's neck began to stretch under the Silent One's relentless force. Finally, with a sharp crack, the head was torn off entirely. Blood erupted like a fountain, mingling with the falling snow to create a macabre red sleet. The monster's headless corpse collapsed heavily to the ground. The Silent One landed smoothly, wiped the corner of his mouth, and stretched his joints, producing a series of sharp, cracking pops. Fu Junlin gritted his teeth, fury surging within him. If I hadn't had the quick wits to protect my body, you'd be done for too. I'll deal with you later for lying about the teleportation intensity. Dehei shrugged indifferently. Pulling out a small knife from his waist, he skillfully cut out the 4 exposed energy glands from the monster's neck. The glands were a vivid crimson, starkly visible against the snow. These will fetch a pretty penny for sure. Though he put on a brave front, Dehay's body was clearly at its limit. Fu Junlin snapped impatiently, hurry up and heal, then find a chance to retreat to the city. TCH, what's the rush? That little thing dares call itself a mutated elite monster? Bring me 2 more, and I'll take them down in minutes, Dehay retorted, clutching his painfully injured waist as he staggered toward the corner to retrieve the battle flag for healing Fu Junlin. Before the words even left his mouth, 2 deep, resonant booms echoed from behind. Dehay spun around abruptly, only to see 2 towering monsters, each 5 meters tall, standing at the forest's edge. They were identical to the one they had just slain. The 2 creatures stared at their fallen comrade's corpse, the red glow in their eyes intensifying. Damn it, you cursed crow's mouth, Fu Junlin shouted in despair. No wonder the door wasn't opened, of course. There were more monsters inside. Dehay was equally stunned, stammering, I was just saying, no need to take it so seriously. The 2 monsters had already pierced through the snowstorm, charging toward them. Run. Get to the wall, Fu Junlin yelled. This time, Dehay didn't dare show off. He bolted to the wall, only to realize that the lowest foothold was at least 7 or 8 meters high. In their current condition, scaling the smooth wall was impossible. Just as desperation set in, a bold voice rang out from the foothold above. With peach wave spear that shakes the skies, I drink in the south, seek fragrance in the north. 300 years I slumbered in the snow, now I awaken on the battlefield. Demon blood shall stain the rivers. A figure leapt down from the foothold, defying the laws of physics as they soared through the air, heading straight for the charging monsters. Dressed in flowing robes, they wielded a gleaming silver spear, a rare cold weapon. Under everyone's stunned gaze, the spear-wielding figure closed in on the monsters in an instant. One monster barely dodged the first strike, but the spear had already smashed heavily into the ground. Boom! The ground exploded under the force of the strike, cracks spreading dozens of meters and plunging 4 or 5 meters deep. The shockwave sent both monsters tumbling to the ground, and the surrounding trees toppled like dominoes. In a flash, the figure appeared before one of the fallen monsters. With a seemingly effortless flick of the spear, a crimson arc sprayed through the air. The monster's neck was sliced open, blood spurting 5 paces away. Another monster lunged from behind, its jagged gears spinning rapidly, while the steel wires on its skirt lashed out like whips. Faced with this sudden threat, the man didn't even turn his head. Instead, he slung his spear backward, instantly unleashing an invisible energy shield that precisely blocked the creature's attack. He swiftly stepped back, twirling the spear in his hands to create 2 spinning defensive circles on either side of his body. The spear clashed repeatedly with the monster's gears, sending sparks flying as the sharp metallic clanging echoed through the air. What appeared to be an overly elaborate flourish of spear techniques astonishingly forced the ferocious creature to retreat repeatedly. Just as the monster roared in fury and prepared for a final assault, the man's movements abruptly shifted. He let the spear hang behind him, loosened his grip, and at the precise moment it was about to hit the ground, his toe struck the spear's, but with pinpoint accuracy. The spear shot forward like an arrow, piercing straight through the monster's throat. The monster's roar was abruptly cut off, and the spinning of its gears came to a halt. As it began to collapse, the man effortlessly caught the spear's tail and, using the momentum of the falling creature, smoothly pulled it free. With a casual flick, he sent the blood splattering into the wind and snow, then slung the spear over his back and walked toward Fu Junlin, never once glancing at the fallen monster. Fu Junlin and Dehay were left staring in stunned silence, one in shock, the other in awe and admiration. Meanwhile, the live-stream chat had erupted with exclamations. That was incredible. So dramatic. He's like something out of an anime. Could he be one of those legendary rangers? As Fu Junlin slowly regained his composure, rumors about the rangers surfaced in his mind. In this world, there were indeed people who chose not to live in cities, believing society to be fundamentally flawed. Instead, they roamed freely in the wilderness. These powerful and eccentric individuals only made brief stops in cities, refusing to use modern devices like teleporters, recall pins, test guns, or surveillance equipment. They lived in the most primitive way, wandering the wilds with their weapons, resting when tired, foraging when hungry, and potentially meeting their end if gravely injured. As the man approached, Fu Junlin could finally make out his features through the wind and snow. He was a man in his 40s, with a scruffy beard but an air of rugged heroism in his every move. Recalling the poetic verse the man had recited earlier, Fu Junlin suddenly had a bold thought. Could he be from ancient Huaxia? The man stopped in front of Fu Junlin, eyeing him with a hint of mockery. Kid, you survived that? Not bad, you've got some skills. Uncle, could it be that you're... Fu Junlin stammered, just about to voice his question when a sudden, absurd ringtone interrupted him. It blared loudly and comically. Two tigers love to dance, hey, little bunny, pull the radish. The once lively and bustling livestream chat room suddenly fell silent. The audience, who had been enthusiastically spamming comments like "Uncle is so handsome," "Uncle, have my babies," "I'm a guy," and "Ah, I'm dying," abruptly quieted down. Fu Junlin, with his mouth agape, watched as the admiration in his eyes slowly turned into confusion, his expression on the verge of shattering. The uncle pulled out his phone, a sly smile tugging at the corner of his lips. When he answered, his voice transformed into one of tender affection. "Hey, sweetheart, missing me already after just a few hours?" He chuckled softly. "Haha, you little tease. All right, I promise I'll come over again today." No, no, don't wash up. I love that faint scent of sweat on you." As the uncle animatedly chatted on the phone, Fu Junlin felt as though a bolt of lightning had struck him square in the head, splitting him in two. The uncle's sleazy demeanor and the phrase, "scent of sweat," were now seared into his mind. He doubted his ears would ever feel clean again. While he wanted to remind the man that 70,000 people were watching the live stream, he decided to stay silent for the sake of his own safety. When the uncle hung up the phone and pocketed it, he adjusted his belt with a particularly greasy motion. If it weren't for the fact that this man had just saved his life and the likelihood that he couldn't win in a fight, Fu Junlin would have bolted long ago. "Hey, kid, got any money?" the uncle suddenly asked, snapping Fu Junlin out of his daze. Yeah, how much do you need?" Fu Junlin instinctively responded, then quickly caught himself. "Wait, now how do you want it for?" He clutched his wallet defensively. "Those two monster corpses over there, I'm selling them to you," the uncle declared, holstering his gun. He took a swig from a silver flask and gestured at Fu Junlin with a beckoning finger. "And I did save your life. So how about a little something as thanks?" Fu Junlin's face twitched. So, this guy was a businessman after all. After a moment's hesitation, he reluctantly pulled out 20,000 yuan from his belt and handed it over, keeping only a few thousand for himself. Most of his earnings went to his mom. Meanwhile, the livestream audience watched this mundane transaction unfold as if they were witnessing some kind of shady black market deal. The uncle spat on his fingers and began counting the money with exaggerated slaps. Satisfied with Fu Junlin's generosity, he pocketed the cash and smiled. "Uncle, are you a ranger?" Fu Junlin asked cautiously. "A ranger? What's that supposed to mean?" The uncle frowned, taking another swig from his flask. Fu Junlin was at a loss for words. He looked up at the man, his confusion deepening. As a hybrid, the uncle only had one genetic chorizo. How had he managed to fly earlier? "You're a strange kid, what's your name?" The uncle pointed at Fu Junlin's mask with his middle finger, the one holding the flask. "I'm called Silent One. What about you, uncle?" "The name's Xiao Yunfei. Are you a martial artist from ancient Huaxia?" "That spear technique just now was?" Fu Junlin asked with great interest. Before he could finish, Dehei inside him roared excitedly. Yes, 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 yes. If Dehei hadn't relinquished control earlier to let Fu Junlin use the battle flag to heal his body, he might have already knelt before Xiao Yunfei. That awe-inspiring spear technique had left him utterly shaken. Xiao Yunfei pulled a thin booklet from his coat and handed it to Fu Junlin. "Here, this is a martial arts manual, specifically about spear techniques. It encapsulates decades of my hard work. It's not officially published yet." He took another swig of his drink as he spoke. Fu Junlin hesitated as he looked at the booklet, which consisted of 20 or 30 A5-sized sheets stapled together. What made him want to laugh and cry was the so-called cover on the first page. The words "cloud-piercing spear technique" were printed, with the last word awkwardly starting a new line due to formatting issues, left aligned no less. The livestream audience was already in stitches over this peculiar layout, with viewers who had obsessive tendencies collectively losing their minds. But Dehei didn't care about such details at all. In fact, he was oddly fond of this unconventional format and kept urging Fu Junlin to take it. Opening the booklet, Fu Junlin was greeted by densely packed text with no paragraphs and only sporadic punctuation. What made it even more ridiculous were the illustrations, crude stick figures drawn with red paint software, representing the movements. While Fu Junlin was still in a daze, Xiao Yunfei suddenly held out his hand and gestured with his fingers. 2,000. 2,000 what? 2,000 yuan. For one copy, the man said with a completely serious expression. Fu Junlin nearly fainted on the spot, wondering if he should just hand it back. But under Dehei's vehement protests, "Didn't you say you needed me? Can't even spend 2,000? Buy it. Buy it for me." He reluctantly pulled out the money. After the transaction, Xiao Yunfei pointed at the now open gate in the wall behind him, indicating that the monsters had been cleared. When Fu Junlin asked if he was heading back to the city, Xiao Yunfei chuckled and replied, "Just stocked up on wine. Why bother going back?" That casual, roguish response hinted at his wanderer-like lifestyle, venturing into the city only to stock up on alcohol, spending the rest of his time in the hunting grounds. Before parting ways, Junlin tried to ask where his savior was headed. Xiao Yunfei merely laughed and said he was off to find some gorgeous ladies, cryptically reminding Junlin of the poem he had recited earlier. As Junlin stared at him in confusion, Xiao Yunfei lightly tapped his mask before leaping effortlessly over the high walls and disappearing toward another hunting ground. Since he wasn't wearing a badge linked to the teleportation system, the grounds he cleared wouldn't show up as accessible on the fog app. Watching Xiao Yunfei's figure fade into the distance, Junlin shook his head and muttered to himself, "What does finding ladies have to do with the first line of that poem? What was it again? Something about peach waves and dragon spears?" Okay, Junlin muttered to himself twice, feeling his face starting to heat up. This man was indeed a good person, which made him feel a bit embarrassed. Looking around, he secretly felt relieved that his identity as a silent one hadn't been exposed. Although he had summoned the reverse walker, the mech was battered beyond recognition as soon as it appeared, now curled up in a corner like a pile of scrap metal. In this condition, others would at most realize that the silent one owned a mech, but they likely wouldn't recognize it as the reverse walker. He quickly stepped forward, retrieved the reverse walker, and carefully sliced off the energy glands of the two mutated creatures. These were the glands of level 4 mutated elite monsters, each worth at least 10 to 20,000. This once again proved a simple truth. Those with strength could easily hunt a few monsters in the field and never worry about making a living. Although the Federation had been advocating for universal military readiness, the reality was that fewer than 20 of city dwellers were willing to face monsters heathen. Most people preferred to study hard and join the city's logistical workforce rather than step into the hunting grounds. Many had never even seen the monsters in the field, let alone joined a hunting squad for a living or an exploration team for the greater good. Alright, folks, that's it for today. I'll finish up my treatment here and head back to the city, Junlin said to the livestream drone. The comments section immediately blew up. No, Silent One boss, don't leave us hanging. What if something else happens? Keep the stream on. Yeah, at least let us report in if anything goes wrong. We were so worried earlier. Some of us already rushed to the Nightingale transit station to back you up. Exactly. The Nightingale's teleport station is packed with your fans. Reading these messages, Junlin felt a warm sense of gratitude. However, after apologizing repeatedly, he shut off the drone. He had to use the war banner to recover and couldn't afford to reveal more about himself. Taking off his mask, he leaned against the wall to rest, using the war banner repeatedly for over 10 minutes until he felt much better. The purified meat from these mutated elite monsters was even more potent than that of blue blood creatures, though they were far more difficult to kill. After a brief rest, Junlin prepared to return. Just as he finished inspecting his brooch badge, Dahei impatiently shouted, "Hurry up, will you? Let's get back and practice shooting. I want to be as cool as Xiao Yunfei." "Shut up," Junlin snapped angrily. "I haven't even dealt with you yet. You nearly got me killed with your false intel. Do you have any idea how critical teleportation strength is in the field? It could mean life or death. How bad could it be? Those earlier fields were all below 10, and there was no problem." Dahei retorted defiantly. "What? Are you serious?" Junlin almost exploded on the spot. "You think 5.5 and 55 are just a small difference? Even a minor injury could make teleportation life-threatening. You could end up losing an arm or a leg." Alright, let's just head back already." Junlin reached for the brooch once again. Dahei grew excited and prepared to return to the city, but Junlin suddenly stopped in his tracks and began inspecting his body carefully. After confirming he was uninjured, he was about to proceed when he felt a faint pain in his calf. He checked again and found no issue, but just as he was about to teleport, he felt discomfort in his neck. This cycle of checking and rechecking repeated several times, prompting Dahei to curse internally. Finally, with a flash of light from the teleportation device at the Nightingale transit station, Junlin's figure appeared. Before he could begin his habitual self-check, a wave of noise reached his ears. Surrounding the teleportation device were over 100 fans, eagerly awaiting his arrival. "He's here!" someone shouted, and the crowd erupted into cheers. Thankfully, the fans remained relatively composed, keeping a respectful distance instead of swarming him. "Silent One, we're your livestream followers. You made it back alive. I was so worried I couldn't even eat. When's the next stream, man? Don't leave us waiting till we're on our last breath." Laughter rippled through the crowd as fans enthusiastically greeted him with Dahei-style catchphrases. Some even took the initiative to maintain order, ensuring no one got too close. Surrounded by this warm atmosphere, Junlin waved to the crowd and prepared to find a place to replace his damaged mask. At that moment, two people pushed through the crowd. A woman in professional attire, red lipstick, and high heels, followed by a man carrying a camera. It was none other than Hua Jie, also known as Shui Yanghua. She forced a professional smile and nearly shoved a recording device into Fu Junlin's face. Silent one, sir. Before she could finish, a few sharp-eyed fans rushed forward, forming a protective barrier around Fu Junlin. It was only then that they realized this female fan in a hat was actually a reporter. The atmosphere shifted instantly as the laughter ceased and more fans crowded around, their demeanor now wary. Hua Jie shot a disdainful glance at the fans blocking her way but managed to maintain a forced smile as she continued. Silent one, sir. Hello. I'm a journalist from New Perspective. We know who you are. One fan blurted out. You're that, swimmer? I mean, that journalist who's pretty good at swimming, right? The surrounding fans stifled their laughter. Hua Jie nearly lost her temper, glaring at the fan before stubbornly pressing on with her questions. Silent one. Which class at Feienvine are you in? Sorry, no comment. The fans responded in unison. Silent one. Where do you live? The Red Carpet District or the West District? No comment. Realizing the interview was going nowhere, Hua Jie suddenly made a bold move, shoving aside the fans blocking her way and reaching directly for Fu Junlin's mask. However, her speed was no match for him. As Fu Junlin instinctively leaned back, Dahe had already taken control of his leg muscles, lifting his leg in a swift motion. Whoa! Dahe exclaimed as Fu Junlin's kick sent Hua Jie flying. She stumbled backward and crashed into a 2-meter-tall man, who caught her securely in his arms. Amid the chaos, someone shouted, "Get her!" And the scene erupted into complete pandemonium. Taking advantage of the chaos, Fu Junlin quickly slipped away along the wall. This experience made him realize he must be more cautious when returning to the city in the future. It was clear that someone was lying in wait. He found a secluded corner, swiftly removed his mask, changed his clothes, and began calculating probably wouldn't be able to stream for a while. At the Nightingale transit station, the massive research base that Shangwan Mengji had mentioned came into view. The scale of the base was astonishing. Almost all movable magic cube stones had been stacked together to create a vast open space. Bridges crisscrossed between the immovable stones, forming an imposing architectural complex. Tomorrow, he and Lu Jiying were scheduled to report to the research team. This meant his time spent in the hunting grounds would significantly decrease, and his primary source of income would shift to selling soft alloys. The production of purified meat would inevitably drop, but there was no way around it. Can you stop staring at your future prison and go buy me a gun already? A gun. A gun. Dahe urged impatiently. Who said this is my prison? I'm one of the research project leaders. At most, I'd be a warden. Fu Junlin retorted irritably. Hee hee. Hearing Fu Junlin admit it was a prison, Dahe immediately let out a sly laugh. What are you laughing at? Let's get this straight, I'm not buying you a gun. Wah. Come on. You bought that manual. Not buying a gun would be such a waste. Dahe protested indignantly. That's no manual. The pages are stapled together with a paperclip. Just thinking about that so-called manual I spent 2,000 bucks on makes me angry. It's the content that matters. Anyway, I'm determined to practice shooting. It's so cool. I want to practice. Then stop wasting money. Hey, race the deal, I need to replace my battle flagpole anyway. I'll attach a gun barrel to it, and you can use that. Fu Junlin, are you even human? I've sacrificed so much for you in this body, and I can't even have something of my own? It's heartbreaking. Fu Junlin planned to spend 100,000 bucks to craft 4 2.6 ultraalloy gun barrels, paired with ultramagnetic connectors, and 2.7 ultraalloy spearheads sharpened on the 20th floor of Weapon City. The materials would be 2 grades higher than Chung Xiaoyu's full-body mech. Even though I feel a little bitter, there's some sweetness too. For you, 1,000 times over, Dahe suddenly said in a syrupy tone. Ugh. Fu Junlin strolled around the research base twice before heading back to school in a good mood. When he turned on his long-unused phone, a missed call immediately caught his attention. It was from Shi Hongyu. Just as he was about to call back, an unread message from her made his heart skip a beat. The message contained only 3 simple words. It's you, right? Followed by a shoe emoji. Fu Junlin's heart sank. Shi Hongyu had figured it out? The shoe emoji was clearly a warning to stay silent, and that call she made during the live stream must have been to confirm her suspicions. Fu Junlin's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly calmed himself down. He reassured himself that Shi Hongyu wouldn't harm him. If she had intended to report him, she would have already informed the school by now. As he was lost in his thoughts, his phone suddenly rang, startling him so much that he nearly dropped it. After fumbling to catch it, he saw it was a call from Kong Yiming. Hey Fu, you guys are unbelievable. Kong Yiming's booming voice came through the phone. You and Jiying got into the research group, and we only found out because Linman has good connections. Half an hour later, Insect Stone Restaurant. You two owe us a treat. The Insect Stone Restaurant was a place for subhumans on campus. Fu Junlin understood their choice was to accommodate him, being a subhuman himself. After all, the stealth squad could easily have chosen a restaurant meant for purebloods. About 20 minutes later, Fu Junlin arrived at the restaurant. Kong Yiming, Zhang Chao, Lu Nan, and Lin Man were already there, waving him over. To his surprise, Lin Man didn't seem to mind coming to a place like this. Most girls would find it unpleasant or unhygienic. Wow, you really kept this under wraps. Kong Yiming playfully punched Fu Junlin on the shoulder. Already about to start, and you didn't tell us? Trying to save money? Huh? No chance. The group chatted and laughed as they sat down. Lunan teased, that old man Shangwan is so biased. Giving you 2 spots in the research group. Couldn't he at least let us tag along to gain some experience? Huh? With your brains? Lin Man retorted sharply. The only way you're getting into a lab is as a test subject. As the group burst into laughter, Lu Jin walked in with his usual cold demeanor. But Fu Junlin, observant as ever, noticed something peculiar in his expression. As the group began ordering food and Lu Nan and Kong Yiming argued over their drinking limits, Lu Jin suddenly spoke up. Fu Junlin, I can't join the research group. I'm withdrawing. His words dropped like a bomb, plunging the table into silence. Everyone stared at Lu Jin in disbelief, then turned to Fu Junlin with confused looks. Why? Lu Nan slammed the table and demanded. No reason, Lu Jin replied flatly, his gaze fixed on the table. Fu Junlin's eyelashes trembled violently as he fought to suppress his emotions. Forcing a strained smile that looked more painful than tears, he abruptly left the restaurant. Kong Yiming and Lu Nan, frustrated by Lu Ziyan's refusal to explain, stormed out one after the other. Before leaving, Zhang Chao gave a meaningful glance and said, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He's probably been waiting for this chance for years. Finally, only Lin Man remained. She took a few steps toward the door, then turned back and said, I don't know your reasons, but at the very least, you owe him an apology. The restaurant fell silent, leaving Lu Jin sitting alone, still as a painting. In the afternoon, Fu Junlin was completely distracted. Even though he now had to hay and his abilities had improved, weren't these advancements meant to seize opportunities? And now, this golden opportunity that teacher Shangguan Mengji had specially arranged for him had slipped right through his fingers. He couldn't focus during the mecha class either, and decided to head home to repair his mask. Sitting on the sky rail, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Shangguan Mengji. Hello? Teacher. Fu Junlin forced himself to sound composed as he answered. Liu Jiyin just came to see me. Shangguan Mengzi's kind voice came through. Don't be too discouraged. They'll try to find another opportunity for you. Teacher. Fu Junlin interrupted firmly. I've thought it through. If I can't rely on my own abilities to get into the research group, then maybe I don't deserve it. I want to try applying on my own. There was a brief silence on the other end of the line. That's fair. It's good that you're thinking this way, Shangguan Mengji said after a moment, then continued. Tomorrow, there's a large research group recruiting in the East District. They need a lot of new researchers. The person in charge isn't discriminatory and is very rigorous about academic matters. They'll be holding an anonymous recruitment exam on campus, focused on dynamics topics, but there are only 4 spots. This is your only chance. Understood. Fu Junlin nodded solemnly. He knew in his heart that without the cover of someone like the strong race Liu Jiyin, Shangguan Mengji recommending a subrace individual for a research project could easily become a target for criticism from both the academic and political circles. As a student, Fu Junlin couldn't let his teacher take that risk. Just as he hung up, his phone rang again. This time, it was his younger brother, Fu Junting. Hello, big brother. Fu Junting's voice was hushed, as if he were sneaking a call. Did you get into trouble again? Fu Junlin asked, exasperated. This time, it's you who's in trouble. Your teacher's here for a home visit. Hurry back and be careful. Fu Junting warned urgently in a low voice. Teacher? Which teacher? A woman, wearing sportswear, called Hongyu or something. Ow. Before Fu Junting could finish, there was a yelp, followed by their mother's commanding voice. Fu Junlin, get back here immediately. Then the call abruptly ended. Fu Junlin was baffled. Why would Shi Hongyu suddenly visit? Even stranger, after moving to the lab, they hadn't shared their new address with anyone. After thinking for a moment, he guessed she might have found them through his mother's phone number listed as an emergency contact. Shi Hongyu's unexpected visit left Fu Junlin restless. His thoughts were like a roller coaster. On moment he was secretly thrilled, wondering if she might have feelings for him, and the next he was anxious, fearing she had come only to clear up a misunderstanding. Is your heartbeat trying to draw an ECG chart, or something? Speeding up and slowing down like that? Dahe suddenly interrupted his wild thoughts with a tone of exasperation. None of your business, Fu Junlin replied impatiently. Dahe shrugged with an air of indifference. From what I've observed, women are nothing but trouble. Just now, when you were thinking about her, your brain turned into mush. Your IQ dropped below 0, and you looked like a complete fool. If the air rail had derailed just then, you wouldn't have even noticed. A man should always stay sharp. Fu Junlin opened his mouth as if to retort, but ultimately found himself speechless. At the street corner, He spotted a red Corona Z1 muscle car in the Distancia ground vehicle that combined performance with beauty. This must be Shi Hongyu's new ride. Remembering that she had sold her previous, more expensive sports car and opted for something relatively modest, Junlin couldn't help but smile with relief. It meant she had moved on from her past shadows. As he approached the laboratory entrance, he heard Yao Jinying's distinctive, cackling laughter even before stepping inside. Curious, Junlin pushed the door open slightly and peeked in. In the makeshift kitchen area, Yao Jinying, wearing an apron, was chatting and laughing with someone. Though he could only see the other person's long, slender legs wrapped in tight-fitting pants, those graceful lines unmistakably belonged to Shi Hongyu. Just as Junlin was about to tiptoe closer for a better look, a voice suddenly sounded beside him, startling him. "Hey bro, what are you doing here?" Junlin jumped, spinning around to find his younger brother, Junting, standing there with a phone in hand. The shock caused Junting to lose his grip on the phone, sending it flying into the air. What followed was a comical scene. The two brothers flailed and scrambled, swatting at the phone back and forth at least a dozen times before Junlin finally managed to catch it. Both let out a simultaneous sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from their foreheads. But when they turned back, they saw Yao Jinying and Shi Hongyu standing at the kitchen doorway, watching their impromptu duet performance with amused expressions. "Ugh, 5 out of 10. I can't bear to look," Dahe muttered in despair, letting out a long sigh. Junlin cleared his throat, trying to appear composed. He stood up and handed the phone to Junting, but without looking back, he accidentally shoved it right into his brother's face. Just as he was about to turn and walk toward Shi Hongyu, something felt off. This phone clearly wasn't his brother's. It was a more advanced smartphone than his own, with a shiny red case adorned with sparkly decorations, giving it a distinctly feminine touch. He immediately spun around to look at Junting, who had already stepped back cautiously, clutching the phone tightly with both hands. His younger brother eyed him warily while inching toward the sofa in the corner of the lab. Judging by the way he was holding the phone so carefully, it was obvious he was watching something on it. "Wait a second, wasn't that Shi Hongyu's phone? What are you standing there for? Your teacher's here." Yao Jinying barked, hands on her hips, her tone full of irritation. "Teacher Yu, why are you here?" Junlin stammered, awkwardly greeting Shi Hongyu. "I came to grab a free meal and take a tour of the lab where the reverse mech and Zyakabo were born," Shi Hongyu said with a smile. Junlin let out an awkward laugh. "Yeah, right. I bet you're just here to check if I'm a silent one. What? Not glad to see me?" Shi Hongyu's expression shifted slightly, her smile fading. He wouldn't dare. Yao Jinying jumped in immediately, giving Junlin a pointed look. Junlin was utterly confused, having no idea what his mother was implying. "Of course, you're welcome. Very welcome," he quickly said, his voice tinged with embarrassment. "You little rascal. You earned a bronze medal of merit and didn't even tell me. Are you trying to make me angry?" Yao Jinying scolded, clearly upset. If Shi Hongyu hadn't mentioned it today, she would have had no idea about her son's major accomplishment. "I didn't want you to worry," Junlin explained helplessly. That frontier mission had cost so many lives, and he didn't dare tell her, fearing she'd constantly be on edge. "Enough talking. Get in here and help make dumplings," Yao Jinying shouted. It was only then that Junlin noticed their flour-covered hands and the bowl of filling on the table. A weight lifted off his chest. If Shi Hongyu was willing to make dumplings with his mom, she probably wasn't here to reject him. After washing his hands, he joined in, though mostly to observe quietly. His mother was as chatty as ever, recounting stories from his childhood in vivid detail, from the time he almost fell into a filthy ditch to the incident where his bedwetting leaked downstairs and caused an argument with the neighbors. She left no stone unturned, and Shi Hongyu listened intently, sometimes laughing out loud, sometimes fully engrossed. Her expressive eyes shifted with her emotions, occasionally sneaking glances at Junlin. There was a playful, knowing glint in her gaze that left his heart racing. "Ah, women Thyre-born performers. Look at them. They're like long-lost sisters." "Kid, you don't stand a chance," Dahe muttered with a meaningful shake of his head. In the distance, there came a burst of shouting. Junting was holding his phone, completely engrossed, occasionally standing up to gesture dramatically. His movements were so exaggerated that the lab equipment even quivered slightly. Meanwhile, Yao Jinying had finished cooking the dumplings. Normally, dumplings don't require side dishes, but she insisted on preparing 2 extra stir-fry dishes. The Fu brothers exchanged bewildered glances. This uncharacteristic generosity was a far cry from their usually frugal mother. "Time to eat." Yao Jinying cheerfully handed out the utensils, making a point to give Shi Hongyu a brand new pair of chopsticks she had just bought. "Hongyu, if you don't mind our home, you should come over often. I'll make you delicious food. My cooking skills are top-notch. I used to be a head chef at a restaurant." Inwardly, the Fu brothers couldn't help but complain. "Hongyu? She's already acting so familiar after just meeting her today? And a head chef? She was just wiping tables. Really, Aunt Yao? Then I might just shamelessly take you up on that and visit often. I'd also love to learn some of your cooking skills. Sure, Hong Yu said enthusiastically, playing along. Yao Jinying immediately perked up, sitting boldly at the table. I'm not exaggerating. Back in the day, I had such a sharp Mindy could juggle 7 or 8 woks at the same time, cooking different dishes. Now that I'm older, I can't do that anymore. Fu Junlin chuckled to himself, thinking, back then, wasn't she just cooking giant vats of food at the mining site cafeteria? And half the time, she burned the pots. Not old at all, Aunt Yao. You're still youthful. Honestly, if it weren't out of respect, I'd call you sister instead, Sure Hong Yu quickly added, waving her hand. Then call me sister. Makes me feel younger, and lets me soak up some of your youthful energy. Yao Jinying laughed so hard her eyes turned into slits. Sure Hong Yu instinctively glanced at Fu Junlin, feeling a bit awkward. Fu Junlin, on the other hand, was so shocked he nearly dropped his chopsticks. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Sure Hong Yu whispered hesitantly. If I call you sister, wouldn't that mean I'd have to call him uncle? No problem, no problem, just go ahead. Yao Jinying winked at her. Inwardly, Fu Junlin was screaming, Mom, you're sabotaging your own son's happiness. Sister, Sure Hong Yu hesitantly called out. That one word made Fu Junlin feel utterly defeated. Meanwhile, Fu Junting, as if uncovering some great secret, had his eyes darting around mischievously, looking every bit like a budding detective, Detective Fu. After the meal, Yao Jinying firmly refused to let Sure Hong Yu wash the dishes, leaving Fu Junlin to clean up the kitchen. This left Sure Hong Yu and Fu Junting alone in the lab. Every time Sure Hong Yu glanced at him, Fu Junting would quickly look away, as if he had something on his mind but didn't know how to say it. What do you high schoolers play these days? Sure Hong Yu tried to make conversation. They all play with crystal balls. My brother knows how to make them. Do you want to see, Auntie? Don't call me Auntie. Call me Big Sister, Sure Hong Yu retorted, giving him a playful glare. Fu Junting glanced at Sure Hong Yu with a look of disdain, thinking to himself how she had just called Mama Jia earlier and was now pretending to be younger. I don't want to play with the crystal ball, he muttered reluctantly under his breath. Sure Hong Yu ignored his complaints and slowly walked over to the lab bench, her eyes landing on a stack of books piled in the corner. Does your brother read these books often? She casually flipped through one. He reads all of them, but the content might be a bit hard to understand. To me, it's like reading some ancient script. Fu Junting shrugged. Sure Hong Yu chuckled quietly to herself. Of course, a high school student wouldn't understand. After all, she was a university professor. However, as she carefully browsed through one of the books, her expression began to change, and her brows furrowed. After 2 full minutes, she slowly set the book down. Do you have a crystal ball? Where is it? At this moment, Fu Junlin had just finished helping their mom clean up the kitchen and walked out. Jia, I'm going to have a word with Fu Junlin and take him out for a walk, Sure Hong Yu called out to Yao Jinying, who was still in the kitchen. All right, don't stay out too late, it's not very safe outside. Yao Jinying's voice came from the kitchen. Sure Hong Yu gave Fu Junlin a meaningful glance, and the two of them headed out the door together. Fu Junting watched them leave, his eyes filled with curiosity. He was still lost in thought when Yao Jinying suddenly appeared beside him and flicked him on the forehead, snapping him out of it. Rubbing his head, Fu Junting pulled out his phone with a conspiratorial air. Mom, you've already seen the video that teacher brought, haven't you? Of course. Your brother looked so impressive. Then take a look at this. Fu Junting pulled up another video, one that had been circulating wildly in the subhuman community recently. It showed a masked subhuman fighting 2 elite humans. Yao Jinying's heart began to race as she watched the video, her brows knitting together tightly. Look closely at this masked person's build, their movements, and even the way they eat before they put on the mask, Fu Junting whispered. Who else could it be but my brother? The most important thing is, Mom, this incident happened on September 2nd. Do you remember what time my brother came home that day? Yao Jinying's breathing grew rapid, and her eyes darted nervously as she pulled out her phone. On September 2nd, she had indeed called Fu Junlin because it was almost 11 o'clock, and he still hadn't come home. But that's not even the scariest part, Fu Junting continued. There's this popular streamer called the Silent One who's been blowing up lately. The masked person in the video is the Silent One, and that streamer is at Feiyun Vine School. Lately, my brother's suddenly had a lot of money. All of this points to one thing. Stop talking. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.